Chapter 1 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1, Penelope. People dined earlier 40 years ago than they do now. Even that salt of the earth, the elect of society, represented by that little great world which lies between the narrow circle, bounded by Bryanstone Square on the north, and by Birdcage Walk on the south, did not consider 7 o'clock too early an hour for a dinner party, which was to be followed by routs, drums, concerts, conversation, as the case might be. It was 7 o'clock on a lovely June evening, and the park was already deserted, and carriages were rolling swiftly along all the West End squares, carrying rank, fashion, wealth, and beauty, political influence, and intellectual power, to the particular circle in which each was destined to illumine upon that particular evening. Stateliest among London squares, Grosvenor, in some wise a wonder to the universe, as newly lighted with gas. Grave Grosvenor, with its heavy old Georgian houses and pompous porticos, sparkled and shone, not alone with the novel splendour of gas, but with the light of many wax candles, clustering flower-like in silver branches and girandoles, multiplying their flame in numerous mirrors, and of all the houses in that stately square, none had a more imposing aspect than Lord Denya's dark red-brick mansion, with stone dressings, and the massive grandeur of an Egyptian mausoleum. Lord Denya was an important personage in the political and diplomatic world. He had been ambassador at Constantinople and at Paris, and had now retired on his laurels, an influence still, but no longer an active power in the machine of government. At his house gathered all that was most brilliant in London society. To be seen at Lady Denya's evening parties was the guinea stamp of social distinction. To dine with Lord Denya was an opening in life almost as valuable as university honours, and more difficult of attainment. It was during the quarter of an hour before dinner that a group of persons, mostly personages, congregated round Lord Denya's chimney-piece, naturally trending towards the social hearth, albeit it was the season for roses and lilies rather than of fires, and the hum of the city was floating in upon the breath of the warm June evening, through the 5 tall windows which opened upon Lord Denya's balcony. The 10 or 12 persons assembled seemed only a sprinkling in the large lofty room, furnished sparsely with amber satin sofas, a pair of Florentine marble tables, and half an acre or so of looking-glass. Voluminous amber draperies shrouded the windows and deadened the sound of rolling wheels, and the voices and footfalls of Western London. The drawing-rooms of those days were neither artistic nor picturesque, neither early English nor Low Dutch, nor Renaissance, nor Anglo-Japanese. A stately commonplace distinguished the reception-rooms of the great world. Upholstery stagnated at a dead level of fluted legs, gilding, plate glass, and amber satin. Lady Denya stood a little way in advance of the group on the hearthrug, fanning herself, with her eye on the door, while she listened languidly to the remarks of a youthful diplomatist, a sprig of a lordly tree, upon their last debut at Her Majesty's Theatre. "My own idea was that she screamed," said her ladyship, "but the new Rosinas generally do scream. Why do we have a new Rosina every year, whom nobody ever hears of afterwards? What becomes of them? Do they die, or do they set up as singing mistresses in second-rate watering-places?" hazarded her ladyship, with her eye always on the door. She was a large woman, in amethyst satin, and a gauze turban with a diamond aigrette, a splendid jewel, which would not have misbeseemed the headgear of an Indian prince. Lady Denya was one of the last women who wore a turban, and that oriental headdress became her bold and massive features. infinitely bored by the whiskerless attaché who had entered upon a disquisition on the genius of Rossini as compared with this new man Meyerbeer. Her ladyship made believe to hear, while she listened intently to the confidential murmurs of the group on the hearth-rug, the little knot of personages clustered round Lord Denyer. "Indian mail in this morning," said one. "Nothing else talked of at the club. Very flagrant case. A great deal worse than Warren Hastings. Quite clear there must be a public inquiry. House of Lords. Criminal prosecution." "I was told on very good authority that he has been recalled, and is now on his passage home," said another man. Lord Denyer shrugged his shoulders, pursed up his lips, and looked ineffably wise, a way he had when he knew very little about the subject under discussion. "How will she take it, do you think?" inquired Colonel Madison of the Life Guards, a man about town, and an inveterate gossip who knew everybody and everybody's family history, down to the peccadilloes of people's great-grandmothers. "You will have an opportunity of judging," replied his lordship coolly. "She's to be here this evening." "But do you think she'll show?" asked the Colonel. "The mail must have brought the news to her as well as to other people. Supposing she knew nothing about it beforehand, she must know that the storm has burst. Do you think she'll—" "Come out in the thunder and lightning?" interrupted Lord Denyer. "I am sure she will. She has the pride of Lucifer and the courage of a lion. 5 to 1 in ponies that she is here before the clock strikes 7. "I think you are right. I knew her mother, Constance Talmash. Pluck was a family characteristic of the Talmashes, wicked as devils and brave as lions. Old Talmash, the grandfather, shot his valet in a paroxysm of delirium tremens," said Colonel Madison. "She's a splendid woman, and she won't flinch. I'd rather back her than bet against her." "Lady Maulevrier," announced the groom of the chambers, and Lady Denyer moved at least 3 paces forward to meet her guest. The lady who entered, with slow and stately movements and proudly balanced head, might have served for a model as Juno or the Empress Livia. She was still in the bloom of youth, at most 27, but she had all the calm assurance of middle age. No dowager, hardened by the varied experiences of a quarter of a century in the great world, could have faced society with more perfect coolness and self-possession. She was beautiful, and she let the world see that she was conscious of her beauty, and the power that went along with it. She was clever, and she used her cleverness with unfailing tact and unscrupulous audacity. She had won her place in the world as an acknowledged beauty, and one of the leaders of fashion. 2 years ago she had been the glory and delight of Anglo-Indian society in the city of Madras, ruling that remote and limited kingdom with a despotic power. Then, all of a sudden, she was ordered, or she ordered her physician to order her, an immediate departure from that perilous climate, and she came back to England with her 3-year-old son, 2 ayahs, and 4 European servants, leaving her husband, Lord Maulevrier, governor of the Madras Presidency, to finish the term of his service in an enforced widowhood. She returned to be the delight of London society. She threw open the family mansion in Curzon Street to the very best people, but to those only. She went out a great deal, but she was never seen at a second-rate party. She had not a single doubtful acquaintance upon her visiting list. She spent half of every year at the family seat in Scotland, and was a miracle of goodness to the poor of her parish, and taught her boy his alphabet. Lord Denyer came forward while his wife and Lady Maulevrier were shaking hands, and greeted her with more than his usual cordiality. Colonel Madison watched for the privilege of a recognizing nod from the divinity. Sir Jasper Paulet, a legal luminary of the first brilliancy, likely to be employed for the Crown, if there should be an inquiry into Lord Maulevrier's conduct out yonder, came to press Lady Maulevrier's hand and murmur a tender welcome. She accepted their friendliness as a matter of course, and not by the faintest extra quiver of the tremulous stars which glittered in a circlet above her raven hair did she betray her consciousness of the cloud that darkened her husband's reputation. Never had she appeared gayer, or more completely satisfied with herself and the world in which she lived. She was ready to talk about anything and everything, the newly wedded queen, and the fortunate prince, whose existence among us had all the charm of novelty, of Lord Melbourne's declining health, and Sir Robert Peel's sliding scale, mesmerism, the Oxford Tracts, the latest balloon ascent, the opera, Macready's last production at Drury Lane, Bulwer's new novel, and that clever little comic paper, just struggling into popularity. What do you call the thing? Punch, yes, Punch, or the London Charivari, a much more respectable paper than its Parisian prototype. Seated next Lord Denyer, who was an excellent listener, Lady Maulevrier's vivacity never flagged throughout the dinner, happily not so long as a modern banquet, albeit more ponderous and not less expensive. From the turtle to the pines and strawberries, Lady Maulevrier held her host or her right-hand neighbour in interested conversation. She always knew the particular subjects likely to interest particular people, and was a good listener as well as a good talker. Her right-hand neighbour was Sir Jasper Paulet, who had been allotted to the pompous wife of a court physician, a lady who had begun her married life in the outer darkness of Guildford Street, Bloomsbury, with a household consisting of a maid-of-all-work and a boy in buttons, with an occasional interregnum of charwoman, and for whom all the length and breadth of Harley Street was now much too small. Sir Jasper was only decently civil to this haughty matron, who, on the strength of a card for a ball, or a concert at the palace once in a season, affected to be on the most intimate terms with royalty, and knew everything that happened, and every fluctuation of opinion in that charmed circle. The great lawyer's left ear was listening greedily for any word of meaning that might fall from the lips of Lady Maulevrier, but no such word fell. She talked delightfully, with a touch-and-go vivacity which is the highest form of dinner-table talk, not dwelling with a heavy hand upon any one subject, but glancing from theme to theme with airy lightness. But not one word did she say about the Governor of Madras, and at this juncture of affairs it would have been the worst possible taste to inquire too closely after his lordship's welfare. So the dinner wore on to its stately close, and just as the solemn procession of flunkies, long as the shadowy line of the kings in Macbeth, filed off with the empty ice-dishes, Lady Maulevrier said something which was as if a shell had exploded in the middle of the table. "Perhaps you are surprised to see me in such good spirits," she said, beaming upon her host, and speaking in those clear, perfectly finished syllables which are heard further than the louder accents of less polished speakers. "But you will not wonder when I let you into the secret. Maulevrier is on his way home." "Indeed," said Lord Denyer, with the most benignant smile he could command at such short notice. He felt that the muscles round his eyes and the corners of his mouth were betraying too much of his real sentiments. "You must be very glad." "I am gladder than I can say," answered Lady Maulevrier gaily. "That horrid climate, a sky like molten copper, an atmosphere that tastes of red-hot sand, that flat barren coast, never suited him. His term of office would expire in little more than a year, but I hardly think he could have lived out the year. However, I am happy to say the mail that came in to-day, I suppose you know the mail is in?" Lord Denyer bowed. "Brought me a letter from his lordship, telling me that he has sent in his resignation and taken his passage by the next big ship that leaves Madras. I imagine he will be home in October." "If he have a favourable passage," said Lord Denyer. "Favoured by your good wishes, the winds and the waves ought to deal gently with him." "Ah, we have done with the old days of Greek story, when Neptune was open to feminine influence," sighed her ladyship. "My poor Ulysses has no goddess of wisdom to look after him." "Perhaps not, but he has the most charming of Penelopes waiting for him at home." "A Penelope who goes to dinners, and takes life pleasantly in his absence. That is a new order of things, is it not?" said her ladyship laughingly. "I hope my poor Ulysses will not come home thoroughly broken in health, but that our Sutherlandshire breezes will set him up again." "Rather an ordeal after India, I should think," said Lord Denyer. "It is his native air. He will revel in it." "Delicious country, no doubt," assented his lordship, who was no sportsman, and who detested Scotland. grouse moors, deer forests, salmon rivers included. His only idea of a winter residence was Florence or Capri, and of the two he preferred Capri. The island was at that time little frequented by Englishmen. It had hardly been fashionable since the time of Tiberius, but Lord Denyer went there, accompanied by his French chef and a dozen other servants, and roughed it in a native hotel, while Lady Denyer wintered at the family seat among the hills near Bath, and gave herself over to Low Church devotion and works of benevolence. She made herself a terror to the neighbourhood by the strictness of her ideas all through the autumn and winter, and in the spring she went up to London, put on her turban and her diamonds, and plunged into the vortex of West End society, where she revolved among other jewelled matrons for the season, telling herself and her intimates that this sacrifice of inclination was due to his lordship's position. Lady Denyer was not the less serious-minded because she was seen at every aristocratic resort, and wore low gowns with very short sleeves, and a great display of mottled arm and dimpled elbow. Now came her ladyship's smiling signal for the withdrawal of that fairer half of the assembly which was supposed to be indifferent to Lord Denyer's famous port and Madeira. She had been throwing out her gracious signals unperceived for at least 5 minutes before Lady Maulevrier responded, so entirely was that lady absorbed in her conversation with Lord Denyer, but she caught the look at last, and rose as if moved by the same machinery which impelled her hostess, and then, graceful as a swan sailing with the current, she drifted down the room to the distant door, and headed the stately procession of matronly velvet and diamonds, herself at once the most regal and the most graceful figure in that bevy of fair women. In the drawing-room nobody could be gayer than Lady Maulevrier, as she marked the time of Signor Papinizi's Solterello, exquisitely performed on the Signor's famed Amati violin, or talked of the latest scandal, always excepting that latest scandal of all, which involved her own husband, in subdued murmurs with one of her intimates. In the dining-room the men drew closer together over their wine, and tore Lord Maulevrier's character to rags. Yea, they rent him with their teeth, and gnawed the flesh from his bones, until there was not so much left of him as the dogs left of Jezebel. He had been a scamp from his cradle, a spendthrift at Eton and Oxford, a blackleg in his manhood, false to men, false to women. Clever, yes, undoubtedly, just as Satan is clever, and as unscrupulous as that very Satan. This was what his friends said of him over their wine. And now he was rumoured to have sold the British forces in the Carnatic provinces to one of the native princes. Yes, to have taken gold to an amount which Clive in his most rapacious moments never dreamt of, for his countrymen's blood. Tidings of dark transactions between the governor and the native princes had reached the ears of the government, tidings so vague, so incredible, that the government might naturally be slow to believe, still slower to act. There were whispers of a woman's influence, a beautiful Rani, a creature as fascinating and as unscrupulous as Cleopatra. The scandal had been growing for months past, but it was only in the letters received today that the rumour had taken a tangible shape, and now it was currently reported that Lord Maulevrier had been recalled, and would have to answer at the bar of the House of Lords for his misdemeanours, which were of a much darker colour than those acts for which Warren Hastings had been called to account 50 years before. Yet in the face of all this, Lady Maulevrier bore herself as proudly as if her husband's name were spotless, and talked of his return with all the ardour of a fond and trusting wife. "One of the finest bits of acting I ever saw in my life," said the court physician. "Mademoiselle Mars never did anything better." "Do you really think it was acting?" inquired Lord Denyer, affecting a youthful candour and trustfulness which at his age and with his experience he could hardly be supposed to possess. "I know it," replied the doctor. "I watched her while she was talking of Maulevrier, and I saw just one bead of perspiration break out on her upper lip, an unmistakable sign of the mental struggle." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2 Ulysses. October was ending drearily, with northeast winds, dust, drifting dead leaves, and a steel grey sky, and the Dolphin Hotel at Southampton was glorified by the presence of Lady Maulevrier and suite. Her ladyship's suite was on this occasion limited to 3 servants, her French maid, a footman, and a kind of factotum, a man of no distinct and arbitrary signification in her ladyship's household, neither butler nor steward, but that privileged being, an old and trusted servant, and a person who was supposed to enjoy more of Lady Maulevrier's confidence than any other member of her establishment. This James Stedman had been valet to her ladyship's father, Lord Peveril, during the declining years of that nobleman. The narrow limits of a sick-room had brought the master and servant into a closer companionship than is common to that relation. Lady Diana Angersthorpe was a devoted daughter, and in her attendance upon the Earl during the last 3 years of his life, a life which closed more than a year before her own marriage, she saw a great deal of James Stedman, and learned to trust him as servants are not often trusted. He was not more than 20 years of age at the beginning of his service, but he was a man of extraordinary gravity, much in advance of his years, a man of shrewd common sense and clear, sharp intellect. Not a reading man, or a man in any way superior to his station and belongings, but a man who could think quickly, and understand quickly, and who always seemed to think rightly. Prompt in action, yet steady as a rock, and to all appearance recognizing no earthly interest, no human tie, beyond or above the interests of his master. As a nurse, Stedman showed himself invaluable. Lord Peveril left him £100 in acknowledgment of his services, which was something for Lord Peveril, who had very little ready cash wherewith to endow his only daughter. After his death, the title and the estates went to a distant cousin. Lady Diana Angersthorpe was taken in hand by her aunt, the Dowager Marchioness of Carisbrooke, and James Stedman would have had to find employment among strangers if Lady Diana had not pleaded so urgently with her aunt as to secure him a somewhat insignificant post in her ladyship's establishment. "If ever I have a house of my own, you shall have a better place in it, Stedman," said Lady Diana. She kept her word, and on her marriage with Lord Maulevrier, which happened about 18 months afterwards, Stedman passed into that nobleman's service. He was a member of her ladyship's bodyguard, and his employment seemed to consist chiefly in poking fires, cutting the leaves of books and newspapers, superintending the footman's attendance upon her ladyship's household pets, and conveying her sentiments to the other servants. He was, in a manner, Lady Maulevrier's mouthpiece, and although treated with a respect that verged upon awe, he was not a favourite with the household. And now the house in Mayfair was given over to the charge of caretakers. All the other servants had been dispatched by coach to her ladyship's favourite retreat in Westmoreland, within a few miles of the Laureate's home at Rydal Mount, and James Stedman was charged with the whole responsibility of her ladyship's travelling arrangements. Penelope had come to Southampton to wait for Ulysses, whose ship had been due for more than a week, and whose white sails might be expected above the horizon at any moment. James Stedman spent a good deal of his time waiting about at the docks for the earliest news of Green's ship, the Hypermnestra, while Lady Maulevrier waited patiently in her sitting-room at the Dolphin, whose 3 long French windows commanded a full view of the High Street, with all those various distractions afforded by the chief thoroughfare of a provincial town. Her ladyship was provided with a large box of books from Eber's in Bond Street, a basket of fancy work, and her favourite Blenheim spaniel, Lalla Rookh. But even these sources of amusement did not prevent the involuntary expression of weariness in occasional yawns and frequent pacings up and down the room, where the formal hotel furniture had a comfortless and chilly look. Fellside, her ladyship's place in Westmoreland, was the pleasure house which, among all her possessions, she most valued, but it had hitherto been reserved for summer occupation, or for perhaps 2 or 3 weeks at Easter, when the spring was exceptionally fine. The sudden determination to spend the coming winter in the house near Grasmere was considered a curious freak of Lady Maulevrier's, and she was constrained to explain her motives to her friends. "His lordship is out of health," she said, "and wants perfect rest and retirement. Now, Fellside is the only place we have in which he is likely to get perfect rest. Anywhere else we should have to entertain. Fellside is out of the world. There is no one to be entertained." "Except your neighbour, Wordsworth. I suppose you see him sometimes?" "Dear simple-minded old soul, he gives nobody any trouble," said her ladyship. "But is not Westmoreland very cold in winter?" asked her friend. Lady Maulevrier smiled benignly, as at an inoffensive ignorance. "So sheltered," she murmured. "We are at the base of the fell. Lohrig rises up like a cyclopean wall between us and the wind." "But when the wind is in the other direction?" "We have Nabscar. You do not know how we are girdled and defended by hills." "Very pleasant," agreed the friend, "but for my own part I would rather winter in the south." Those terrible rumours which had first come upon the world of London last June had been growing darker and more defined ever since, but still Lady Maulevrier made believe to ignore them, and she acted her part of unconsciousness with such consummate skill that nobody in her circle could be sure where the acting began and where the ignorance left off. The astute Lord Denyer declared that she was a wonderful woman, and knew more about the real state of the case than anybody else. Meanwhile it was said by those who were supposed to be well informed that a mass of evidence was accumulating against Lord Maulevrier. The India House, it was rumoured, was busy with the secret investigation of his case prior to that public inquiry which was to come on during the next session. His private fortune would be made answerable for his misdemeanours. His life, said the alarmists, might pay the penalty of his treason. On all sides it was agreed that the case against Lord Maulevrier was black as Erebus, and still Lady Maulevrier looked society in the face with an unshaken courage, and was ready with smiles and gracious words for all comers. But now came a harder trial, which was to receive the man who had disgraced her, lowered her pride to the dust, degraded the name she bore. She had married him not loving him, nay, plucking another love out of her heart in order that she might give herself to him. She had married him for position and fortune, and now, by his follies, by his extravagance, and by that greed of gold which is inevitable in the spendthrift and profligate, he had gone near to cheat her out of both name and fortune. Yet she so commanded herself as to receive him with a friendly air when he arrived at the Dolphin, on a dull grey autumn afternoon, after she had waited for him nearly a fortnight. James Stedman ushered in his lordship, a frail, attenuated-looking figure, of middle height, wrapped in a furred cloak, yet shivering, a pale, sickly face, light auburn whiskers, light blue eyes, full and large, but with no intellectual power in them. Lady Maulevrier was sitting by the fire in a melancholy attitude, with the Blenheim spaniel on her lap. Her son was at Hastings with his nurses. She had nothing nearer and dearer than the spaniel. She rose and went over to her husband, and let him kiss her. It would have been too much to say that she kissed him, but she submitted her lips unresistingly to his, and then they sat down on opposite sides of the hearth. "A wretched afternoon," said his lordship, shivering, and drawing his chair closer to the fire. Stedman had taken away his fur-lined cloak. "I had really underrated the disagreeableness of the English climate. It is abominable." "To-day is not a fair sample," answered her ladyship, trying to be cheerful. "We have had some pleasant autumn days." "I detest autumn," exclaimed Lord Maulevrier. "A season of dead leaves, damp, and dreariness. I should like to get away to Montpellier or Nice as soon as we can." Her ladyship gave him a scathing look, half scornful, half incredulous. "You surely would not dream of leaving the country," she said, "under present circumstances. So long as you are here to answer all charges, no one will interfere with your liberty, but if you were to cross the Channel—" "My slanderers might insinuate that I was running away," interrupted Maulevrier, "although the very fact of my return ought to prove to everyone that I am able to meet and face this cabal." "Is it a cabal?" asked her ladyship, looking at him with a gaze that searched his soul. "Can you meet their charges? Can you live down this hideous accusation, and hold up your head as a man of honour?" The sensualist blue eyes nervously shunned that look of earnest interrogation. His lips answered the wife's spoken question with a lie made manifest by the expression of his countenance. "I am not afraid," he said. His wife answered not a word. She was assured that the charges were true, and that the battered rake who shivered over the fire had neither courage nor ability to face his accusers. She saw the whole fabric of her life in ruins, her son the penniless successor to a tarnished name. There was silence for some minutes. Lady Maulevrier sat with lowered eyelids looking at the fire, deep in painful thought. Two perpendicular wrinkles upon her broad white forehead, so calm, so unclouded in society, told of gnawing cares. And then she stole a look at her husband as he reclined in his armchair, his head lying back against the cushions in listless repose, his eyes looking vacantly at the window, whence he could see only the rain-blurred fronts of opposite houses, blank, dull windows, grey slated roofs against a leaden sky. He had been a handsome man, and he was handsome still, albeit premature decay, the result of an evil life, was distinctly marked in his faded face. The dull yellow tint of the complexion, the tarnished dimness of the large blue eyes, the discontented droop of the lips, the languor of the attitude, the pallid transparency of the wasted hands, all told of a life worn threadbare, energies exhausted, chances thrown away, a mind abandoned to despair. "You look very ill," said his wife, after that long blank interval which marked so unnatural an apathy between husband and wife meeting after so long a severance. "I am very ill. I have been worried to death, surrounded by rogues and liars, the victim of a most infernal conspiracy." He spoke hurriedly, growing whiter and more tremulous as he went on. "Don't talk about it. You agitate yourself to no purpose," said Lady Maulevrier, with a tranquillity which seemed heartless, yet which might be the result of suppressed feeling. "If you are to face this scandal firmly and boldly next January, you must try to recover physical strength in the meanwhile. Mental energy may come with better health." "I shall never be any better," said Lord Maulevrier testily. "That infernal climate has shattered my constitution." 2 or 3 months of perfect rest and good nursing will make a new man of you. I have arranged that we shall go straight from here to Fellside. No one can plague you there with that disguised impertinence called sympathy. You can give all your thoughts to the ordeal before you, and be ready to meet your accusers. Fortunately, you have no Burke against you." "Fellside? You think of going to Fellside?" "Yes. You know how fond I am of that place. I little thought when you settled it upon me, a cottage in Westmoreland with 50 acres of garden and meadow, so utterly insignificant, that I should ever like it better than any of your places. A charming retreat in summer, but we have never wintered there. What put it into your head to go there at such a season as this? Why, I dare say the snow is on the tops of the hills already." "It is the only place I know where you will not be watched and talked about," replied Lady Maulevrier. "You will be out of the eye of the world. I think that consideration would weigh more with you than 2 or 3 degrees of the thermometer." "I detest cold," said the Earl, "and in my weak health—" "We will take care of you," answered her ladyship, and in the discussion which followed she bore herself so firmly that her husband was fain to give way. How could a disgraced and ruined man, broken in health and spirits, contest the mere details of life with a high-spirited woman 10 years his junior? The Earl wanted to go to London, and remain there at least a week, but this her ladyship strenuously opposed. He must see his lawyer, he urged. There were steps to be taken which could be taken only under legal advice, counsel to be retained. If this lying invention of Satan were really destined to take the form of a public trial, he must be prepared to fight his foes on their own ground. "You can make all your preparations at Fellside," answered his wife resolutely. "I have seen Messrs. Rigby and Ryder, and your own particular ally, Rigby, will go to you at Fellside whenever you want him." "That is not like my being on the spot," said his lordship nervously, evidently much disconcerted by her ladyship's firmness, but too feeble in mind and body for a prolonged contest. "I ought to be on the spot. I am not without influence. I have friends, men in power." "Surely you are not going to appeal to friendship in order to vindicate your honour. These charges are true or false. If they are false, your own manhood, your own rectitude, can face them and trample upon them unaided by backstairs influence. If they are true, no one can help you." "I think you, at least, ought to know that they are as false as hell," retorted the Earl, with an attempt to maintain his dignity. "I have acted as if I so believed," replied his wife. "I have lived as if there were no such slanders in the air. I have steadily ignored every report, every insinuation, have held my head as high as if I knew you were immaculate." "I expected as much from you," answered the Earl coolly. "If I had not known you were a woman of sense, I should not have married you." This was his utmost expression of gratitude. His next remarks had reference solely to his own comfort. Where were his rooms? At what
Chapter 3 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jyoti Taravanat. Phantom Fortune, a novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. On the Wrong Road. Lord and Lady Maulevrier left Southampton next morning, posting. They took 2 servants in the rumble, Stedman and the footman. Stedman was to valet his lordship, the footman to be useful in all emergencies of the journey. The maid and the valet were to travel by heavy coach with the luggage, her ladyship dispensing with all personal attendance during the journey. The first day took them to Rugby, whither they travelled across country to Wallington and Oxford. The second day took them to Lichfield. Lord Maulevrier was out of health and feeble, and grumbled a good deal about the fatigue of the journey, the badness of the weather, which was dull and cold, east winds all day, and a light frost morning and night. As they progressed northward, the sky looked greyer, the air became more biting. His lordship insisted upon the stages being shortened. He lay in bed at his hotel till noon, and was seldom ready to start till 2 o'clock. He could see no reason for haste. The winter would be long enough in all conscience at Fellside. He complained of mysterious aches and pains. described himself in the presence of hotel-keepers and head-waiters as a mass of maladies. He was nervous, irritable, intensely disagreeable. Lady Maulevrier bore his humours with unwavering patience, and won golden opinions from all sorts of people by her devotion to a husband whose blighted name was the common talk of England. Everybody, even in distant provincial towns, had heard of the scandal against the governor of Madras, and everybody looked at the sallow, faded Anglo-Indian with morbid curiosity. His lordship, sensitive on all points touching his own ease and comfort, was keenly conscious of this unflattering inquisitiveness. The journey, protracted by Lord Maulevrier's languor and ill health, dragged its slow length along for nearly a fortnight, until it seemed to Lady Maulevrier as if they had been travelling upon those dismal, flat, unpicturesque roads for months. Each day was so horribly like yesterday. The same hedgerows and flat fields, and passing glimpse of river or canal, the same absence of all beauty in the landscape, the same formal hotel rooms and smirking landladies, and so on, till they came to Lancaster, after which the journey became more interesting. Hills arose in the background. Even the smoky manufacturing towns, through which they passed without stopping, were less abominable than the level monotony of the Midland counties. But now, as they drew nearer the hills, the weather grew colder. Snow was spoken of, and when they got into Westmoreland, the mountain peaks gleamed whitely against a lead-coloured sky. "You ought not to have brought me here in such weather," complained the Earl, shivering in his sables, as he sat in his corner of the travelling chariot, looking discontentedly at the gloomy landscape. "What is to become of us if we are caught in a snowstorm?" "We shall have no snow worth talking about before we are safely housed at Fellside, and then we can defy the elements," said Lady Maulevrier coolly. They slept that night at Oxenholme, and started next morning under a clean, bright sky, intending to take a luncheon at Windermere, and then to be home by nightfall. But by the time they got to Windermere, the sky had changed to a dark grey, and the people at the hotel prophesied a heavy fall before night, and urged the Earl and Countess to go no further that day. The later part of the road to Fellside was rough and hilly. If there should be a snowstorm, the horses would never be able to drag the carriage up the steepest bit of the way. Here, however, Lord Maulevrier's obstinacy came into play. He would not endure another night at an hotel so near his own house. He was sick to death of travelling, and wanted to be at rest among comfortable surroundings. "It was murder to bring me here," he said to his wife. "If I had gone to Hastings, I should have been a new man by this time. As it is, I am a great deal worse than when I landed." Every one at the hotel noticed his lordship's white and haggard looks. He had been known there as a young man in the bloom of health and strength, and his decay was particularly obvious to these people. "I saw death in his face," the landlord said afterwards. Every one, even her ladyship's firmness and good sense, gave way before the invalid's impatience. At 3 in the afternoon they left the hotel with 4 horses to make the remaining 19 miles of the way in one stage. They had not been on the road half an hour before the snow began to fall thickly, whitening everything around them except the lake, which showed a dark leaden surface at the bottom of the slope along the edge of which they were travelling. too sullen for speech, Lord Maulevrier sat back in his corner, with his sable cloak drawn up to his chin, his travelling cap covering his head and ears, his eyes contemplating the whitening world with a weary anger. His wife watched the landscape as long as she could, but the snow soon began to darken all the air, and she could see nothing save that blank, blinding fall. Half-way to Fellside, there was a point where two roads meet, one leading towards Grasmere, the other towards the village of Great Langdale, a cluster of humble habitations in the heart of the hills. When the horses had struggled as far as this point, the snow was 6 inches deep on the road, and made a thick curtain around them as it fell. By this time the Earl had dozed off to sleep. He woke an hour after, let down the window, which let in a snow-laden gust, and tried to pierce the gloom without. "As black as Erebus," he exclaimed. "But we ought to be close at home by this time. Yes, thank God, there are the lights." The carriage drew up a minute afterwards, and Stedman came to the door. "Very sorry, my lord. The horses must have taken a wrong turn after we crossed the bridge, and now the men say they can't go back to Fellside unless we can get fresh horses, and I'm afraid there's no chance of that here." "Here?" exclaimed the Earl. "What do you mean by here? Where the devil are we?" "Great Langdale, my lord." A door opened and let out a flood of light, a red light of a wood fire, the pale flame of a candle upon the snowy darkness, revealing the panelled hall of a neat little rustic inn, an 8-day clock ticking in the corner, a black and white sheepdog coming out at his master's heels to investigate the travellers. To the right of the door showed the light of a window, sheltered by a red curtain, behind which the chiefs of the village were enjoying their evening. "Have you any post-horses?" asked the Earl discontentedly, as the landlord stood on the threshold, shading the candle with his hand. "No, sir, we don't keep post-horses." "Of course not. I knew as much before I asked," said the Earl. "We are fixed in this dismal hole for the night, I suppose. How far are we from Fellside?" 7 miles, answered the landlord. "I beg your pardon, my lord. I didn't know it was your lordship," he added hurriedly. "We are in sore trouble, and it makes a man draught-like, and there's nothing else we can do." "Is there no hope of getting on, Stedman?" asked the Earl, cutting short these civilities. "Not with these horses, my lord." "And you hear we can't get any others. Is there any farmer about here who could lend us a pair of carriage horses?" The landlord knew of no such person. "Then we must stop here till tomorrow morning. What infernal fools those post-boys must be," protested Lord Maulevrier. James Stedman apologized for the postilions, explaining that when they came to the critical point of their journey, where the road branched off to the Langdales, the snow was falling so thickly, the whole country was so hidden in all-pervading whiteness, that even he, who knew the way so well, could give no hope to the drivers. He could only trust the instinct of local postilions and local horses, and instinct had proved wrong. The travellers alighted and were ushered into a not uncomfortable-looking parlour, very low as to the ceiling, very old-fashioned as to the furniture, but spotlessly clean, and enlivened by a good fire, to which his lordship drew near, shivering and muttering discontentedly to himself. "We might be worse off," said her ladyship, looking round the bright little room, which pleased her better than many a state apartment in the large hotels at which they had stopped. "Hardly, unless we were out on the moor," grumbled the husband. "I am sick to death of this ill-advised, unreasonable journey. I am at a loss to imagine your motive in bringing me here. You must have had a motive." "I had," answered Lady Maulevrier, with a freezing look. "I wanted to get you out of the way. I told you that plainly enough at Southampton." "I don't see why I should be hurried away and hidden," said Lord Maulevrier. "I must face my accusers sooner or later. Of course, the day of reckoning must come. But in the meantime, have you no delicacy? Do you want to be pointed at everywhere?" "All I know is that I am very ill," answered her husband, "and that this wretched journey has made me 20 years older. We shall be safe at home before noon tomorrow, and you can have Horton to set you right again. You know you always believed in his skill." "Horton is a clever fellow enough as country doctors go, but at Hastings I could have had the best physicians in London to see me," grumbled his lordship. The rustic maidservant came in to lay the table, assisted by her ladyship's footman, who looked a good deal too tall for the room. "I shan't dine," said the Earl. "I'm a great deal too ill and cold. Light a fire in my room, girl, and send Stedman to me." This to the footman, who hastened to obey. "You can send me a basin of soup presently. I shall go to bed at once." He left the room without another word to his wife, who sat by the hearth, staring thoughtfully at the cheery wood fire. Presently she looked up and saw the man and maid were going on with their preparations for dinner. "I do not care about dining alone," said her ladyship. "We lunched at Windermere, and I have no appetite. You can clear away those things and bring me some tea." When the table furniture had been cleared, and a neat little tea-tray set upon the white cloth, Lady Maulevrier drew her chair to the table and took out a pocket-book, from which she produced a letter. This she read more than once, meditating profoundly upon its contents. "I am very sorry he has come home," wrote her correspondent, "and yet if he had stayed in India there must have been an investigation on the spot. A public inquiry is inevitable, and the knowledge of his arrival in the country will precipitate matters. From all I hear, I much fear that there is no chance of the result being favourable to him. You have asked me to write the unvarnished truth, to be brutal even, remember. His delinquencies are painfully notorious, and I apprehend that the last 6 pence he owns will be answerable. His landed estate, I am told, can also be confiscated, and in the event of an impeachment at the bar of the House of Lords, as in the Warren Hastings case. But as yet nobody seems clear as to the form which the investigation will take. In reply to your inquiry as to what would have happened if his lordship had died on the passage home, I believe I am justified in saying the scandal would have been allowed to die with him. He has contrived to provoke powerful animosities both in the cabinet and at the India House, and there is, I fear, an intention to pursue the inquiry to the bitter end. Assurances of the writer's sympathy followed these harsh truths, but to this polite commonplace her ladyship paid no attention. Her mind was intent on hard facts, the dismal probabilities of the near future. "If he had died upon the passage home," she repeated, "would to God that he had so died, and that my son's name and fortune could be saved." The innocent child who had never given her an hour's care, the one creature she loved with all the strength of her proud nature, his fortune was to be blighted by his father's misdoings, overshadowed by shame and dishonour in the very dawn of life. It was a wicked wish, an unnatural wish to find room in a woman's breast, but the wish was there. Would to God he had died before the ship touched an English port. But he was living, and would have to face his accusers, and she, his wife, must give him all the help she could. She sat long by the waning fire. She took nothing but a cup of tea, although the landlady had sent in substantial accompaniments to the tea-tray in the shape of broiled ham, new-laid eggs, and hot cakes, arguing that a traveller on such a night must be hungry, albeit disinclined for a ceremonious dinner. She had been sitting for nearly an hour in almost the same attitude, when there came a knock on the door, and on being bidden to enter, the landlady came in with some logs in her apron, under the pretence of replenishing the fire. "I was afraid your fire must be getting low, and that you'd be most starved, my lady," she said, as she put on the logs, and swept up the ashes on the hearth. "Such a dreadful night, so early in the year too. I am thinking we shall have a gay, hard winter." "That does not always follow," said Lady Maulevrier. "Has Stedman come downstairs?" "Yes, my lady. He told me to tell your ladyship that his lordship is pretty comfortable, and hopes to pass a good night." "I am glad to hear it. You can give me another room, I suppose. It would be better for his lordship not to be disturbed, as he is very much out of health." "There is another room, my lady, but it's very small." "I don't mind how small, if it is clean and airy." "Yes, my lady. I am thankful to say you won't find dirt or stuffiness anywhere in this house." "His lordship do look mortal badly," added the landlady, shaking her head dolefully, "and I remember him such a fine young gentleman, when he used to come down the Rothe with the otter-hounds running along the bank, jumping in and out of the beck, up to his knees in the water, and now to see him so white and emaciated, and broken down like in the very prime of life, all along of living out in a hot country, among black moors, which is used to it, poor ignorant creatures, and never knew no better. It must be a hard trial for you, my lady." "It is a hard trial." "Ah, we all have our trials, rich and poor," sighed the woman, who desired nothing better than to be allowed to unbosom her woes to the grand-looking lady in the fur-bordered cloth pelisse, with beautiful dark hair piled up in clustering masses above a broad white forehead, and slender white hands on which diamonds flashed and glittered in the firelight, an unaccustomed figure by that rustic hearth. "We all have our trials, high and low." "That reminds me," said Lady Maulevrier, looking up at her, "your husband said you were in trouble. What did that mean?" "Sickness in my house, my lady. A brother of mine that went to America to make his fortune, and seemed to be doing so well for the first 5 or 6 years, and wrote home such beautiful letters, and then left off writing all at once, and we made sure as he was dead, and never got a word from him for 10 years, and just 3 weeks ago he drops in upon us as we was sitting over our tea between the lights, looking as white as a ghost. I gave a shriek when I saw him, for I was regular scared out of my senses. 'Robert's ghost!' I cried. but it was Robert himself, come home to us to die, and he's lying upstairs now, with so little life in him that I expect every breath to be his last." "What is his complaint?" "Apathy, my lord. Dear, that's not it. I never do remember the doctor's foreign names. Atrophy, perhaps. Yes, my lady, that was it. Happens such crack-jaw words come easy to a scholar like your ladyship." "Does the doctor give no hope?" "Well, no, my lady. He don't go so far as to say there is no hope. Though Robert has been badly so long, it all depends, he says, upon the rallying power of the constitution. The lungs are not gone, and the heart is not diseased. If there's rallying power, Robert will come round, and if there isn't, he will sink. But the doctor says nature will have to make an effort. But I have my own idea about the case," added the landlady with a sigh. "What is your idea?" "That our Robert was marked for death when he came into this house, and that he meant what he said when he spoke of coming home to die. Things had gone against him for the last 10 years in America. He married and took his wife out to a farm in the bush, and thought to make a good thing out of farming with the bit of brass he had saved at Haim. But America isn't Gert Langdale, you see, my lady, and his knowledge stood him in no stead in the bush. And first he lost his money, and he fashed himself terrible about that, and then he lost a child or two, and then he lost his wife, and he came back to us a broken-hearted man with no wish to live. The doctor may call it atrophy, but I will call it what the Scripture calls it, a broken and a wounded spirit." "Who is your doctor?" "Mr. Evans of Ambleside." "That little half-blind old man?" exclaimed her ladyship. "Surely you have no confidence in him?" "Not much, my lady, but I don't believe all the doctors in London could do anything for Robert. Good nursing will bring him round if anything can, and he gets that. I can assure your ladyship he's my only brother, the only kith and kin that's left to me, and he and I were gay fond of each other when he was young. You may be sure I don't spare any trouble, and my good man thinks the best of his larder or his cellar hardly good enough for Robert." "I'm sure you're kind, good people," replied her ladyship gently, "but I should have thought Mr. Horton of Grasmere could have done more than old Evans. However, you know best. I hope his lordship is not going to add to your cares by being laid up here, but he looked very ill this evening." "He did, my lady, mortal bad. However, we must hope for the best. Stedman is a splendid servant in illness. He nursed my father for years. Will you tell him to come to me, if you please? I want to hear what he thinks of his lordship, and to discuss the chances of our getting home early to-morrow." The landlady retired and summoned Mr. Stedman, who was enjoying his modest glass of grog in front of the kitchen fire. He had taught himself to dispense with the consolations of tobacco, lest he should at any time make himself obnoxious to her ladyship. Stedman was closeted with Lady Maulevrier for the next half-hour, during which his lordship's condition was gravely discussed. When he left the sitting-room, he told the landlord to be sure and feed the post-horses well, and make them comfortable for the night, so that they might be ready for the drive to Fellside early next morning. "Do you think his lordship will be well enough to travel?" asked the landlord. "He has made up his mind to get home, ill or well," answered Stedman. "He has wasted about a week by his dawdling ways on the road, and now he is in a fever to get
Chapter 4 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. The Last Stage. The post-horses, which had been well fed, but accommodated somewhat poorly in stable and barn, were quite ready to go on next morning, but Lord Maulevrier was not able to leave his room, where her ladyship remained in close attendance upon him. The hills and valleys were white with snow, but there was none falling, and Mr. Evans, the elderly surgeon from Ambleside, rode over to Great Langdale on his elderly cob, to look at Robert Haswell, and was called in to see Lord Maulevrier. Her ladyship had spoken lightly of his skill on the previous evening, but any doctor is better than none, so this feeble little personage was allowed to feel his lordship's pulse, and look at his lordship's tongue. His opinion, never too decidedly given, was a little more hazy than usual on this occasion, perhaps because of a certain awfulness, to unaccustomed eyes, in Lady Maulevrier's proud bearing. He said that his lordship was low, very low, and that the pulse was more irregular than he liked; but he committed himself no further than this, and went away, promising to send such pills and potions as were appropriate to the patient's condition. A boy rode the same pony over to Langdale later in the afternoon, with the promised medicines. Throughout the short winter day, which seemed terribly long in the stillness and solitude of Great Langdale, Lady Maulevrier kept watch in the sick-room, Steadman going in and out in constant attendance upon his master, save for 1/2 hour only, which her ladyship passed in the parlour below, in conversation with the landlady, a very serious conversation, as indicated by Mrs. Smithson's grave and somewhat troubled looks, when she left her ladyship. But a good deal of her trouble may have been caused by her anxiety about her brother, who was pronounced by the doctor to be much the same. At 11 o'clock that night, a mounted messenger was sent off to Ambleside in hot haste to fetch Mr. Evans, who came to the inn to find Lady Maulevrier kneeling beside her husband's bed, while Steadman stood with a troubled countenance at a respectful distance. The room was dimly lighted by a pair of candles burning on a table near the window, and at some distance from the old four-post bedstead, shaded by dark moreen curtains, the surgeon looked round the room, and then fumbled in his pockets for his spectacles, without the aid of which the outside world presented itself to him under a blurred and uncertain aspect. He put on his spectacles and moved towards the bed, but the first glance in that direction showed him what had happened. The outline of the rigid figure under the coverlet looked like a sculptured effigy upon a tomb. A sheet was drawn over the face of death. "You are too late to be of any use, Mr. Evans," murmured Steadman, laying his hand upon the doctor's sleeve, and drawing him away towards the door. They went softly on to the landing, off which opened the door of that other sick-room where the landlady's brother was lying. "When did this happen?" "A quarter of an hour after the messenger rode off to fetch you," answered Steadman. "His lordship lay all the afternoon in a heavy sleep, and we thought he was going on well, but after dark there was a difficulty in his breathing, which alarmed her ladyship, and she insisted upon you being sent for. The messenger had hardly been gone a quarter of an hour when his lordship woke suddenly, muttered to himself in a curious way, gave just one long-drawn sigh, and all was over. It was a terrible shock for her ladyship." "Indeed it must have been," murmured the village doctor. "It is a great surprise to me. I knew Lord Maulevrier was low, very low, the pulse feeble and intermittent, but I had no fear of anything of this kind. It is very sudden." "Yes, it is awfully sudden," said Steadman, and then he murmured in the doctor's ear, "You will give the necessary certificate, I hope, with as little trouble to her ladyship as possible. This is a dreadful blow, and she shall not be troubled. The body will be removed to–morrow, I suppose?" "Yes, he must be buried from his own house. I sent a second messenger to Ambleside for the undertaker. He will be here very soon, no doubt, and if the shell is ready by noon to–morrow, the body can be removed then. I have arranged to get her ladyship away to–night." "So late? After midnight?" "Why not? She cannot stay in this small house, so near the dead. There is a moon, and there is no snow falling, and we are within 7 miles of Fellside." The doctor had nothing further to say against the arrangement, although such a drive seemed to him a somewhat wild and reckless proceeding. Mr. Steadman's grave, self–possessed manner answered all doubts. Mr. Evans filled in the certificate for the undertaker, drank a glass of hot brandy and water, and remounted his nag, in no wise relishing his midnight ride, but consoling himself with the reflection that he would be handsomely paid for his trouble. An hour later Lady Maulevrier's travelling–carriage stood ready in the stable–yard, in the deep shadow of wall and gables. It was at Steadman's order that the carriage waited for her ladyship, at an obscure side–door, rather than in front of the inn. An east wind was blowing keenly along the mountain road, and the careful Steadman was anxious his mistress should not be exposed to that chilly blast. There was some delay, and the 4 horses jingled their bits impatiently, and then the door of the inn opened. A feeble light gleamed in the narrow passage within. Steadman stood ready to assist her ladyship. There was a bustle, a confusion of dark figures on the threshold. A huddled mass of cloaks and fur wraps was lifted into the carriage. The door was clapped to. The horses went clattering out of the yard, turned sharply into the snowy road, and started at a swinging pace towards the dark sullen bulk of Loughrigg Fell. The moon was shining upon Elterwater in the valley yonder. The mountain ridges, the deep gorges below those sullen heights, looked back where the shadow of night enfolded them, but all along the snow–white road the silver light shone full.
Chapter 5 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vipal Prem, vipalprem.com. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. 40 Years After. "What a horrid day!" said Lady Mary, throwing down her book with a yawn, and looking out of the deep bay window into a world of mountain and lake which was clouded over by a dense veil of rain and dull grey mist, such rain as one sees only in a lake district, a curtain of gloom which sets off sky and distance, and narrows the world to one solitary dwelling, suspended amidst cloud and water, like another ark in a new deluge. Rain, such rain as makes out-of-door exercise impossible, was always an affliction to Lady Mary Haselden. Her delight was in open air and sunshine, fishing in the lake and rivers, sitting in some sheltered hollow of the hills more fitting for an eagle's nest than for the occupation of a young lady, trying to paint those ever-varying, unpaintable mountain peaks which change their hues with every change of the sky, swimming, riding, roving far and wide over hill and heather, pleasures all the more or less masculine in their nature, and which were a subject of regret with Lady Maulevrier. Lady Lesbia was of a different temper. She loved ease and elegance, the gracious luxuries of life. She loved art and music, but not to labour hard at either. She played and sang a little, excellently within that narrow compass which she had allotted to herself, played Mendelssohn's Lieder with finished touch and faultless phrasing, sang Heine's ballads with consummate expression. She painted not at all. Why should anyone draw or paint indifferently, she asked, when Providence has furnished the world with so many great painters in the past and present? She could not understand Mary's ardent desire to do the thing herself, to be able with her own pencil and her own brush to reproduce the lakes and valleys, the wild brown hills she loved so passionately. Lesbia did not care two straws for the lovely Lake District amidst which she had been reared. Every pike and force, every beck and gill whereof was distinctly dear to her younger sister. She thought it a very hard thing to have spent so much of her life at Fellside, a trial that would have hardly been endurable if it were not for grandmother. Grandmother and Lesbia adored each other. Lesbia was the one person for whom Lady Maulevrier's stateliness was subjugated by perfect love. To all the rest of the world the Countess was marble, but to Lesbia she was wax. Lesbia could mould her as she pleased, but happily Lesbia was not the kind of young person to take advantage of this privilege. She was thoroughly ductile or docile, and had no desire, at present, which ran counter to her grandmother. Lesbia was a beauty. In her 19th year she was a curious reproduction, in face and figure, expression and carriage, of that Lady Diana Angersthorpe, who 45 years ago fluttered the dovecots of St. James's and Mayfair by her brilliant beauty and her keen intelligence. There, in the panelled drawing-room at Fellside, hung Harlow's portrait of Lady Diana in her zenith, in a short-waisted white satin frock with large puffed gauze sleeves, through which the perfect arm showed dimly. Standing under that picture, Lady Lesbia looked as if she had stepped out of the canvas. She was to be painted by Millet next year. Lady Maulevrier said, when she had been introduced, and society was beginning to talk about her, for Lady Maulevrier made up her mind 5 or 6 years ago that Lesbia should be the reigning beauty of her season. To this end she had educated and trained her, furnishing her with all those graces best calculated to please and astonish society. She was too clever a woman not to discover Lesbia's shallowness and lack of all great gifts, save the one peerless dower of perfect beauty. She knew exactly what Lesbia could be trained to do, and to this end Lesbia had been educated, and to this end Lady Maulevrier brought down to Fellside the most accomplished of Hanoverian governesses, who had learned French in Paris, and had toiled in the educational mill with profit to herself and her pupils for 1/4 century. To this lady the Countess entrusted the education of her granddaughters' minds, while for their physical training she provided another teacher in the person of a clever little Parisian dancing mistress, who had set up at the West End of London as a teacher of dancing and calisthenics, and had utterly failed to find pupils enough to pay her rent and keep her modest pot au feu going. Mademoiselle Thibaut was very glad to exchange the uncertainties of the first floor in North Audley Street for the comfort and security of Fellside Manor, with a salary of £150 a year. Both Fräulein and Mademoiselle had been quick to discover that Lady Lesbia was the apple of her grandmother's eye, while Lady Mary was comparatively an outsider. So it came about that Mary's education was in some wise a mere picking up of the crumbs which fell from Lesbia's table, and that she was allowed in a general way to run wild. She was much quicker at any intellectual exercise than Lesbia. She learned the lessons that were given her at railroad speed, and rattled off her exercises with a slapdash penmanship which horrified the neat and niggling Fraulein, and then rushed off to the lake or mountain, and by this means grew browner and browner, and more indelibly freckled day by day, thus widening the gulf between herself and her beauty sister. But it is not to be supposed that because Lesbia was beautiful, Mary was plain. This is very far from the truth. Mary had splendidly hazel eyes, with a dancing light in them when she smiled, ruddy auburn hair, white teeth, a deeply dimpled chin, and a vivacity and archness of expression, which served only in her present state of tutelage for the subjugation of old women and shepherd boys. Mary had been taught to believe that her chances of future promotion were of the smallest, that nobody would ever talk of her, or think of her by and by when she in turn would make her appearance in London society, and that it would be a very happy thing for her if she were so fortunate as to attract the attention of a fashionable physician, a canon of Westminster, or St. Paul's, or a barrister in good practice. Mary turned up her pert little nose at this humdrum lot. "I would much rather spend all my life among these dear hills than marry a nobody in London," she said, fearless of that grand old lady, at whose frown so many people shivered. "If you don't think people will like me and admire me a little, you had better save yourself the trouble of taking me to London. I don't want to play second fiddle to my sister." "You are a very impertinent person, and deserve to be taken at your word," replied my lady, scowling at her. "But I have no doubt before you are 20 you will tell another story." "Oh," said Mary, now just turned 17, "then I'm not to come out till I am 20?" "That will be soon enough," answered the Countess. "It will take you as long to get rid of those odious freckles, and no doubt by that time Lesbia will have made a brilliant marriage." And now, on this rainy July morning, these two girls, neither of whom had any serious employment for her life, or any serious purpose in living, wasted the hours, each in her own fashion. Lesbia reclined upon a cushioned seat in the deep embrasure of a Tudor window, her pose perfection. It was one of many such attitudes which Mademoiselle had taught her, and which by assiduous training had become a second nature. Poor Mademoiselle, having finished her mission and taught Lesbia all she could teach, had now departed to a new and far less luxurious situation in a finishing school at Passy. But Fräulein Müller was still retained, as watchdog and duenna. Lesbia's pale blue morning gown harmonized exquisitely with a complexion of lilies and roses, violet eyes and golden brown hair. Her features were distinguished by that perfect chiselling which gave such a haughty grace to her grandmother's countenance, even at 67 years of age, a loveliness which, like the sculptured marble it resembles, is unalterable by time. Lesbia was reading Keats. It was her habit to read the poets, carefully and deliberately, taking up one at a time, and duly laying a volume aside when she found herself mistress of its contents. She had no passion for poetry, but it was an elegant, leisurely kind of reading, which suited her languid temperament. Moreover, her grandmother had told her that an easy familiarity with the great poets is, of all knowledge, that which best qualifies a woman to shine in conversation, without offending the superior sex by any assumption of scholarship. Mary was a very different class of reader, capricious, omnivorous, tearing out the hearts of books, roaming from flower to flower in fields of literature, loving old and new, romance and reality, novels, travels, plays, poetry, and never dwelling long on any one theme. Perhaps if Mary had lived in the bosom of a particularly sympathetic family, she might have been reckoned almost a genius. So much of poetry and originality was there in her free, unconventional character. But hitherto it had been Mary's mission in life to be snubbed, whereby she had acquired a very poor opinion of her own talents. "Oh," she cried, with a desperate yawn, while Lesbia smiled her languid smile over Endymion, "how I wished something would happen, anything, to stir us out of this statuesque, sleeping beauty state of being. I verily believe the spiders are all asleep in the ivy, and the mice behind the wainscot, and the horses in the stable." "What could happen?" asked Lesbia, with a gentle elevation of pencilled brows. "Are not these lovely lines? And coverlids gold tinted like the peach, or ripe October's faded marigolds, fell sleek about him in 1,000 folds." Faded marigolds! Is that not intensely sweet? "Very well for your sleepy Keats, but I don't suppose you would have noticed the passage if marigolds were not in fashion," said Mary, with a touch of scorn. "What could happen? Why, 100 things. An earthquake, flood, or fire. What could happen, do you say, Lesbia? Why, Maulevrier might come home unexpectedly and charm us out of this death in life." "He would occasion a good deal of unpleasantness if he did," answered Lesbia, coldly. "You know how angry he has made grandmother." "Because he keeps racehorses which have an unlucky knack of losing," said Mary, dubiously. "I suppose if his horses won, grandmother would rather approve?" "Not at all. That would make hardly any difference, except that he would not ruin himself quite so quickly. Grandmother says that a young man who goes on the turf is sure to be ruined sooner or later. And then Maulevrier's habits are altogether wild and foolish. It is very hard upon grandmother, who has such noble ambition for all of us." "Not for me," answered Mary, smiling. "Her views about me are very humble. She considers that I shall be most fortunate if a doctor or a lawyer condescend to like me well enough to make me an offer. He might make me the offer without liking me, for the sake of hearing himself and his wife announced as Mr. and Lady Mary Snooks at dinner parties. That would be too horrid. But I dare say such things have happened." "Don't talk nonsense, Mary," said Lesbia, loftily. "There is no reason why you should not make a really good marriage, if you follow grandmother's advice and don't affect eccentricity." "I don't affect eccentricity, but I'm afraid I really am eccentric," murmured Mary, meekly, "for I like so many things I ought not to like, and detest so many things which I ought to admire." "I dare say you will have tamed down a little before you are presented," said Lesbia, carelessly. She could not even affect a profound interest in anyone but herself. She had a narrowness of mental vision which prevented her looking beyond the limited circle of her own pleasures, her own desires, her own dreams and hopes. She was one of those strictly correct young women who was not likely to do much harm in the world, but who was just as unlikely to do any good. Mary sighed and went back to her book, a bulky volume of travels, and tried to lose herself in the sandy wastes of Africa, and to be deeply interested in the sources of the Congo, not in her heart of hearts caring a straw whether that far-away river comes from the mountains of the moon or from the moon itself. Today she could not pin her mind to pages which might have interested her at another time. Her thoughts were with Lord Maulevrier, that fondly loved only brother, just 7 years her senior, who had taken to racehorses and bad ways, and seemed to be trying his hardest to dissipate the splendid fortune which his grandmother, the Dowager Countess, had nursed so judiciously during his long minority. Maulevrier and Mary had always been what the young men called no end of chums. He called her his own brown-eyed Molly, much to the annoyance of Lady Maulevrier and Lesbia, and Mary's life was all gladness when Maulevrier was at Fellside. She devoted herself wholly to his amusements, rode and drove with him, followed on her pony when he went otter hunting, and very often abandoned the pony to the care of some stray mountain youth in order to join the hunters, and go leaping from stone to stone on the margin of the stream, and occasionally, in moments of wild excitement, when the hounds were in full cry, splashing in and out of the water, like a naiad in a neat little hunting habit. Mary looked after Maulevrier's stable when he was away, and had supreme command of a kennel of fox terriers, which cost her brother more money than the Countess would have cared to know, for in the wide area of Lady Maulevrier's ambition there was no room for 200 guinea fox terriers, were they never so perfect. Altogether, Mary's life was a different life when her brother was at home, and in his absence the best part of her days were spent in thinking about him and fulfilling the duties of her position as his representative in stable and kennel, and among certain rustics in the district, chiefly of the sporting type, who were Maulevrier's chosen allies or protégés. Never, perhaps, had two girls of patrician lineage lived a more secluded life than Lady Maulevrier's granddaughters. They had known no pleasures beyond the narrow sphere of home and home friends. They had never travelled. They had seen hardly anything of the outside world. They had never been to London or Paris, or to any city larger than York, and their visits to that centre of dissipation had been of the briefest, a mere flash of mild gaiety, a horticultural show or an oratorio, and back by express train closely guarded by governess and footman to Fellside. In the autumn, when the leaves were falling in the wooded grounds of Fellside, the young ladies were sent, still under guardianship of the governesses and footmen, to some quiet seaside resort between Alnwick and Edinburgh, where Mary lived the wild free life she loved, roaming about the beach, boating, shrimping, seaweed gathering, making hard work for the governesses and footmen who had been sent in charge of her. Lady Maulevrier never accompanied her granddaughters on these occasions. She was a vigorous old woman, straight as a dart, slim as a girl, active in her degree as any young athlete among those hills, and she declared that she never felt the need of change of air. The sodden shrubberies, the falling leaves, did her no harm. Never within the memory of this generation had she left Fellside. Her love of this mountain retreat was a kind of culte. She had come here broken-spirited, perhaps broken-hearted, bringing her dead husband from that little inn at Great Langdale 40 years ago, and she had hardly left the spot since that day. In those days Fellside House was a very different kind of dwelling from the gracious modern Tudor mansion which now crowned and beautified the hillside above Grasmere Lake. It was then an old rambling stone house, with queer little rooms and inconvenient passages, low ceilings, thatched gables, and all manner of strange nooks and corners. Lady Maulevrier was of too strictly conservative a temper to think of pulling down an old house which had been in her husband's family for generations. She left the original cottage undisturbed, and built her new house at right angles with it, connecting the two with a wide passage below and a handsome corridor above, so that access should be perfect in the event of her requiring the accommodation of the old, quaint, low-ceiled rooms for her family or her guests. During 40 years no such necessity had ever arisen, but the old house, known as the South Wing, was still left intact, the original furniture undisturbed, although the only occupants of the building were her ladyship's faithful old house steward, James Stedman, and his elderly wife. The house which Lady Maulevrier had built for herself and her grandchildren had not been created all at once, though the nucleus dating 40 years back was a handsome building. She had added more rooms as necessity or fancy dictated, now a library with bedrooms over it, now a music room for Lady Lesbia and her grand piano, anon a billiard room, as an agreeable surprise for Maulevrier when he came home after a tour in America. Thus the house had grown into a long low pile of Tudor masonry, steep gables, heavily mullioned casements, grey stone walls, curtained with the rich growth of passion flower, magnolia, clematis, myrtle, and roses, and all those flowers which thrive and flourish in that mild and sheltered spot. The views from those mullioned casements were perfect. Switzerland could give hardly any more exquisite picture than that lake shut in by hills, grand and bold in their varied outlines, so rich in their colouring that the eye, dazzled with beauty, forgot to calculate the actual height of those craggy peaks and headlands. The mind forgot to despise them because they were not so lofty as Mont Blanc or the Matterhorn. The velvet sward of the hill sloped steeply downward from Lady Maulevrier's drawing-room windows to the road beside the lake, and this road was so hidden by the wooded screen which bounded her ladyship's grounds that the lake seemed to lie in the green heart of her gardens, a lovely, placid lake on summer days, reflecting the emerald hue of the surrounding hills, and looking like a smooth green meadow which invited the foot-passenger to cross it. The house was approached by a winding carriage drive that led up and up and up from the road beside the lake, so screened and sheltered by shrubberies and pine-woods that the stranger knew not whither he was going till he came upon an opening in the wood, and the stately Italian garden in front of a massive stone porch, through which he entered a spacious oak-panelled hall, and anon, descending a step or two, he found himself in Lady Maulevrier's drawing-room, and face to face with that divine view of the everlasting hills, the lake shining below him, bathed in sunlight. Or, if it were the stranger's evil fate to come in wet weather, he saw only a rain-blotted landscape, the blurred outlines of grey mountain peaks scowling at him from the other side of a grey pool. But if the picture without were depressing, the picture within was always good to look upon, for those oak-panelled or tapestried rooms, communicating by richly curtained doorways from drawing-room to library, from library to billiard-room, were as perfect as wealth and taste could make them. Lady Maulevrier argued that as there was but one house among all the possessions of her race which she cared to inhabit, she had a right to make that house beautiful, and she had spared nothing upon the beautification of Fellside, and yet she had spent much less than would have been squandered by any pleasure-loving dowager, restlessly roving from Piccadilly to the Engadine, from Pontresina to Nice, or Monaco winding up with Easter in Paris, and then back to Piccadilly. Her ladyship's friends wondered that she could not care to bury herself alive in Westmoreland, and expatiated on the eccentricity of such a life. Nay, those who had never seen Fellside argued that Lady Maulevrier had taken in her old age to hoarding, and that she pigged at a cottage in the Lake District, in order to swell a fortune which young Maulevrier would set about squandering as soon as she was in her coffin. But here they were wrong. It was not in Lady Maulevrier's nature to lead a sordid life in order to save money. Yet in these quiet years that were gone, starting with that golden nucleus which her husband was supposed to have brought home from India, obtained no one knows how, the Countess had amassed one of the largest fortunes possessed by any dowager in the peerage. She had it, and she held it, with a grasp that nothing but death could loosen, nay, that all-foreseeing mind of hers might contrive to cheat grim death itself, and to scheme a way for protecting this wealth, even when she who had gathered and garnered it should be mouldering in her grave. The entailed estates belonged to Maulevrier, were he never such a fool or spendthrift, but this fortune of the dowager's was her own, to dispose of as she pleased, and not a penny of it was likely to go to the young earl. Lady Maulevrier's pride and hopes were concentrated upon her granddaughter Lesbia. She should be the inheritress of this noble fortune. She should spread and widen the power of the Maulevrier race. Lesbia's son should link the family name with the name of his father, and if by any hazard of fate the present earl should die young and childless, the old countess's interest should be strained to the uttermost to obtain the title for Lesbia's offspring. Why should she not be Countess of Maulevrier in her own right? But in order to make this future possible, the most important factor in the sum was yet to be found in the person of a husband for Lady Lesbia, a husband worthy of peerless beauty and exceptional wealth, a husband whose own fortune should be so important as to make him above suspicion. That was Lady Maulevrier's scheme, to wed wealth to wealth, to double or quadruple the fortune she had built up in the long, slow years of her widowhood, and thus to make her granddaughter one of the greatest ladies in the land, for it need hardly be said that the man who was to wed Lady Lesbia must be her equal in wealth and lineage, if not her superior. Lady Maulevrier was not a miser. She was liberal and benevolent to all who came within the circle of her life. Wealth for its own sake she valued not a jot, but she lived in an age in which wealth is power, and ambition was her ruling passion. As she had been ambitious for her husband in the days that were gone, she was now ambitious for her granddaughter. Time had intensified the keen eagerness of her mind. She had been disappointed, cruelly, bitterly, in the ambition of her youth. She had been made to drink the cup of shame and humiliation. But this ambition of her old age she held with even greater tenacity. God help her if she should be disappointed here. It is not to be supposed that so astute a schemer as Lady Maulevrier had not surveyed the marriage market in order to discover that fortunate youth who should be deemed worthy to become the winner of Lesbia's hand. Years ago, when Lesbia was still in the nursery, the dowager had made herself informed of the age, weight, and colours of every likely runner in the matrimonial stakes, or in plainer words, had kept herself, by her correspondence with a few intimate friends, and her close study of the fashionable newspapers, thoroughly acquainted with the characters and exploits, the dispositions and antecedents of those half-dozen elder sons, among whom she hoped to find Lesbia's lord and master. She knew her peerage by heart, and she knew the family history of every house recorded therein, the sins and weaknesses, the follies and losses of bygone years, the taints mental and physical, the lateral branches and intermarriages, the runaway wives and unfaithful husbands, idiot sons, or scrofulous daughters. She knew everything that was to be known about that aristocratic world into which she had been born 67 years ago, and the sum total of her knowledge was that there was one man whom she desired for her granddaughter's husband, one man and one only, and into whose hands, when earth and sky should fade from her glazing eyes, she could be content to resign the sceptre of power. There were no doubt half a dozen or more in the list of elder sons who were fairly eligible, but this young man was the Achilles in the rank and file of chivalry, and her soul yearned to have him and no other for her darling. Her soul yearned to him with a tenderness which was not all on Lesbia's account. 49 years ago she had fondly loved his father, loved him and had been fain to renounce him, for Ronald Hollister, afterwards Earl of Hartfield, was then a younger son, and the two families had agreed that marriage between paupers was an impudent flying in the face of Providence. which must be put down with an iron hand. Lord Hartfield sent his son to Turkey in the diplomatic service, and the old dowager Lady Carrisbrook whisked her niece off to London and kept her there under watch and ward till Lord Maulevrier proposed and was accepted by her. There should be no foolishness, no clandestine correspondence. The iron hand crushed two young hearts and secured a brilliant future for the bodies which survived. 15 years later, Ronald's elder brother died unmarried. He abandoned that career of vagrant diplomacy which had taken him all over Europe and as far as Washington, and reappeared in London, the most elegant man of his era, but thoroughly blasé. There were rumours of an unhappy attachment in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, of a tragedy at Petersburg. Society protested that Lord Hartfield would die a bachelor, as his brother died before him. The Hollisters are not a marrying family, said society. But 6 or 7 years after his return to England, Lord Hartfield married Lady Florence Ilmington, a beauty in her first season, and a very sweet but somewhat prudish young person. The marriage resulted in the birth of an heir, whose appearance upon this mortal stage was followed within a year by his father's exit. Hence the Hartfield property, always a fine estate, had been nursed and fattened during a long minority, and the present Lord Hartfield was reputed one of the richest young men of his time. He was also spoken of as a superior person, inheriting all his father's intellectual gifts, and having the reputation of being singularly free from the vices of profligate youth. He was neither prig nor pedant, and he was very popular in the best society, but he was not ashamed to let it be seen that his ambition soared higher than the fashionable world of turf and stable, cards and pigeon matches. Though not of the gay world nor in it, Lady Maulevrier had contrived to keep herself thoroughly en rapport with society. Her few chosen friends, with whom she corresponded on terms of perfect confidence, were among the best people in London, not the circulators of club-house canards, the pickers up of second-hand gossip from the society papers, but actors in the comedy of high life, arbiters of fashion and taste, born and bred in the purple. Last season Lord Hartfield's absence had cast a cloud over the matrimonial horizon. He had been a traveller for more than a year. Patagonia, Peru, the Pyramids, Japan, the North Pole. Society cared not where. The fact that he was gone was all sufficient. Bachelors a shade less eligible came to the front in his absence, and became first favourites. Lady Maulevrier, well informed in advance, had deferred Lesbia's presentation till next season, when she was told Lord Hartfield would certainly reappear. His plans had been made for return before Christmas, and it would seem that his scheme of life was laid down with as much precision as if he had been a prince of the blood royal. Thus it happened, to Lesbia's intense disgust, that her début was deferred till the verge of her 20th birthday. It would never do, Lady Maulevrier told herself, for the edge to be taken off the effect which Lesbia's beauty was to make on society during Lord Hartfield's absence. He must be there, on the spot, to see this star rise gently and slowly above society's horizon, and to mark how everybody bowed down and worshipped the new light. "I shall be an old woman before I appear in society," said Lesbia petulantly, "and I shall be like a wild woman of the woods, for I have seen nothing, and know nothing of the civilized world." "You will be ever so much more attractive than the young women I hear of, who have seen and known a great deal too much," answered the dowager; and as her granddaughter knew that Lady Maulevrier's word was a law that altered not, there were no more idle repinings. Her ladyship gave no reason for the postponement of Lesbia's presentation. She was far too diplomatic to breathe a word of her ideas with regard to Lord Hartfield. Anything like a matrimonial scheme would have been revolting to Lesbia, who had grand, but not sordid, views about matrimony. She thought it her mission to appear and to conquer. A crowd of suitors would sigh around her, like the Loves and Graces round that fair Belinda, whose story she had read so often, and it would be her part to choose the most worthy. The days are gone when a girl would so much as look at such a fribble as Sir Plume. Her virgin fancy demands the Tennysonian ideal, the grave and knightly Arthur. But when Lesbia thought of the most worthy, it was always of the worthiest in her own particular sphere, and he of course would be titled and wealthy, and altogether fitted to be her husband. He would take her by the hand and lead her to a higher seat on the dais, and place upon her head, or at least upon her letter paper and the panels of her carriage, a coronet in which the strawberry leaves should stand out more prominently than in her brother's emblazonment. Lesbia's mind could not conceive an ignoble marriage, or the possibility of the most worthy happening to be found in a lower circle than her own. And now it was the end of July, and the season which should have been glorified by Lady Lesbia's début was over and done with. She had read in the society papers of all the balls and birthdays and race meetings and regattas and cricket matches and gowns and parasols and bonnets, what this beauty wore on such an occasion and how that other beauty looked on another occasion, and she felt as if she read like a spellbound princess in a fairy tale, mewed up in a battlement tower and deprived of her legitimate share in all the pleasures of earth. She had no patience with Mary, that wild, unkempt, ungraceful creature, who could be as happy as summer days are long, racing about the hills with her bamboo alpenstock, riding with a pack of fox terriers, practising long losers, rowing on the lake, doing all things unbecoming Lady Maulevrier's granddaughter. That long rainy day dragged its slow length to a close, and then came fine days in which Molly and her fox terriers went wandering over the sunlit hills, skipping and dancing across the mountain streamlets, gills as they were called in this particular world, almost as gaily as the shadows of fleecy cloudlets dancing up yonder in the windy sky. Molly spent half her days among the hills, stealing off from governess and grandmother and the stately beauty sister, and sometimes hardly being missed by them, so ill did her young exuberance harmonize with their calmer life. "One can tell when Mary is at home by a perpetual banging of doors," said Lesbia, which was a sisterly exaggeration founded upon fact. For Molly was given to impetuous rushing in and out of rooms, when that eager spirit of hers impelled the light lithe body upon some new expedition. Nor is the society of fox terriers conducive to repose or stateliness of movement, and Maulevrier's terriers, although strictly forbidden in the house, were for ever breaking bonds and leaping in upon Molly's retirement at all unreasonable hours. She and they were enchanted to get away from the beautiful luxurious rooms, and to go roving by hillside and force, away to Easedale Tarn, to bask for hours on the grassy margin of the deep still water, or to row round and round the mountain lake in a rotten boat. It was here, or in some kindred spot, that Molly got through most of her reading, here that she read Shakespeare, Byron, and Shelley, and Wordsworth, dwelling lingeringly and lovingly upon every line in which that good old man spoke of her native land. Sometimes she climbed to higher ground, and felt herself ever so much nearer heaven upon the crest of Silver Howe, or upon the rugged stony steep of Dolly Waggon Pike, halfway up the dark brow of Helve. Sometimes she disappeared for hours, and climbed to the summit of the hill, and wandered in perilous pathways on the striding edge, or by the dark still water of the Red Tarn. This had been her life ever since she had been old enough to have an independent existence, and the hills and the lakes and the books of her own choosing had done a great deal more in ripening her mind than Fräulein Müller and that admirable series of educational works which has been provided for the tuition of modern youth. Grammars and geographies, primers and elementary works of all kinds were Mary's detestation. She loved books that touched her heart and filled her mind with thoughts wide and deep enough to reach into an infinite of time and space, the mystery of mind and matter, life and death. Nothing occurred to break the placid monotony of life at Fellside for 3 long days after that rainy morning, and then came an event which, although commonplace enough in itself, marked the beginning of a new era in the existence of Lady Maulevrier's granddaughters. It was evening, and the 2 girls were dawdling about on the sloping lawn before the drawing-room windows, where Lady Maulevrier read the newspapers in her own particular chair by one of those broad Tudor windows, according to her infallible custom. Remote as her life had been from the busy world, her ladyship had never allowed her knowledge of public life and the bent of modern thought to fall into arrear. She took a keen interest in politics, in progress of all kinds. She was a staunch conservative, and looked upon every liberal politician as her personal enemy, but she took care to keep herself informed of everything that was being said or done in the enemy's camp. She had an intense respect for Lord Bacon's maxim, "Knowledge is power." It was a kind of power secondary to the power of wealth, perhaps, but wealth unprotected by wisdom would soon dwindle into poverty. Lady Lesbia sauntered about the lawn, looking very elegant in her cream-coloured Indian silk gown, very listless, very tired of her lovely surroundings. Neither lake nor mountain possessed any charm for her. She had had too much of them. Mary roamed about with a swifter footstep, looking at the roses, plucking off a dead leaf or a cankered bud here and there. Presently she tore across the lawn to the shrubbery which screened the lawn and flower gardens from the winding carriage drive sunk many feet below, and disappeared in a thicket of arbutus and Irish yew. "What terribly hoydenish manners," murmured Lesbia with a languid shrug of her shoulders as she strolled back to the drawing-room. She cared very little for the newspapers, for politics not at all, but anything was better than everlasting contemplation of the blue still water and the rugged crest of Helm Crag. "What was the matter with Mary that she rushed off like a madwoman?" inquired Lady Maulevrier, looking up from the Times. "I haven't the least idea. Mary's movements are quite beyond the limits of my comprehension. Perhaps she's gone after a bird's nest." Mary was intent upon no bird's nest. Her quick ear had caught the sound of manly voices in the winding drive under the pine wood, and surely, yes, surely one was a clear and familiar voice, which heralded the coming of happiness. In such a moment she seemed to have wings. She became unconscious that she touched the earth. She went skimming bird-like over the lawn, and in and out, with fluttering muslin frock, among arbutus and bay, yew and laurel, till she stood poised lightly on the top of the wooded bank which bordered the steep ascent to Lady Maulevrier's gate, looking down at 2 figures which were sauntering up the drive. They were both young men, both tall, broad-shouldered, manly, walking with the easy, swinging movement of men accustomed to active exercise. One, the handsomer of the 2 in Mary's eyes, since she thought him simply perfection, was fair-haired, blue-eyed, the typical Saxon. This was Lord Maulevrier. The other was dark, bronzed by foreign travel perhaps, with black hair, cut very close to an intelligent-looking head, bared to the evening breeze. "Hulloa!" cried Maulevrier. "There's Molly! How d'ye do, old girl?" The 2 men looked up, and Molly looked down. Delight at her brother's return so filled her heart and mind that there was no room left for embarrassment at the appearance of a stranger. "Oh, Maulevrier, I am so glad. I have been pining for you. Why didn't you write to say you were coming? It would have been something to look forward to." "Couldn't. Never knew from day to day what I was going to be up to. Besides, I knew I should find you at home." "Of course. We are always at home," said Mary. "Go up to the house as fast as ever you can. I'll go and tell grandmother." "And tell them to get us some dinner," said Maulevrier. Mary's fluttering figure dipped and was gone, vanishing in the dark labyrinth of shrubs. The two young men sauntered up to the house. "We needn't hurry," said Maulevrier to his companion, whom he had not taken the trouble to introduce to his sister. "We shall have to wait for our dinner." "And we shall have to change our dusty clothes," added the other. "I hope that man will bring our portmanteau in time." "Oh, we needn't dress. We can spend the evening in my den if you like." Mary flew across the lawn again, and bounded up the steps of the veranda, a picturesque Swiss veranda which made a covered promenade in front of the house. "Mary, may I ask the meaning of this excitement?" inquired her ladyship, as the breathless girl stood before her. "Maulevrier has come home at last, and he has brought a friend." "Indeed! He might have done me the honour to inquire if his friend's visit would be agreeable. What kind of person?" "I have no idea. I didn't look at him. Maulevrier is looking so well. They will be here in a minute. May I order dinner for them?" "Of course they must have dinner," said her ladyship resignedly, as if the whole thing were an infliction, and Mary ran out and interviewed the butler, begging that all things might be made particularly comfortable for the travellers. It was 9 o'clock, and the servants were enjoying their eventide repose. Having given her orders, Mary went back to the drawing-room, impatiently expectant of her brother's arrival, for which event Lesbia and her grandmother waited with perfect tranquillity, the dowager calmly continuing the perusal of her Times, while Lesbia sat at her piano in a shadowy corner, and played one of Mendelssohn's softest Lieder. To these dreamy strains Maulevrier and his friend presently entered. "How d'ye do, grandmother? How do, Lesbia? This is my very good friend and Canadian travelling companion, Jack Hammond. Lady Maulevrier, Lady Lesbia." "Very glad to see you, Mr. Hammond," said the dowager, in a tone so purely conventional that it might mean anything. "Hammond? I ought to remember your family. The Hammonds of—" "Of nowhere," answered the stranger in the easiest tone. "I spring from a race of nobodies, of whose existence your ladyship is not likely to have heard." End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. Maulevrier's Humble Friend. That faint interest which Lady Lesbia had felt in the advent of a stranger dwindled to nothing after Mr. Hammond's frank avowal of his insignificance. At the very beginning of her career, with the world waiting to be conquered by her, a high-born beauty could not be expected to feel any interest in nobodies. Lesbia shook hands with her brother, honoured the stranger with a stately bend of her beautiful throat, and then withdrew herself from their society altogether, as it were, and began to explore her basket of crewels at a distant table, by the soft light of a shaded lamp, while Maulevrier answered his grandmother's questions, and Mary stood watching him, hanging on his words, as if unconscious of any other presence. Mr. Hammond went over to the window and looked out at the view. The moon was rising above the amphitheatre of hills, and her rays were silvering the placid bosom of the lake. Lights were dotted here and there about the valley, telling of village life. The Prince of Wales's hotel yonder sparkled with its many lights like a castle in a fairy tale. The stranger had looked upon many a grander scene, but on none more lovely. Here were lake and mountain in little, without the snow-peaks and awful inaccessible regions of solitude and peril, homely hills that one might climb, placid English vales, in which English poets have lived and died. "Hammond and I mean to spend a month or 6 weeks with you, if you can make us comfortable," said Maulevrier. "I am delighted to hear that you can contemplate staying a month anywhere," replied her ladyship. "Your usual habits are as restless as if your life were a disease. It shall not be my fault if you and Mr. Hammond are uncomfortable at Fellside." There was courtesy, but no cordiality in the reply. If Mr. Hammond was a sensitive man, touchily conscious of his own obscurity, he must have felt that he was not wanted at Fellside, that he was an excrescence, matter in the wrong place. Nobody had presented the stranger to Lady Mary. It never entered into Maulevrier's mind to be ceremonious about his sister Molly. She was so much a part of himself that it seemed as if anyone who knew him must needs know her. Molly sat a little way from the window by which Mr. Hammond was standing, and looked at him doubtfully, wonderingly, with not altogether a friendly eye, as he stood with his profile turned to her, and his eyes upon the landscape. She was inclined to be jealous of her brother's friend, who would most likely deprive her of that much beloved society. Hitherto she had been Maulevrier's chosen companion at Fellside, indeed his sole companion after the dismissal of his tutor. Now this brown, bearded stranger would usurp her privileges. Those 2 young men would go roaming over the hills, fishing, otter hunting, going to distant wrestling matches, and leaving her at home. It was a hard thing, and she was prepared to detest the interloper. Even tonight she would be a loser by his presence. Under ordinary circumstances she would have gone to the dining-room with Maulevrier, and sat by him and waited upon him as he ate. But she dared not intrude herself upon a meal that was to be shared with a stranger. She looked at John Hammond critically, eager to find fault with his appearance, but unluckily for her present humour, there was not much room for fault-finding. He was tall, broad-shouldered, well-built. His enemies would hardly deny that he was good-looking, nay, even handsome. The massive regular features were irreproachable. He was more sunburnt than a gentleman ought to be, Mary thought. She told herself that his good looks were of a vulgar quality, like those of Charles Ford, the champion wrestler, whom she saw at the sports the other day. Why did Maulevrier pick up a companion who was evidently not of his own sphere? Hoydenish, plain-spoken, frank, and affectionate as Mary Haselden was, she knew that she belonged to a race apart, that there were circles beneath circles, below her own world, circles which hers could never touch, and she supposed Mr. Hammond to be some waif from one of those nethermost worlds, a village doctor's son, perhaps, or even a tradesman's, sent to the university by some benevolent busybody, and placed at a disadvantage ever afterwards, an unfortunate anomaly, suspended between 2 worlds like Mahomet's coffin. The butler announced that his lordship's dinner was served. "Come along, Molly," said Maulevrier. "Come and tell me about the terriers while I eat my dinner." Mary hesitated, glanced doubtfully at her grandmother, who made no sign, and then slipped out of the room, hanging fondly on her brother's arm, and almost forgetting that there was any such person as Mr. Hammond in existence. When these 3 were gone, Lady Lesbia expressed herself strongly upon Maulevrier's folly in bringing such a person as Mr. Hammond to Fellside. "What are we to do with him, grandmother?" she said pettishly. "Is he to live with us and be one of us? A person of whose belongings we know positively nothing, who owns that his people are common? My dear, he is your brother's friend, and we have the right to suppose he is a gentleman." "Not on that account," said Lesbia, more sharply than her wont. "Didn't he make a friend, or almost a friend, of Jack Howell, the huntsman, and of Ford, the wrestler? I have no confidence in Maulevrier's ideas of fitness." "We shall find out all about this Mr. Hammond in a day or two," replied her ladyship placidly. "And in the meantime we must tolerate him, and be grateful to him, if he reconcile Maulevrier to remaining at Fellside for the next 6 weeks." Lesbia was silent. She did not consider Maulevrier's presence at Fellside an unmitigated advantage, or indeed his presence anywhere. Those two were not sympathetic. Maulevrier made fun of his elder sister's perfections, chaffed her intolerably about the great man she was going to captivate in her first season, the great houses in which she was going to reign. Lesbia despised him for that neglect of all his opportunities of culture which had left him, after the most orthodox and costly curriculum, almost as ignorant as a ploughboy. She despised a man whose only delight was in horse and hound, gun and fishing tackle. Molly would have cared very little for the guns or the fishing tackle, perhaps, in the abstract, but she cared for everything that interested Maulevrier, even to the bagful of rats which were let loose in the stable-yard sometimes, for the education of a particularly game fox-terrier. There was plenty of talk and laughter at the dinner-table, while the Countess and Lady Lesbia conversed gravely and languidly in the dimly lighted drawing-room. The dinner was excellent, and both travellers were ravenous. They had eaten nothing since breakfast, and had driven from Windermere on the top of the coach, in the keen evening air. When the sharp edge of the appetite was blunted, Maulevrier began to talk of his adventures since he and Molly had last met. He had not been dissipating in London all the time, or indeed any great part of the time of his absence from Fellside. But Molly had been left in Cimmerian darkness as to his proceedings. He never wrote a letter if he could possibly avoid doing so. If it became a vital necessity to him to communicate with anyone, he telegraphed, or, in his own language, wired to that person. But to sit down at a desk and labour with pen and ink was not within his capacities, or his views of his mission in life. If a fellow is to write letters, he might as well be a clerk in an office, he said, and sit on a high stool. Thus it happened that when Maulevrier was away from Fellside, no fair chatelaine of the Middle Ages could be more ignorant of the movements or whereabouts of her Crusader knight than Mary was of her brother's goings-on. She could but pray for him with fond and faithful prayer, and wait and hope for his return. And now he told her that things had gone badly with him at Epsom, and worse at Ascot, that he had been, as he expressed it, up a tree, and that he had gone off to the Black Forest directly the Ascot week was over, and at Ripplesdale he had met his old friend and fellow traveller Hammond, and they had gone for a walking tour together among the homely villages, the watchmakers, the timber-cutters, the pretty peasant girls. They had danced at fairs and shot at village sports, and had altogether enjoyed the thing. Hammond, who was something of an artist, had sketched a good deal. Maulevrier had done nothing but smoke his German pipe and enjoy himself. "I was glad to find myself in a world where a horse was an exception and not the rule," he said. "Oh, how I should love to see the Black Forest," cried Mary, who knew the first part of Faust by heart, albeit she had never been given permission to read it. "The gnomes and the witches, their Freischütz, all that is lovely. Of course, you went up the Brocken?" "Of course," answered Mr. Hammond. "Mephistopheles was our valet de place, and we went up among a company of witches riding on broomsticks," and then quoted, "Sehr die Blaume Hinterbaumen, wie sie schnell vorüberruken, und die Klippen, die sich büken, und die langen Felsennasen, wie sie schnacken, wie sie blasen." This was the first time he had addressed himself directly to Mary, who sat close to her brother's side and never took her eyes from his face, ready to pour out his wine or to change his plate, for the serving-men had been dismissed at the beginning of this unceremonious meal. Mary looked at the stranger almost as superciliously as Lesbia might have done. She was not inclined to be friendly to her brother's friend. "Do you read German?" she inquired, with a touch of surprise. "You'd better ask him what language he does not read or speak," said her brother. "Hammond is an Admirable Crichton, my dear. By the by, who was Admirable Crichton? Knows everything, can twist your little head the right way upon any subject." "Oh," thought Mary, "highly cultivated is he? Very proper in a man who was educated on charity to have worked his hardest at the university." She was not prepared to think very kindly of young men who had been successful in their college career, since poor Maulevrier had made such a dismal failure of his, had been gated and sent down and ploughed, and had everything ignominious done to him that could be done, which ignominy had involved an expenditure of money that Lady Maulevrier bemoaned and lamented until this day. Because her brother had not been virtuous, Mary grudged virtuous young men their triumphs and their honours. Great raw-boned fellows who have taken their degrees at Scotch universities, come to Oxford and Cambridge and sweep the board, Maulevrier had told her, when his own failures demanded explanation. Perhaps this Mr. Hammond had graduated north of the Tweed, and had come southward to rob the native. Mary was not any more inclined to be civil to him because he was a linguist. He had a pleasant manner, frank and easy, a good voice, a cheery laugh, but she had not yet made up her mind that he was a gentleman. If some benevolent old person were to take a fancy to Charles Ford, the wrestler, and send him to a Scotch university, I dare say he would turn out just as fine a fellow, she thought, Ford being somewhat of a favourite as a local hero. The two young men went off to the billiard-room after they had dined. It was 10:30 by this time, and of course Mary did not go with them. She bade her brother good night at the dining-room door. "Good night, Molly. Be sure you're up early to show me the dogs," said Maulevrier, after an affectionate kiss. "Good night, Lady Mary," said Mr. Hammond, holding out his hand, albeit she had no idea of shaking hands with him. She allowed her hand to rest for an instant in that strong, friendly grasp. She had not risen to giving a couple of fingers to a person whom she considered her inferior, but she was inclined to snub Mr. Hammond as rather a presuming young man. "Well, Jack, what do you think of my beauty sister?" asked his lordship, as he chose his cue from the well-filled rack. The lamps were lighted, the table uncovered and ready, Carimbole in his place, albeit it was months since any player had entered the room. Everything which concerned Maulevrier's comfort or pleasure was done as if by magic at Fellside, and Mary was the household fairy whose influence secured this happy state of things. What can any man think except that she is as lovely as the finest of Reynolds' portraits, as that Lady Diana Beauclerk of Colonel Aldridge's, or the Kitty Fisher, or any example you please to name of womanly loveliness? "Glad to hear it," answered Maulevrier, chalking his cue. "Can't say I admire her myself. Not my style, don't you know. Too much of my Lady Di, too little of poor Kitty. But still, of course, it always pleases a fellow to know that his people are admired, and I know that my grandmother has views, grand views," smiling down at his cue. "Shall I break?" And he began with the usual miss in baulk. "Thank you," said Mr. Hammond, beginning to play. "Matrimonial views, of course. Very natural that her ladyship should expect such a lovely creature to make a great match. Is there no one in view? Has there been no family conclave, no secret treaty? Is the young lady fancy-free?" "Perfectly. She has been buried alive here. Except parsons and a few decent people whom she is allowed to meet now and then at the houses about here, she has seen nothing of the world. My grandmother has kept Lesbia as close as a nun. She is not so fond of Molly, and that young person has wild ways of her own and gives everybody the slip. By the by, how do you like my little Mole?" The adjective was hardly accurate about a young lady who measured 5 feet 6, but Maulevrier had not yet grown out of the ideas belonging to that period when Mary was really his little sister, a girl of 12, with long hair and short petticoats. Mr. Hammond was slow to reply. Mary had not made a very strong impression upon him. Dazzled by her sister's pure and classical beauty, he had no eyes for Mary's homelier charms. She seemed to him a frank, affectionate girl, not too well mannered, and that was all he thought of her. "I am afraid Lady Mary does not like me," he said, after his shot, which gave him time for reflection. "Oh, Molly is rather farouche in her manners. Never would train fine, don't you know. Her ladyship lectured till she was tired, and now Mary runs wild, and I suppose will be left at grass till 6 months before her presentation, and then they'll put her on the pillar reins a bit, to give her a better mouth. Good shot, by Jove!" John Hammond was used to his lordship's style of conversation, and understood his friend at all times. Maulevrier was not an intellectual companion, and the distance was wide between the two men. But his lordship's gaiety, good nature, and acuteness made amends for all shortcomings in culture. And then Mr. Hammond may have been one of those good conservatives who Chapter 7 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7 In the Summer Morning. John Hammond loved the wild freshness of morning, and was always eager to explore a new locality. So he was up at 5 o'clock next morning, and out of doors before 6. He left the sophisticated beauty of the fellside gardens below him, and climbed higher and higher up the fell, till he was able to command a bird's-eye view of the lake and village, and just under his feet, as it were, Lady Maulevrier's favourite abode. He was provided with the landscape glass which he always carried in his rambles, and with the aid of this he could see every stone of the building. The house, added to at her ladyship's pleasure, and without regard to cost, covered a considerable extent of ground. The new part consisted of a straight range of about 120 feet, facing the lake, and commandingly placed on the crest of a steepish slope. The old buildings at right angles with the new, the third and fourth sides of which were formed by the dead walls of servants' rooms and coach-houses, which had no windows upon this inner enclosed side. The old buildings were low and irregular, one portion of the roof thatched, another tiled. In the quadrangle there was an old-fashioned garden with geometrical flower-beds, a yew-tree hedge, and a stone sun-dial in the centre. A peacock stalked about in the morning light, and greeted the newly risen sun with a discordant scream. Presently a man came out of a half-glass door under a verandah, which shaded one side of the quadrangle, and strolled about the garden, stopping here and there to cut a dead rose or trim a geranium. A stoutly built, broad-shouldered man, with grey hair and beard, the image of well-fed respectability. Mr. Hammond wondered a little at the man's leisurely movements as he sauntered about, whistling to the peacock. It was not the manner of a servant who had duties to perform, rather that of a gentleman living at ease, and hardly knowing how to get rid of his time. Some superior functionary, I suppose, thought Hammond. The house steward, perhaps. He rambled a long way over the hill, and came back to Fellside by a path of his own discovering, which brought him to a wooden gate leading into the stable-yard, just in time to meet Maulevrier and Lady Mary, emerging from the kennel where his lordship had been inspecting the terriers. "Angelina is bully about the muzzle," said Maulevrier. "We shall have to give her away." "Oh, don't!" cried Mary. "She is a most perfect darling, and laughs so deliciously whenever she sees me." Angelina was in Lady Mary's arms at this moment, a beautifully marked little creature, all thew and sinew, palpitating with suppressed emotions and grinning to her heart's content. Lady Mary looked very fresh and bright in her neat tailor gown, kilted kirtle, and tight-fitting bodice with neat little brass buttons. It was a gown of Maulevrier's ordering, made at his own tailor's. Her splendid chestnut hair was uncovered, the short crisp curls about her forehead dancing in the morning air. Her large bright brown eyes were dancing too, with delight at having her brother home again. She shook hands with Mr. Hammond more graciously than last night, but still with a carelessness which was not complimentary, looking at him absently as if she hardly knew that he was there, and hugging Angelina all the time. Hammond told his friend about his ramble over the hills yonder, up above that homely bench called Rest and Be Thankful, on the crest of Lowrig Fell. He was beginning to learn the names of the hills already. Yonder darkling brow, rugged, gloomy-looking, was Nab Scar. Yonder green slope of sunny pasture, stretching wide its two arms as if to enfold the valley, was Fairfield, and here, close on the left as he faced the lake, were Silver Howe and Helm Crag, with that stony excrescence on the summit of the latter, known as the Lion and the Lamb. Lady Maulevrier's house stood within a circle of mountain peaks and long fells, which walled in the deep, placid, fertile valley. "If you're not too tired to see the gardens, we might show them to you before breakfast," said Maulevrier. "We have 3/4 of an hour to the good." "Half an hour for a stroll, and a quarter to make myself presentable after my long walk," said Hammond, who did not wish to face the Dowager and Lady Lesbia in disordered apparel. Lady Mary was such an obvious tomboy that he might be pardoned for leaving her out of the question. They set out upon an exploration of the gardens, Mary clinging to her brother's arm as if she wanted to make sure of him, and still carrying Angelina. The gardens were as other gardens, but passing beautiful. The sloping lawns and richly timbered banks, winding shrubberies, broad terraces cut on the side of the hill, gave infinite variety. All that wealth and taste and labour could do to make those grounds beautiful had been done. The rarest conifers, the loveliest flowering shrubs, grew and flourished there, and the flowers bloomed as they bloom only in Lakeland, where every cottage garden can show a wealth of luxurious bloom, unknown in more exposed and arid districts. Mary was very proud of those gardens. She had loved them and worked in them from her babyhood, trotting about on chubby legs after some chosen old gardener, carrying a few weeds or withered leaves in her pinafore, and fancying herself useful. "I help oo, doesn't I, Tevan?" she used to say to the grey-headed old gardener, who first taught her to distinguish flowers from weeds. "I shall never learn as much out of these horrid books as poor old Stevens taught me," she said afterwards, when the grey head was at rest under the sod, and governesses, botany manuals, and hard words from the Greek were the order of the day. 9 o'clock was the breakfast hour at Fellside. There were no family prayers. Lady Maulevrier did not pretend to be pious, and she put no restraints of piety upon other people. She went to church on Sunday mornings for the sake of example, but she read all the newest scientific books, subscribed to the Anthropological Society, and thought as the newest scientific people think. She rarely communicated her opinions among her own sex, but now and then, in strictly masculine and superior society, she had been heard to express herself freely upon the nebular hypothesis and the doctrine of evolution. "After all, what does it matter?" she said finally, with her grand air. "I have only to marry my granddaughters creditably, and prevent my grandson going to the dogs, and then my mission on this insignificant planet will be accomplished. What new form that particular modification of molecules which you call Lady Maulevrier may take afterwards is hidden in the great mystery of material life." There was no family prayer, therefore, at Fellside. The sisters had been properly educated in their religious duties, and had been taught the Anglican faith carefully and well by their governess, Fraulein Müller, who had become a staunch Anglican before entering the families of the English nobility, and by the kind vicar of Grasmere, who took a warm interest in the orphan girls. Their grandmother had given them to understand that they might be as religious as they liked. She would be no let or hindrance to their piety, but they must ask her no awkward questions. "I have read a great deal, and thought a great deal, and my ideas are still in a state of transition," she told Lesbia. And Lesbia, who was somewhat automatic in her piety, had no desire to know more. Lady Maulevrier seldom appeared in the forenoon. She was an early riser, being too vivid and highly strung a creature, even at 67 years of age, to give way to sloth. She rose at 7, summer and winter, but she spent the early part of the day in her own rooms, reading, writing, giving orders to her housekeeper, and occasionally interviewing Stedman, who, without any onerous duties, was certainly the most influential person in the house. People in the village talked of him, and envied him so good a birth. He had a gentleman's house to live in, and to all appearance lived as a gentleman. This tranquil retirement, free from care or labour, was a rich reward for the faithful service of his youth, and it was known by the better informed among the Grasmere people that Mr. Stedman was saving money, and had shares in the North Western Railway. These facts had oozed out, of themselves as it were. He was not a communicative man, and rarely wasted half an hour at the snug little inn near St. Oswald's Church, amidst the cluster of habitations that was once called Kirktown. He was an unsociable man, people said, and thought himself better than Grasmere folk, the lodging-house keepers and guides and wrestlers, and the honest friendly souls who were the outcome of that band of Norwegian exiles which found a home in these peaceful vales. Miss Müller, more commonly known as Fraulein, officiated at breakfast. She never appeared at the board when Lady Maulevrier was present, but in her ladyship's absence Miss Müller was guardian of the proprieties. She was a stout, kindly creature, and by no means a formidable dragon. When the gong sounded, John Hammond went into the dining-room, where he found Miss Müller seated alone in front of the urn. He bowed, quick to read governess or companion in the lady's appearance, and she bowed. "I hope you have had a nice walk," she said. "I saw you from my bedroom window." "Did you? Then I suppose yours is one of the few windows which look into that curious old quadrangle?" "No, there are no windows looking into the quadrangle. Those that were in the original plan of the house were walled up at her ladyship's orders, to keep out the cold winds which sweep down from the hills in winter and early spring, when the edge of Laurig Fell is white with snow. My window looks into the gardens, and I saw you there with his lordship and Lady Mary." Lady Lesbia came in at this moment, and saluted Mr. Hammond with a haughty inclination of her beautiful head. She looked lovelier in her simple morning gown of pale blue cambric than in her more elaborate toilette of last evening. Such purity of complexion, such lustrous eyes, the untarnished beauty of youth, breathing the delicate freshness of a newly opened flower. She might be as scornful as she pleased, yet John Hammond could not withhold his admiration. He was inclined to admire a woman who kept him at a distance, for the general bent of young women nowadays is otherwise. Maulevrier and Mary came in, and everyone sat down to breakfast. Lady Lesbia unbent a little presently, and smiled upon the stranger. There was a relief in a stranger's presence. He talked of new things, places and people she had never seen. She brightened and became quite friendly, deigned to invite the expression of Mr. Hammond's opinions upon music and art, and after breakfast allowed him to follow her into the drawing-room, and to linger there fascinated for half an hour, looking over her newest books and her last batch of music, but looking most of all at her, while Maulevrier and Mary were loafing on the lawn outside. "What are you going to do with yourself this morning?" asked Maulevrier, appearing suddenly at the window. "Anything you like," answered Hammond. "Stay, there is one pilgrimage I am eager to make. I must see Wordsworth's grave and Wordsworth's house." You shall see them both, but they are in opposite directions. One at your elbow, the other a 4-mile walk. Which will you see first? We'll toss for it," taking a shilling from a pocketful of loose cash, always ready for moments of hesitation. "Heads, house; tails, grave. Tails it is. Come and have a smoke and see the poet's grave. The splendour of the monument, the exquisite neatness with which it is kept, will astound you, considering that we live in a period of Wordsworth worship." Hammond hesitated, and looked at Lady Lesbia. "Aren't you coming?" called Maulevrier from the lawn. "It was a fair offer. I've got my cigarette case." "Yes, I'm coming," answered the other, with a disappointed air. He had hoped that Lesbia would offer to show him the poet's grave. He could not abandon that hope without a struggle. "Will you come with us, Lady Lesbia? We'll suppress the cigarettes." "Thanks, no," she said, becoming suddenly frigid. "I am going to practice." "Do you never walk in the morning? On such a lovely morning as this?" "Not very often." She had re-entered those frozen regions from which his attentions had lured him for a little while. She had reminded herself of the inferior social position of this person, in whose conversation she had allowed herself to be interested. "Filons!" cried Maulevrier from below, and they went. Mary would have very much liked to go with them, but she did not want
Chapter 8. A Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. There is always a skeleton. The two young men strolled through the village, Maulevrier pausing to exchange greetings with almost everyone he met, and so to the rustic churchyard above the beck. The beck was swollen with late rains, and was brawling merrily over its stony bed. The churchyard grass was deep and cool and shadowy under the clustering branches. The poet's tomb was disappointing in its unlovely simplicity, its stern, slaty hue. The plainest granite cross would have satisfied Mr. Hammond, or a cross in pure white marble, with a sculptured lamb at the base. Surely the lamb, emblem at once pastoral and sacred, ought to enter into any monument to Wordsworth. But that grey headstone, with its catalogue of dates, those stern iron railings, were these fit memorials of one whose soul so loved nature's loveliness? After Mr. Hammond had seen the little old church, and the medallion portrait inside, had seen all that Maulevrier could show him, in fact, the two young men went back to the place of graves, and sat on the low parapet above the beck, smoking their cigarettes and talking with that perfect unreserve which can only obtain between men who are old and tried friends. They talked, as it was only natural they should talk, of that household at Fellside, where all things were new to John Hammond. "You like my sister Lesbia?" said Maulevrier. "Like her? Well, yes. The difficulty with most men must be not to worship her." "Ah, she is not my style, and she's beastly proud." "A little hauteur gives piquancy to her beauty. I admire a grand woman." "So do I in a picture. Titian's Queen of Cyprus, or any party of that kind. But for flesh and blood I like humility, a woman who knows she is human, and not infallible, and only just a little better than you or me. When I choose a wife, she will be no such example of cultivated perfection as my sister Lesbia. I want no goddess, but a nice little womanly woman, to jog along the rough and tumble road of life with me." Lady Maulevrier's influence, no doubt, has in a great measure determined the bent of your sister's character, and from what you have told me about her ladyship, I should think a fixed idea of her own superiority would be inevitable in any girl trained by her. Yes, she is a proud woman, a proud, hard woman, and she has steeped Lesbia's mind in all her own pet ideas and prejudices. Yet, God knows, we have little reason to hold our heads high," said Maulevrier, with a gloomy look. John Hammond did not reply to this remark. Perhaps there was some difficulty for a man situated as he was in finding a fit reply. He smoked in silence, looking down at the pure swift waters of the Rother tumbling over the crags and boulders below. "Doesn't somebody say there is always a skeleton in the cupboard, and the nobler and more ancient the race, the bigger the skeleton?" said Maulevrier, with a philosophical air. "Yes, your family secret is an attribute of a fine old race. The Pelopidæ, for instance. In their case it was not a single skeleton, but a whole charnel house. I don't think your skeleton need trouble you, Maulevrier. It belongs to the remote past." "Those things never belong to the past," said the young man. "If it were any other kind of taint, profligacy, madness even, the story of a duel that went very near murder, a runaway wife, a rebellious son, a cruel husband. I have heard such stories hinted at in the records of families, but our story means disgrace. I seldom see strangers putting their heads together at the club without fancying they are telling each other about my grandfather, and pointing me out as the grandson and heir of a thief." "Why use unduly hard words?" "Why should I stoop to sophistication with you, my friend? Dishonesty is dishonesty all the world over, and to plunder Rajahs on a large scale is no less vile than to pick a pocket on Ludgate Hill." "Nothing was ever proved against your grandfather." "No, he died in the nick of time, and the inquiry was squashed, thanks to the Angersthorpe interest, and my grandmother's cleverness. But if he had lived a few weeks longer, England would have rung with the story of his profligacy and dishonour. Some people say he committed suicide in order to escape the inquiry, but I have heard my mother emphatically deny this. My father told her that he had often talked with the people who kept the little inn where his father died, and they were clear enough in their assertion that the death was a natural death, a sudden collapse of an exhausted constitution." "Was it on account of this scandal that your father spent the best part of his life away from England?" Hammond asked, feeling that it was a relief to Maulevrier to talk about this secret burden of his. The young earl was light-hearted and frivolous by nature, yet even he had his graver moments, and upon the subject of the old Maulevrier scandal he was peculiarly sensitive, perhaps all the more so because his grandmother had never allowed him to speak to her about it, had never satisfied his curiosity upon any details of that painful story. "I have very little doubt it was so, though I wasn't old enough when he died to hear as much from his own lips. My father went straight from the university to Vienna, where he began his career in the diplomatic service, and where he soon afterwards married a dowerless English girl of good family. He went to Rio as first secretary, and died of fever within 7 years of his marriage, leaving a widow and 3 babies, the youngest in long clothes. Mother and babies all came over to England, and were at once established at Fellside. I can remember the voyage, and I can remember my poor mother, who never recovered the blow of my father's death, and who died in yonder house after 5 years of broken health and broken spirits. We had no one but the dowager to look to as children, hardly another friend in the world. She did what she liked with us. She kept the girls as close as nuns, so they have never heard a hint of the old history. No breach of scandal has reached their ears. but she could not shut me up in a country house for ever, though she did succeed in keeping me away from a public school. The time came when I had to go to the university, and there I heard all that had been said about Lord Maulevrier. The men who told me about the old scandal in a friendly way pretended not to believe it. But one night, when I had got into a row at a wine-party with a tailor's son, he told me that if his father was a snip, my grandfather was a thief, and so he thought himself the better bred of the two. I smashed his nose for him, but as it was a decided pug before the row began, that hardly squared the matter. Did you ever hear the exact story? I have heard a dozen stories, and if only a quarter of them are true, my grandfather was a scoundrel. It seemed that he was immensely popular for the first year or so of his government, gave more splendid entertainments than had been given at Madras for half a century before his time, lavished his wealth upon his favourites. Then arose a rumour that the governor was insolvent and harassed by his creditors, and then a new source of wealth seemed to be at his command. He was more reckless, more princely than ever, and then, little by little, there arose the suspicion that he was trafficking in English interests, selling his influence to petty princes, winking at those mysterious crimes by which rightful heirs are pushed aside to make room for usurpers. Lastly, it became notorious that he was the slave of a wicked woman, false wife, suspected murderess, whose husband, a native prince, disappeared from the scene just when his existence became perilous to the governor's reputation. According to one version of the story, the scandal of this Rajah's mysterious disappearance, followed not long after by the Rani's equally mysterious death, was the immediate cause of my grandfather's recall. How much or how little of this story, or other dark stories of the same kind, is true, whether my grandfather was a consummate scoundrel or the victim of a baseless slander, whether he left India a rich man or a poor man, is known to no mortal except Lady Maulevrier, and compared with her the Theban Sphinx was a communicative individual. "Let the dead bury their dead," said Hammond. "Neither you nor your sisters can be the worse for this ancient slander. No doubt every part of the story has been distorted and exaggerated in the telling, and a great deal of it may be pure invention, evolved from the inner consciousness of the slanderer. God forbid that any whisper of scandal should ever reach Lady Lesbia's ears." He ignored poor Mary. It was to him as if there were no such person. Her feeble light was extinguished by the radiance of her sister's beauty. Her very individuality was annihilated. "As for you, dear old fellow," he said, with warm affection, "no one will ever think the worse of you on account of your grandfather's peccadilloes." "Yes, they will. Hereditary genius is one of our modern crazes. When a man's grandfather was a rogue, there must be a taint in his blood. People don't believe in spontaneous generation, moral or physical, nowadays. Typhoid breeds typhoid, and typhus breeds typhus, just as dog breeds dog. And who will believe that a cheat and a liar can be the father of honest men?" "In that case, knowing what kind of man the grandson is, I will never believe that the grandfather was a rogue," said Hammond heartily. Maulevrier put out his hand without a word, and it was warmly grasped by his friend. "As for her ladyship, I respect and honour her as a woman who has led a life of self-sacrifice, and has worn her pride as an armour," continued Hammond. "Yes, I believe the dowager's character is rather fine," said Maulevrier, "but she and I have never hit our horses very well together. She would have liked such a fellow as you for a grandson, Jack, a man who took high honours at Oxford, and could hold his own against all comers. Such a grandson would have gratified her pride, and would have repaid her for the trouble she had taken in nursing the Maulevrier estate. For however poor a property it was when her husband went to India, there is no doubt that it is a very fine estate now, and that the dowager has been the making of it. The two young men strolled up to Easedale Tarn before they went back to Fellside, where Lady Maulevrier received them with a stately graciousness, and where Lady Lesbia unbent considerably at luncheon, and condescended to an animated conversation with her brother's friend. It was such a new thing to have a stranger at the family board, a man whose information was well abreast with the march of progress, who could talk eloquently upon every subject which people care to talk about. In this new and animated society, Lesbia seemed like an enchanted princess suddenly awakened from a spell-bound slumber. Molly looked at her sister with absolute astonishment. Never had she seen her so bright, so beautiful, no longer a picture or a statue, but a woman warm with the glow of life. No wonder Mr. Hammond admires her, thought poor Molly, who was quite acute enough to see the stranger's keen appreciation of her sister's charms, and positive indifference towards herself. There are some things which women find out by instinct, such as the needle turns towards the magnet. Shut a girl up in a tower till she is 18 years old, and on the day of her release introduce her to the first man her eyes have ever looked upon, and she will know at a glance whether he admires her. After luncheon the four young people started for Rydal Mount, with Fräulein as chaperone and watchdog. The girls were both good walkers. Lady Lesbia even, though she looked like a hothouse flower, had been trained to active habits, could walk and ride, and play tennis, and climb a hill as became a mountain-bred damsel. Molly, feeling that her conversational powers were not appreciated by her brother's friend, took half a dozen dogs for company, and with 3 fox-terriers, a little Yorkshire dog, a collie, and an otter-hound, was at no loss for society on the road, more especially as Maulevrier gave her most of his company, and entertained her with an account of his Black Forest adventures, and all the fine things he had said to the fair-haired, blue-eyed Braddon girls, who had sold him photographs or wild strawberries, or had awakened the echoes of the hills with the music of their rustic flutes. Fräulein was perfectly aware that her mission upon this particular afternoon was not to let Lady Lesbia out of her sight for an instant, to hear every word the young lady said, and every word Mr. Hammond addressed to her. She had received no specific instructions from Lady Maulevrier. They were not necessary, for the Fräulein knew her ladyship's intentions with regard to her elder granddaughter, knew them, at least, so far as that Lesbia was intended to make a brilliant marriage, and she knew therefore that the presence of this handsome and altogether attractive young man was to the last degree obnoxious to the dowager. She was obliged to be civil to him for her nephew's sake, and she was too wise to let Lesbia imagine him dangerous. But the fact that he was dangerous was obvious, and it was Fräulein's duty to protect her employer's interests. Everybody knew Lord Maulevrier, so there was no difficulty about getting admission to Wordsworth's garden and Wordsworth's house, and after Mr. Hammond and his companions had explored these, they went back to the shores of the little lake, and climbed that rocky eminence upon which the poet used to sit, above the placid waters of silvery Rydal. It is a lovely spot, and that narrow lake, so poor a thing were magnitude the gauge of beauty, had a soft and pensive loveliness in the clear afternoon light. Poor Wordsworth! sighed Lesbia, as she stood on the grassy crag looking down on the shining water, broken in the foreground by fringes of rushes and the rich luxuriance of water-lilies. Is it not pitiable to think of the years he spent in this monotonous place, without any society worth speaking of, with only the shabbiest collection of books, with hardly any interest in life except the sky and the hills, and the peasantry. "I think Wordsworth's was an essentially happy life, in spite of his narrow range," answered Hammond. "You, with your ardent youth and vivid desire for a life of action, cannot imagine the calm blisses of reverie and constant communion with nature. Wordsworth had 1,000 companions you and I would never dream of. For him every flower that grows was an individual existence, almost a soul. It was a mild kind of lunacy, an everlasting opium dream without the opium, but I am grateful to him for living such a life. It has bequeathed us some exquisite poetry," said Lesbia, who had been too carefully cultured to fleer or flout at Wordsworth. "I do believe there's an otter just under that bank," cried Molly, who had been watching the obvious excitement of her bandy-legged hound, and she rushed down to the brink of the water, leaping lightly from stone to stone, and inciting the hound to business. "Let him alone, can't you?" roared Maulevrier. "Leave him in peace till he's wanted. If you disturb him now, he'll desert his holt, and we may have a blank day. The hounds are to be out to-morrow." "I may go with you?" asked Mary, eagerly. "Well, yes, I suppose you'll want to be in it." Molly and her brother went on an exploring ramble along the edge of the water towards Ambleside, leaving John Hammond in Lesbia's company, but closely guarded by Miss Müller. These three went to look at Knapp Cottage, where poor Hartley Coleridge ended his brief and clouded days, and they had gone some way upon their homeward walk before they were rejoined by Maulevrier and Mary, the damsel's kilted skirt considerably the worse for mud and mire. "What would your grandmother say if she were to see you?" exclaimed Lesbia, looking contemptuously at the muddy petticoat. "I am not going to let her see me, so she will say nothing," cried Mary. And then she called to the dogs, "Ammon, Agag, Angelina," and the 3 fox terriers flew along the road, falling over themselves in the swiftness of their flight, darting and leaping and scrambling over each other, and offering the spectators the most intense examples of joyous animal life. The collie was far up on the hillside, and the otter-hound was still hunting the water, but the terriers never went out of Mary's sight. They looked to her to take the initiative in all their sports. They were back at Fellside in time for a very late tea. Lady Maulevrier was waiting for them in the drawing-room. "Oh, grandmother, why did you not take your tea?" exclaimed Lesbia, looking really distressed. "It is 6 o'clock." "I am used to have you at home to hand me my cup," replied the dowager, with a touch of reproachfulness. "I am so sorry," said Lesbia, sitting down before the tea-table, and beginning her accustomed duty. "Indeed, dear grandmother, I had no idea it was so late. But it was such a lovely afternoon, and Mr. Hammond is so interested in everything connected with Wordsworth." She was looking her loveliest at this moment, all that was softest in her nature called forth by her desire to please her grandmother, whom she really loved. She hung over Lady Maulevrier's chair, attending to her small wants, and seeming scarcely to remember the existence of any one else. In this phase of her character she seemed to Mr. Hammond the perfection of womanly grace. Mary had rushed off to her room to change her muddy gown, and came in presently, dressed for dinner, looking the picture of innocence. John Hammond received his teacup from Lesbia's hand, and lingered in the drawing-room talking to the dowager and her granddaughters till it was time to dress. Lady Maulevrier found herself favourably impressed by him in spite of her prejudices. It was very provoking of Maulevrier to have brought such a man to Fellside. His very merits were objectionable. She tried with exquisite art to draw him into some revealment as to his family and antecedents, but he evaded every attempt of that kind. It was too evident that he was a self-made man, whose intellect and good looks were his only fortune. It was criminal in Maulevrier to have brought such a person to Fellside. Her ladyship began to think seriously of sending the two girls to St. Bees or Tynemouth for change of air, in charge of Fräulein. But any sudden proceeding of that kind would inevitably awaken Lesbia's suspicions, and there is nothing so fatal to a woman's peace as this idea of danger. No, the peril must be faced. She could only hope that Maulevrier would soon tire of Fellside. A week's Westmoreland weather.
Chapter 9 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. A Cry in the Darkness. The peril had to be faced, for the weather did not favor Lady Maulevrier's hopes. Westmoreland skies forgot to shed their accustomed showers. Westmoreland hills seemed to have lost their power of drawing down the rain. That August was a lovely month, and the young people at Fellside revelled in ideal weather. Maulevrier took his friend everywhere, by hill and stream and forest and gale, to all those chosen spots which make the glory of the Lake Country. On Windermere and Thirlmere, away through the bleak pass of Kirkstone to Ullswater, on driving excursions and on boating excursions and pedestrian rambles, which latter the homely-minded Hammond seemed to like best of all, for he was a splendid walker, and loved the freedom of a mountain ramble, the liberty to pause and loiter and waste an hour at will, without being accountable to anybody's coachman, or responsible for the well-being of anybody's horses. On some occasions the two girls and Miss Muller were off the party, and then it seemed to John Hammond as if nothing were needed to complete the glory of earth and sky. There were other days, rougher journeys, when the men went alone, and there were days when Lady Mary stole away from her books and music, and all those studies which she was supposed still to be pursuing, no longer closely supervised by her governess, but on parole, as it were, and went with her brother and his friend across the hills and far away. These were happy days for Mary, for it was always delight to her to be with Maulevrier, yet she had profound conviction of John Hammond's indifference. Kind and courteous as he was in all his dealings with her, and a sense of her own inferiority, of her own humble charms and little power to please, which was so acute as to be almost pain. One day his keen sense of humiliation broke from her unawares in her talk with her brother, as they two sat on a broad heathy slope face to face with one of the Langdale pikes, and with a deep valley at their feet, while John Hammond was climbing from rock to rock in the gorge on the right, exploring the beauties of the Dungeon Gill. "I wonder whether he thinks me very ugly," said Mary, with her hands clasped upon her knees, her eyes fixed on Wetherlam, upon whose brown brow a craggy mass of brown rock, clothed with crimson heather, stood out from the velvety green of the hillside. "Who thinks you're ugly?" "Mr. Hammond. I'm sure he does. I'm so sunburnt and so horrid." "But you are not ugly. Why, Molly, what are you dreaming about?" "Oh, yes, I'm ugly. I may not seem so to you, perhaps, because you are used to me, but I know he must think me very plain compared with Lesbia, whom he admires so much." "Yes, he admires Lesbia, there is no doubt of that." "And I know he thinks me plain," said Molly, contemplating a Wetherlam with sorrowful eyes, as if the sequence were inevitable. "My dearest girl, what nonsense! Plain, forsooth! Ugly, quotha! Why, there are not a finer pair of eyes in Westmoreland than my Molly's, or a prettier smile, or a whiter teeth." "But all the rest is horrid," said Mary, intensely in earnest. "I'm sunburnt, freckled, and altogether odious, like a haymaker or a market woman. Grandmother has said so often enough, and I know it is the truth. I can see it in Mr. Hammond's manner." "What! Freckles and sunburn, and the haymaker and all that?" cried Maulevrier, laughing. "What an expressive manner Jack must be, if he can convey all that! Like Lord Burleigh's nod, by Jove! Why, what a goose you are, Mary! Jack thinks you're a very nice girl, and a very pretty girl, I'll be bound. But aren't you clever enough to understand that when a man is over head and ears in love with another woman, he is apt to see just a little indifferent to all the other women in the world? And there's no doubt Jack is desperately in love with Lesbia." "You ought not to let him be in love with her," protested Mary. "You know it can only lead to his unhappiness. He must know what grandmother is, and how she has made up her mind that Lesbia is to marry some great person. You ought not to have brought Mr. Hammond here. It is like letting him into a trap." "Do you think it was wrong?" asked her brother, smiling at her earnestness. "I should be very sorry if poor Jack should come to grief, but still, if Lesbia likes him, which I think she does, we ought to be able to talk over the dowager." "Never!" cried Mary. "Grandmother will never give way. You have no idea how ambitious she is. Why, once when Lesbia was in a poetical mood, and said she would marry the man she liked the best in the world if he were a pauper, her ladyship flew into a terrible passion, and told her she would renounce her, that she would curse her if she were to marry beneath her or marry without her grandmother's consent." "Hard lines for Hammond," said Maulevrier rather lightly. "Then I suppose we must give up the idea of a match between him and Lesbia." "You ought not to have brought him here," retorted Mary. "You had better invent some plan for sending him away. If we stay, it will only break his heart." "Dear child, man's heart does not break so easily. I have fancied that mine was broken more than once in my life, yet it is sound enough, I assure you." "Oh," sighed Mary, "but you are not like him. Wounds do not go so deep with you." The subject of their conversation came out of the rocky cleft in the hills as Mary spoke. She saw his hat appearing out of the gorge, and then the man himself emerged, a tall, well-built figure, clad in brown tweed, coming towards them, with a sketch-book and a colour-box in his pocket. He had been making what he called memoranda of the waterfall, a stone or two here, a cluster of ferns there, or a tree torn up by the roots, and yet green and living, hanging across the torrent, a rude natural bridge. This round by the Langdale Pikes and Dungeon Gill was one of their best days, or at least Molly and her brother thought so, for to these two the presence of Lesbia and her chaperon was always a restraint. Mary could walk twice as far as her elder sister, and revelled in hillside path and all manners of rough places. They ordered their luncheon at the inn below the waterfall, and had it carried up on the first slope in front of the weather lamp, where they could eat and drink and be merry to the music of the Force as it came down from the hills behind them, while the lights and shadows came and went upon yonder rugged brow, now grey in the shadow, now ruddy in the sunshine. Mary was so gay as a bird during the rough and ready luncheon. No one would have suspected her uneasiness about John Hammond's peril or her own plainness. She might let her real self appear to her brother, who had been her trusted friend and father-confessor from her babyhood, but she was too thorough a woman to let Mr. Hammond discover the depth of her sympathy, and the tenderness of her compassion for his woes. Later, as they were walking home across the hills by Great Langdale and Little Langdale and Foxhoe and Lowreg Fell, she fell behind a few paces with Maulevrier and said to him very earnestly, "You won't tell him, will you, dear?" "Tell what?" he asked, staring at her. "Don't tell Mr. Hammond what I said about his thinking me ugly. He might want to apologize to me, and that would be too humiliating. I was very childish to say such a silly thing." "Undoubtedly you were." "And you won't tell him?" "Tell him anything that would degrade my Mary, assail her dignity by so much as a breath? Sooner would I have this tongue torn out with red-hot pincers." On the next day and the next, sunshine and summer skies still prevailed, but Mr. Hammond did not seem to care for rambling far afield. He preferred loitering about in the village, rowing on the lake, reading in the garden, and playing lawn tennis. He had only inclination for those amusements which kept him within a stone's throw of Fellside, and Mary knew that this disposition had arisen in his mind since Lesbia had withdrawn herself from all share in their excursions. Lesbia had not been rude to her brother or her brother's friend. She had declined their invitation with smiles and sweetness, but there was always some reason: a new song to be practised, a new book to be read, a letter to be written, why she would not go for drives or walks or steamboat trips with Maulevrier and his friend. So Mr. Hammond suddenly found out that he had seen all that was worth seeing in the lake country, and that there was nothing so enjoyable as the placid idleness of Fellside, and at Fellside Lady Lesbia could not always avoid him without a too-marked intention. So he tasted the sweetness of her society to a much greater extent than was good for his peace, if the case were indeed as hopeless as Lady Mary declared. He strolled about the grounds with her. He drank the sweet melody of her voice in Heine's tenderest ballads. He read to her on the sunlit lawn in the lazy afternoon hours. He played billiards with her. He was her faithful attendant at afternoon tea. He gave himself up to the study of her character, which to his charmed eyes seemed the perfection of pure and placid womanhood. There might perhaps be some lack of passion and of force in this nature, a marked absence of that impulsive feeling which is a charm in some women, but this want was atoned for by sweetness of character, and Mr. Hammond argued that in these calm natures there is often an unsuspected depth, a latent force, a grandeur of soul, which only reveals itself in the great ordeals of life. So John Hammond hung about the luxurious drawing-room at Fellside in a manner which his friend Maulevrier ridiculed as unmanly. "I had no idea you were such a tame cat," he said. "If when we were salmon fishing in Canada anybody had told me you could loll about a drawing-room all day, listening to a girl squalling and reading novels, I shouldn't have believed a word of it." "We had plenty of roughing on the shores of the St. Lawrence," answered Hammond. "Summer idleness in a drawing-room is an agreeable variety." It is not to be supposed that John Hammond's state of mind could long remain unperceived by the keen eyes of the dowager. She saw the gradual dawning of his love. She saw the glow of its meridian. She was pleased to behold this proof of Lesbia's power over the heart of men. So would she conquer the man foredoomed to be her husband, when the coming time should bring them together. But agreeable as the fact of this first conquest might be, as an evidence of Lesbia's supremacy among women, the situation was not without its peril, and Lady Maulevrier felt that she could no longer defer the duty of warning her granddaughter. She had wished, if possible, to treat the thing lightly to the very last, so that Lesbia should never know there had been a danger. She had told her a few days ago that those drives and walks with the two young men were undignified, and although guarded by the Frolian's substantial presence. "You're making yourself too much a companion to Maulevrier and his friend," said the dowager. "If you do not take care, you will grow like Mary." "I would do anything in the world to avoid that," said Lesbia. "Our walks and drives have been very pleasant. Mr. Hammond is extremely clever and can talk about everything." Her colour heightened ever so lightly as she spoke of him, an indication duly observed by Lady Maulevrier. "No doubt the man is clever. All adventurers are clever, and you have sense enough to see that this man is an adventurer, a mere sponge and a toady of Maulevrier's." "There's nothing of the sponge or the toady in his manner," protested Lesbia, with a still deeper blush, the warm glow of angry feeling. "My dear child, what do you know of such people, or of the atmosphere in which they are generated? The sponge and the toady of to-day is not the clumsy, fawning wretch you have read about in old-fashioned novels. He can flatter adroitly and feed upon his friends, and yet maintain a show of manhood and independence. I'll wager Mr. Hammond's trip to Canada did not cost him 6 pence, and that he hardly opened his purse all the time he was in Germany." "If my brother wants the company of a friend who is much poorer than himself, he must pay for it," argued Lesbia. "I think Maulevrier is lucky to have such a companion as Mr. Hammond." Yet, even while she so argued, Lady Lesbia felt in some manner humiliated by the idea that this man, who so palpably worshipped her, was too poor to pay his own travelling expenses. Poets and philosophers may say what they will about the grandeur of plain living and high thinking, but a young woman thinks better of the plain liver who is not compelled to plainness by want of cash. The idea of narrow means, of dependence upon the capricious generosity of a wealthy friend, is not without its humiliating influence. Lesbia was barely civil to Mr. Hammond that evening when he praised her singing. She refused to join in the 4 game proposed by Maulevrier, albeit she and Mr. Hammond had beaten Mary and Maulevrier the evening before, with such exultant hilarity. Hammond had been at Fellside nearly a month, and Maulevrier was beginning to talk about a move further northward. There was a Greuze moor in Argyllshire, which the 2 young men talked about as belonging to some unnamed friend of the Earl's, which they had thought of shooting over before the Greuze season was ended. "Lord Hartfield has a property in Argyllshire," said the dowager. "When they talk of these shootings, do you know his estate, Mr. Hammond?" "Hammond knows that there is such a place, I dare say," replied Maulevrier, replying for his friend. "But you do not know Lord Hartfield, perhaps," said her ladyship, not arrogantly, but still in a tone which implied her conviction that John Hammond would not be hand in glove with earls in Scotland or elsewhere. "Oh yes, I know him by sight. Everyone in Argyllshire knows him by sight." "Naturally. A young man in his position must be widely known. Is he popular?" "Fairly so. His father and I were friends many years ago," said Lady Maulevrier in a faint sigh. "Have you ever heard if he resembles his father?" "I believe not. I am told he is like his mother's family." "Then he ought to be handsome. Lady Florence Ilmington was a famous beauty." They were sitting in the drawing-room after dinner, the room dimly lighted by a darkly shaded lamps, the windows wide open to the summer sky and moonlit lake. In that subdued light, Lady Maulevrier looked a woman in the prime of life. The classical modelling of her features and the delicacy of her complexion were unimpaired by time, while those traces of thought and care which gave age to her face in the broad light of day were invisible at night. John Hammond contemplated that refined and placid countenance with profound admiration. He remembered how her ladyship's grandson had compared her with the Sphinx, and it seemed to him tonight, as he studied her proud and tranquil beauty, that there was indeed something of the mysterious and unreadable in that countenance, and that beneath its heroic calm there might be the ashes of tragic passion, and traces of a life-long struggle with faith. That such a woman, so beautiful, so gifted, so well fitted to shine and govern in the great world, should have been content to live a long life of absolute seclusion in this remote valley was in itself a social mystery, which must needs set an observant young man wondering. It was all very well to say that Lady Maulevrier loved a country life, that she had made Fellside her earthly paradise, and had no desire beyond it. The fact remained that it was not in Lady Maulevrier's temperament to be satisfied with such an existence, that falcon eye was never meant to gaze for ever upon one narrow range of mountain and lake, that lip was made to speak among the great ones of the world. Lady Maulevrier was particularly gracious to her grandson's friend this evening. Maulevrier spoke so decisively about a speedy migration northward, seemed so inclined to regret the time wasted since the 12th of the month, that she thought the danger was past, that she could afford to be civil. She really liked the young man, had no doubt in her own mind that he was a gentleman in the highest and broadest sense of the word, but not in the sense which made him an eligible husband for either of her granddaughters. Lesbia was in pensive mood this evening. She sat in the veranda looking dreamily at the lake, and at fair field yonder, a broad green slope silvered with moonlight, and seeming to stretch far away into unfathomable distance. If one could but take one's lover by the hand and go wandering over their mystic moon slopes into some new unreal world, where it would not matter whether a man were rich or poor, high-born or low-born, where there should be no such things as rank and state to be won or lost, Lesbia felt tonight as if she would like to live out her life in dreamland. Reality was too hard, too much set round by difficulties and sacrifices. While Lesbia was losing herself in that dream world, Lady Maulevrier unbent considerably to John Hammond, and talked to him with more appearance of interest in his actual self and his own affair than she had manifested hitherto, although she had been uniformly courteous. She asked him his plans for the future. Had he chosen a profession? He told her that he had not. He meant to devote himself to literature and politics. "Is not that rather vague?" required her ladyship. "Everything is vague at first." "But literature now, as an amusement, no doubt it is delightful. But as a profession, does literature ever pay?" "There have been such cases." "Yes, I suppose so. Walter Scott, Gibbon, Macaulay, Froude, those made money, no doubt, but there is a suspicion of hopelessness in the idea of a young man starting in life intending to earn his bread by literature. One remembers Chatterton. I should have thought that in your case the law or the church would have been better. In the latter, Maulevrier might have been useful to you. He is a patron of 3 or 4 livings." "You are too good even to think of such thing," said Hammond. "But I have set my heart upon a political career. I must swim or sink in that sea." Lady Maulevrier looked at him with a compassionate smile. Poor young man! No doubt he thought himself a genius, and that doors which had remained shut to everybody else would turn on their hinges directly as he knocked at them. She was sincerely sorry for him, young, clever, enthusiastic and doomed to bitterest disappointment. You have parents, perhaps, who are ambitious for you, a mother who thinks her son a heaven-born statesman, said her ladyship kindly. Alas, no. That incentive to ambition is waiting in my east. I have neither father nor mother living. That is very sad. No doubt that fact had been a bond of sympathy between you and Maulevrier. I believe it has. Well, I hope Providence will smile upon your path. Come what may. I shall never forget the happy weeks I have spent at Fellside, said Hammond, or your ladyship's gracious hospitality. He took up the beautiful hand, white to transparency, showing the delicate tracing of blue veins, and pressed his lips upon it in chivalrous worship of age and womanly dignity. Lady Maulevrier smiled upon him with her calm, grave smile. She would have liked to say, "You shall be welcome again at Fellside," but she felt that the man was dangerous. Not while Lesbia remained single could she court his company. If Maulevrier brought him, she must tolerate his presence, but she would do nothing to invite that danger. There was no music that evening. Maulevrier and Mary were playing billiards. Fräulein Müller was sitting in her corner working at a high art counterpane. Lesbia came in from the veranda presently, and sat on a low stool by her grandmother's armchair, and talked to her in soft, cooing accents, inaudible to John Hammond, who sat a little way off turning the leaves of the Contemporary Review, and this went on till 11 o'clock, the regular hour for retiring. When Mary came in from the billiard-room and told Mr. Hammond that Maulevrier was waiting for smoke and a talk, then candles were lighted, and the ladies all departed, leaving John Hammond and his friend with the house to themselves. They played a 50 game, and smoked and talked till the stroke of midnight, by which time it seemed as if there were not another creature awake in the house. Maulevrier put out the lamps in the billiard-room, and they went softly up the shadowy staircase, and parted in the gallery, the Earl going one way and his friend the other. The room was large and roomy, spread over a good deal of ground, Lady Maulevrier having insisted upon there being only 2 stories. The servants' rooms were all in side wing, corresponding with those older buildings which had been given over to Stedman and his wife, and among the villagers of Grasmere enjoyed the reputation of being haunted. A wide panelled corridor extended from one end of the house to the other. It was lighted from the roof, and served as a gallery for the display of small and choice collection of modern art, which her ladyship had acquired during her long residence at Fellside. Here, too, in Sheraton cabinets, were those treasures of old English china which Lady Maulevrier had inherited from past generations. Her ladyship's rooms were situated at the southern end of this corridor, her bedchamber being the extreme end of the house, with windows commanding 2 magnificent views, one across the lake and the village of Grasmere to the green slopes of Fairfield, the other along the valley towards the Rydal water. This and the adjoining boudoir were the prettiest rooms in the house, and no one wondered that her ladyship should spend so much of her life in the luxurious seclusion of her own apartments. John Hammond went to his room, which was on the same side of the house as her ladyship's, but he was in no disposition for sleep. He opened the casement, and stood looking out upon the moonlit lake and the quiet village, where one solitary light shone like a faint star in a cottage window, amidst that little cluster of houses by the old church, once known as Kirktown. Beyond the village rose gentle slopes, crowned with foliage, and above those wooded crests appeared the grand outline of the hills, surrounding and guarding Eastdale's lovely valley, as the hills surrounded Jerusalem of old. He looked at that delicious landscape with eyes that hardly saw its beauty. The image of a lovely face came between him and all the glory of earth and sky. "I think he likes me," he was saying to himself. There was a look in her eyes tonight that told me the time was come when. The thought died unfinished in his brain. Through the silent house, across the placid lake, there rang a wild, shrill cry that froze the blood in his veins, or seemed so to freeze it. A shriek of agony.
Chapter 10 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. O Bitterness of Things Too Sweet. Only for an instant did John Hammond stand motionless after hearing that unearthly shriek. In the next moment he rushed into the corridor, expecting to hear the sound repeated, to find himself face to face with some midnight robber whose presence had caused that wild cry of alarm. But in the corridor all was silent as the grave. No open door suggested the entrance of an intruder. The dimly burning lamps showed only the long, empty gallery. He stood still for a few moments, listening for voices, footsteps, the rustle of garments. But there was nothing. Nothing? Yes. A groan, a long-drawn moaning sound, as of infinite pain. This time there was no doubt as to the direction from which the sound came. It came from Lady Maulevrier's room. The door was ajar, and he could see the faint light of the night-lamp within. That fearful cry had come from her ladyship's room. She was in peril or pain of some kind. Convinced of this one fact, Mr. Hammond had not an instant's hesitation. He pushed open the door without compunction, and entered the room, prepared to behold some terrible scene. But all was quiet as death itself. No midnight burglar had violated the sanctity of Lady Maulevrier's apartment. The soft, steady light of the night-lamp shone on the face of the sleeper. Yes, all was quiet in the room, but not in that sleeper's soul. The broad white brow was painfully contracted, the lips drawn down and distorted, the delicate hand, half hidden by the deep Valenciennes ruffle, clutched the coverlet with convulsive force. Sigh after sigh burst from the agitated breast. John Hammond gazed upon the sleeper in an agony of apprehension, uncertain what to do. Was this dreaming only, or was it some kind of seizure which called for medical aid? At her ladyship's age the idea of paralysis was not too improbable for belief. If this was a dream, then indeed the visions of Lady Maulevrier's head upon her bed were more terrible than the dreams of common mortals. In any case, Mr. Hammond felt that it was his duty to send some attendant to Lady Maulevrier, some member of the household who was familiar with her ladyship's habits. Her own maid, if that person could be unearthed easily. He knew that the servants slept in a separate wing, but he thought it more than likely that her ladyship's personal attendant occupied a room near her mistress. He went back to the corridor and looked round him in doubt for a moment or two. Close against her ladyship's door there was a swing door, covered with red cloth, which seemed to communicate with the old part of the house. John Hammond pushed this door, and it yielded to his hand, revealing a lamp-lit passage, narrow, old-fashioned, and low. He thought it likely that Lady Maulevrier's maid might occupy a room in this half-deserted wing. As he pushed open the door, he saw an elderly man coming towards him with a candle in his hand, and with the appearance of having huddled on his clothes hastily. "You heard that scream?" said Hammond. "Yes. It was her ladyship, I suppose. Nightmare. She is subject to nightmare." "It is very dreadful. Her whole countenance was convulsed just now when I went into her room to see what was wrong. I was almost afraid of a fit of some kind. Ought not her maid to go to her?" "She wants no assistance," the man answered, coolly. "It was only a dream. It is not the first time I have been awakened by a shriek like that. It is a kind of nightmare, no doubt, and it passes off in a few minutes, and leaves her sleeping calmly." He went to her ladyship's door, pushed it open a little way, and looked in. "Yes, she is sleeping as quietly as an infant," he said, shutting the door softly as he spoke. "I am very glad, but surely she ought to have her maid near her at night if she is subject to those attacks." "It is no attack, I tell you. It is nothing but a dream," answered Stedman impatiently. "Yet you were frightened, just as I was, or you would not have got up and dressed," said Hammond, looking at the man suspiciously. He had heard of this old servant Stedman, who was supposed to enjoy more of her ladyship's confidence than anyone else in the household, but he had never spoken to the man before that night. "Yes, I came. It was my duty to come, knowing her ladyship's habits. I am a light sleeper, and that scream woke me instantly. If her ladyship's maid were wanted, I should call her. I am a kind of watch-dog, you see, sir." "You seem to be a very faithful dog." "I have been in her ladyship's service more than 40 years. I have reason to be faithful. I know her ladyship's habits better than anyone in the house. I know that she had a great deal of trouble in her early life, and I believe the memory of it comes back upon her sometimes in her dreams, and gets the better of her." "If it was memory that wrung that agonized shriek from her just now, her recollections of the past must be very terrible." "Ah, sir, there is a skeleton in every house," answered James Stedman, gravely. This was exactly what Maulevrier had said under the yew trees which Wordsworth planted. "Good night, sir," said Stedman. "Good night. You are sure that Lady Maulevrier may be left safely, that there is no fear of illness of any kind?" "No, sir. It was only a bad dream. Good night, sir." Stedman went back to his own quarters. Mr. Hammond heard him draw the bolts of the swing door, thus cutting off all communication with the corridor. The 8-day clock on the staircase struck 2 as Mr. Hammond returned to his room, even less inclined for sleep than when he left it. Strange, that nocturnal disturbance of a mind which seemed so tranquil in the day. Or was that tranquillity only a mask which her ladyship wore before the world, and was the bitter memory of events which happened 40 years ago still a source of anguish to that highly strung nature? "There are some minds which cannot forget," John Hammond said to himself, as he meditated upon her ladyship's character and history. The story of her husband's crime may still be fresh in her memory, though it is only a tradition for the outside world. His crime may have involved some deep wrong done to herself, some outrage against her love and faith as a wife. One of the stories Maulevrier spoke of the other day was of a wicked woman's influence upon the governor, a much more likely story than that of any traffic in British interests or British honour, which would have been almost impossible for a man in Lord Maulevrier's position. If the scandal was of a darker kind, a guilty wife, the mysterious disappearance of a husband, the horror of the thing may have made a deeper impression on Lady Maulevrier than even her nearest and dearest dream of, and that superb calm which she wears like a royal mantle may be maintained at the cost of struggles which tear her heartstrings. And then at night, when the will is dormant, when the nervous system is no longer ruled by the power of waking intelligence, the old familiar agony returns, the hated images flash back upon the brain, and in proportion to the fineness of the temperament is the intensity of the dreamer's pain. And then he went on to reflect upon the long, monotonous years spent in that lonely house, shut in from the world by those everlasting hills. Albeit the house was an ideal house, set in a landscape of infinite beauty, the monotony must be none the less oppressive for a mind burdened with dark memories, weighed down by sorrows which could seek no relief from sympathy, which could never become familiarized by discussion. I wonder that a woman of Lady Maulevrier's intellect should not have better known how to treat her own malady, thought Hammond. Mr. Hammond inquired after her ladyship's health next morning, and was told she was perfectly well. "Grandmother is in capital spirits," said Lady Lesbia. "She is pleased with the contents of yesterday's Globe. Lord Denyer, the son of one of her oldest friends, has been making a great speech at Liverpool in the Conservative interest, and her ladyship thinks we shall have a change of parties before long." "A general shuffle of the cards," said Maulevrier, looking up from his breakfast. "I'm sure I hope so. I'm no politician, but I like a row." "I hope you are a Conservative, Mr. Hammond," said Lesbia. "I had hoped you would have known that ever so long ago, Lady Lesbia." Lesbia blushed at his tone, which was almost a reproach. "I suppose I ought to have understood from the general tenor of your conversation," she said, "but I am terribly stupid about politics. I take so little interest in them. I am always hearing that we are being badly governed, that the men who legislate for us are stupid or wicked, yet the world seems to go on somehow, and we are no worse." "It is just the same with sport," said Maulevrier. "Every rainy spring we are told that all the young birds have been drowned, or that the grouse disease has decimated the fathers and mothers, and that we shall have nothing to shoot. But when August comes, the birds are there all the same." "It is the nature of mankind to complain," said Hammond. "Cain and Abel were the first farmers, and you see one of them grumbled." They were rather lively at breakfast that morning, Maulevrier's last breakfast but one, for he had announced his determination of going to Scotland next day. Other fellows would shoot all the birds if he dawdled any longer. Mary was in deep despondency at the idea of his departure, yet she laughed and talked with the rest. And perhaps Lesbia felt a little moved at the thought of losing Mr. Hammond. Maulevrier would come back to Mary, but John Hammond was hardly likely to return. Their parting would be for ever. "You needn't sit quite in my pocket, Molly," said Maulevrier to his younger sister. "I like to make the most of you now you are going away," sighed Mary. "Oh dear, how dull we shall all be when you are gone." "Not a bit of it. You will have some fox-hunting, perhaps, before the snow is on the hills." At the very mention of foxhounds, Lady Mary's bright young face crimsoned, and Maulevrier began to laugh in a provoking way, with sidelong glances at his younger sister. "Did you ever hear of Molly's fox-hunting, by the by, Hammond?" he asked. Mary tried to put her hand before his lips, but it was useless. "Why shouldn't I tell?" he exclaimed. "It was quite a heroic adventure. You must know our fox-hunting here is rather a peculiar institution, very good in its way, but strictly local. No horse could live among our hills, so we hunt on foot, and as the pace is good, and the work hard, nobody who starts with the hounds is likely to be in at the death, except the huntsman. We are all mad for the sport, and off we go, over the hills and far away, picking up a fresh field as we go. The ploughman leaves his plough, and the shepherd leaves his flock, and the farmer leaves his thrashing to follow us. In every field we cross we get fresh blood, while those who join us at the start fall off by degrees. Well, it happened one day late in October, when there were long ridges of snow on Helvellyn, and patches of white on Fairfield, Mistress Mary here must needs take her bamboo staff and start for the striding edge. It was just the day upon which she might have met her death easily on that perilous point, but happily something occurred to divert her juvenile fancy. For scarcely had she got to the bottom of Dolly Waggon Pike— "You know Dolly—" "Intimately," said Hammond, with a nod. Scarcely had she neared the base of Dolly Waggon when she heard the huntsman's horn, the hounds at full cry, streaming along towards Dunmulrays. Off flew Molly, all among the butcher boys and farmers' men and rosy-cheeked squireens of the district, racing over the rugged fields, clambering over the low stone walls, uphill, downhill, shouting when the others shouted, never losing sight of the waving sterns, winding and doubling and still going upward and upward till she stood, panting and puffing like a young grampus, on the top of Seat Sandal, still all among the butcher boys and the farmers' men, and the guides and the red-cheeked squireens, her frock torn to ribbons, her hat lost in a ditch, her hair streaming down her back, and every inch of her, from her nose downwards, splashed and spattered with mire and clay. What a spectacle for gods and men, guides and butcher boys! And there she stood with the sun going down beyond Coniston Old Man, and a 7-mile walk between her and Fellside. "Poor Lady Mary," said Hammond, looking at her rather kindly, but Mary did not see that friendly glance which betokened sympathy rather than scorn. She sat silent and very red, with drooping eyelids, thinking her brother horribly cruel for thus publishing her foolishness. "Poor indeed!" exclaimed Maulevrier. "She came crawling home after dark, footsore and draggled, looking like a beggar girl, and as evil fate would have it, her ladyship, who so seldom goes out, must needs have been taking afternoon tea at the vicarage upon that particular occasion, and was driving up the avenue as Mary crawled to the gate. The storm that followed may be more easily imagined than described." "It was years and years ago," expostulated Mary, looking very angry. "Grandmother needn't have made such a fuss about it." "Ah, but in those days she still had hopes of civilizing you," answered Maulevrier. "Since then she has abandoned all endeavour in that direction, and has given you over to your own devices, and me. Since then you have become a chartered libertine. You have letters of marque." "I don't care what you call me," said Mary. "I only know that I am very happy when you are at home, and very miserable when you are away." "It is hardly kind of you to say that, Lady Mary," remonstrated Fräulein Müller, who up to this point had been busily engaged with muffins and gooseberry jam. "Oh, I don't mean that anyone is unkind to me or uses me badly," said Mary. "I only mean that my life is empty when Maulevrier is away, and that I am always longing for him to come back again." "I thought you adored the hills and the lake and the villagers and your pony and Maulevrier's dogs," said Lesbia, faintly contemptuous. "Yes, but one wants something human to love," answered Mary, making it very obvious that there was no warmth of affection between herself and the feminine members of her family. She had not thought of the significance of her speech. She was very angry with Maulevrier for having held her up to ridicule before Mr. Hammond, who already despised her, as she believed, and whose contempt was more galling than it need have been, considering that he was a mere casual visitor who would go away and return no more. Never till his coming had she felt her deficiencies, but in his presence she writhed under the sense of her unworthiness, and had an almost agonizing consciousness of all those faults which her grandmother had told her about so often with not the slightest effect. In those days she had not cared what Lady Maulevrier or anyone else might say of her, or think of her. She lived her life and defied fortune. She was worse than her reputation. To-day she felt it a bitter thing that she had grown to the age of womanhood lacking all those graces and accomplishments which made her sister adorable, and which might make even a plain woman charming. Never till John Hammond's coming had she felt a pang of envy in the contemplation of Lesbia's beauty or Lesbia's grace, but now she had so keen a sense of the difference between herself and her sister that she began to fear that this cruel pain must indeed be that lowest of all vices. Even the difference in their gowns was a source of humiliation to her now. Lesbia was looking her loveliest this morning, in a gown that was all lace and soft madras muslin, flowing, cloud-like, while Mary's tailor gown, with its tight trim bodice, horn buttons, and kilted skirt, seemed to cry aloud that it had been made for a tomboy. And this tailor gown was a costume to which Mary had condemned herself by her own folly. Only a year ago, moved by an artistic admiration for Lesbia's delicate breakfast gowns, Mary had told her grandmother that she would like to have something of the same kind, whereupon the dowager, who did not take the faintest interest in Mary's toilet, but who had a stern sense of justice, replied, "I do not think Lesbia's frocks and your habits will agree, but you can have some pretty morning gowns if you like." And the order had been given for a confection in muslin and lace for Lady Mary. Mary came down to breakfast one bright June morning in the new frock, feeling very proud of herself and looking very pretty. "Fine feathers make fine birds," said Fräulein Müller. "I should hardly have known you." "I wish you had always dressed like that," said Lesbia. "You really look like a young lady." And Mary danced about on the lawn, feeling sylph-like and quite in love with her own elegance, when a sudden uplifting of canine voices in the distance had sent her flying to see what was the matter with the terrier pack. In the kennel there was riot and confusion. Ahab was demolishing Angelina. Absalom had Agamemnon in a deadly grip. Dog-whip in hand, Mary rushed to the rescue and laid about her like the knights of old, utterly forgetful of her frock. She soon succeeded in restoring order, but the madras muslin, the Breton lace, had perished in the conflict. She left the kennel panting, and in rags and tatters, some of the muslin and lace hanging about her in strips a yard long, but the greater part remaining in the possession of the terriers, who had mauled and munched her finery to their heart's content, while she was reading the riot act. She went back to the house, bowed down by shame and confusion, and marched straight to the dowager's morning-room. "Look what the terriers have done to me, grandmother," she said, with a sob. "It is all my own fault, of course. I ought not to have gone near them in that stupid muslin. Please forgive me for being so foolish. I am not fit to have pretty frocks." "I think, my dear, you can now have no doubt that the tailor gowns are fittest for you," answered Lady Maulevrier with crushing placidity. "We have tried the experiment of dressing you like Lesbia, and you see it does not answer. Tell Kibble to throw your new gown in the rag-bag, and please let me hear no more about it." After this dismal failure, Mary could not feel herself ill-used in having to wear tailor gowns all the year round. She was allowed cotton frocks for very warm weather, and she had pretty gowns for evening wear, but her usual attire was cloth or linsey-woolsey made by the local tailor. Sometimes Maulevrier ordered her a gown or a coat from his own man in Conduit Street, and then she felt herself smart and fashionable, and even the local tailor contrived to make her gowns prettily, having a great appreciation of her straight willowy figure, and deeming it a privilege to work for her, so that hitherto Mary had felt very well content with her cloth and linsey. But now that John Hammond so obviously admired Lesbia's delicate raiment, poor Mary began to think her woollen gowns odious. After breakfast, Mary and Maulevrier went straight off to the kennels. His lordship had numerous instructions to give on this last day, and his lieutenant had to receive and register his orders. Lesbia went to the garden with her book and with Fraulein, the inevitable Fraulein, as Hammond thought her, in close attendance. It was a lovely morning, sultry, summer-like, albeit September had just begun. The tennis lawn, which had been levelled on one side of the house, was surrounded on 3 sides by shrubberies planted 40 years ago, in the beginning of Lady Maulevrier's widowhood. All loveliest trees grew there in perfection, sheltered by the mighty wall of the mountain, fed by the mists from the lake. Larch and mountain ash and Lawsonian cypress, deodara and magnolia, arbutus and silver broom, acacia and lilac flourished here in that rich beauty which made every cottage garden in the happy district a little paradise. And here in a semicircular recess at one end of the lawn were rustic chairs and tables, and an umbrella tent. This was Lady Lesbia's chosen retreat on summer mornings, and a favourite place for afternoon tea. Mr. Hammond followed the two ladies to their bower. "This is to be my last morning," he said, looking at Lesbia. "Will you think me a great bore if I spend it with you?" "We shall think it very nice of you," answered Lesbia, without a vestige of emotion, "especially if you will read to us." "I will do anything to make myself useful. What shall I read?" "Anything you like. What do you say to Tennyson?" "That he is a noble poet, a teacher of all good, but too philosophical for my present mood. May I read you some of Heine's ballads, those songs which you sing so exquisitely, or rather some you do not sing, and which will be fresher to you? My German is far from perfect, but I am told it is passable, and Fräulein Müller can throw her scissors at me when my accent is too dreadful." "You speak German beautifully," said Fräulein. "I wonder where you learned it." "I have been a good deal in Germany, and I had a Hanoverian valet who was quite a gentleman, and spoke admirably. I think I learned more from him than from grammars or dictionaries. I'll go and fetch Heine." "What a very agreeable person Mr. Hammond is," said Fräulein, when he was gone. "We shall quite miss him." "Yes, I have no doubt we shall miss him," said Lesbia, again without the faintest emotion. The governess began to think that the ordeal of an agreeable young man's presence at Fellside had been passed in safety, and that her pupil was unscathed. She had kept a close watch on the two, as in duty bound. She knew that Hammond was in love with Lesbia, but she thought Lesbia was heart whole. Mr. Hammond came back with a shabby little book in his hand, and established himself comfortably in one of the two Beaconsfield chairs. He opened his book at that group of short poems called Heimkehr, and read here and there as fancy led him. Sometimes the strain was a love song, brief, passionate as the cry of a soul in pain. Sometimes the verses were bitter and cynical, sometimes full of tenderest simplicity, telling of childhood and youth and purity, sometimes dark with hidden meanings, grim, awful, cold with the chilling breath of the charnel house. Sometimes Lesbia's heart beat a little faster as Mr. Hammond read, for it seemed as if it was he who was speaking to her, and not the dead poet. An hour or more passed in this way. Fräulein Müller was charmed at hearing some of her favourite poems, asking now for this little bit, and anon for another, and expatiating upon the merits of German poets in general, and Heine in particular, in the pauses of the lecture. She was quite carried away by her delight in the poet, and was so entirely uplifted to the ideal world that, when a footman came with a message from Lady Maulevrier requesting her presence, she tripped gaily off at once, without a thought of danger in leaving those two together on the lawn. She had been a faithful watchdog up to this point, but she was now lulled into a false sense of security by the idea that the time of peril was all but ended. So she left them, but could she have looked back 2 minutes afterwards she would have perceived the unwisdom of that act. No sooner had the Fräulein turned the corner of the shrubbery than Hammond laid aside his book and drew nearer Lesbia, who sat looking downward, with her eyes upon the delicate piece of fancy-work which had occupied her fingers all the morning. "Lesbia, this is my last day at Fellside, and you and I may never have a minute alone together again while I am here. Will you come for a little walk with me on the fell? There is something I must say to you before I go." Lesbia's delicate cheek grew a shade more pale. Instinct told her what was coming, though never mortal man had spoken to her of love. Nor until now had Mr. Hammond ever addressed her by her Christian name without the ceremonious prefix. There was a deeper tone in his voice, a graver look in his eyes, than she had ever noticed before. She rose, and took up her sunshade, and went with him meekly through the cultivated shrubbery of ornamental timber to the rougher pathway that wound through a copse of Scotch fir which formed the outer boundary of Lady Maulevrier's domain. Beyond the fir-trees rose the grassy slope of the hill, on the brow of which sheep were feeding. Deep down in the hollow below the lawns and shrubberies of Fellside, the placid bosom of the lake shone like an emerald floor in the sunlight, reflecting the verdure of the hill, and the white sheep dotted about here and there. There was not a breath in the air around them as those two sauntered slowly side by side in the pine-wood, not a cloud in the dazzling blue sky above, and for a little time they too were silent, as if bound by a spell which neither dared to break. Then at last Hammond spoke. "Lesbia, you know that I love you," he began, in his low, grave voice, tremulous with feeling. "No words I can say today can tell you of my love more plainly than my heart has been telling you in every hour of this happy, happy time that you and I have spent together. I love you as I never hoped to love, fervently, completely, believing that the perfection of earthly bliss will be mine if I can but win you. Dearest, is there such a sweet hope for me? Are you indeed my own, as I am yours, heart and soul, and mind and being, to the last throb of life in this poor clay?" He tried to take her hand, but she drew herself away from him with a frightened look. She was very pale, and there was infinite distress in the dark violet eyes which looked entreatingly, deprecatingly, at her lover. "I dare not answer as you would like me to answer," she faltered, after a painful pause. "I am not my own mistress. My grandmother has brought me up, devoted herself to me almost, and she has her own views, her own plans. I dare not frustrate them." "She would like to marry you to a man of rank and fortune, a man who will choose you, perhaps, because other people admire you, rather than because he himself loves you as you ought to be loved, who will choose you because you are altogether the best and most perfect thing of your year, just as he would buy a yearling at Newmarket or Doncaster. Her ladyship means you to make a great alliance. Coronets, not hearts, are the counters for her game. But, Lesbia, would you, in the bloom and freshness of youth, you with the pulses of youth throbbing at your heart, lend yourself to the calculations of age which has lived its life and forgotten the very meaning of love? Will you submit to be played as a card in the game of a dowager's ambition? Trust me, dearest, in the crisis of a woman's life there is only one counsellor she should listen to, and that counsellor is her own heart. If you love me, as I dare to hope you do, trust in me, hold by me, and leave the rest to heaven. I know that I can make your life happy." "You frighten me by your impetuosity," said Lesbia. "Surely you forget how short a time we have known each other." "An age. All my life before the day I saw you is a dead, dull blank as compared with the magical hours I have spent with you. I do not even know who and what you are. First, I am a gentleman, or I should not be your brother's friend. A poor gentleman, if you like, with only my own right arm to hew my pathway through the wood of life to the temple of fortune. But trust me, only trust me, Lesbia, and I will so hew my path as to reach that temple. Look at me, love. Do I look like a man born to fail?" She looked up at him shyly, with eyes that were dim with tears. He looked like a demigod, tall, straight as the pine trunks amongst which he was standing, a frame formed for strength and activity, a face instinct with mental power, dark eyes that glowed with the fire of intellect and passion. The sunlight gave an almost unearthly radiance to the clear dark of his complexion, the curly brown hair cut close to the finely shaped head, the broad brow and boldly modelled features. Lesbia felt in her heart that such a man must be destined for success, born to be a conqueror in all strifes, a victor upon every field. "Have I the thews and sinews of a man doomed to be beaten in the battle?" he asked her. "No, dearest. Heaven meant me to succeed, and with you to fight for I shall not be beaten by adverse fortune. Can you not trust Providence and me?" "I cannot disobey my grandmother. If she will consent—" "She will not consent. You must defy Lady Maulevrier, Lesbia, if you mean to reward my love. But I will promise you this much, darling, that if you will be my wife, with your brother's consent, which I am sure of before I ask for it, within 1 year of our marriage I will find means of reconciling her ladyship to the match, and winning her entire forgiveness for you and me." "You are talking of impossibilities," said Lesbia, frowning. "Why do you talk to me as if I were a child? I know hardly anything of the world, but I do know the woman who has reared and educated me. My grandmother would never forgive me if I married a poor man. I should be an outcast." "We would be outcasts together, happy outcasts. Besides, we should not always be poor. I tell you I am predestined to conquer fate." "But we should have to begin from the beginning." "Yes, we should have to begin from the beginning, as Adam and Eve did when they left paradise." "We are not told in the Bible that they had any happiness after that. It seems to have been all trouble and weariness and toil and death after the angel with the flaming sword drove them out of Eden." "They were together, and they must have been happy. Oh, Lesbia, if you do not feel that you can face poverty and the world's contempt by my side, and for my sake, you do not love me. Love never calculates so nicely, love never fears the future, and yet you do love me, Lesbia, he said, trying to fold her in his arms. But again she drew herself away from him, this time with a look almost of horror, and stood facing him, clinging to one of the pine trunks like a scared wood-nymph. "You have no right to say that," she said. "I have the divine right of my own deep love, of heart which cries out to heart. Do you think there is no magnetic power in true love which can divine the answering love in another? Lesbia, call me an insolent coxcomb if you like, but I know you love me, and that you and I may be utterly happy together. Oh, why? Why do you shrink from me, my beloved? Why withhold yourself from my arms? Oh, love, let me hold you to my heart. Let me seal our betrothal with a kiss." "Betrothal? No, no, not for the world," cried Lesbia. "Lady Maulevrier would cast me off for ever. She would curse me." "What would the curse of an ambitious woman weigh against my love? And I tell you that her anger would be only a passing tempest. She would forgive you." "Never. You don't know her." "I tell you she would forgive you, and all would be well with us before we had been married a year. Why cannot you believe me, Lesbia?" "Because I cannot believe impossibilities, even from your lips," she answered sullenly. She stood before him with downcast eyes, the tears streaming down her pale cheeks, exquisitively lovely in her agitation and sorrow. Yes, she did love him. Her heart was beating passionately. She was longing to throw herself on his breast, to be folded upon that manly heart, to trust in that brave, bright look which seemed to defy fortune. Yes, he was a man born to conquer. He was handsome, intellectual, powerful in all mental and physical gifts, a man of men. But he was, by his own admission, a very obscure and insignificant person, and he had no money. Life with him meant a long fight with adverse circumstances. Life for his wife must mean patience, submission, long waiting upon destiny, and perhaps with old age and grey hairs the tardy turning of fortune's wheel. And was she for this to resign the kingdom that had been promised to her, the giddy heights which she was born to scale, the triumphs and delights and victories of the great world? Yes, Lesbia loved this fortuneless knight, but she loved herself and her prospects of promotion still better. "Oh, Lesbia, can you not be brave for my sake, trustful for my sake? God will be good to us if we are true to each other." "God will not be good to me if I disobey my grandmother. I owe her too much. Ingratitude in me would be doubly base. I will speak to her. I will tell her all you have said, and if she gives me the faintest encouragement—" "She will not. That is a foregone conclusion. Tell her all if you like, but let us be prepared for the answer. When she denies the right of your heart to choose its own mate, then rise up in the might of your womanhood and defy her. Tell her, 'I love him, and be he rich or poor, I will share his fate.' Tell her boldly, bravely, nobly, as a true woman should. And if she be adamant still, proclaim your right to disobey her worldly wisdom rather than the voice of your own heart. And then come to me, darling, and be my own, and the world which you and I will face together shall not be a bad world. I will answer for that. No trouble shall come near you. No humiliation shall ever touch you. Only believe in me." "I can believe in you, but not in the impossible," answered Lesbia, with measured accents. The voice was silver-sweet, but passing cold. Just then there was a rustling among the pine branches, and Lesbia looked round with a startled air. "Is there anyone listening?" she exclaimed. "What was that?" "Only the breath of heaven. Oh, Lesbia, if you were but a little less wise, a little more trustful! Do not be a dumb idol. Say that you love me, or do not love me. If you can look me in the face and say the last, I will leave you without another word. I will take my sentence and go." But this was just what Lesbia could not do. She could not deny her love, and yet she could not sacrifice all things for her love. She lifted the heavy lids which veiled those lovely eyes, and looked up at him imploringly. "Give me time to breathe, time to think," she said. "And then will you answer me plainly, truthfully, without a shadow of reserve, remembering that the fate of 2 lives hangs on your words?" "I will." "Let it be so, then. I'll go for a ramble over the hills and return in time for afternoon tea. I shall look for you on the tennis lawn at 4:30. He took her in his arms, and this time she yielded herself to him, and the beautiful head rested for a few moments upon his breast, and the soft eyes looked up at him in confiding fondness. He bent and kissed her once only, but a kiss that meant for life and death. In the next moment he was gone, leaving her alone among the pine trees.
Chapter 11 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Morales. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. Lady Maulevrier rarely appeared at luncheon. She took some slight refection in her morning room among her books and papers, and in the society of her canine favourites, whose company suited her better at certain hours than the noisier companionship of her grandchildren. She was a studious woman, loving the silent life of books better than the inane chatter of everyday humanity. She was a woman who thought much and read much, and who lived more in the past than the present. She lived also in the future, counting much upon the splendid career of her beautiful granddaughter, which should be in a manner a lengthening out, a renewal of her own life. She looked forward to the day when Lesbia should reign supreme in the great world, a famous beauty and leader of fashion, her every act and word inspired and directed by her grandmother, who would be the shadow behind the throne. It was possible, nay, probable, that in those days Lady Maulevrier would herself reappear in society, establish her salon, and draw around her closing years all that is wittiest, best, and wisest in the great world. Her ladyship was reposing in her low reading chair, with a volume of Tyndall on the bookstand before her, when the door was opened softly, and Lesbia came gliding in and seated herself without a word on the hassock at her grandmother's feet. Lady Maulevrier passed her hand caressingly over the girl's soft brown hair without looking up from her book. "You are a late visitor," she said. "Why did you not come to me after breakfast?" "It was such a lovely morning. We went straight from the breakfast table to the garden. I did not think you wanted me." "I did not want you, but I am always glad to see my pet. What were you doing in the garden all the morning? I did not hear you playing tennis." Lady Maulevrier had already interrogated the German governess upon this very subject, but she had her own reasons for wishing to hear Lesbia's account. "No, it was too warm for tennis. Fraulein and I sat and worked, and Mr. Hammond read to us." "What did he read?" "Heine's ballads. He reads German beautifully." "Indeed, I dare say he was at a school in Germany. There are cheap schools there to which middle-class people send their boys." This was like a thrust from a rusty knife. "Mr. Hammond was at Oxford," Lesbia said, reproachfully, and then, after a longish pause, she clasped her hands upon the arm of Lady Maulevrier's chair, and said, in a pleading voice, "Grandmother, Mr. Hammond has asked me to marry him." "Indeed, only that? And pray, did he tell you what are his means of maintaining Lord Maulevrier's sister in the position to which her birth entitles her?" inquired the dowager with crushing calmness. "He is not rich indeed. I believe he is poor. But he is brave and clever, and he is full of confidence in his power to conquer fortune." "No doubt. That is your true adventurous style. He confides implicitly in his own talents and in somebody else's banker. Mr. Hammond could make a tremendous figure in the world, I dare say, and while he was making it, your brother would have to keep him. Well, my dear Lesbia, I hope you gave this gentleman the answer his insolence deserved, or that you did better, and referred him to me. I should be glad to give him my opinion of his conduct. A person admitted to this house as your brother's hanger-on, tolerated only on your brother's account. Such a person, nameless, penniless, friendless, except for Maulevrier's too facile patronage, to dare to lift his eye to my granddaughter. It is ineffable insolence. Lesbia crouched by her grandmother's chair, her face hidden from Lady Maulevrier's falcon eye. Every word uttered by her ladyship stung like the knotted cord of a knout. She knew not whether to be most ashamed of her lover or of herself, of her lover for his obscure position, his hopeless poverty, of herself for her folly in loving such a man. And she did love him, and would fain have pleaded his cause, had she not been cowed by the authority that had ruled her all her life. Lesbia, if I thought you had been silly enough, degraded enough, to give this young man encouragement, to have justified his audacity of today by any act or word of yours, I should despise, I should detest you, said Lady Maulevrier sternly. What could be more contemptible, more hateful in a girl reared as you have been, than to give encouragement to the first comer, to listen greedily to the first adventurer who had the insolence to make love to you, to be eager to throw yourself into the arms of the first man who asked you, that my granddaughter, or a girl reared and taught and watched and guarded by me, should have no more dignity, no more modesty, or womanly feeling, than a barmaid at an inn. Lesbia began to cry. I don't see why a barmaid should not be a good woman, or why it should be a crime to fall in love, she said in a voice broken by sobs. You need not speak to me unkindly. I am not going to marry Mr. Hammond. Oh, you are not? That is very good of you. I am deeply grateful for such an assurance. But I like him better than anyone I ever saw in my life before. You have seen so many people. You have had such a wide area for choice. No, I know I have been kept like a nun in a convent, but I don't think, when I go into the world, I shall ever see anyone I should like better than Mr. Hammond. Wait till you have seen the world before you make up your mind about that. And now, Lesbia, leave off talking and thinking like a child. Look me in the face and listen to me, for I am going to speak seriously. And with me, when I am in earnest, what is said once is said forever. Lady Maulevrier grasped her granddaughter's arm with long, slender fingers, which held it as tightly as the grasp of a vice. She drew the girl's slim figure round till they were face to face, looking into each other's eyes, the dowager's eager countenance lit up with impassioned feeling, severe, awful as the face of one of the fatal sisters, the avengers of blood, the harbingers of doom. Lesbia, I think I have been good to you and kind to you, she said. You have been all that is kind and dear, faltered Lesbia. Then give me my measure for measure. My life has been a hard one, child, hard and lonely and loveless and joyless. My son, to whom I devoted myself in the vigor of youth and in the prime of life, never left me, never repaid me for my love. He spent his days far away from me, when his presence would have gladdened my difficult life. He died in a strange land. Of his 3 children, you are the one I took into my heart. I did my duty to the others. I lavished my love upon you. Do not give me cursing instead of blessing. Do not give me a stone instead of bread. I have built every hope of happiness or pleasure in this world upon you and your obedience. Obey me, be true to me, and I will make you a queen, and I will sit in the shadow of your throne. I will toil for you and be wise for you. You shall have only to shine and dazzle and enjoy the glory of life. My beautiful darling, for pity's sake, do not give yourself over to folly. Did you not marry for love, grandmother? No, Lesbia. Lord Maulevrier and I got on very well together, but ours was no love match. Does nobody in our rank ever marry for love? Are all marriages a mere exchange and barter? No, there are love matches now and then, which often turn out badly. But, my darling, I am not asking you to marry for rank or for money. I am only asking you to wait till you find your mate among the noblest in the land. He may be the handsomest and most accomplished of men, a man born to win women's hearts, and you may love him as fervently as ever a village girl loved her first lover. I am not going to sacrifice you or to barter you, dearest. I mean to marry you to the best and noblest young man of his day. You shall never be asked to stoop to the unworthy, not even if worthlessness wore strawberry leaves in his cap, and owned the greatest estate in the land. And if, instead of waiting for this King Arthur of yours, I were to do as Iseul did, as Guinevere did, choose for myself? Iseul and Guinevere were wantons. I wonder that you can name them in comparison with yourself. If I were to marry a good and honorable man who has his place to make in the world, would you never forgive me? You mean Mr. Hammond? You may just as well speak plainly, said Lady Maulevrier freezingly. If you were capable of such idiocy as that, Lesbia, I would pluck you out of my heart like a foul weed. I would never look upon you, or hear your name spoken, or think of you again as long as I lived. My life would not last very long after that blow. Old age cannot bear such shocks. Oh, Lesbia, I have been father and mother to you. Do not bring my grey hairs in sorrow to the grave. Lesbia gave a deep sigh and brushed the tears from her cheeks. Yes, the very idea of such a marriage was foolishness. Just now, in the pine wood, carried away by the force of her lover's passion, by her own softer feelings, it had seemed to her as if she could count the world well lost for his sake. But now, at Lady Maulevrier's feet, she became again true to her training, and the world was too much to lose. "What can I do, grandmother?" she asked submissively, despairingly. "He loves me, and I love him. How can I tell him that he and I can never be anything to each other in this world? Refer him to me. I will give him his answer." No, no, that will not do. I have promised to answer him for myself. He has gone for a walk on the hills, and will come back at 4 o'clock for my answer. Sit down at that table and write as I dictate. But a letter will be so formal. It is the only way in which you can answer him. When he comes back from his walk, you will have left Fellside. I shall send you off to St. Bees with Fraulein. You must never look upon that man's face again. Lesbia brushed away a few more tears and obeyed. She had been too well trained to attempt resistance.
Chapter 12 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. The Greater Cantle of the World is Lost. The sky was still cloudless when John Hammond strolled slowly up the leafy avenue at Fellside. He had been across the valley and up the hill to Easedale Tarn, and then by rough untrodden ways, across a chaos of rock and heather, into a second valley, long, narrow, and sterile, known as Far Easedale, a desolate gorge, a rugged cleft in the heart of the mountains. The walk had been long and laborious, but only in such clambering and toiling, such expenditure of muscular force and latent heat, could the man's restless soul endure those long hours of suspense. "How will she answer me? Oh, my God, how will she answer me?" he said within himself, as he walked up the romantic winding road, which made so picturesque an approach to Lady Maulevrier's domain. "Is my idol gold or clay? How will she come through the crucible? Oh, dearest, sweetest, loveliest, only be true to the instinct of your womanhood, and my cup will be full of bliss, and all my days will flow as sweetly as the burden of a song. But if you prove heartless, if you love the world's wealth better than you love me, then all is over, and you and I are lost to each other for ever. I have made up my mind." His face settled into an expression of indomitable determination, as of a man who would die rather than be false to his own purpose. There was no glow of hope in his heart. He had no deep faith in the girl he loved. Indeed, in his heart of hearts he knew that this being to whom he had trusted his hopes of bliss was no heroine. She was a lovely, lovable girl, nothing more. How would she greet him, when they met presently on the tennis lawn? With tears and entreaties, and pretty little deprecating speeches, irresolution, timidity, vacillation perhaps, hardly with heroic resolve to act and dare for his sake. There was no one on the tennis lawn when he went there, though the hour was close at hand at which Lesbia had promised to give him his answer. He sat down in one of the low chairs, glad to rest after his long ramble, having had no refreshment but a bottle of soda–water and a biscuit at the cottage by Easedale Tarn. He waited calmly as to outward seeming, but with a heavy heart. "If it were Mary now whom I loved, I should have little fear of the issue," he thought, weighing his sweetheart's character, as he weighed his chances of success. "That young termagant would defy the world for her lover." He sat in the summer silence for nearly half an hour, and still there was no sign of Lady Lesbia. Her satin–lined work–basket, with the work thrown carelessly across it, was still on the rustic table, just as she had left it when they went to the pine–wood. Waiting was weary work when the bliss of a lifetime trembled in the balance, and yet he did not want to be impatient. She might find it difficult to get away from her family, perhaps. She was closely watched and guarded, as the most precious thing at Fellside. At last the clock struck 5, and Hammond could endure delay no longer. He went round by the flower–garden to the terrace before the drawing–room windows, and through an open window to the drawing–room. Lady Maulevrier was in her accustomed seat, with her own particular little table, magazines, books, newspapers at her side. Lady Mary was pouring out the tea, a most unusual thing, and Maulevrier was sitting on a stool at her feet, with his knees up to his chin, very warm and dusty, eating pound–cake. "Where the mischief have you been hiding yourself all day, Jack?" he called out, as Hammond appeared, looking round the room as he entered, with eager, interrogating eyes for that one figure which was absent. "I have been for a walk." "You might have had the civility to announce your design, and Molly and I would have shared your peregrinations. I'm sorry that I lost the privilege of your company." "I suppose you lost your luncheon, which was of more importance," said Maulevrier. "Will you have some tea?" asked Mary, who looked more womanly than usual in a cream–coloured surah gown, one of her Sunday gowns. She had a faint hope that by this essentially feminine apparel she might lessen the prejudicial effect of Maulevrier's cruel story about the fox–hunt. Mr. Hammond answered absently, hardly looking at Mary, and quite unconscious of her pretty gown. "Thanks, yes," he said, taking the cup and saucer, and looking at the door, by which he momently expected Lady Lesbia's entrance; and then, as the door did not open, he looked down at Mary, very busy with china teapots and brass kettle, which hissed and throbbed over a spirit-lamp. "Won't you have some cake?" she asked, looking up at him gently, grieved at the distress and disappointment in his face. "I am sure you must be dreadfully hungry." "Not in the least, thanks. How came you to be entrusted with those sacred vessels, Lady Mary? What has become of Fräulein and your sister?" "They have rushed off to St. Bees. Grandmother thought Lesbia looked pale and out of spirits, and packed her off to the seaside at a minute's notice." "What! She has left Fellside?" asked Hammond, paling suddenly, as if a man had struck him. "Lady Maulevrier, do I understand that Lady Lesbia has gone away?" He asked the question in an authoritative tone, with the air of a man who has a right to be answered. The dowager wondered at his surpassing insolence. "My granddaughter has gone to the seaside with her governess," she said haughtily. "At a minute's notice?" "At a minute's notice. I am not in the habit of hesitating about any step which I consider necessary for my grandchildren's welfare." She looked him full in the face with those falcon eyes of hers, and he gave her back a look as resolute, and every whit as full of courage and of pride. "Well," he said, after a very perceptible pause, "no doubt your ladyship has done wisely, and I must submit to your jurisdiction. But I had asked Lady Lesbia a question, and I had been promised an answer." "Your question has been answered by Lady Lesbia. She left a note for you," replied Lady Maulevrier. "Thanks," answered Mr. Hammond, briefly, and he hurried from the room without another word. The letter was on the table in his bedroom, and he had little hope of any good waiting for him in a letter so written. The dowager and the world had triumphed over a girl's dawning love, no doubt. This was Lesbia's letter. "Dear Mr. Hammond, Lady Maulevrier desires me to say that the proposal which you honoured me by making this morning is one which I cannot possibly accept, and that any idea of an engagement between you and me could result only in misery and humiliation to both. She thinks it best, under the circumstances, that we should not again meet, and I shall therefore have left Fellside before you receive this letter. With all good wishes, very faithfully yours, Lesbia Haselden." Very faithfully mine! Faithful to her false training, to the worldly mind that rules her, faithful to the gods of this world, Belial and Mammon, and the Moloch fashion. Poor cowardly soul! She loves me, and owns as much, yet weakly flies from me, afraid to trust the strong arm and the brave heart of the man who loves her, preferring the glittering shams of the world to the reality of true and honest love. Well, child, I have weighed you in the balance and found you wanting. Would to God it had been otherwise. If you had been brave and bold for love's sake, where is that pure and perfect chrysolite for which I would have bartered you?" He flung himself into a chair, and sat with his head bowed upon his folded arms, and his eyes not innocent of tears. What would he not have given to find truth and courage and scorn of the world's wealth in that heart which he had tried to win? Did he think her altogether heartless, because she so glibly renounced him? No, he was too just for that. He called her only half-hearted. She was like the cat in the adage, "Letting I dare not, wait upon I would." But he told himself, with one deep sigh of resignation, that she was lost to him for ever. "I have tried her, and found her not worth the winning," he said. The house, even the lovely landscape smiling under his windows, the pastoral valley, smooth lake, and willowy island, seemed hateful to him. He felt himself hemmed round by those green hills, by yonder brown and rugged wall of Nab Scar, stifled for want of breathing space. The landscape was lovely enough, but it was like a beautiful grave. He longed to get away from it. Another man would follow her to St. Bees, he said. I will not. He flung a few things into a Gladstone bag, sat down, and wrote a brief note to Maulevrier, asking him to make his excuses to her ladyship. He had made up his mind to go to Keswick that afternoon, and would rejoin his friend to-morrow at Carlisle. This done, he rang for Maulevrier's valet, and asked that person to look after his luggage and bring it on to Scotland with his master's things, and then, without a word of adieu to anyone, John Hammond went out of the house with the Gladstone bag in his hand, and shook the dust of Fellside off his feet. He ordered a fly at the Prince of Wales's Hotel, and drove to Keswick, whence he went on to the Lodore. The gloom and spaciousness of Derwentwater, grey in the gathering dusk, suited his humour better than the emerald prettiness of Grasmere. The roar of the waterfall made music in his ear. He dined in a private room, and spent the evening roaming on the shores of the lake, and at 11 o'clock went back to his hotel, and sat late into the night reading Heine, and thinking of the girl who had refused him. Mr. Hammond's letter was delivered to Lord Maulevrier 5 minutes before dinner, as he sat in the drawing-room with her ladyship and Mary. Poor Mary had put on another pretty gown for dinner, still bent upon effacing Mr. Hammond's image of her as a tousled, frantic creature in torn and muddy raiment. She sat watching the door, just as Hammond had watched it 3 hours ago. "So," said Maulevrier, "your ladyship has succeeded in driving my friend away. Hammond has left Fellside, and begs me to convey to you his compliments and his grateful acknowledgment of all your kindness." "I hope I have not been uncivil to him," answered Lady Maulevrier, coldly. "As you had both made up your minds to go to–morrow, it can matter very little that he should go to–day." Mary looked down at the ribbon and lace on her prettiest frock, and thought that it mattered a great deal to her. Yet, if he had stayed, would he have seen her frock or her? With his bodily eyes, perhaps, but not with the eyes of his mind. Those eyes saw only Lesbia. "No, perhaps it hardly matters," answered Maulevrier, with suppressed anger. "The man is not worth talking about or thinking about. What is he? Only the best, truest, bravest fellow I ever knew." "There are shepherds and guides in Grasmere of whom we could say almost as much," said Lady Maulevrier. "Yet you would scarcely expect me to encourage one of them to pay his addresses to your sister. Pray spare us all nonsense talk, Maulevrier. This business is very well ended. You ought never to have brought Mr. Hammond here." "I am sure of that now. I am very sorry I did bring him." "Oh, the man will not die for love. A disappointment of that kind is good for a young man in his position. It will preserve him from more vulgar entanglements, and perhaps from the folly of a too early marriage." "That is a mighty philosophical way of looking at the matter." "It is the only true way. I hope when you are my age you will have learnt to look at everything in a philosophical spirit." "Well, Lady Maulevrier, you have had it all your own way," said the young man, walking up and down the room in an angry mood. "I hope you will never be sorry for having come between two people who loved each other, and might have made each other happy." "I shall never be sorry for having saved my granddaughter from an imprudent marriage. Give me your arm, Maulevrier, and let me hear no more about Mr. Hammond. We have Chapter 13 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. Since painted or not painted, all things shall fade. Fräulein Müller and her charge returned from St. Bees after a sojourn of about 3 weeks upon that quiet shore, but Lady Lesbia did not appear to be improved in health or spirits by the revivifying breezes of the ocean. "It is a dull, horrid place, and I was bored to death there," she said, when Mary asked how she had enjoyed herself. "There was no question of enjoyment. Grandmother took it into her head that I was looking ill, and sent me to the sea, but I should have been just as well at Fellside." This meant that between Lesbia and that distinctly inferior being, her younger sister, there was to be no confidence. Mary had watched the life-drama acted under her eyes too closely not to know all about it, and was not inclined to be so put off. That pale, perturbed countenance of John Hammond's, those eager, inquiring eyes looking to the door which opened not, had haunted Mary's waking thoughts, had even mingled with the tangled web of her dreams. Oh, how could any woman scorn such love? To be so loved, and by such a man, seemed to Mary the perfection of earthly bliss. She had never been educated up to those wider and loftier views of life which teach a woman that houses and lands, place and power, are the supreme good. "I can't understand how you could treat that noble-minded man so badly," she exclaimed one day, when she and Lesbia were alone in the library, and after she had sat for ever so long staring out of the window, meditating upon her sister's cruelty. "Of whom are you speaking, pray?" "As if you didn't know. Of Mr. Hammond." "And pray how do you know that he is noble-minded, or that I treated him badly?" "Well, as to his being noble-minded, that jumps to the eyes, as French books say. As for your treatment of him, I was looking on all the time, and I know how unkind you were, and I heard him talking to you in the fir-copse that day." "You were listening!" cried Lesbia indignantly. "I was not listening, I was passing by. And if people choose to carry on their love-affairs out of doors, they must expect to be overheard. I heard him pleading to you, telling you how he would work for you, fight the battle of life for you, asking you to be trustful and brave for his sake. But you have a heart of stone. You and grandmother both have hearts of stone. I think she must have taken out your heart when you were little, and put a stone in its place." "Really," said Lesbia, trying to carry things with a high hand, albeit her very human heart was beating passionately all the time, "I think you ought to be very grateful to me and grandmother for refusing Mr. Hammond." "Why grateful?" "Because it leaves you a chance of getting him for yourself, and everybody can see that you are over head and ears in love with him. That jumps to the eyes, as you say." Mary turned crimson, trembled with rage, looked at her sister as if she would kill her, for a moment or so, and finally burst into tears. "That is not true, and it is shameful for you to say such a thing," she cried. "Why, what a virago you are, Mary! Well, I'm very glad it is not true. Mr. Hammond is, yes, I will be quite candid with you, he is the only man I'm ever likely to admire for his own sake. He is good, brave, clever, all that you think him. But you and I do not live in a world in which girls are free to follow their own inclinations. I should break Lady Maulevrier's heart if I were to make a foolish marriage, and I owe her too much to set her wishes at naught, or to make her declining years unhappy. I must obey her, at any cost to my own feelings. Please never mention Mr. Hammond's name. I'm sure I've had quite enough unhappiness about him." "I see," said Mary, bitterly. "It's your own pain you think of, not his. He may suffer as long as you are not worried." "You are an impertinent chit," retorted Lesbia, "and you know nothing about it." After this there was no more said about Mr. Hammond, but Mary did not forget him. She wrote long letters to her brother, who was still in Scotland, shooting, deer-stalking, fishing, killing something or other daily, in the most approved fashion of an Englishman taking his pleasure. Maulevrier occasionally repaid her with a telegram, but he was not a good correspondent. He declared that life was too short for letter-writing. Summer was gone. The lake was no longer a shining emerald floor, dotted with the reflection of the flock upon the verdant slopes above it, but dull and grey of hue, and broken by white-edged wavelets. Patches of snow gleamed on the misty heights of Helve, and the autumn winds howled and shrieked around Fellside in the evenings, when all the shutters were shut, and the outside world seemed little more than an idea. That mystic hour when the sheep are slumbering under the starry sky, and when, as the Westmoreland peasant believes, the fairies help the housewife at her spinning-wheel. Those October evenings were very long and weary for Lesbia and her sister. Lady Maulevrier read and mused in her low chair beside the fire, with her books piled upon her own particular table, and lighted by her own particular lamp. She talked very little, but she was always gracious to her granddaughters and their governess, and she liked them to be with her in the evening. Lesbia played or sang, or sat at work at her basket-table, which occupied the other side of the fireplace, and Fräulein and Mary had the rest of the room to themselves, as it were, those two places by the hearth being sacred, as if dedicated to household gods. Mary read immensely in those long evenings, devouring volume after volume, feeding her imagination with every kind of nutriment, good, bad, and indifferent. Fräulein Müller knitted a woollen shawl, which seemed to have neither beginning, middle, nor end, and was always ready for conversation, but there were times when silence brooded over the scene for long intervals, and when every sound of the light wood-ashes dropping on the tiled hearth was distinctly audible. This state of things went on for about 3 weeks after Lesbia's return from St. Bees, Lady Maulevrier watchful of her granddaughter all the time, though saying nothing. She saw that Lesbia was not happy, not that she had been in the time before the coming of John Hammond. She had never been particularly gay or light-hearted, never gifted with the wild spirits and buoyancy which make girlhood so lovely a season to some natures, a time of dance and song and joyousness, a morning of life steeped in the beauty and gladness of the universe. She had never been gay as young lambs and foals and fawns and kittens and puppy-dogs are gay, by reason of the wellspring of delight within them, needing no stimulus from the outside world. She had been just a little inclined to murmur at the dulness of her life at Fellside, yet she had borne herself with a placid sweetness which had been Lady Maulevrier's delight. But now there was a marked change in her manner. She was not the less submissive and dutiful in her bearing to her grandmother, whom she both loved and feared. But there were moments of fretfulness and impatience which she could not conceal. She was captious and sullen in her manner to Mary and the Fräulein. She would not walk or drive with them, or share in any of their amusements. Sometimes of an evening that studious silence of the drawing-room was suddenly broken by Lesbia's weary sigh, breathed unawares as she bent over her work. Lady Maulevrier saw too that Lesbia's cheek was paler than of old, her eyes less bright. There was a heavy look that told of broken slumbers. There was a pinched look in that oval cheek. Good heavens, if her beauty were to pale and wane before society had bowed down and worshipped it! If this fair flower were to fade untimely! If this prize rose in the garden of beauty were to wither and decay before it won the prize! Her ladyship was a woman of action, and no sooner did this fear shape itself in her mind than she took steps to prevent the evil her thoughts foreshadowed. Among those friends of her youth and allies of her house, with whom she had always maintained an affectionate correspondence, was Lady Kirkbank, the fashionable wife of a sporting baronet, owner of a castle in Scotland, a place in Yorkshire, a villa at Cannes, and a fine house in Arlington Street, with an income large enough for their enjoyment. When Lady Diana Angersthorpe shone forth in the West End world as the acknowledged belle of the season, the star of Georgina Lorimer was beginning to wane. She was the eldest daughter of Colonel Lorimer, a man of good old family, and a fine soldier, who had fought shoulder to shoulder with Gough and Lawrence, and who had contrived to make a figure in society with very small means. Georgina's sisters had all married well. It was a case of necessity, the Colonel told them. They must either marry or gravitate ultimately to the workhouse. So the Miss Lorimers made the best use of their youth and freshness, and no good offer refused was the guiding rule of their young lives. Lucy married an East India merchant, and set up a fine house in Porchester Terrace. Maud married wealth personified in the person of a leading member of the Tallow Chandlers' Company, and had her town house and country house, and as fine a set of diamonds as a duchess. But Georgina, the eldest, trifled with her chances, and her 27th birthday beheld her pouring out her father's tea in a small furnished house in a street off Portland Place, which the Colonel had hired on his return from India, and which he declared himself unable to maintain another year. "Directly the season is over I shall give up housekeeping and take a lodging at Bath," said Colonel Lorimer. "If you don't like Bath all the year round, you can stay with your sisters." "That is the last thing I am likely to do," answered Georgina. "My sisters were barely endurable when they were single and poor. They are quite intolerable now they are married and rich. I would sooner live in the monkey-house at the Zoological than stay with either Lucy or Maud." "That's rank envy," retorted her father. "You can't forgive them for having done so much better than you." "I can't forgive them for having married snobs. When I marry, I shall marry a gentleman." "When?" echoed the parent, with a sneering laugh. "Hadn't you better say if?" At this period Georgina's waning good looks were in some measure counterbalanced by the cumulative effects of half a dozen seasons in good society, which had given style to her person, ease to her manners, and sharpness to her tongue. Nobody in society said sharper or more unpleasant things than Miss Lorimer, and by virtue of this gift she got invited about a great deal more than she might have done had she been distinguished for sweetness of speech and manner. Georgie Lorimer's presence at a dinner-table gave just that pungent flavour which is like the faint suspicion of garlic in a fricassee, or of tarragon in a salad. Now in this very season, when Colonel Lorimer was inclined to speak of his daughter, as Sainte-Beuve wrote of Musset, as a young woman with a very brilliant past, a lucky turn of events gave Georgina a fresh start in life, which may be called a new departure. Lady Diana Angersthorpe, the belle of the season, took a fancy to her, was charmed with her sharp tongue and acute sense of the ridiculous. The two became fast friends, and were seen everywhere together. The best men all flocked round the beauty, and all talked to the beauty's companion, and before the season was over, Sir George Kirkbank, who had half made up his mind to propose to Lady Diana, found himself engaged to that uncommonly jolly girl, Lady Diana's friend. Georgina spent August and September with Lady Di, at the Marchioness of Carisbrook's delightful villa in the Isle of Wight, and Sir George kept his yacht at Cowes all the time, and was in constant attendance upon his fiancée. It was George and Georgie everywhere. In October, Colonel Lorimer had the profound pleasure of giving away his daughter, before the altar in St. George's, Hanover Square, and it may be said of him that nothing in his relations with that young lady became him better than his manner of parting with her. So the needy colonel's daughter became Lady Kirkbank, and in the following spring Diana Angersthorpe was married at the same St. George's to the Earl of Maulevrier. The friends were divided by distance and by circumstance as the years rolled on, but friendship was steadily maintained, and a regular correspondence with Lady Kirkbank, whose pen was as sharp as her tongue, was one of the means by which Lady Maulevrier had kept herself thoroughly posted in all those small events, unrecorded by newspapers, which make up the secret history of society. It was of her old friend Georgie that her ladyship thought in her present anxiety. Lady Kirkbank had more than once suggested that Lady Maulevrier's granddaughters should vary the monotony of Fellside by a visit to her place near Doncaster, or her castle north of Aberdeen. But her ladyship had evaded these friendly suggestions, being very jealous of any strange influence upon Lesbia's life. Now, however, there had come a time when Lesbia must have a complete change of scenery and surroundings, lest she should pine and dwindle in sullen submission to fate, or else defy the world and elope with John Hammond. Now, therefore, Lady Maulevrier decided to accept Lady Kirkbank's hospitality. She told her friend the whole story with perfect frankness, and her letter was immediately answered by a telegram. "I start for Scotland to–morrow, will break my journey by staying a night at Fellside, and will take Lady Lesbia on to Kirkbank with me next day, if she can be ready to go." "She shall be ready," said Lady Maulevrier. She told Lesbia that she had accepted an invitation for her, and that she was to go to Kirkbank Castle the day after to–morrow. She was prepared for unwillingness, resistance even, but Lesbia received the news with evident pleasure. "I shall be very glad to go," she said. "This place is so dull. Of course I shall be sorry to leave you, grandmother, and I wish you would go with me, but any change will be a relief. I think if I had to stay here all winter, counting the days and the hours, I should go out of my mind." The tears came into her eyes, but she wiped them away hurriedly, ashamed of her emotion. "My dearest child, I am so sorry for you," murmured Lady Maulevrier; "but believe me, the day will come when you will be very glad that you conquered the first foolish inclination of your girlish heart." "Yes, I dare say, when I am 80, Lesbia answered impatiently. She had made up her mind to submit to the inevitable. She had loved John Hammond, had been as near breaking her heart for him as it was in her nature to break her heart for anybody. But she wanted to make a great marriage, to be renowned and admired. She had been reared and trained for that, and she was not going to belie her training. A visitor from the great London world was so rare an event that there was naturally a little excitement in the idea of Lady Kirkbank's arrival. The handsomest and most spacious of the spare bedrooms was prepared for the occasion. The housekeeper was told that the dinner must be perfect. There must be nothing old-fashioned or ponderous. There must be mind as well as matter in everything. Rarely did Lady Maulevrier look at a bill of fare, but on this particular morning she went carefully through the menu, and corrected it with her own hand. A pair of post-horses brought Lady Kirkbank and her maid from Windermere Station in time for afternoon tea, and the friends who had only met twice within the last 40 years embraced each other on the threshold of Lady Maulevrier's morning-room. "My dearest Di," cried Lady Kirkbank, "what a delight to see you again after such ages! And what a too lovely spot you have chosen for your retreat from the world, the flesh, and the devil! If I could be a recluse anywhere, I would be amongst such delicious surroundings." Without, twilight shades were gathering. Within, there was only the light of a fire and a shaded lamp upon the tea-table. There was just enough for the two women to see each other's faces, and the change which time had wrought there. Never did womanhood in advanced years offer a more striking contrast than that presented by the woman of fashion and the recluse. Lady Maulevrier was almost as handsome in the winter of her days as she had been when life was in its spring. The tall, slim figure, erect as a dart, the delicately chiselled features and alabaster complexion, the soft, silvery hair, the perfect hand, whiter and more transparent than the hand of girlhood, the stately movements and bearing, all combined to make Lady Maulevrier a queen among women. Her brocade gown of a deep shade of red, with a border of dark sable on cuffs and collar, suggested a portrait by Velasquez. She wore no ornaments except the fine old Brazilian diamonds which flashed and sparkled upon her slender fingers. If Lady Maulevrier looked like a picture in the Escurial, Lady Kirkbank resembled a caricature in La Vie Parisienne. Everything she wore was in the very latest fashion of the Parisian demi-monde, that exaggerated elegance of a fashion plate which only the most exquisite of women could redeem from vulgarity. Plush, brocade, peacock's feathers, golden bangles, mousquetaire gloves, a bonnet of purple plumage set off by ornaments of filigree gold, an infantile little muff of lace, and wild flowers, buttercups and daisies, and hair, eyebrows, and complexion as artificial as the flowers on the muff. All that art could do to obliterate the traces of age had been done for Georgina Kirkbank, but 70 years are not to be obliterated easily, and the crow's feet showed through the bloom de Ninon, and the eyes under the painted arches were glassy and haggard. The carnation lips had a withered look. Age was made all the more palpable by the artifice which would have disguised it. Lady Maulevrier suffered an absolute shock at beholding the friend of her youth. She had not accustomed herself to the idea that women in society could raddle their cheeks, stain their lips, and play tricks before high heaven with their eyebrows and eyelashes. In her own youth painted faces had been the ghastly privilege of a class of womankind of which the women of society were supposed to know nothing. Persons who showed their ankles and rouged their cheeks were to be seen of an afternoon in Bond Street. But Lady Diana Angersthorpe had been taught to pass them by, as if she saw them not, to behold without seeing these creatures outside the pale. And now she saw her own dearest friend, a person distinctly within the pale, plastered with bismuth and stained with carmine, and wearing hair of a colour so obviously false and inharmonious that childlike faith could hardly accept it as reality. 40 years ago Lady Kirkbank's long ringlets had been the darkest, glossiest brown. To-day she wore a tasselled fringe of bright yellow, piquantly contrasting with Vandyke brown eyebrows. It took Lady Maulevrier some moments to get over the shock. She drew a chair to the fire and established her friend in it, and then with a little gasp she said, "I am charmed to see you again, Georgie." "You darling! I was sure you would be glad. You must find me awfully changed, awfully." For worlds Lady Maulevrier could not have denied this truth. Happily Lady Kirkbank did not wait for an answer. "Society is so wearing, and George and I never seem to get an interval of quiet. Kirkbank is to be full of men next week. Your granddaughter will have a good time." "There will be a few women, of course." "Oh yes, there's no avoiding that, only one doesn't reckon them. Sir George only counts his guns. We expect a splendid season. I shall send you some birds of my own shooting." "You shoot?" exclaimed Lady Maulevrier, amazed. "Shoot? I should think so. What else is there to amuse one in Scotland after the salmon fishing is over? I have never missed a season for the last 30 years, unless we have been abroad." "Please don't inoculate Lesbia with your love of sport." "What, you wouldn't like her to shoot? Well, perhaps you are right. It is hardly the thing for a pretty girl with her fortune to make. It spoils the delicacy of the skin. But I'm afraid she'll find Kirkbank dull if she doesn't go out with the guns. She can meet us with the rest of the women at luncheon. We have some capital picnic luncheons on the moor, I can assure you." "I know she will enjoy herself with you. She has been accustomed to a very quiet life here." "It is a lovely spot, but I own I cannot understand how you can have lived here exclusively during all these years. You who used to be all life and fire, loving change, action, political and diplomatic society, to dance upon the crest of the wave, as it were. Your whole nature must have suffered some curious change." Their close intimacy of the past warranted freedom of speech in the present. "My nature did undergo a change, and a severe one," answered Lady Maulevrier, gloomily. "It was that horrid, and I dare say unfortunate, scandal about his lordship, and then the sad shock of his death," murmured Lady Kirkbank, sympathetically. "Most women, with your youth and beauty, would have forgotten the scandal and the husband in a twelvemonth, and would have made a second marriage more brilliant than the first. But no Indian widow who ever performed suttee was more worthy of praise than you, or even that person of Ephesus, whose story I have heard somewhere. Indeed, I have always spoken of your life as a long suttee. But you mean to reappear in society next season, I hope, when you present your granddaughter." "I shall certainly go up to London to present her, and possibly I may spend the season in town. But I shall feel like Rip Van Winkle." "No, no, you won't, my dear Di. You have kept yourself au courant, I know. Even my silly gossiping letters may have been of some use." "They have been most valuable. Let me give you another cup of tea," said Lady Maulevrier, who had been officiating at her own exquisite tea-table, an arrangement of inlaid woods, antique silver, and modern china, which her friend pronounced a perfect poem. Indeed, the whole room was poetic, Lady Kirkbank declared, and there are many highly praised scenes which less deserve the epithet. The dark red walls and cedar dado, the stamped velvet curtains of an indescribable shade between silver grey and olive, the Sheraton furniture, the parquetry floor and Persian prayer rugs, the deep yet brilliant hues of crackled porcelain and Chinese cloisonné enamel, the artistic fireplace with dog-stove, low brass fender, and inglenook recessed under the high mantelpiece, all combined to form a luxurious and harmonious whole. Lady Kirkbank admired the tout ensemble in the fitful light of the fire, the dim grey of deepening twilight. "There never was a more delicious cell," she exclaimed, "but still I should feel it a prison, if I had to spend 6 weeks in a year in it. I never stay more than 6 weeks anywhere out of London, and I always find 6 weeks more than enough. The first fortnight is rapture, the third and fourth weeks are calm content, the fifth is weariness, the sixth a fever to be gone. I once tried a 7th week at Pontresina, and I hated the place so intensely that I dared not go back there for the next 3 years. But now tell me, Diana, have you really performed suttee, have you buried yourself alive in this sweet spot deliberately, or has the love of retirement grown upon you, and have you become a kind of lotus-eater?" "I believe I have become a kind of lotus-eater. My retirement here has been no sentimental sacrifice to Lord Maulevrier's memory." "I am glad to hear that, for I really think the worst possible use a woman can make of her life is the wasting it on lamentation for a dead and gone husband. Life is odiously short at the best, and it is mere imbecility to fritter away any of our scanty portion upon the dead, who can never be any the better for our tears. My motive in living at Fellside was not reverence for the dead. And now let us talk of the gay world, of which you know all the secrets. Have you heard anything more about Lord Hartfield?" "Ah, there is a subject in which you have reason to be interested. I have not forgotten the romance of your youth, that first season in which Ronald Hollister used to haunt every place at which you appeared. Do you remember that wet afternoon at the Chiswick Flower Show, when you and he and I took shelter in the orange house, and you two made love to each other most audaciously in the atmosphere of orange blossoms that almost stifled me? Yes, those were glorious days." "A short summer of gladness, a brief dream," sighed Lady Maulevrier. "Is young Lord Hartfield like his father?" "No, he takes after the Ilmingtons, but still there is a look of your old sweetheart. Yes, I think there is an expression. I have not seen him for nearly a year. He is still abroad, roaming about somewhere in search of adventures. These young men who belong to the Geographical and the Alpine Club are hardly ever at home." "But though they may be sometimes lost to society, they are all the more worthy of society's esteem when they do appear," said Lady Maulevrier. "I think there must be an ennobling influence in Alpine travel, or in the vast solitudes of the Dark Continent. A man finds himself face to face with unsophisticated nature, and with the grandest forces of the universe. Professor Tyndall writes delightfully of his Alpine experiences. His mind seems to have ripened in the solitude and untainted air of the Alps, and I believe Lord Hartfield is a young man of very high character and of considerable cultivation. Is he not?" "He is a splendid young fellow. I never heard a word to his disparagement, even from those people who pretend to know something bad about everybody." "What a husband he would make for one of your girls!" "Admirable; but those perfect arrangements, which seem predestined by heaven itself, are so rarely realized on earth," answered the dowager lightly. She was not going to show her cards, even to an old friend. "Well, it would be very sweet if they were to meet next season and fall in love with each other," said Lady Kirkbank. "He is enormously rich, and I daresay your girls will not be portionless." "Lesbia may take a modest place among heiresses," answered Lady Maulevrier. "I have lived so quietly during the last 40 years that I could hardly help saving money." "How nice!" sighed Georgie. "I never saved sixpence in my life, and am always in debt." "The little fortune I have saved is much too small for division. Lesbia will therefore have all I can leave her. Mary has the usual provision as a daughter of the Maulevrier house." "And I suppose Lesbia has that provision also?" "Of course." "Lucky Lesbia. I only wish Hartfield were coming to us for the shooting. I would engage he should fall in love with her. Kirkbank is a splendid place for match-making. But the fact is, I am not very intimate with him. He is almost always travelling, and when he is at home he is not in our set. And now, my dear Diana, tell me more about yourself, and your own life in this delicious place." "There is so little to tell. The books I have read, the theories of literature and art and science which I have adopted and dismissed, learnt and forgotten, those are the history of my life. The ideas of the outside world reach me here only in books and newspapers. But you who have been living in the world must have so much to say. Let me be the listener." Lady Kirkbank desired nothing better. She rattled on for 3/4 of an hour about her doings in the great world, her social triumphs, the wonderful things she had done for Sir George, who seemed to be as a puppet in her hands, the princes and princelings she had entertained, the songs she had composed, the comedy she had written, for private representation only, albeit the Haymarket manager was dying to produce it, the scathing witticisms with which she had withered her social enemies. She would have gone on much longer, but for the gong, which reminded her that it was time to dress for dinner. Half an hour later Lady Kirkbank was in the drawing-room, where Mary had retired to the most shadowy corner, anxious to escape the gaze of the fashionable visitor. But Lady Kirkbank was not inclined to take much notice of Mary. Lesbia's brilliant beauty, the exquisite Greek head, the faultless complexion, the deep violet eyes, caught Georgina Kirkbank's eye the moment she had entered the room, and she saw that this girl, and no other, must be the beauty, the beloved and chosen grandchild. "How do you do, my dear?" she said, taking Lesbia's hand, and then, as if with a gush of warm feeling, suddenly drawing the girl towards her, and kissing her on both cheeks. "I am going to be desperately fond of you, and I hope you will soon contrive to like me just a little." "I feel sure that I shall like you very much," Lesbia answered sweetly. "I am prepared to love you as grandmother's old friend." "Oh, my dear, to think that I should ever be the old friend of anybody's grandmother," sighed Lady Kirkbank, with unaffected regret. "When I was your age I used to think all old people odious. It never occurred to me that I should live to be one of them." "Then you had no dear grandmother whom you loved," said Lesbia, "or you would have liked old people for her sake." "No, my love, I had no grandparents. I had a father, and he was all sufficient. Anything beyond him in the ancestral line would have been a burden laid upon me greater than I could bear, as the poet says." Dinner was announced, and Mary came shyly out of her corner, blushing deeply. "And this is Lady Mary, I suppose," said Lady Kirkbank in an off-hand way. "How do you do, my dear? I am going to steal your sister." "I am very glad," faltered Mary. I'm glad that Lesbia should enjoy herself." "And some fine day, when Lesbia is married and a grand lady, I shall ask you to come to Scotland," said Lady Kirkbank, condescendingly; and then she murmured in her friend's ear, as they went to the dining-room, "Quite an English girl, very fresh and frank and nice," which was great praise for such a second-rate young person as Lady Mary. "What do you think of Lesbia?" asked Lady Maulevrier in the same undertone. "She is simply adorable. Your letters prepared me to expect beauty, but not such beauty. My dear, I thought the progress of the human race was all in a downward line since our time, but your granddaughter is as handsome as you were in your first season, and that is going very far." Chapter 14 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Not Yet. Lady Kirkbank carried off Lesbia early next day, the girl radiant at the idea of seeing life under new conditions. She had a few minutes' serious talk with her grandmother before she went. "Lesbia, you are going into the world," said Lady Maulevrier. "Yes, even a country house is the world in little. You will have many admirers instead of one, but I believe, that you will be true to me and to yourself. You need not fear, grandmother. I have been an idiot, but it was only a passing folly, and I shall never be so weak again." Lesbia's scornful lips and kindling eyes gave intensity to her speech. It was evident that she despised herself for that one touch of womanly softness which had made her as ready to fall in love with her first wooer as any peasant girl in Grasmere Vale. "I am delighted to hear you speak thus, dearest," said Lady Maulevrier, "as if Mr. Hamilton Hammond, I mean, should have the audacity to follow you to Kirkbank, and to intrude himself upon you there, perhaps to persecute you with clandestine addresses." "I do not believe he would do anything clandestine," said Lesbia, drawing herself up. "He is quite above that." "My dear child, we know absolutely nothing about him. He has his way to make in the world unaided by family or connections. He is clever, daring. Such a man cannot help being an adventurer, and an adventurer is capable of anything. I warn you to beware of him." "I don't suppose I shall ever see his face again," retorted Lesbia, irritably. She had made up her mind that her life was not to be spoiled, her brilliant future sacrificed, for the sake of John Hammond. But the wound which she had suffered in renouncing him was still fresh, her feelings were still sore. Any contemptuous mention of him stung her to the quick. "I hope not. And you will beware of other adventurers, Lesbia, men of a worse stamp than Mr. Hammond, more experienced in ruse and iniquity, men steeped to the lips in worldly knowledge, men who look upon women as mere counters in the game of life. The world thinks that I am rich, and you will no doubt take rank as an heiress. You will therefore be a mark for every spendthrift, noble or otherwise, who wants to restore his broken fortunes by a wealthy marriage. And now, my dearest, good-bye. Half my heart goes with you. Nothing could induce me to part with you, even for a few weeks, except the conviction that it is good for you." "But we shall not be parted next year, I hope, grandmother," said Lesbia, affectionately. "You said something about presenting me, and then leaving me in Lady Kirkbank's care for the season. I should not like that at all. I want you to go everywhere with me, to teach me all the mysteries of the great world. You have always promised me that it should be so, and I have always intended that it should be so. I hope that it will be so," answered her grandmother, with a sigh. "But I am an old woman, Lesbia, and I am rooted to this place." "But why should you be rooted here? What charm can keep you here, when you are so fitted to shine in society? You are old in nothing but years, and not even old in years in comparison with women whom we hear of going everywhere and mixing in every fashionable amusement. You are full of fire and energy, and as active as a girl. Why should you not enjoy a London season, grandmother?" pleaded Lesbia, nestling her head lovingly against Lady Maulevrier's shoulder. "I should enjoy it, dearest, with you. It would be a renewal of my youth to see you shine and conquer. I should be as proud as if the glory were all my own. Yes, dear, I hope that I shall be a spectator of your triumphs. But do not let us plan the future. Life is so full of changes. Remember what Horace says." "Horace is a bore," said Lesbia. "I hate a poet who is always harping upon change and death." The carriage which was to take the travellers to Windermere Station was announced at this moment, and Lesbia and her grandmother gave each other the farewell embrace. "You liked Lady Kirkbank, I hope?" said Lady Maulevrier, as they went towards the hall, where that lady was waiting for them, with Lady Mary and Fräulein Müller in attendance upon her. "She seems very kind, but I should like her better if she did not paint, or if she painted better." "My dear child, I'm afraid it's the fashion of the day, just as it was in Pope's time, and we ought to think nothing about it." "Well, I suppose I shall get hardened in time." "My dearest Lesbia," shrieked Lady Kirkbank from below, "remember, we have to catch a train." Lesbia hurried downstairs, followed by Lady Maulevrier, who had to bid her friend adieu. The luggage had been sent on in a cart, Lesbia's trunks and dress-baskets forming no small item. She was so well furnished with pretty gowns of all kinds that there had been no difficulty in getting her ready for this sudden visit. Her maid was on the box beside the coachman. Lady Kirkbank's attendant, a Frenchwoman of 35, who looked as if she had graduated at Mabille, was to occupy the back seat of the landau. Lady Mary looked after her sister longingly as the carriage drove down the hill. She was going into a new world, to see all kinds of people, clever people, distinguished people, musical, artistic, political people, hunting and shooting people, while Mary was to stay at home all the winter among the old familiar faces. Dearly as she loved these hills and vales, her heart sank a little at the thought of those long lonely months, days, and evenings that would be all alike, and which must be spent without sympathetic companionship. And there would be dreary days on which the weather would keep her a prisoner in her luxurious jail, when the mountains and the rugged paths beside the mountain streams would be inaccessible, when she would be restricted to Fräulein's phlegmatic society, that lady being stout and lazy, fond of her meals, and given to afternoon slumbers. Lesbia and Mary were not by any means sympathetic, yet, after all, blood is thicker than water, and Lesbia was intelligent, and could talk of the things Mary loved, which was better than total dumbness, even if she generally took an antagonistic view of them. "I shall miss her dreadfully," thought Mary, as she strolled listlessly in the gardens, where the leaves were falling and the flowers fading. "I wonder if she will see Mr. Hammond at Lady Kirkbank's," mused Mary. "If he were anything like a lover, he would find out all about her visit, and seize the opportunity of her being away from grandmother. But then, if he had been much of a lover, he would have followed her to St. Bees." Lady Maulevrier sorely missed her favourite grandchild. In a life spent in such profound seclusion, so remote from the busy interests of the world, this beloved companionship had become a necessity to her. She had concentrated her affections upon Lesbia, and the girl's absence made a fearful blank. But her ladyship's dignity was not compromised by an outward sign of trouble or loss. She spent her mornings in her own room, reading and writing and musing at her leisure. She drove or walked every fine afternoon, sometimes alone, sometimes attended by Mary, who hated these stately drives and walks. She dined tête-à-tête with Mary, except on those rare occasions when there were visitors, the vicar and his wife, or some wandering star from other worlds. Mary lived in profound awe of her grandmother, but was of far too frank a nature to be able to adapt her speech or her manners to her ladyship's idea of feminine perfection. She was silent and shy under those falcon eyes, but she was still the same Mary, the girl to whom pretence or simulation of any kind was impossible. Letters came almost every day from Kirkbank Castle, letters from Lesbia describing the bright gay life she was living at that hospitable abode, the excursions, the rides, the picnic luncheons after the morning's sport, the dinner parties, the dances. "It's the most delightful house you can imagine," wrote Lesbia, "and Lady Kirkbank is an admirable hostess. I have quite forgiven her for wearing false eyebrows. For after all, you know, one must have eyebrows. They are a necessity. But why does she not have the two arches alike? They are never a pair, and I really think that French maid of hers does it on purpose. By the by, Lady Kirkbank is going to write to you to beseech you to let me go to Cannes and Monte Carlo with her. Sir George insists upon it. He says they both like young society, and will be horribly vexed if I refuse to go with them. And Lady Kirkbank thinks my chest is just a little weak. I almost broke down the other night in that lovely little song of Jensen's, and that a winter in the south is just what I want. But of course, dear grandmother, I won't ask you to let me be away so long, if you think you will miss me." "If I think I shall miss her?" repeated Lady Maulevrier. "Has the girl no heart, that she can ask such a question? But can I wonder at that? Of what account was all my love to her father, although I sacrificed myself for his good name? Can I expect that she should be of a different clay?" And then, meditating upon the events of the summer that was gone, Lady Maulevrier thought, She renounced her first lover at my bidding. She renounces her love for me at the bidding of the world. Or was it not rather self-interest, the fear of making a bad marriage, which influenced her in her renunciation of Mr. Hammond? It was not obedience to me, it was not love for me which made her give him up. It was the selfishness ingrained in her race. Well, I have heaped my love upon her, because she is fair and sweet, and reminds me of my own youth. I must let her go, and try to be happy in the knowledge that she is enjoying her life far away from me. Lady Maulevrier wrote her consent to the extension of Lesbia's visit, and by return of post came a letter from Lesbia, which seemed brimming over with love, and which comforted the grandmother's wounded heart. Lady Kirkbank and I both agreed, dearest, that you must join us at Cannes, wrote Lesbia. At your age it is very wrong for you to spend a winter in our horrible climate. You can travel with Steadman and your maid. Lady Kirkbank will secure you a charming suite of rooms at the hotel, or she would like it still better if you would stay at her own villa. Do consent to this plan, dear grandmother, and then we shall not be parted for a long winter. Of course, Mary will be quite happy at home running wild. Lady Maulevrier sighed as she read this letter, sighed again, and heavily, as she put it back into the envelope. Alas, how many and many a year had gone, long, monotonous, colourless years, since she had seen that bright southern world, which she was now urged to revisit. In fancy she saw it again to-day, the tideless sea of deepest sapphire blue, the little wavelets breaking on a yellow beach, the white triangular sails, the woods full of asphodel and great purple and white lilies, the atmosphere steeped in warmth and light and perfume, the glare of white houses in the sun, the red and yellow blinds, the pots of green and orange and crimson clay, with oleanders abloom, the wonderful glow of colour everywhere and upon all things, and then, as the eye of the mind recalled these vivid images, her bodily eyes looked out upon the rain-blotted scene, the mountains rising in a dark and dismal circle round that sombre pool below, walling her in from the outer world. "I am at the bottom of a grave," she said to herself. "I am in a living tomb, from which there is no escape. 40 years! 40 years of patience and hope, for what? For dreams which may never be realized, for descendants who may never give me the price of my labours. Yes, I should like to go to my dear one. I should like to revisit the south of France, to go on to Italy. I should feel young again amidst that eternal, unchangeable loveliness. I should forget all I have suffered. But it cannot be. Not yet. Not yet." Presently, with a smile of concentrated bitterness, she repeated the words, "Not yet." Surely at my age it must be folly to dream of the future, and yet I feel as if there were half a century of life in me, as if I had lost nothing in either mental or bodily vigour since I came here 40 years ago. She rose as she said these words, and began to pace the room with quiet, firm step, erect, stately, beautiful in her advanced years as she had been in her bloom and freshness, only with another kind of beauty, an empress among women. The boast that she had made to herself was no idle boast. At 67 years of age her physical powers showed no signs of decay. Her mental qualities were at their best and brightest. Long years of thought and study had ripened and widened her mind. She was a woman fit to be the friend and counsellor of statesmen, the companion and confidant of her sovereign, and yet fate willed that she be buried alive in a Westmoreland valley, seeing the same hills and streams, the same rustic faces from year's end to year's end. Surely it was a hard fate, a heavy penance, albeit self-imposed. Lesbia went straight from Scotland to Paris with Sir George and Lady Kirkbank. Here they stayed at the Bristol for just 2 days, during which her hostess went all over the fashionable quarter, buying clothes for the Cannes campaign, and assisting Lesbia to spend £100 which her grandmother had sent her for the replenishment of her well-provided wardrobe. It is astonishing how little way £100 goes among the dressmakers, corset-makers, and shoemakers of Lutetia. "I had no notion that clothes were so dear," said Lesbia, when she saw how little she had got for her money. "My dear, you have 2 gowns which are absolutely chien," replied Lady Kirkbank, "and you have a corset which gives you a figure, which you must forgive me for saying you never had before." Lady Kirkbank had to explain that chien, as applied to a gown or bonnet, was the same thing as chic, only a little more so. "I hope my gowns will always be chien," said Lesbia meekly. Next evening they were dining at Cannes, with the blue sea in front of their windows, dining at a table all abloom with orange flowers, tea-roses, mignonette, waxen camellias, and pale Parma violets, while Lady Maulevrier and Mary dined tête-à-tête at Fellside, with the feathery snowflakes falling outside, and the world whitening all around them. The next day the world was all white, and Mary's beloved hills were inaccessible. Who could tell how long they might be covered, the winding tracks hidden, the narrow forces looking like black water or molten iron against that glittering whiteness? Mary could only walk along the road by Maulevrier to the bench called Rest and be Thankful, from which she looked with longing eyes across towards the Langdale pikes, and to the sharp cone-shaped peak known as Coniston Old Man, just visible above the nearer hills. Fräulein Müller suggested that it was in just such weather as this that a well-brought-up young lady, a young lady with Vernunft and Anstand, should devote herself to the improvement of her mind. "Let us read German this abscheulich afternoon," said the Fräulein. "Suppose we go on with the Sorrows of Werther." "Werther is a fool," cried Mary. "Any book but that." "Will you choose your own book?" "Let me read Heine." Fräulein looked doubtful. There were things in Heine, an all-pervading tone, which rendered him hardly an appropriate poet for the young person. But Fräulein compromised the matter by letting Mary read at a troll, the exact bearing of which neither of them understood. "How beautifully Mr. Hammond read Heine that morning," said Mary, breaking off suddenly from a perfectly automatic reading. "You did not hear him, did you? You were not there," said the Fräulein. "I was not there, but I heard him. I was sitting on the bank among the pine-trees." "Why did you not come and sit with us? It would have been more ladylike than to hide yourself among the trees." Mary blushed crimson. "I had been in the kennels with Maulevrier. I was not fit to be seen," she said. "Hardly a ladylike admission," replied the Fräulein, who felt that with Lady Mary her chief duty was to reprove. Chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Of all men else I have avoided thee. It was afternoon. The white hills yonder and all the length of the valley were touched here and there with gleams of wintry sunlight, and Lady Maulevrier was taking her solitary walk on the terrace in front of her house, a stately figure wrapped in a furred mantle, tall, erect, moving with measured pace up and down the smooth gravel path. Now and then, at the end of the walk, the dowager stopped for a minute or so, and stood as if in deep thought, with her eyes dreamily contemplating the landscape. An intense melancholy shadowed her face, as she thus gazed with brooding eyes on the naked monotony of those wintry hills. So had she looked in many and many a winter, and it seemed to her that her life was of a piece with those bleak hills, where in the dismal winter-time nothing living trod. She stood gazing at the sinking sun, a fiery ball shining at the end of a long gallery of crag and rock, like a lamp at the end of a corridor, and as she gazed, the red round orb dropped suddenly behind the edge of a crag, as if she had been an enchantress, and had dismissed it with a wave of her wand. "O Lord, how long," she said. "How many times have I seen that sun go down from this spot, in winter and summer, in spring and autumn? And now that the one being I loved and cared for is far away, I feel all the weariness and emptiness of my life." As she turned to resume her walk, she heard the muffled sound of wheels in the road below, that road which was completely hidden by foliage in summer, but which was now visible here and there between the leafless trees. A carriage with a pair of horses was coming along the road from Ambleside. Lady Maulevrier stood and watched until the carriage drew up at the lodge gate, and then, when the gate had been opened, slowly ascended the winding drive to the house. She expected no visitor. Indeed, there was no one likely to come to her from the direction of Ambleside. Her heart began to beat heavily with the apprehension of coming evil. What kind of evil she knew not. Bad news about her granddaughter, perhaps, or about Maulevrier, and yet that could hardly be. Evil tidings of this kind would have reached her by telegram. Perhaps it was Maulevrier himself. His movements were generally erratic. Lady Maulevrier hurried back to the house. She went through the conservatory, where the warm whiteness of azalea and spirea and arum lilies contrasted curiously with the cold white snow out of doors, to the hall, where a stranger was standing talking to the butler. He was a man of foreign appearance, wearing a cloak lined with sables, and a sable cap, which he removed as Lady Maulevrier approached. He was thin and small, with a clear olive complexion, olive inclining to pale bronze, sleek raven hair, and black almond-shaped eyes. At the first glance Lady Maulevrier knew that he was an Oriental. Her heart sank within her, and seemed to grow chill as death at the sight of him. Anything associated with India was horrible to her. The stranger came forward to meet her, bowing deferentially. He had those lithe, gliding movements which she remembered of old, when she had seen princes and dignitaries of the East creeping shoeless to her husband's feet. "Will your ladyship do me the honour to grant me an interview?" he said in very good English. "I have travelled from London expressly for that privilege." "Then I fear you have wasted your time, sir, whatever your mission may be," the dowager answered haughtily. "However, I am willing to hear anything you may have to say, if you will be good enough to come this way." She moved towards the library, the butler preceding her to open the door, and the stranger followed her into the spacious room, where coals and logs were heaped high upon the wide dog stove deeply recessed beneath the old English mantelpiece. It was one of the handsomest rooms of the house, furnished with oak bookcases about 7 feet high, above which vases of oriental ware and varied colouring stood boldly out against the dark oak wall. Richly bound books in infinite variety testified to the wealth and taste of the owner, while one side of the room was absorbed by a wide Gothic window, beyond which appeared the panorama of lake and mountain, beautiful in every season. A tawny velvet curtain divided this room from the drawing-room, but there was also a strong oak door behind the curtain, which was generally closed in cold weather. Lady Maulevrier went over to this door, and took the precaution to draw the bolt before she seated herself in her armchair by the hearth. She had her own particular chair in all the room she occupied, a chair which was as sacred as a throne. She drew off her sealskin gloves, and motioned with a slender white hand to the stranger to be seated. "To whom have I the honour of speaking?" she asked, looking him through and through with an unflinching gaze, as she would have looked at death himself had the grim skeleton figure come to beckon her. He handed her a visiting card, on which was engraved, "Louis Asoph, Rajah of Bisnagar." If my memory does not deceive me as to the history of modern India, the territory from which you take your title has been absorbed into English dominion, said Lady Maulevrier. It was trafficked away 43 years ago, stolen, filched from my father, but so long as I have power to think and to act, I will maintain my claim to that land. Yes, if only by the empty mockery of a name on a visiting card. It is the duty I owe to myself as a man, which I owe still more to my murdered father. Have you come all the way from London, and in such weather, only to tell me this story?" She had twisted his card between her fingers as she listened to him, and now, with an action at once careless and contemptuous, she flung it upon the burning logs. Slight as the action was, it was eloquent of scorn for the man. "No, Lady Maulevrier, my mention of this story, with which you are no doubt perfectly familiar, is only a preliminary. I have come to claim my own, and to appeal to you, as a woman of honour, to do me justice. Nay, I will say as a woman of common honesty, since there is no nice point of honour in question, only the plain laws of mine and thine, which I believe are the same among all nations and creeds. I come to you, Lady Maulevrier, to ask you to restore to me the wealth which your husband stole from my father. You come to my house, to me, an old woman, helpless, defenceless, in the absence of my grandson, the present Earl, to insult me and insult the dead," said Lady Maulevrier, white as statuary marble, and as cold and calm. "You come to rake up old lies, and to fling them in the face of a solitary woman old enough to be your mother. Do you think this is a noble thing to do? Even in your barbarous Eastern code of morals and manners, is that the act of a gentleman?" "We are no barbarians in the East, Lady Maulevrier. I come from the cradle of civilization, the original fount of learning. We were scholars and gentlemen, priests and soldiers, 2,000 years before your British ancestors ran wild in their woods, in sacrifice to their unknown gods, or rocky altars reeking with human blood. I know the errand upon which I have come is not a pleasant one, either for you or for me, but I come to you strong in the right of a son to claim the heritage which was stolen from him by an infamous mother and her more infamous paramour." "I will not hear another word," cried Lady Maulevrier, starting to her feet, livid with passion. "Do not dare to pronounce that name in my hearing, the name of that abominable woman who brought disgrace and dishonour upon my husband and his race." "And who brought your husband the wealth of my murdered father," answered the Indian defiantly. Do not ignore that fact, Lady Maulevrier. What has become of that fortune? 200,000 pounds in money and jewels. It was known to have passed into Lord Maulevrier's possession after my father was put away by his paid instruments. How dare you bring that vile charge against the dead? There are men living in India who know the truth of that charge. Men who were at Bisnagar when my father, sick and heartbroken, was shut up in his deserted harem, hemmed in by spies and traitors, men with murder in their faces. There are those who know that he was strangled by one of those wretches, that a grave was dug for him under the marble floor of his zenana, a grave in which his bones were found less than a year ago in my presence, and fitly entombed at my bidding. He was said to have disappeared of his own free will, to have left his palace under cover of night, and sought refuge from possible treachery in another province. But there were those, and not a few, who knew the real history of his disappearance, who knew, and at that time were ready to testify in any court of justice, that he had been got rid of by the Rani's agents and at Lord Maulevrier's instigation, and that his possessions in money and jewels had been conveyed in the palanquins that carried the Rani and her women to his lordship's summer retreat near Madras. The Rani died at that retreat 6 months after her husband's murder, not without suspicion of poison, and the wealth which she carried with her when she left Bisnagar passed into his lordship's possession. Had your husband lived, Lady Maulevrier, this story must have been brought to light. There were too many people in Madras interested in sifting the facts. There must have been a public inquiry. It was a happy thing for you and your race that Lord Maulevrier died before that inquiry had been instituted, and that many animosities died with him. Lucky, too, for you, that I was a helpless infant at the time, and that the Mahratta adventurer, to whom my father's territory had been transferred in the shuffling of cards at the end of the war, was deeply concerned in hushing up the story. And pray, why have you nursed your wrath in all these years? Why do you intrude on me after nearly half a century with this legend of rapine and murder? Because, for nearly half a century, I have been kept in profound ignorance of my father's fate, in ignorance of my race. Lord Maulevrier's jealousy banished me from my mother's arms shortly after my father's death. I was sent to the south of France under the care of an ayah. My first memories are of a monastery near Marseilles, where I was reared and educated by a Jesuit community, where I was baptized and brought up in the Roman Catholic faith. By the influence of the Jesuit fathers, I was placed in a house of commerce at Marseilles. Funds to provide for my education and establishment in life under very modest conditions were sent periodically by an agent at Madras. It was known that I was of East Indian birth, but little more was known about me. It was only when years had gone by, and I was a merchant on my own account, and could afford to go to India on a voyage of discovery. Yes, as much a voyage of discovery as that of Vasco da Gama or of Drake, that I got from the Madras agent the clue which enabled me, at the cost of infinite patience and infinite labor, to unravel the mystery of my birth. There is no need to enter now upon the details of that story. I have overwhelming documentary evidence, a cloud of witnesses, to convince the most sceptical as to who and what I am. The documents are some of them in my valise, at your ladyship's service. Others are at my hotel in London, ready for the inspection of your ladyship's lawyers. I do not think you will desire to invite a public inquiry, or force me to recover my birthright in a court of justice. I believe that you will take a broader and nobler view of the case, and that you will restore to the wrong and abandoned son the fortune stolen from his murdered father. How dare you come to me with this tissue of lies? How dare you look me in the face and charge my dead husband with treachery and dishonor? I believe neither in your story nor in you, and I defy you to the proof of this vile charge against the dead. In other words, you mean that you will keep the money and jewels which Lord Maulevrier stole from my father. I deny the fact that any such jewels or money ever passed into his lordship's possession. That vile woman, your mother, whose infamy cast a dark cloud over Lord Maulevrier's honour, may have robbed her husband, may have emptied the public treasury, but not a rupee or a jewel belonging to her ever came into my possession. I will not bear the burden of her crimes. Her existence spoiled my life, banished me from India, a widow in all but the name, and more desolate than many widows. Lord Maulevrier was known to leave India carrying with him 2 large chests, supposed to contain books, but actually containing treasure. A man who was in the governor's confidence, and who had been the go-between in his intrigues, confessed on his deathbed that he had assisted in removing the treasure. Now, Lady Maulevrier, since your husband died immediately after his arrival in England, and before he could have had an opportunity of converting or making away with the valuables so appropriated, it stands to reason that those valuables must have passed into your possession, and it is from your honour and good feeling that I claim their restitution. If you deny the claim so advanced, there remains but one course open to me, and that is to make my wrongs public, and claim my right from the law of the land. And do you suppose that any English judge or any English jury would believe so wild a story, or countenance so vile an accusation against the defenceless? Demanded Lady Maulevrier, standing up before him, tall, stately, with flashing eye and scornful lip, the image of proud defiance. Bring forth your claim. Produce your documents, your witnesses, your deathbed confessions. I defy you to injure my dead husband or me by your wild lies, your foul charges. Go to an English lawyer, and see what an English law court will do for you and your claim. I will hear no more of either." She rang the bell once, twice, thrice, with passionate hand, and a servant flew to answer that impatient summons. "Show this gentleman to his carriage," she said imperiously. The gentleman, who called himself Louis Asaph, bowed and retired without another word. As the door closed upon him, Lady Maulevrier stood, with clenched hands and frowning brow, staring into vacancy. Her right arm was outstretched, as if she would have waved the intruder away. Suddenly a strange numbness crept over that uplifted arm, and it fell to her side. From her shoulder down to her foot, that proud form grew cold and feelingless and dead. And she who had so long carried herself as a queen Chapter 16 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. Her Face Resigned to Bliss or Bale. Lady Mary and the Fraulein had been sitting in the drawing-room all this time, waiting for Lady Maulevrier to come to tea. They heard her come in from the garden, and then the footman told them that she was in the library with a stranger. Not even the muffled sound of voices penetrated the heavy velvet curtain and the thick oak door. It was only by the loud ringing of the bell and the sound of footsteps in the hall that Lady Mary knew of the guest's departure. She went to the door between the two rooms, and was surprised to find it bolted. "Grandmamma, won't you come to tea?" she asked timidly, knocking on the oaken panel, but there was no reply. She knocked again, and louder. Still no reply. "Perhaps her ladyship is going to take tea in her own room," she said, afraid to be officious. Attendance upon her grandmother at afternoon tea had been one of Lesbia's particular duties, but Mary felt that she was an unwelcome substitute for Lesbia. She wanted to get a little nearer her grandmother's heart if she could, but she knew that her attentions were endured rather than liked. She went into the hall, where the footman on duty was staring at the light snowflakes dancing past the window, perhaps wishing he were a snowflake himself, and enjoying himself in that white whirligig. "Is her ladyship having tea in the morning-room?" asked Mary. The footman gave a little start, as if awakened out of a kind of trance. The sheer vacuity of his mind might naturally slide into mesmeric sleep. He told Lady Mary that her ladyship had not left the library, and Mary went in timidly, wondering why her grandmother had not joined them in the drawing-room when the stranger was gone. The sky was dark outside the wide windows, white hills and valleys, shrouded in the shades of night. The library was only lighted by the glow of the logs on the hearth, and in that ruddy light the spacious room looked empty. Mary was turning to go away, thinking the footman had been mistaken, when her eyes suddenly lighted upon a dark figure lying on the ground. And then she heard an awful stertorous breathing, and she knew that her grandmother was lying there, stricken and helpless. Mary shrieked aloud, with a cry that pierced curtains and doors, and brought Fraulein and half a dozen servants to her help. One of the men brought a lamp, and among them they lifted the smitten figure. Oh God, how ghastly the face looked in the lamplight! The features drawn to one side, the skin livid. "Her ladyship has had a stroke," said the butler. "Is she dying?" faltered Mary, white as ashes. "Oh, grandmother, dear grandmother, don't look at us like that!" One of the servants rushed off to the stables to send for the doctor. Of course, being an indoor man, he no more thought of going out himself into the snowy night on such an errand than Noah thought of going out of the ark to explore the face of the waters in person. They carried Lady Maulevrier to her bed and laid her there, like a figure carved out of stone. She was not unconscious. Her eyes were open, and she moaned every now and then, as if in bodily or mental pain. Once she tried to speak, but had no power to shape a syllable aright, and ended with a shuddering sigh. Once she lifted her left arm and waved it in the air, as if waving someone off in fear or anger. The right arm, indeed the whole of the right side, was lifeless, motionless as a stone. It was a piteous sight to see the beautiful features drawn and distorted, the lips so accustomed to command, mouthing the broken syllables of an unknown tongue. Lady Mary sat beside the bed, with clasped hands, praying dumbly, with her eyes fixed on her grandmother's altered face. Mr. Horton came as soon as his stout mountain pony could bring him. He did not seem surprised at her ladyship's condition, and accepted the situation with professional calmness. "A marked case of hemiplegia," he said, when he had observed the symptoms. "Will she die?" asked Mary. "Oh, dear, no. She will want great care for a little while, but we shall bring her round easily. A splendid constitution, a noble frame. But I think she has overworked her brain a little, reading Huxley and Darwin and the German physiologists upon whom Huxley and Darwin have built themselves. Metaphysics, too, Schopenhauer and the rest of them. A wonderful woman. Very few brains could hold what hers has had poured into it in the last 30 years. The conducting nerves between the brain and the spinal marrow have been overworked. Too much activity, too constant a strain. Even the rails and sleepers on the railroad wear out, don't you know, if there's excessive traffic." Mr. Horton had known Mary from her childhood, and had given her Gregory's powder, and seen her safely through measles and other infantine ailments, so he was quite at home with her, and at Fellside generally. Lady Maulevrier had given him a good deal of her confidence during those 30 years, in which he had practised as his father's partner and successor at Grasmere. He used to tell people that he owed the best part of his education to her ladyship, who condescended to talk to him of the new books she read, and generally gave him a volume to put in his pocket when he was leaving her. "Don't be downhearted, Lady Mary," he said. "I shall come in 2 or 3 times a day and see how things are going on, and if I see the slightest difficulty in the case, I'll telegraph for Jenner." Mary and the Fräulein sat with the invalid all that night. Lady Maulevrier's maid was also in attendance, and one of the men-servants slept in his clothes on a couch in the corridor, ready for any emergency. But the night passed peacefully. The patient slept a good deal, and next day there was evident improvement. The stroke which had prostrated the body, which reduced the vigorous, active frame to an awful statue-like stillness, a quietude as of death of itself, had not overclouded the intellect. Lady Maulevrier lay on her bed in her luxurious room, with wide Tudor windows commanding half the circle of the hills, and was still the ruling spirit of the house, albeit powerless to move that slender hand, the lightest wave of which had been as potent to command in her little world as royal sign-manual or sceptre in the great world outside. Now there remained only one thing unimpaired by that awful shock which had laid the stately frame low, and that was the will and sovereign force of the woman's nature. Voice was altered, speech was confused and difficult, but the strength of will, the supreme power of mind, seemed undiminished. When Lady Maulevrier was asked if Lesbia should be telegraphed for, she replied no, not unless she was in danger of sudden death. "I should like to see her before I go," she said, labouring to pronounce the words. "Dear grandmother," said Mary tenderly, "Mr. Horton says there is no danger." "Then do not send for her. Do not even tell her what has happened. Not yet." "But she will miss your letters." "True. You must write twice a week at my dictation. You must tell her that I have hurt my hand, and that I am well, but cannot use a pen. I would not spoil her pleasure for the world." "Dear grandmother, how unselfish you are! And Maulevrier, shall he be sent for? He is not so far away," said Mary, hoping her grandmother would say yes. What a relief, what an unspeakable solace Maulevrier's presence would be in that dreary house, smitten to a sudden and awful stillness, as if by the angel of death. "No, I do not want Maulevrier," answered her ladyship impatiently. "May I sit here and read to you, grandmother?" Mary asked timidly. "Mr. Horton said you were to be kept very quiet, and that we were not to let you talk, or talk much to you, but that we might read to you if you like." "I do not wish to be read to. I have my thoughts for company," said Lady Maulevrier. Mary felt that this implied a wish to be alone. She bent over the invalid's pillow and kissed the pale cheek, feeling as if she were taking a liberty in venturing so much. She would hardly have done it had Lesbia been at home, but she had a feeling that in Lesbia's absence Lady Maulevrier must want somebody's love, even hers. And then she crept away, leaving Halcott the maid in attendance, sitting at her work at the window furthest from the bed. "Alone with my thoughts," mused Lady Maulevrier, looking out at the panorama of wintry hills, white, ghost-like, against an iron sky. Pleasant thoughts, truly, walled in by the hills, walled in and hemmed round for ever. This place has always felt like a grave, and now I know that it is my grave. Fraulein and Lady Mary and the maid Halcott, a sedate personage of 40 summers, had all been instructed by the doctor that Lady Maulevrier was to be kept profoundly quiet. She must not talk too much, since speech was likely to be a painful effort with her for some little time. She must not be talked too much by any one. Least of all must she be spoken to upon any agitating topic. Life must be made as smooth and easy for her as for a new-born infant. No rough breath from the outer world must come near her. She was to see no one but her maid and her granddaughter. Mr. Horton, a plain family man, took it for granted that the granddaughter was dear to her heart, and likely to exercise a soothing influence. Thus it happened that although Lady Maulevrier asked repeatedly that James Steadman should be brought to her, she was not allowed to see him. She whose will had been paramount in that house, whose word had been law, was now treated as a little child, while the will was still as strong, the mind as keen as ever. "She would talk to him of business," said Mr. Horton, when he was told of her ladyship's desire to see Steadman, "and that cannot be allowed, not for some little time at least." "She is very angry with us for refusing to obey her," said Lady Mary. "Naturally, but it is for her own welfare she is disobeyed. She can have nothing to say to Steadman which will not keep till she is better. This establishment goes by clockwork." Mary wished it was a little less like clockwork. Since Lady Maulevrier had been lying upstairs, the voice which had once ruled over the house muffled almost to dumbness. The monotony of life at Fellside had seemed all the more oppressive. The servants crept about with stealthier tread. Mary dared not touch either piano or billiard balls, and was naturally seized with a longing to touch both. The house had a darkened look, as if the shadow of doom overhung it. During this regimen of perfect quiet, Lady Maulevrier was not allowed to see the newspapers, and Mary was warned that in reading to her grandmother she was to avoid all exciting topics. Thus it happened that the account of a terrible collision between the Scotch express and a luggage train a little way beyond Preston, an accident in which 7 people were killed and about 30 seriously hurt, was not made known to her ladyship, and yet that fact would have been of intense interest and significance to her, since one of those passengers Chapter 17 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. And the spring comes slowly up this way. The wintry weeks glided smoothly by in a dull monotony, and now Lady Maulevrier, still helpless, still compelled to lie on her bed or her invalid couch, motionless as marble, had at least recovered her power of speech, was allowed to read and to talk, and to hear what was going on in that metropolitan world which she seemed unlikely ever to behold again. Lady Lesbia was still at Cannes, whence she wrote of her pleasures and her triumphs, of flowers and sapphire sea and azure sky, of all things which were not in the grey, bleak mountain world that hemmed in Fellside. She was meeting many of the people whom she was to meet again next season in the London world. She had made an informal début in a very select circle, a circle in which everybody was more or less chic or chien or zinc, and she was tasting all the sweets of success. But in none of her letters was there any mention of Lord Hartfield. He was not in the little great world by the blue tideless sea. There was no talk of Lesbia's return. She was to stay till the carnival. She was to stay till the week before Easter. Lady Kirkbank insisted upon it, and both Lesbia and Lady Kirkbank upbraided Lady Maulevrier for her cruelty in not joining them at Cannes. So Lady Maulevrier had to resign herself to that solitude which had become almost the habit of her life, and to the society of Mary and the Fräulein. Mary was eager to be of use, to sit with her grandmother, to read to her, to write for her. The warm young heart was deeply moved by the spectacle of this stately woman stricken into helplessness, chained to her couch, immured within 4 walls. To Mary, who so loved the hills and the streams, the sun and the wind, this imprisonment seemed unspeakable woe. In her pity for such a martyrdom, she would have done anything to give pleasure or solace to her grandmother. Unhappily, there was very little Mary could do to increase the invalid's sum of pleasure. Lady Maulevrier was a woman of strong feeling, not capable of loving many people. She had concentrated her affection upon Lesbia, and she could not open her heart to Mary all at once, because Lesbia was out of the way. If I had a dog I loved, and he were to die, I would never have another in his place, Lady Maulevrier said once, and that speech was the keynote of her character. She was very courteous to Mary, and seemed grateful for her attentions, but she did not cultivate the girl's society. Mary wrote all her letters in a fine, bold hand, and with a rapid pen; but when the letter writing was over, Lady Maulevrier always dismissed her. "My dear, you want to be out in the air, riding your pony, or scampering about with your dogs," she said kindly. "It would be a cruelty to keep you indoors." "No, indeed, dear grandmother. I should like to stay. May I stop and read to you?" "No, thank you, Mary. I hate being read to. I like to devour a book. Reading aloud is such a slow work." "But I am afraid you must sometimes feel lonely," faltered Mary. "Lonely!" echoed the dowager with a sigh. "I have been lonely for the last 40 years. I have been lonely all my life. Those I loved never gave me back love for love. Never. Not even your sister. See how lightly she cuts the link that bound her to me. How happy she is among strangers. Yes, there was one who loved me truly, and fate parted us. Does fate part all true lovers, I wonder?" "You parted Lesbia and Mr. Hammond," said Mary impetuously. "I am sure they loved each other truly." "The old and the worldly wise are fate, Mary," answered the dowager, not angry at this daring reproach. "I know your sister, and I know she is not the kind of woman to be happy in an ignoble life, to bear poverty and deprivation. If it had been you, now, whom Mr. Hammond had chosen, I might have taken the subject into my consideration." Mary flamed crimson. "Mr. Hammond never gave me a thought," she said, "unless it was to think me contemptible. He is worlds too good for such a tomboy. Maulevrier told him about the fox hunt, and they both laughed at me. At least, I have no doubt Mr. Hammond laughed, though I was much too ashamed to look at him." "Poor Mary, you are beginning to find out that a young lady ought to be ladylike," said Lady Maulevrier. "And now, my dear, you may go. I was only joking with you. Mr. Hammond would be no match for any granddaughter of mine. He is nobody, and has neither friends nor interest. If he had gone into the church, Maulevrier could have helped him, but I dare say his ideas are too broad for the church, and he will have to starve at the bar, where nobody can help him. I hope you will bear this in mind, Mary, if Maulevrier should ever bring him here again." "He is never likely to come back again. He suffered too much. He was treated too badly in this house." "Lady Mary, be good enough to remember to whom you are speaking," said her ladyship with a frown. "And now please go, and tell some one to send Stedman to me." Mary retired without a word, gave Lady Maulevrier's message to a footman in the corridor, slipped off to her room, put on her sealskin hat and jacket, took her staff, and went out for a long ramble. The hills and valleys were still white. It had been a long, cold winter, and spring was still far off. February had only just begun. Lady Maulevrier's couch had been wheeled into the morning room, that luxurious room which was furnished with all things needful to her quiet life, her books, her favourite colours, her favourite flowers, every detail studiously arranged for her pleasure and comfort. She was wheeled into this room every day at noon. When the day was bright and sunny, her couch was placed near the window, and when the day was dull and grey, the couch was drawn close to the low hearth, which flashed and glittered with brightly coloured tiles and artistic brass. To-day the sky was dull, and the velvet couch stood beside the hearth. Halcott sat at work in the adjoining bedchamber, and came in every now and then to replenish the fire. A footman was always on duty in the corridor. A spring bell stood among the elegant trifles upon her ladyship's table, and the lightest touch of her left hand upon the bell brought her attendants to her side. She resolutely refused to have anyone sitting with her all day long. Solitude was a necessity of her being, she told Mr. Horton, when he recommended that she should have someone always in attendance upon her. As the weeks wore on, her features had been restored to their proud, calm beauty. Her articulation was almost as clear as of old. Yet now and then there would be a sudden faltering. The tongue and lips would refuse their office, or she would forget a word, or use a wrong word unconsciously. But there was no recovery of power or movement on that side of her body which had been stricken. The paralyzed limbs were still motionless, lifeless as marble, and it was clear that Mr. Horton had begun to lose heart about his patient. There was nothing obscure in the case, but the patient's importance made the treatment a serious matter, and the surgeon begged to be allowed to summon Sir William Jenner. This, however, Lady Maulevrier refused. "I don't want any fuss made about me," she said. "I am content to trust myself to your skill, and I beg that no other doctor may be summoned." Mr. Horton understood his patient's feelings on this point. She had a sense of humiliation in her helplessness, and like some wounded animal that crawls to its covert to die, she would fain have hidden her misery from the eye of strangers. She had allowed no one, not even Maulevrier, to be informed of the nature of her illness. "It will be time enough for him to know all about me when he comes here," she said. "I shall be obliged to see him whenever he does come." Maulevrier had spent Christmas and New Year in Paris, Mr. Hammond still his companion. Her ladyship commented upon this with a touch of scorn. "Mr. Hammond is like the Umbra you were reading about the other day in Lord Lytton's Last Days of Pompeii," she said to Mary. "It must be very nice for him to go about the world with a friend who franks him everywhere." "But we don't know that Maulevrier franks him," protested Mary, blushing. "We have no right to suppose that Mr. Hammond does not pay his own expenses." "My dear child, is it possible for a young man who has no private means to go gadding about the world on equal terms with a spendthrift like Maulevrier, to pay for moors in Scotland and apartments at the Bristol?" "But they are not staying at the Bristol," exclaimed Mary. "They are staying at an old-fashioned French hotel on the left side of the Seine. They are going about amongst the students and the workmen, dining at popular restaurants, hearing people talk. Maulevrier said it is delightfully amusing, ever so much better than the beaten track of life in Anglo-American Paris." "I dare say they are leading a Bohemian life, and will get into trouble before they have done," said her ladyship gloomily. "Maulevrier is as wild as a hawk." "He is the dearest boy in the world," exclaimed Mary. She was deeply grateful for her brother's condescension in writing her a letter of 2 pages long, letting her into the secrets of his life. She felt as if Mr. Hammond were ever so much nearer to her, now she knew where he was, and how he was amusing himself. "Hammond is such a queer fellow," wrote Maulevrier. "The strangest things interest him. He sits and talks to the workmen for hours. He pokes his nose into all sorts of places, hospitals, workshops, poverty-stricken dens, and people are always civil to him. He is what Lesbia calls simpatico. Ah, what a mistake Lesbia and my grandmother made when they rejected Hammond. What a pearl above price they threw away. But you see, neither my lady nor Lesbia could appreciate a gem unless it was richly set. And now Lady Maulevrier lay on her couch by the fire, waiting for James Steadman. She had seen him several times since the day of her seizure, but never alone. There was an idea that Steadman must necessarily talk to her of business matters, or cause her mind to trouble itself about business matters. So there had been a well-intentioned conspiracy in the house to keep him out of the way. But now she was much better, and her desire to see Steadman need no longer be thwarted. He came at her bidding, and stood a little way within the door, tall, erect, square-shouldered, resolute-looking, with a quiet force of character expressed in every feature. He was very much the same man that he had been 40 years ago, when he went with her ladyship to Southampton and accompanied his master and mistress on that tedious journey which was destined to be Lord Maulevrier's last earthly pilgrimage. Time had done little to Steadman in those 40 years, except to whiten his hair and beard, and imprint some thoughtful lines upon his sagacious forehead. Time had done something for him mentally, insomuch as he had read a great many books, and cultivated his mind in the monotonous quiet of Fellside. Altogether he was a superior man for the passage of those 40 years. He had married within the time, choosing for himself the buxom daughter of a lodge-keeper, whose wife had long been laid at rest in Grasmere churchyard. The buxom girl had grown into a bulky matron, but she was a colourless personage, and her existence made hardly any difference in James Steadman's life. She had brought him no children, and their fireside was lonely. But Steadman seemed to be one of those self-contained personages to whom a solitary life is no affliction. "I hope I see you in better health, my lady," he said, standing straight and square like a soldier on parade. "I am better, thank you, Steadman. Better, but a poor lifeless log chained to this sofa. I sent for you because the time has come when I must talk to you about a matter of business. You heard, I suppose, that a stranger called upon me just before I had my attack?" "Yes, my lady." "Did you hear who and what he was?" "Only that he was a foreigner, my lady." "He is of Indian birth. He claims to be the son of the Rani of Bisnagar." "He could do you no harm, my lady, if he were 20 times her son." "I hope not. Now, I want to ask you a question. Among those trunks and cases and packages of Lord Maulevrier's which were sent here by heavy coach after they were landed at Southampton, do you remember 2 cases of books?" "There are 2 large cases among the luggage, my lady. Very heavy cases, iron-clamped. I should not be surprised if they were full of books." "Have they never been opened?" "Not to my knowledge." "Are they locked?" "Yes, my lady. There are 2 padlocks on each chest." "And are the keys in your possession?" "No, my lady." "Where are the cases?" "In the oak room, with the rest of the Indian luggage." "Let them remain there. No doubt those cases contain the books of which I have been told. You have not heard that the person calling himself Rajah of Bisnagar has been here since my illness, have you?" "No, my lady. I am sure he has not been here." Lady Maulevrier gave him a scrutinizing look. He might have come, and my people might have kept the knowledge from me, out of consideration for my infirmity," she said. "I should be very angry if it were so. I should hate to be treated like a child." "You shall not be so treated, my lady, while I am in this house. But I know there is no member of the household who would presume so to treat you. They might do it out of kindness, but I should loathe such kindness," said Lady Maulevrier impatiently. "Though I have been smitten down, though I lie here like a log, I have a mind to think and to plan, and I am not afraid to meet danger face to face. Are you telling me the truth, Stedman? Have there been no visits concealed from me, no letters kept from me since I have been ill?" "I am telling you nothing but the truth, my lady. No letter has been kept from you, no visitor has been in this house whose coming you have not been told of." "Then I am content," said her ladyship, with a sigh of relief. After this there followed some conversation upon business matters. James Stedman was trusted with the entire management of the dowager's income, the investment of her savings. His honesty was above all suspicion. He was a man of simple habits, his wants few. He had saved money in every year of his service, and for a man of his station was rich enough to be unassailable by the tempter. He had reconciled his mind to the monotonous course of life at Fellside in the beginning of things, and as the years glided smoothly by, his character and wants and inclinations had, as it were, moulded themselves to fit that life. He had easy duties, a comfortable home, supreme authority in the household. He was looked up to and made much of in the village whenever he condescended to appear there, and by the rareness of his visits to the inn or the reading room, and his unwillingness to accept hospitality from the tradesmen of Grasmere and Ambleside, he maintained his dignity and exaggerated his importance. He had his books and his newspapers, his evening leisure, which no one ever dared to disturb. He had the old wing of the house for his exclusive occupation, and no one ventured to intrude upon him in his privacy. There was a bell in the corridor which communicated with his rooms, and by this bell he was always summoned. There were servants who had been 10 years at Fellside, and who had never crossed the threshold of the red cloth door, which was the only communication between the new house and the old one. Stedman's wife performed all household duties of cooking and cleaning in the south wing, where she and her husband took all their meals, and lived entirely apart from the other servants, an exclusiveness which was secretly resented by the establishment. "Mr. Stedman may be a very superior man," said the butler, "and I know that in his own estimation the Premier isn't in it compared with him. But I never was fond of people who set themselves upon pinnacles, and I am not fond of the Stedmans." "Miss Stedman's plain and homely enough," replied the housekeeper, "but I know she'd like to be more sociable, and drop into my room for a cup of tea now and then. But Stedman do so keep her under his thumb, and because he's a misanthrope she's obliged to sit and mope alone." If Stedman wanted to drive, there was a dog cart and horse at his disposal, but he did not often leave Fellside. He seemed in his humble way to model his life upon Lady Maulevrier's secluded habits. It was growing dusk when Stedman left his mistress, and she lay for some time looking at the landscape over which twilight shadows were stealing, and thinking of her own life. Over that life, too, the shadows of evening were creeping. She had begun to realize the fact that she was an old woman, that for her all personal interest in life was nearly over. She had never felt her age while her activity was unimpaired. she had been obliged to remind herself very often that the afternoon and evening of life had slipped away unawares in that tranquil retirement, and that the night was at hand. For her, the close of earthly life meant actual night. No new dawn. No mysterious afterlife shone upon her with magical gleams of an unknown light upon the other side of the dark river. She had accepted the materialist, bitter, and barren creed, and had taught herself that this little life was all. She had learned to scorn the idea of a great artificer outside the universe, a mighty spirit riding amidst the clouds and ruling the course of nature and the fate of man. She had schooled herself to think that the idea of a blind, unconscious nature working automatically through infinite time and space was ever so much grander than the old world notion of a personal God, a being of infinite power and inexhaustible beneficence, mighty to devise and direct the universe, with knowledge reaching to the farthest confines of space, with ear to listen to the prayer of his lowest creatures. Her beliefs stopped short even of the deist faith in an almighty will. She saw in creation nothing but the inevitable development of material laws, and it seemed to her that there was quite as much hope of a heavenly world after death for the infusoria in the pool as for man in his pride and power. She read her Bible as diligently as she read her Shakespeare, and the words of the royal preacher in some measure embodied her own dreary creed. And now, in the darkening winter day, she watched the gloomy shadows creep over the rugged breast of Nab Scar, and she thought how there was a time for all things, and that her day of hope and ambition was past. Of late years she had lived for Lesbia, looking forward to the day when she was to introduce this beloved grandchild to the great world of London, and now that hope was gone forever. What could a helpless cripple do for a fashionable beauty? What good would it be for her to be conveyed to London and lie on a couch in Mayfair, while Lesbia rode in the Row, and went to 3 or 4 parties every night with a more active chaperon? She had hoped to go everywhere with her darling, to glory in all her successes, to shield her from all possibility of failure. And now Lesbia must stand or fall alone. It was a hard thing, but perhaps the hardest part of it was that Lesbia seemed so very well able to get on without her. The girl wrote in the highest spirits, and although her letters were most affectionately worded, they were all about self. That note was dominant in every strain. Her triumphs, her admirers, her bonnets, her gowns. She had had more money from her grandmother, and more gowns from Paris. "You have no idea how the people dress in this place," she wrote. "I should have been quite out in the cold without my 3 new frocks from Worth. The little prince's bonnets I wear are the rage. Worth recommended me to adopt special flowers and colours, so I have worn nothing but primroses since I have been here, and my little primrose bonnets are to be seen everywhere, sometimes on hideous old women. Lady Kirkbank hopes you will be able to come to London directly after Easter. She says I must be presented at the May drawing-room. That is imperative. People have begun to talk about me, and unless I make my début while their interest is fresh, I shall be a failure. There is an American beauty here, and I believe she and I are considered rivals, and young men lay wagers about us as to which will look best at a ball or a regatta, what colours we shall wear, and so on. It is immense fun, I only wish you were here to enjoy it. The American girl is a most insolent person, but I have had the pleasure of crushing her on several occasions in the calmest way. In the description of the concert in last week's newspaper, I was called l'Anglais de marbre. I certainly had the decency to hold my tongue while Faure was singing. Miss Bolsover's voice was heard ever so many times above the music. According to our English ideas, she has most revolting manners, and the money she spends on her clothes would make your hair stand on end. Now do, dearest grandmother, make all your arrangements for beginning the campaign directly after Easter. You must take a house in the very choicest quarter. Lady Kirkbank suggests Grosvenor Place, and it must be a large house, for of course you will give a ball. Lady Kay says we might have Lord Porlock's house. Poor Lady Porlock and her baby died a few weeks ago, and he has gone to Sweden quite broken-hearted. It is one of the new houses, exquisitely furnished, and Lady Kay thinks you might have it for a song. Will you get Stedman to write to his lordship's steward and see what can be done? I hope the dear hand is better. You have never told me how you hurt it. It is very sweet of Mary to write me such long letters, and quite a pleasant surprise to find that she can spell. Chapter 18 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. And come again, be it by night or day. Those winter months were unutterably dreary for Lady Mary Haselden. She felt weighed down by a sense of death and woe near at hand. The horror of that dreadful moment in which she found her grandmother lying senseless on the ground, the terror of that distorted countenance, those starting eyes, that stertorous breathing, was not easily banished from a vivid girlish imagination, seeing how few distractions there were to divert Mary's thoughts, and how the sun sank and rose again upon the same inevitable surroundings, to the same monotonous routine. Her grandmother was kinder than she had been in days gone by, less inclined to find fault. But Mary knew that her society gave Lady Maulevrier very little pleasure, that she could hardly do anything towards filling the gap made by Lesbia's absence. There was no one to scold her, no one to quarrel with her. Fräulein Müller lectured her mildly from time to time, but that stout German was too lazy to put any force or fire into her lectures. Her reproofs were like the fall of water drops on a stone, and infinite ages would have been needed to cause any positive impression. February came to an end without sign or token from the outer world to disturb the even tenor of life at Fellside. Mary read and read and read, till she felt she was made up of the contents of books crammed with other people's ideas. She read history or natural science or travels or German poetry in the morning, and novels or English poetry in the evening. She had pledged herself to devote her morning indoor hours to instructive literature, and to accomplish some portion of study in every day. She was carrying on her education on parole, as before stated, and she was too honourable to do less than was expected from her. March came in with its most leonine aspect, howling and blustering, north-east winds shrieking along the gorges and wailing from height to height. "I wonder the lion and the lamb are not blown into the lake," said Mary, looking at Helm Crag from the library window. She scampered about the gardens in the very teeth of those bitter blasts, and took her shivering terriers for runs on the green slopes of the fell. The snow had gradually melted from the tides of the lowermost range of hills, but the mountain peaks were still white and ghostly. The ground was still hard and slippery in the early mornings. Mary had to take her walks alone in this bleak weather. Fraulein had a convenient bronchial affection, which forbade her to venture so much as the point of her nose outside the house in an east wind, and which justified her in occasionally taking her breakfast in bed. She spent her days for the most part in her arm-chair, drawn close to the fireplace, which she still insisted upon calling the oven, knitting diligently or reading the Rundschau. Even music, which had once been her strong point, was neglected in this trying weather. It was such a cold journey from the oven to the piano. Mary played a good deal in her desultory manner, now that she had the drawing-room all to herself, and no fear of Lady Maulevrier's critical ear or Lesbia's superior smile. The Fräulein was pleased to hear her pupil ramble on with her favourite bits from Raff and Hensel and Schubert and Mendelssohn and Mozart, and was very well content to let her play just what she liked, and escape the trouble of training her to that exquisite perfection into which Lady Lesbia had been drilled. Lesbia was not a genius, and the training process had been quite as hard for the governess as for the pupil. Thus the slow days wore on till the first week in March, and on one bleak, bitter afternoon, when Fräulein Müller stuck to the oven even a little closer than usual, Mary felt she must go out in the face of the east wind, which was tossing the leafless branches in the valley below, until the trees looked like an angry crowd hurling its arms in the air, fighting, struggling, writhing. She must leave that dreary house for a little while, were it even to be lashed and bruised and broken by that fierce wind. So she told Fräulein that she really must have her constitutional, and after a feeble remonstrance Fräulein let her go, and subsided luxuriously into the pillowed depth of her arm-chair. There had been a hard frost, and all the mountain ways were perilous, so Mary set out upon a steady tramp along the road leading towards the Langdales. The wind seemed to assail her from every side, but she had accustomed herself to defy the elements, and she only hugged her sealskin jacket closer to her and quickened her pace, chirruping and whistling to Ahab and Ariadne, the two fox terriers which she had selected for the privilege of a walk. The terriers raced along the road, and Mary, seeing that she had the road all to herself, raced after them. A light snow shower, large feathery flakes, flying wide apart, fell from the steel grey sky, but Mary minded the snow no more than she minded the wind. She raced on, the terriers scampering, rushing, flying before her, until just where the road took a curve she almost ran into a horse, which was stepping along at a tremendous pace, with a light, high dog-cart behind him. "Hi!" cried the driver. "Where are you coming, young woman? Have you never seen a horse till to-day?" Someone beside the driver leapt out and ran to see if Mary was hurt. The horse had swerved to one side, reared a little, and then spun on for a few yards, leaving her standing in the middle of the road. "Why, it's Molly!" cried the driver, who was no less distinguished a whip than Lord Maulevrier, and who had recognized the terriers. "I hope you are not hurt," said the gentleman who had alighted, Maulevrier's friend and shadow, John Hammond. Mary was covered with confusion by her exploit, and could hardly answer Mr. Hammond's very simple question. She looked up at him piteously, trying to speak, and he took alarm at her scared expression. "I am sure you are hurt," he said earnestly. "The horse must have struck you, or the shaft perhaps, which was worse. Is it your shoulder that is hurt, or your chest? Lean on me if you feel faint or giddy. Maulevrier, you had better drive your sister home and get her looked after." "Indeed, I am not hurt, not the least little bit," gasped Mary, who had recovered her senses by this time. "I was only frightened, and it was such a surprise to see you and Maulevrier." A surprise, yes, a surprise which had set her heart throbbing so violently as to render her speechless. Had horse or shaft point struck her ever so, she would have hardly been more tremulous than she felt at this moment. Never had she hoped to see him again. He had set his all upon one cast, loved, wooed, and lost her sister. Why should he ever come again? What was there at Fellside worth coming for? And then she remembered what her grandmother thought of him. He was a hanger-on, a sponge, a led captain. He was Maulevrier's umbre, and must go where his patron went. It was a hard thing so to think of him, and Mary's heart sank at the thought that Lady Maulevrier's worldly wisdom might have reckoned aright. "It was very foolish of me to run into the horse," said Mary, while Mr. Hammond stood waiting for her to recover herself. "It was very foolish of Maulevrier to run into you. If he didn't drive at such breakneck pace it wouldn't have happened." Umbre was very plain spoken, at any rate. "That's rank ingratitude," cried Maulevrier, who had turned back and was looking down at them from his elevated perch. "After my coming all the way round by Langdale to oblige you with a view of Elterwater, Molly's all safe and sound. She wouldn't have minded if I'd run over her. Come along, child, get up beside me. Hammond will take the back seat." This was easier said than done, for the back of the dog-cart was piled with Gladstone bags, fishing rods, and hat boxes. But Umbre was ready to oblige. He handed Mary up to the seat by the driver, and clambered up at the back, when he hooked himself on somehow among the luggage. "Dear Maulevrier, how delicious of you to come," said Mary, when they were rattling on toward Fellside. "I hope you are going to stay for ages." "Well, I dare say if you make yourself very agreeable, I may stay till after Easter." Mary's countenance fell. "Easter is in 3 weeks," she said despondingly. "And isn't 3 weeks an age at such a place as Fellside? I don't know that I should have come at all on this side of the August sports, only as the grandmother was ill. I thought it a duty to come and see her. A fellow mayn't care much for ancestors when they're well, you know, but when a poor old lady is down on her luck, her people ought to look after her. So here I am, and as I knew I should be moped to death here—" "Thank you for the compliment," said Mary. "I brought Hammond along with me. Of course I knew Lesbia was safe out of the way," added Maulevrier in an undertone. "It is very obliging of Mr. Hammond always to go where you wish," returned Mary, who could not help a bitter feeling when she remembered her grandmother's cruel suggestion. "Has he no tastes or inclinations of his own?" "Yes, he has plenty of them, and much loftier taste than mine, I can tell you. but he's kind enough to let me hang on to him, and to put up with my frivolity. There never were two men more different than he and I are, and I suppose that's why we get on so well together. When we were in Paris he was always up to his eyes in serious work, lectures, public libraries, workmen's syndicates, Marianne, the International, heaven knows what, making himself master of the political situation in France, while I was rigolante and chaloupante at the Bal Bullier. It was generous of Maulevrier to speak of his hanger-on thus, and no doubt the society of a well-informed, earnest young man was a great good for Maulevrier, a good far above the price of those pounds, shillings, and pence which the Earl might spend for his dependent's benefit. But when a girl of Mary's ardent temper has made a hero of a man, it galls her to think that her hero's dignity should be sacrificed, his honour impeached, were it by the merest tittle. Maulevrier made a good many inquiries about his grandmother, and seemed really full of kindness and sympathy, but it was with a feeling of profound awe, nay, of involuntary reluctance and shrinking, that he presently entered her ladyship's sitting-room, ushered in by Mary, who had been to her grandmother beforehand to announce the grandson's arrival. The young man had hardly ever been in a sick-room before. He half expected to see Lady Maulevrier in bed, with a crowd of medicine bottles and a cut orange on a table by her side, and a sick nurse of the ancient crone species cowering over the fire. It was an infinite relief to him to find his grandmother lying on a sofa by the fire in her pretty morning-room. A little tea-table was drawn close up to her sofa, and she was taking her afternoon tea. It was rather painful to see her lifting her teacup slowly and carefully with her left hand, but that was all. The dark eyes still flashed with the old eagle glance, the lines of the lips were as proud and firm as ever. All sign of contraction or distortion had passed away. In hours of calm her ladyship's beauty was unimpaired, but with any strong emotion there came a convulsive working of the features, and the face was momentarily drawn and distorted, as it had been at the time of the seizure. Maulevrier's presence had not an unduly agitating effect on her ladyship. She received him with tranquil graciousness, and thanked him for his coming. "I hope you have spent your winter profitably in Paris," she said. "There is a great deal to be learnt there if you go into the right circles." Maulevrier told her that he had found much to learn, and that he had gone into circles where almost everything was new to him. Whereupon his grandmother questioned him about certain noble families in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, who had been known to her in her own day of power, and whose movements she had observed from a distance since that time. But here she found her grandson dark. He had not happened to meet any of the people she spoke about, the plain truth being that he had lived altogether as a Bohemian, and had not used one of the letters of introduction that had been given to him. "Your friend Mr. Hammond is with you, I am told," said Lady Maulevrier, not altogether with delight. "Yes, I made him come, but he is quite safe. He will bolt like a shot at the least hint of Lesbia's return. He doesn't want to meet that young lady again, I can assure you." "Pray don't talk in that injured tone. Mr. Hammond is a gentlemanlike person, very well informed, very agreeable. I have never denied that. But you could not expect me to allow my granddaughter to throw herself away upon the first adventurer who made her an offer." "Hammond is not an adventurer." "Very well, I will not call him so if the term offends you. But Mr. Hammond is Mr. Hammond, and I cannot allow Lesbia to marry Mr. Hammond, or Mr. anybody, and I am very sorry you have brought him here again. There is Mary, a silly, romantic girl. I am very much afraid he has made an impression upon her. She colours absurdly when she talks of him, and flew into a passion with me the other day when I ventured to hint that he is not a Rothschild, and that his society must be expensive to you. His society does not cost me anything. Hammond is the soul of independence. He worked as a blacksmith in Canada for 3 months, just to see what life was like in a wild district. There never was such a fellow to rough it. And as for Molly, well, now, really, if he happened to take a fancy to her, and she happened to like him, I wouldn't bosh the business if I were you, grandmother. Take my word for it, Molly might do worse. Of course, she might marry a chimney sweep. There is no answering for a girl of her erratic nature. She is silly enough and romantic enough for anything. But I shall not countenance her if she wants to throw herself away on a person without prospects or connections. And I look to you, Maulevrier, to take care of her, now that I am a wretched log chained to this room. You may rely upon me, grandmother. Molly shall come to no harm if I can help it. Thank you, said her ladyship, touching her bell twice. The 2 clear silvery strokes were a summon for Halcott the maid, who appeared immediately. Tell Mrs. Power to get his lordship's room ready immediately, and to give Mr. Hammond the room that he had last summer, said Lady Maulevrier, with a sigh of resignation. While Maulevrier was with his grandmother, John Hammond was smoking a solitary cigar on the terrace, contemplating the mountain landscape in its cold March greyness, and wondering very much to find himself again at Fellside. He had gone forth from that house full of passionate indignation, shaking off the dust from his feet, sternly resolved never again to cross the threshold of that fateful cave where he had met his cold-hearted Circe. And now, because Circe was safe out of the way, he had come back to the cavern, and he was feeling all the pain that a man feels who beholds again the scene of a great past sorrow. Was this the old love and the old pain again, he wondered, or was it only the sharp thrust of a bitter memory? He had believed himself cured of his useless love, a great and noble love, wasted on a smaller nature than his own. He had thought that because his eyes were opened, and he understood the character of the girl he loved, his cure must needs be complete. Yet now, face to face with the well-remembered landscape, looking down upon that dull grey lake which he had seen smiling in the sunshine, he began to doubt the completeness of his cure. He recalled the lovely face, the graceful form, the sweet low voice, the perfection of gracious womanhood, manner, dress, movements, tones, smiles, all faultless. And in the absence of that one figure, it seemed to him as if he had come back to a tenantless, dismantled house, where there was nothing that made life worth living. The red sun went down, a fierce and lurid face that seemed to scowl through the grey, and Mr. Hammond felt that it was time to arouse himself from gloomy meditation and go in and dress for dinner. Maulevrier's valet was to arrive by the coach with the heavier part of the luggage, and Maulevrier's valet did that very small portion of valeting which was ever required by Mr. Hammond. A man who has worked at a forge in the backwoods is not likely to be finicking in his ways or dependent upon servants for looking after his raiment. Despite Mr. Hammond's gloomy memories of past joys and disillusions, he contrived to make himself very agreeable by and by, at dinner, and in the drawing-room after dinner, and the evening was altogether gay and sprightly. Maulevrier was in high spirits, full of his Parisian experiences, and talking slang as glibly as a student of the Carte Latin. He would talk nothing but French, protesting that he had almost forgotten his native tongue, and his French was the language of Larcey's Dictionary of Argot, in which nothing is called by its right name. Mary was enchanted with this new vocabulary, and wanted to have every word explained to her, but Maulevrier confessed that there was a good deal that was unexplainable. The evening was much livelier than those summer evenings when the Dowager and Lady Lesbia were present. There was something less of refinement, perhaps, and Fraulein remonstrated now and then about some small violation of the unwritten laws of Arnstadt, but there was more mirth. Maulevrier felt for the first time as if he were master at Fellside. They all went to the billiard-room soon after dinner, and Fraulein and Mary sat by the fire looking on, while the two young men played. In such an evening there was no time for bitter memories, and John Hammond was surprised to find how little he had missed that enchantress whose absence had made the house seem desolate to him when he re-entered it. He was tired with his journey and the varying emotions of the day, for it was not without strong emotion that he had consented to return to Fellside, and he slept soundly for the earlier part of the night. But he had trained himself long ago to do with a very moderate portion of sleep, and he was up and dressed while the dawn was still slowly creeping along the edges of the hills. He went quietly down to the hall, took one of the bamboos from a collection of canes and mountain sticks, and set out upon a morning ramble over the snowy slopes. The snow showers of yesterday had only sprinkled their greensward upon the lower ground, but in the upper regions the winter snows still lingered, giving an alpine character to the landscape. John Hammond was too experienced a mountaineer to be deterred by a little snow. He went up Silver Howe, and from the rugged breast of the mountain saw the sun leap up from a midst of chaos of hill and crag in all his majesty, while the grey mists of night slowly floated up from the valley which had lain hidden below them, and Grasmere Lake sparkled and flashed in the light of the newly risen sun. The church clock was striking 8 as Hammond came at a brisk pace down to the valley. There was still an hour before breakfast, so he took a circuitous path to Fellside, and descended upon the house from the fell, as he had done that summer morning when he saw James Steadman sauntering about in his garden. Within a quarter of a mile of Lady Maulevrier's shrubberies, Mr. Hammond encountered a pedestrian, who, like himself, was evidently taking a constitutional ramble in the morning air, but on a much less extended scale, for this person did not look capable of going far afield. He was an old man, something under middle height, but looking as if he had once been taller, for his shoulders were much bent, and his head was sunk on his chest. His whole form looked wasted and shrunken, and John Hammond thought he had never seen so old a man, or at any rate any man who was so deeply marked with all the signs of extreme age. And yet in the backwoods of America he had met ancient settlers who remembered Franklin, and who had been boys when the Battle of Bunker's Hill was fresh in the memory of their fathers and mothers. The little old man was clad in a thick grey overcoat of some shaggy kind of cloth which looked like homespun. He wore a felt hat and carried a thick oak stick, and there was nothing in his appearance to indicate that he belonged to any higher grade than that of the shepherds and guides with whom Hammond had made himself familiar during his previous visit. And yet there was something distinctive about the man, Hammond thought, something wild and uncanny, which made him unlike any of those hale and hearty-looking dalesmen on whom old age sat so lightly. No, John Hammond could not fancy this man, with his pallid countenance and pale, crafty eyes, to be of the same race as those rugged and honest-looking descendants of the Norsemen. Perhaps it was the man's exceeding age, for John Hammond made up his mind that he must be a centenarian, which gave him so strange and unholy an air. He had the aspect of a man who had been buried and brought back to life again. So might look one of those Indian fakirs who have the power to suspend life by some mysterious process, and to lie in the darkness of the grave for a given period, and then on their own will to resume the functions of the living. His long white hair fell upon the collar of his grey coat, and would have given him a patriarchal appearance had the face possessed the dignity of age. But it was a countenance without dignity, a face deeply scored with the lines of evil passions and guilty memories, the face of the vulture with a touch of the ferret. Altogether a most unpleasant face, Mr. Hammond thought. And yet there was a kind of fascination about that bent and shrunken figure, those feeble movements and shuffling gait. John Hammond turned to look after the old man when he had passed him, and stood to watch him as he went slowly up the fell, plant his crutch-stick upon the ground before every footstep, as if it were a third leg, and more serviceable than either of the other two. Mr. Hammond watched him for 2 or 3 minutes, but as the old man's movements had an automatic regularity, the occupation soon palled, and he turned and walked toward Fellside. A few yards nearer the grounds he met James Steadman, walking briskly and smoking his morning pipe. "You are out early this morning," said Hammond, by way of civility. "I am always pretty early, sir. I like a mouthful of morning air." "So do I. By the by, can you tell me anything about a queer-looking old man I passed just now a little higher up the fell? Such an old, old man, with long white hair." "Oh, yes, sir. I believe I know him." "Who is he? Does he live in Grasmere?" Steadman looked puzzled. "Well, you see, sir, your description might apply to a good many. But if it's the man I think you mean, he lives in one of the cottages behind the church. Old Barlow, they call him." "There can't be 2 such men. He must be at least a century old. If anyone told me he was 120, I shouldn't be inclined to doubt the fact. I never saw such a shriveled, wrinkled visage. Bloodless, too, as if the poor old wretch never felt your fresh mountain air upon his hollow cheeks. A dreadful face. It will haunt me for a month." "It must be old Barlow," replied Steadman. "Good day, sir." He walked on with his swinging step, and at such a pace that he was up the side of the fell and close upon old Barlow's heels when Hammond turned to look after him 5 minutes later. "There's a man that shows few traces of age, at any rate," thought Hammond, yet her ladyship told me that he was over 70. Chapter 19 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. The Old Man on the Fell. Having made up his mind to stay at Fellside until after Easter, Maulevrier settled down very quietly, for him. He wrote a good deal, fished a little, looked after his dogs, played billiards, made a devout appearance in the big square pew at St. Oswald's on Sunday mornings, and behaved altogether as a reformed character. Even his grandmother was fain to admit that Maulevrier was improved, and that Mr. Hammond's influence upon him must be exercised for good and not for evil. "I plunged awfully last year, and the year before that," said Maulevrier, sitting at tea in her ladyship's morning room one afternoon, about a week after his return, when she had expressed her gracious desire that the two young men should take tea with her. Mary was in charge of the teapot and brass kettle, and looked as radiant and as fresh as a summer morning. A regular Gainsborough girl, Hammond called her, when he praised her to her brother. A true English beauty, unsophisticated, a little rustic, but full of youthful sweetness. "You see, I didn't know what a racing stable meant," continued Maulevrier, mildly apologetic. "In fact, I thought it was an easy way for a nobleman to make as good a living as your city swells, with their soft goods, or their Brummagem ware, a respectable trade for a gentleman to engage in. And it was only when I was half ruined that I began to understand the business. And as soon as I did understand it, I made up my mind to get out of it, and I am happy to say that I sold the very last of my stud in February, and Tony Lumpkin is his own man again. So you may welcome the prodigal grandson, and order the fatted calf to be slain, grandmother." Lady Maulevrier stretched out her left hand to him, and the young man bent over it and kissed it affectionately. He felt really touched by her misfortunes, and was fonder of her than he had ever been before. She had been somewhat hard with him in his boyhood, but she had always cared for his dignity and protected his interests, and after all she was a noble old woman, a grandmother of whom a man might be justly proud. He thought of the painted harridans, the bare-shouldered skeletons, whom some of his young friends were obliged to own in the same capacity, and he was thankful that he could reverence his father's mother. "This is the best news I have heard for a long time, Maulevrier," said her ladyship graciously. "Better medicine for my nerves than any of Mr. Horton's preparations. If Mr. Hammond's advice has influenced you to get rid of your stable, I am deeply grateful to Mr. Hammond." Hammond smiled as he sipped his tea, sitting close to Mary's tray, ready to fly to her assistance on the instant should the brazen kettle become troublesome. It had a threatening way of hissing and bubbling over its spirit lamp. "Oh, you have no idea what a fellow Hammond is to lecture," answered Maulevrier. "He is a tremendous radical, and he thinks that every young man in my position ought to be a reformer, and devote the greater part of his time and trouble to turning out the dirty corners of the world, upsetting those poor dear families who like to pig together in one room, ordering all the children off to school, marrying the fathers and mothers, thrusting himself between free labor and free beer, and interfering with the liberty of the subject in every direction. All that may sound like radicalism, but I think it is the true conservatism, and that every young man ought to do as much if he wants this time-worn old country to maintain its power and prosperity," answered Lady Maulevrier, with an approving glance at John Hammond's thoughtful face. "Right you are, grandmother," returned Maulevrier, "and I believe Hammond calls himself a Conservative, and means to vote with the Conservatives." "Means to vote? An idle phrase, surely," thought her ladyship, where the young man's chance of getting into Parliament was so remote. That afternoon tea in Lady Maulevrier's room was almost as cheerful as the tea drinkings in the drawing-room, unrestrained by her ladyship's presence. She was pleased with her grandson's conduct, and was therefore inclined to be friendly to his friend. She could see an improvement in Mary, too. The girl was more feminine, more subdued, graver, sweeter, more like that ideal woman of Wordsworth's, whose image embodies all that is purest and fairest in womanhood. Mary had not forgotten that unlucky story about the fox hunt, and ever since Hammond's return she had been, as it were, on her best behaviour, refraining from her races with the terriers, and holding herself aloof from Maulevrier's masculine pursuits. She sheltered herself a good deal under the Fräulein's substantial wing, and took care never to intrude herself upon the amusements of her brother and his friend. She was not one of those young women who think a brother's presence an excuse for a perpetual tête-à-tête with a young man. Yet when Maulevrier came in quest of her, and entreated her to join them in a ramble, she was not too prudish to refuse the pleasure she so thoroughly enjoyed. But afternoon tea was her privileged hour, the time at which she wore her prettiest frock, and forgot to regret her inferiority to Lesbia in all the graces of womanhood. One afternoon, when they had all three walked to Easdale Tarn, and were coming back by the side of the Force, picking their way among the grey stones and the narrow threads of silvery water, it suddenly occurred to Hammond to ask Mary about that queer old man he had seen on the Fell nearly a fortnight before. He had often thought of making the inquiry when he was away from Mary, but had always forgotten the thing when he was with her. Indeed, Mary had a wonderful knack for making him forget everything but herself. "You seem to know every creature in Grasmere, down to the 2-year-old babies," said Hammond, Mary having just stopped to converse with an infantine group straggling and struggling over the boulders. "Pray, do you happen to know a man called Barlow, a very old man?" "Old Sam Barlow!" exclaimed Mary. "Why, of course I know him." She said it as if he were a near relative, and the question palpably absurd. "He is an old man, 100 at least, I should think," said Hammond. "Poor old Sam! Not much on the wrong side of 80. I go to see him every week, and take him his week's tobacco, poor old dear. It is his only comfort." "Is it?" asked Hammond. "I should have doubted him having so humanizing a taste as tobacco. He looks too evil a creature ever to have yielded to the softening influence of a pipe." "An evil creature? What? Old Sam? Why, he's the most genial old thing, and is cheery. Loves to hear the newspaper read to him, the murders and railway accidents. He doesn't care for politics. Everybody likes old Sam Barlow." "I fancy the Grasmere idea of reverend and amiable age must be strictly local. I can only say that I never saw a more unholy countenance." "You must have been dreaming when you saw him," said Mary. "Where did you meet him?" "On the fell, about a quarter of a mile from the shrubbery gate." "Did you? I shouldn't have thought he could have got so far. I've a good mind to take you to see him this very afternoon before we go home." "Do," exclaimed Hammond. "I should like it immensely. I thought him a hateful-looking old person, but there was something so thoroughly uncanny about him that he exercised an absolute fascination upon me. He magnetized me, I think, as the green-eyed cat magnetizes the bird. I have been positively longing to see him again. He is a kind of human monster, and I hope someone will have a big bottle made ready for him and preserve him in spirits when he dies." "What a horrid idea!" "No, sir. Dear old Barlow shall lie beside the Rotha under the trees Wordsworth planted. He is such a man as Wordsworth would have loved." Mr. Hammond shrugged his shoulders and said no more. Mary's little vehement ways, her enthusiasm, her love of that valley, which might be called her native place, albeit her eyes had opened upon heaven's light far away, her humility, were all very delightful in their way. She was not a perfect beauty like Lesbia, but she was a fresh, pure-minded English girl, frank as the day, and if he had had a brother he would have recommended that brother to choose just such a girl for his wife. Mr. Samuel Barlow occupied a little old cottage, which seemed to consist chiefly of a gable end and a chimney-stack, in that cluster of dwellings behind St. Oswald's Church, which was once known as the Kirk Town. Visitors went downstairs to get to Mr. Barlow's ground floor, for the influence of time and advancing civilization had raised the pathway in front of Mr. Barlow's cottage until his parlour had become of a cellar-like aspect. Yet it was a very nice little parlour when one got down to it, and it enjoyed winter and summer a perpetual twilight, since the light which crept through the leaded casement was tempered by a screen of flower-pots, which were old Barlow's particular care. There were no finer geraniums in all Grasmere than Barlow's, no bigger carnations or picotees, asters, or arums. It was about 5 o'clock in the March afternoon when Mary ushered John Hammond into Mr. Barlow's dwelling, and in the dim glow of a cheery little fire, and the faint light that filtered through the screen of geranium leaves, the visitor looked for a moment or so doubtfully at the owner of the cottage. But only for a moment. Those bright blue eyes and apple cheeks, that benevolent expression, bore no likeness to the strange old man he had seen on the fell. Mr. Barlow was toothless and nutcracker-like in outline. He was thin and shrunken, and bent with the burden of long years. But his healthy visage had none of those deep lines, those cross markings and hollows, which made the pallid countenance of that other old man as ghastly as would be the abstract idea of life's last stage embodied by the bitter pencil of a Hogarth. "I have brought a gentleman from London to see you, Sam," said Mary. "He fancied he met you on the fell the other morning." Barlow rose and quavered a cheery welcome, but protested against the idea of his having got so far as the fell. "With my blessed rheumatics, you know it wasn't me, Lady Mary. I shall never get no further than the churchyard, but I likes to sit on the wall hard by Wordsworth's tomb in a warm afternoon, and to see the folks pass over the bridge, and I can potter about looking after my flowers, I can. But it would be a dull life, now the poor old missus is gone, and the bairns all at service, if it wasn't for some one dropping in to have a chat, or read me a bit of the news sometimes. And there isn't anybody in Grasmere, gentle or simple, that's kinder to me than you, Lady Mary, Lord bless you. I do look forward to my newspaper. Any more of them dreadful smashes?" "No, Sam, thank heaven. There have been no railway accidents." "Ah, we shall have 'em in August and September," said the old man cheerily. "They're bound to come then. There's a time for all things, as Solomon says. When the season comes, smashes'll all come. And no more of these mysterious murders, I suppose, which baffle the police and keep me awake o' nights thinking of 'em." "Surely you do not take a delight in murder, Mr. Barlow," said Hammond. "No, sir. I do not wish my fellow creatures to make away with each other, but if there is a murder going in the papers, I like to get the benefit of it. I like to sit in front of my fire of an evening and wonder about it while I smoke my pipe, and fancy I can see the murderer hiding in a garret, in an out-of-the-way alley, or as a stowaway on board a girt ship, or as a miner deep down in a coal-pit, and never thinking that even there the police can track him. Did you ever hear tell of Mr. De Quincey, sir?" "I believe I have read every line he ever wrote." "Ah, you should have heard him talk about murders. It would have made you dream queer dreams, just as he did. He lived for years in the white cottage that Wordsworth once lived in, just behind the street yonder. A nice, neat little gentleman, in a house full of books. I've had many a talk with him when I was a young man." "And how old may you be now, Mr. Barlow?" "Getting on for 84, sir." "But you're not the oldest man in Grasmere, I should say, by 20 years." "I don't think there's many much older than me, sir." "The man I saw on the Fell looked at least 100. I wish you could tell me who he is. I feel a morbid curiosity about him." He went on to describe the old man in the gray coat as minutely as he could, dwelling on every characteristic of that singular-looking old person. But Samuel Barlow could not identify the description with anyone in Grasmere. Yet a man of that age, seen walking on the hill Chapter 20 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. Lady Maulevrier's Letter Bag. Although Maulevrier had assured his grandmother that John Hammond would take flight at the first warning of Lesbia's return, Lady Maulevrier's dread of any meeting between her granddaughter and that ineligible lover determined her in making such arrangements as should banish Lesbia from Fellside, so long as there seemed the slightest danger of such a meeting. She knew that Lesbia had loved her fortuneless suitor, and she did not know that the wound was cured, even by a season in the little great world of Cannes. Now that she, the ruler of that household, was a helpless captive in her own apartments, she felt that Lesbia at Fellside would be her own mistress, and hemmed round with the dangers that beset richly dowered beauty and inexperienced youth. John Hammond might be playing a very deep game, perhaps assisted by Maulevrier. He might, ostensibly, leave Fellside before Lesbia's return, yet lurk in the neighbourhood and contrive to meet her every day. If Maulevrier encouraged this folly, they might be married and over the border before her ladyship, fettered, impotent as she was, could interfere. Lady Maulevrier felt that Georgie Kirkbank was her strong rock. So long as Lesbia was under that astute veteran's wing, there could be no danger. In that embodied essence of worldliness and diplomacy there was an ever-present defence from all temptations that sprang from romance and youthful impulses. It was a bitter thing, perhaps, to steep a young and pure soul in such an atmosphere, to harden a fresh young nature in the fiery crucible of fashionable life. But Lady Maulevrier believed that the end would sanctify the means. Lesbia, once married to a worthy man, such a man as Lord Hartfield, for instance, would soon rise to a higher level than that Belgravian swamp over which the malarian vapours of falsehood and slander and self-seeking and prurient imaginings hang dense and thick. She would rise to the loftier tableland of that really great world which governs and admonishes the ruck of mankind by examples of noble deeds and noble thoughts, the world of statesmen and soldiers and thinkers and reformers, the salt wherewithal society is salted. But while Lesbia was treading the tortuous mazes of fashion, it was well for her to be guided and guarded by such an old campaigner as Lady Kirkbank, a woman who, in the language of her friends, knew the ropes. Lesbia's last letter had been to the effect that she was to go back to London with the Kirkbanks directly after Easter, and that directly they arrived she would set off with her maid for Fellside, to spend a week or a fortnight with her dearest grandmother, before going back to Arlington Street for the May campaign. "And then, dearest, I hope you will make up your mind to spend the season in London," wrote Lesbia. "I shall expect to hear that you have secured Lord Porlock's house. How dreadfully slow your poor dear hand is to recover! I am afraid Horton is not treating the case cleverly. Why do you not send for Mr. Erickson? It is a shock to my nerves every time I receive a letter in Mary's masculine hand, instead of in your lovely Italian penmanship. Strange, isn't it, how much better the women of your time write than the girls of the present day? Lady Kirkbank receives letters from the stylish girls in a hand that would disgrace a housemaid." Lady Maulevrier allowed a post to go by before she answered this letter, while she deliberated upon the best and wisest manner of arranging her granddaughter's future. It was an agony to her not to be able to write in her own hand, to be obliged to so shape every sentence that Mary might learn nothing which she ought not to know. It was impossible with such an amanuensis to write confidentially to Lady Kirkbank. The letters to Lesbia were of less consequence, for Lesbia, albeit so intensely beloved, was not in her grandmother's confidence, least of all about those schemes and dreams which concerned her own fate. However, the letters had to be written, so Mary was told to open her desk and begin. The letter to Lesbia ran thus: "My dearest child, this is a world in which our brightest daydreams generally end in mere dreaming. For years past I have cherished the hope of presenting you to your sovereign, to whom I was presented 46 years ago, when she was so fair and girlish a creature that she seemed to me more like a queen in a fairy tale than the actual ruler of a great country. I have beguiled my monotonous days with thoughts of that time when I should return to the great world, full of pride and delight in showing old friends what a sweet flower I had reared in my mountain home. But alas, Lesbia, it may not be. Fate has willed otherwise. The maimed hand does not recover, although Horton is very clever and thoroughly understands my case. I am not ill, I am not in danger, so you need feel no anxiety about me, but I am a cripple, and I am likely to remain a cripple for months. So the idea of a London season this year is hopeless. Now, as you have in a manner made your début at Cannes, it would never do to bury you here for another year. You complained of the dullness last summer, but you would find Fellside much duller now that you have tasted the elixir of life. No, my dear love, it will be well for you to be presented, as Lady Kirkbank proposes, at the first drawing-room after Easter, and Lady Kirkbank will have to present you. She will be pleased to do this, I know, for her letters are full of enthusiasm about you, and after all, I do not think you will lose by the exchange. Clever as I think myself, I fear I should find myself sorely at fault in the society of to-day. All things are changed, opinions, manners, creeds, morals even. Acts that were crimes in my day are now venial errors. Opinions that were scandalous are now the mark of advanced thought. I should be too formal for this easy-going age, should be ridiculed as old-fashioned and narrow-minded, should put you to the blush a dozen times a day by my prejudices and opinions. It is very good of you to think of travelling so long a distance to see me, and I should love to look at your sweet face and hear you describe your new experiences, but I could not allow you to travel with only the protection of a maid, and there are many reasons why I think it better to defer the meeting till the end of the season, when Lady Kirkbank will bring my treasure back to me, eager to tell me the history of all the hearts she has broken. The dowager's letter to Lady Kirkbank was brief and businesslike. She could only hope that her old friend Georgie, whose acuteness she knew of old, would divine her feelings and her wishes without being explicitly told what they were. My dear Georgie, I am too ill to leave this house. Indeed, I doubt if I shall ever leave it till I am taken away in my coffin. But please say nothing to alarm Lesbia. Indeed, there is no ground for fear, as I am not dangerously ill, and may drag out an imprisonment of long years before the coffin comes to fetch me. There are reasons which you will understand why Lesbia should not come here till after the season. So please keep her in Arlington Street, and occupy her mind as much as you can with the preparations for her first campaign. I give you carte blanche. If Carson is still in business, I should like her to make my girls' gowns. But you must please yourself in this matter, as it is quite possible that Carson is a little behind the times. I must ask you to present my darling, and to deal with her exactly as if she were a daughter of your own. I think you know all my views and hopes for her, and I feel that I can trust to your friendship in this my day of need. The dream of my life has been to launch her myself, and direct her every step in the mazes of town life. But that dream is over. I have kept age and infirmity at a distance, have even forgotten that the years were going by. And now I find myself an old woman all at once, and my golden dream has vanished. Lady Kirkbank's reply came by return of post, and happily this gushing epistle had not to be submitted to Mary's eye. My dearest Di, my heart positively bleeds for you. What is the matter with your hand, that you talk of being a lifelong prisoner to your room? Pray, send for Paget or Ericsson, and have yourself put right at once. No doubt that local simpleton is making a mess of your case. Perhaps while he is dabbing with lint and lotions, the real remedy is the knife. I am sure amputation would be less melancholy than the despondent state of feeling which you are now suffering. If any limb of mine went wrong, I should say to the surgeon, 'Cut it off, and patch up the stump in your best style. I give you a fortnight, and at the end of that time I expect to be going to parties again.' Life is not long enough for dawdling surgery. As regards Lesbia, I can only say that I adore her, and I am enchanted at the idea that I am to run her myself. I intend her to be the beauty of the season, not one of the loveliest debutantes, or any rot of that kind, but just the girl whom everybody will be crazy about. There shall be a mob wherever she appears. Di, I promise you that. There is no one in London who can work a thing of that kind better than your humble servant. And when once the girl is the talk of the town, all the rest is easy. She can choose for herself among the very best men in society. Offers will pour in as thickly as circulars from undertakers and mourning warehouses after a death. Lesbia is so cool-headed and sensible that I have not the least doubt of her success. With an impulsive or romantic girl there is always the fear of fiasco. But this sweet child of yours has been well brought up, and knows her own value. She behaved like a queen here, where I need not tell you society is just a little mixed. Though, of course, we only cultivate our own set. Your heart would swell with pride if you could see the way she puts down men who are not quite good style, and the ease with which she crushes those odious American girls, with their fine complexions and loud manners. Be assured that I shall guard her as the apple of my eye, and that the detrimental who circumvents me will be a very Satan of schemers. I can but smile at your mention of Carson, whose gowns used to fit us so well in our girlish days, and whose bills seem moderate compared with the exorbitant accounts I get now. Carson has long been forgotten, my dear soul, gone with the snows of last year. A long procession of fashionable French dressmakers has passed across the stage since her time, like the phantom kings in Macbeth. And now the last rage is to have our gowns made by an Englishman who works for the princes, and who gives himself most insufferable airs, or an Irishwoman who is employed by all the best actresses. It is to the latter, Kate Kearney, I shall entrust our sweet Lesbia's toilettes. The same post brought a loving letter from Lesbia, full of regret at not being allowed to go down to Fellside, and yet full of delight at the prospect of her first season. "Lady Kirkbank and I have been discussing my court dress," she wrote, "and we have decided upon a white cut velvet train with a border of ostrich feathers over a satin petticoat embroidered with seed pearl. It will be expensive, but we know you will not mind that. Lady Kirkbank takes the idea from the costume Buckingham wore at the Louvre the first time he met Anne of Austria. Isn't that clever of her? She is not a deep thinker like you, is horribly ignorant of science, metaphysics, poetry even. She asked me one day who Plato was, and whether he took his name from the Battle of Plataea, and she says she never could understand why people make a fuss about Shakespeare. But she has read all the secret histories and memoirs that ever were written, and knows all the ins and outs of court life and high life for the last 300 years. And there is not a person in the peerage whose family history she has not at her fingers' ends, except my grandfather. When I ask her to tell me all about Lord Maulevrier and his achievements as governor of Madras, she had not a word to say. So perhaps she draws upon her invention a little in talking about other people, and felt herself restrained when she came to speak of my grandfather. This passage in Lesbia's letter affected Lady Maulevrier as if a scorpion had wriggled from underneath the sheet of paper. She folded the letter and laid it in a satin-lined box on her table with a deep sigh. Yes, she is in the world now, and she will ask questions. I have never warned her against pronouncing her grandfather's name. There are some who will not be so kind as Georgie Kirkbank. Some, perhaps, who will delight in humiliating her, and who will tell her the worst that can be told. My only hope is that she will make a great marriage, and speedily. Once the wife of a man with a high place in the world, worldlings will be too wise to wound her by telling her that her grandfather was an unconvicted felon. The die was cast. Lady Maulevrier might dread the hazard of evil tongues, of slanderous memories, but she could not recall her consent to Lesbia's début. The girl was already launched. She had been seen and admired. The next stage in her career Chapter 21 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. On the Dark Brow of Helvellyn. While these plans were being settled, and while Lesbia's future was the all-absorbing subject of Lady Maulevrier's thoughts, Mary contrived to be happier than she had ever been in her life before. It was happiness that grew and strengthened with every day, and yet there was no obvious reason for this deep joy. Her life ran in the same familiar groove. She walked and rode on the old pathways. She rode on the lake she had known from babyhood. She visited her cottagers and taught in the village school, just the same as of old. The change was only that she was no longer alone, and of late the solitude of her life, the ever-present consciousness that nobody shared her pleasures or sympathized with her upon any point, had weighed upon her like an actual burden. Now she had Maulevrier, who was always kind, who understood and shared almost all her tastes, and Maulevrier's friend, who, although not given to saying smooth things, seemed warmly interested in her pursuits and opinions. He encouraged her to talk, although he generally took the opposite side in every argument, and she no longer felt oppressed or irritated by the idea that he despised her. Indeed, although he never flattered or even praised her, Mr. Hammond let her see that he liked her society. She had gone out of her way to avoid him, very fearful lest he should think her bold or masculine. But he had taken pains to frustrate all her efforts in that direction. He had refused to go upon excursions which she could not share. Lady Mary must come with us, he said, when they were planning a morning's ramble. Thus it happened that Mary was his guide and companion in all his walks, and roamed with him bamboo in hand over every one of those mountainous paths she knew and loved so well. Distance was as nothing to them. Sometimes a boat helped them, and they went over wintry Windermere to climb the picturesque heights above Bowness. Sometimes they took ponies and a groom, and left their steeds to perform the wilder part of the way on foot. In this wise John Hammond saw all that there was to be seen within a day's journey of Grasmere, except the top of Helvellyn. Maulevrier had shirked the expedition, had always put off Mary and Mr. Hammond when they proposed it. The season was not advanced enough. The rugged pathway by the Tongue-Gill would be as slippery as glass. No pony could get up there in such weather. "We have not had any frost to speak of for the last fortnight," pleaded Mary, who was particularly anxious to do the honours of Helvellyn as the real lion of the neighbourhood. "What a simpleton you are, Molly!" cried Maulevrier. "Do you suppose, because there is no frost in your grandmother's garden, and if you were to ask Staples about his peaches he would tell you a very different story, that there's a tropical atmosphere on Dolly Waggon Pike? Why, I'd wager the ice on Grinsdale Tarn is thick enough for skating. Helvellyn won't run away, child. You and Hammond can dance the Highland schottisch on Striding Edge in June, if you like." "Mr. Hammond won't be here in June," said Mary. "Who knows? The train service is pretty fair between London and Windermere. Hammond and I would think nothing of putting ourselves in the mail on a Friday night and coming down to spend Saturday and Sunday with you, if you are good." There came a sunny morning soon after Easter, which seemed mild enough for June, and when Hammond suggested that this was the very day for Helvellyn, Maulevrier had not a word to say against the truth of that proposition. The weather had been exceptionally warm for the last week, and they had played tennis and sat in the garden just as if it had been actually summer. Patches of snow might still linger on the crests of the hills, but the approach to those bleak heights could hardly be glacial. Mary clasped her hands delightedly. "Dear old Maulevrier," she exclaimed, "you are always good to me. And now I shall be able to show you the Red Tarn, the highest pool of water in England," she said, turning to Hammond, "and you will see Windermere winding like a silvery serpent between the hills, and Grasmere shining like a jewel in the depth of the valley, and the sea glittering like a line of white light between the edges of earth and heaven, and the dark Scottish hills like couchant lions far away to the north. That is to say, these things are all supposed to be on view from the top of the mountain, but as a peculiar and altogether exceptional state of the atmosphere is essential to their being seen, I need not tell you that they are rarely visible," said Maulevrier. "You are talking to old mountaineers, Molly. Hammond has done Cotopaxi, and had his little clamber on the equatorial Andes, and well, child, I have done my Rigi, and I have always found the boasted panorama enveloped in dense fog." "It won't be foggy to day," said Mary. "Shall we do the whole thing on foot, or shall I order the ponies?" Mr. Hammond inquired the distance up and down, and being told that it involved only a matter of 8 miles, decided upon walking. "I'll walk and lead your pony," he said to Mary. But Mary declared herself quite capable of going on foot, so the ponies were dispensed with as a possible encumbrance. This was all planned and discussed in the garden before breakfast. Fraulein was told that Mary was going for a long walk with her brother and Mr. Hammond, a walk which might last over the usual luncheon hour, so Fraulein was not to wait luncheon. Mary went to her grandmother's room to pay her duty visit. There were no letters for her to write that morning, so she was perfectly free. The 3 pedestrians started an hour after breakfast, in light marching order. The 2 young men wore their Argyllshire shooting clothes, homespun knickerbockers and jackets, thick-ribbed hose knitted by Highland lasses in Inverness. They carried a couple of hunting flasks filled with claret, and a couple of sandwich boxes, and that was all. Mary wore her substantial tailor gown of olive tweed, and a little toque to match, with a silver-mounted grouse claw for her only ornament. It was a delicious morning, the air fresh and sweet, the sun comfortably warm, a little too warm perhaps presently, when they had trodden the narrow path by the Tongue Gill, and were beginning to wind slowly upwards over rough boulders and last year's bracken, tough and brown and tangled, toward the rugged wall of earth and stone, tufted with rank grasses, which calls itself Dolly Waggon Pike. Here they all came to a standstill, and wiped the dews of honest labour from their foreheads, and here Maulevrier flung himself down upon a big boulder, with the soles of his stout shooting boots in running water, and took out his cigar case. "How do you like it?" he asked his friend, when he had lighted his cigarette. "I hope you are enjoying yourself." "I never was happier in my life," answered Hammond. He was standing on higher ground, with Mary at his elbow, pointing out and expatiating upon the details of the prospect. There were the lakes, Grasmere, a disk of shining blue, Rydal, a patch of silver, and Windermere, winding amidst a labyrinth of wooded hills. "Aren't you tired?" asked Maulevrier. "Not a whit." "Oh, I forgot you had done Cotopaxi, or as much of Cotopaxi as living mortal ever has done. That makes a difference. I am going home." "Oh, Maulevrier!" exclaimed Mary piteously. "I am going home. You two can go to the top. You are both hardened mountaineers, and I am not in it with either of you. When I rashly consented to a pedestrian ascent of Helvellyn, I had forgotten what the gentleman was like, and as to Dolly Waggon, I had actually forgotten her existence. But now I see the lady, as steep as the side of a house, and as stony. No, naught but herself can be her parallel in stoniness. No, Molly, I will go no further." "But we shall go down on the other side," urged Mary. "It is a little steeper on the Cumberland side, but not nearly so far." "A little steeper! Can anything be steeper than Dolly Waggon?" "Yes, you are right. It is steeper on the Cumberland side. I remember coming down a sheer descent, like an exaggerated sugar loaf, but I was on a pony, and it was the brute's look out. I will not go down the Cumberland side on my own legs. No, Molly, not even for you. But if you and Hammond want to go to the top, there's nothing to prevent you. He is a skilled mountaineer. I'll trust you with him." Mary blushed and made no reply. Of all things in the world she least wanted to abandon the expedition. Yet to climb Helvellyn alone with her brother's friend would no doubt be a terrible violation of those laws of maidenly propriety which Fräulein was always expounding. If Mary were to do this thing which she longed to do, she must hazard a lecture from her governess, and probably a biting reproof from her grandmother. "Will you trust yourself with me, Lady Mary?" asked Hammond, looking at her with a gaze so earnest, so much more earnest than the occasion required, that her blushes deepened and her eyelids fell. "I have done a great deal of climbing in my day, and I am not afraid of anything Helvellyn can do to me. I promise to take great care of you if you will come." How could she refuse? How could she for one moment pretend that she did not trust him, that her heart did not yearn to go with him? She would have climbed the shingly steep of Cotopaxi with him, or crossed the great Sahara with him, and feared nothing. Her trust in him was infinite as her reverence and love. "I am afraid Fräulein would make a fuss," she faltered after a pause. "Hang Fräulein!" cried Maulevrier, puffing at his cigarette and kicking about the stones in the clear running water. "I'll square it with Fräulein. I'll give her a pint of fizz with her lunch, and make her see everything in a rosy hue. The good soul is fond of her Heidsieck. You will be back by afternoon tea. Why should there be any fuss about the matter? Hammond wants to see the Red Tarn, and you are dying to show him the way. Go, and joy go with you both. Climbing a stony hill is a form of pleasure to which I have not yet risen. I shall stroll home at my leisure, and spend the afternoon on the billiard-room sofa, reading Mudie's last contribution to the comforts of home." "What a sybarite!" said Hammond. "Come, Lady Mary, we mustn't loiter if we are to be back at Fellside by 5 o'clock." Mary looked at her brother doubtfully, and he gave her a little nod which seemed to say, "Go, by all means." So she dug the end of her staff into Dolly's rugged breast and mounted cheerily, stepping lightly from boulder to boulder. The sun was not so warm as it had been 10 minutes ago, when Maulevrier flung himself down to rest. The sky had clouded over a little, and a cooler wind was blowing across the breast of the hill. Fairfield yonder, that long smooth slope of verdure, which a little while ago looked emerald green in the sunlight, now wore a soft and shadowy hue. All the world was grayer and dimmer in a moment, as it were, and Coniston Lake in its distant valley disappeared beneath a veil of mist, while the shimmering sea line upon the verge of the horizon melted and vanished among the clouds that overhung it. The weather changes very quickly in this part of the world. Sharp drops of rain came spitting at Hammond and Mary as they climbed to the crest of the pike, and stopped somewhat breathless to look back at Maulevrier. He was trudging blithely down the winding way, and seemed to have done wonders while they had been doing very little. "How fast he is going!" said Mary. "Easy is the descent of Avernus. He is going downhill, and we are going upwards. That makes all the difference in life, you see," answered Hammond. Mary looked at him with divine compassion. She thought that for him the hill of life would be harder than Helvellyn. He was brave, honest, clever. But her grandmother had impressed upon her that modern civilization hardly has room for a young man who wants to get on in the world without either fortune or powerful connections. He had better go to Australia and keep sheep than attempt the impossible at home. The rain was a passing shower, hardly worth speaking of, but the glory of the day was over. The sky was grey, and there were dark clouds creeping up from the sea line. Silvery Windermere had taken a leaden hue, and now they turned their last fond look upon the Westmoreland valley, and set their faces steadily towards Cumberland and the fine grassy plateau on the top of the hill. All of this was not done in a flash. It took them some time to scale Dolly's stubborn breast, and it took them another hour to reach Seat Sandal, and by the time they came to the iron gate in the fence, which at this point divides the two counties, the atmosphere had thickened ominously, and dark wreaths of fog were floating about and around them, whirled here and there by a boisterous wind which shrieked and roared at them with savage fury, as if it were the voice of some Titan monarch of the mountain protesting against this intrusion upon his domain. "I'm afraid you won't see the Scottish hills," shouted Mary, holding on her little cloth hat. She was obliged to shout at the top of her voice, though she was close to Mr. Hammond's elbow, for that shrill screaming wind would have drowned the voice of a stentor. "Never mind the view," replied Hammond in the same fortissimo, "but I really wish I hadn't brought you up here. If this fog should get any worse, it may be dangerous." "The fog is sure to get worse," said Mary, in a brief lull of the hurly-burly, "but there is no danger. I know every inch of the hill, and I am not a bit afraid. I can guide you if you will trust me." "My bravest of girls," he exclaimed, looking down at her. "Trust you! Yes, I would trust my life to you, my soul, my honour, secure in your purity and good faith." Never had eyes of living man or woman looked down upon her with such tenderness, such fervent love. She looked up at him, looked with eyes which at first bewildered, then grew bold, and lost themselves, as it were, in the dark grey depths of the eyes they met. The savage wind, hustling and howling, blew her nearer to him, as a reed is blown against a rock. Dark grey mists were rising round them like a sea, but had that ever thickening, ever darkening vapour been the sea itself, and death inevitable, Mary Haselden would have hardly cared. For in this moment the one precious gift for which her soul had long been yearning had been freely given to her. She knew all at once that she was fondly loved by that one man whom she had chosen for her idol and her hero. What matter that he was fortuneless, a nobody, with the poorest chances of success in the world? What if he must needs, only to win the bare means of existence, go to Australia and keep sheep, or to the Bed River Valley and grow corn? What if he must labour as the peasants laboured on the sides of this rude hill? Gladly would she go with him to a strange country, and keep his log cabin, and work for him, and share his toilsome life, rough or smooth. No loss of social rank could lessen her pride in him, her belief in him. They were standing side by side a little way from the edge of the sheer descent, below which the red tarn showed black in a basin scooped out of the naked hill, like water held in the hollow of a giant's hand. "Look!" cried Mary, pointing downward. "You must see the red tarn, the highest water in England." But just at this moment there came a blast which shook even Hammond's strong frame, and with a cry of fear he snatched Mary in his arms and carried her away from the edge of the hill. He folded her in his arms and held her there, 30 yards away from the precipice, safely sheltered against his breast, while the wind raved round them, blowing her hair from the broad white brow, and showing him that noble forehead in all its power and beauty, while the darkness deepened round them, so that they could hardly see anything except each other's eyes. "My love, my own dear love," he murmured fondly, "I will trust you with my life. Will you accept the trust? I am hardly worthy, for less than a year ago I offered myself to your sister, and I thought she was the only woman in this wide world who could make me happy. And when she refused me I was in despair, Mary, and I left Fellside in the full belief that I had done with life and happiness. And then I came back only to oblige Maulevrier, and determined to be utterly miserable at Fellside. I was miserable for the first 2 hours. Memories of dead and gone joys and disappointed hopes were very bitter, and I tried honestly to keep up my feeling of wretchedness for the first few days. But it was no use, Molly. There was a genial spirit in the place, a laughing fairy who would not let me be sad, and I found myself becoming most unromantically happy, eating my breakfast with a hearty appetite, thinking my cup of afternoon tea nectar for love of the dear hand that gave it. And so, till the new love, the purer and better love, grew and grew into a mighty tree, which was as an oak to an orchid, compared with that passion flower of earlier growth. Mary, will you trust your life to me as I trust mine to you? I say to you almost in the words I spoke last year to Lesbia," and here his tone grew grave, almost to solemnity, "trust me, and I will make your life free from the shadow of care. Trust me, for I have a brave spirit and a strong arm to fight the battle of life. Trust me, and I will win for you the position you have a right to occupy. Trust me, and you will never repent your trust." She looked up at him with eyes which told of infinite faith, childlike, unquestioning faith. "I will trust you in all things and for ever," she said. "I am not afraid to face evil fortune. I do not care how poor you are, how hard our lives may be, if you are sure you love me." "Sure! There is not a beat of my heart or a thought of my mind that does not belong to you. I am yours to the very depths of my soul. My innocent love, my clear-eyed, clear-souled angel. I have studied you, and watched you, and thought of you, and sounded the depths of your lovely nature, and the result is that you are for me earth's one woman. I will have no other Mary, no other love, no other wife." "Lady Maulevrier will be dreadfully angry," faltered Mary. "Are you afraid of her anger?" "No, I am afraid of nothing for your sake." He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it reverently, and there was a touch of chivalry in that reverential kiss. His eyes clouded with tears as he looked down into the trustful face. The fog had darkened to a denser blackness, and it was almost as if they were engulfed in sudden night. "If we are never to find our way down the hill, if this is to be the last hour of our lives, Mary, would you be content?" "Quite content," she answered simply. "I think I have lived long enough, if you really love me, if you are not making fun." "What, Molly, do you still doubt? Is it strange that I love you?" "Very strange. I am so different from Lesbia." "Yes, very different, and the difference is your highest charm. And now, love, we had better go down whichever side of the hill is easiest, for this fog is rather appalling. I forgive the wind, because it blew you against my heart just now, and that is where I want you to dwell for ever." "Don't be frightened," said Mary. "I know every step of the way." So, leaning on her lover, and yet guiding him slowly, step by step, groping their way through darkness, Lady Mary led Mr. Hammond down the winding track along which the ponies and the guides travel so often in the summer season. And soon they began to descend out of that canopy of fog which enveloped the brow of Helvellyn, and to see the whole world smiling beneath them, a world of green pastures and sheepfolds, with a white homestead here and there amidst the fields, looking so human and so comfortable after that gloomy mountain top, round which the tempest howls so outrageously. Beyond those pastures stretched the dark waters of Thirlmere, looking like a broad river. The descent was passing steep, but Hammond's strong arm and steady steps made Mary's progress very easy, while she had in no wise exaggerated her familiarity with the windings and twistings of the track. Yet, as they had need to travel very slowly so long as the fog still surrounded them, the journey downward lasted a considerable time, and it was past 5 when they arrived at the little roadside inn at the foot of the hill. Here Mr. Hammond insisted that Mary should rest at least long enough to take a cup of tea. She was very white and tired. She had been profoundly agitated, and looked on the point of fainting, although she protested that she was quite ready to walk on. "You are not going to walk another step," said Hammond. "While you are taking your tea I will get you a carriage." "Indeed, I had rather hurry on at once," urged Mary. "We are so late already." "You will get home all the sooner if you obey me." "It is your duty to obey me now," said Hammond, in a lowered voice. She smiled at him, but it was a weak, wan little smile, for that descent in the wind and the fog had quite exhausted her. Mr. Hammond took her into a snug little parlour where there was a cheerful fire, and saw her comfortably seated in an armchair by the hearth before he went to look after a carriage. There was no such thing as a conveyance to be had, but the Windermere coach would pass in about half an hour, and for this they must wait. It would take them back to Grasmere sooner than they could get there on foot, in Mary's exhausted condition. The tea tray was brought in presently, and Hammond poured out the tea and waited upon Lady Mary. It was a reversal of the usual formula, but it was very pleasant to Mary to sit with her feet on the low brass fender, and to be waited upon by her lover. That fog on the brow of Helvellyn, that piercing wind, had chilled her to the bone, and there was unspeakable comfort in the glow and warmth of the fire, in the refreshment of a good cup of tea. "Mary, you are my own property now, remember," said Hammond, watching her tenderly as she sipped her tea. She glanced up at him shyly now and then, with eyes full of innocent wonder. It was so strange to her, as strange as sweet, to know that he loved her. Such a marvellous thing that she had pledged herself to be his wife. "You are my very own, mine to guard and cherish, mine to think and work for," he went on, "and you will have to trust me, sweet one, even if the beginning things are not altogether free from trouble." "I am not afraid of trouble." "Bravely spoken. First and foremost, then, you will have to announce your engagement to Lady Maulevrier. She will take it ill, no doubt, will do her utmost to persuade you to give me up. Have you courage and resolution, do you think, to stand against her arguments? Can you hold to your purpose bravely, and cry, 'No surrender'?" "There shall be no surrender," answered Mary. "I promise you that. No doubt grandmother will be very angry, but she has never cared for me very much. It will not hurt her for me to make a bad match, as it would have done in Lesbia's case. She has had no daydreams, no grand ambition about me." "So much the better, my wayside flower. When you have said all that is sweet and dutiful to her, and have let her know at the same time that you mean to be my wife, come weal, come woe, I will see her, and will have my say. I will not promise her a grand career for my darling, but I will pledge myself that nothing of that kind which the world calls evil, no penury or shabbiness or surroundings, shall ever touch Mary Haselden after she is Mary Hammond. I can promise at least so much as that." "It is more than enough," said Mary. "I have told you that I would gladly share poverty with you." "Sweet, it is good of you to say as much, but I would not take you at your word. You don't know what poverty is." "Do you think I am a coward or self-indulgent? You are wrong, Jack. May I call you Jack, as Maulevrier does?" "May you?" The question evoked such a gush of tenderness that he was fain to kneel beside her chair and kiss the little hand holding the cup, before he considered he had answered properly. "You are wrong, Jack. I do know what poverty means. I have studied the ways of the poor, tried to console them and help them a little in their troubles, and I know there is no pain that want of money can bring which I would not share willingly with you. Do you suppose my happiness is dependent on a fine house and powdered footmen? I should like to go to the Red River with you, and wear cotton gowns, and tuck up my sleeves, and clean our cottage." "Very pretty sport, dear, for a summer day, but my Mary shall have a sweeter life, and shall occasionally walk in silk attire." That tea drinking by the fireside in the inn parlour was the most delicious thing within John Hammond's experience. Mary was a bewitching compound of earnestness and simplicity, so humble, so confiding, so perplexed and astonished at her own bliss. "Confess now, in the summer when you were in love with Lesbia, you thought me a horrid kind of girl," she said presently, when they were standing side by side at the window waiting for the coach. "Never, Mary. My crime is to have thought very little about you in those days. I was so dazzled by Lesbia's beauty, so charmed by her accomplishments and girlish graces, that I forgot to take notice of anything else in the world. If I thought of you at all, it was as another Maulevrier, a younger Maulevrier in petticoats, very gay and good-humoured and nice. But when you saw me rushing about with the terriers, I must have seemed utterly horrid." "Why, dearest? There is nothing essentially horrible in terriers, or in a bright, lively girl running races with them. You made a very pretty picture in the sunlight, with your hat hanging on your shoulder, and your curly brown hair and dancing hazel eyes. If I had not been deep in love with Lesbia's peerless complexion and Grecian features, I should have looked below the surface of that Gainsborough picture, and discovered what treasures of goodness and courage and truth and purity those frank brown eyes and that wide forehead betokened. I was sowing my wild oats last summer, Mary, and they brought me a crop of sorrow. But I am wiser now, wiser and happier." "But if you were to see Lesbia again, would not the old love revive?" "The old love is dead, Mary. There is nothing left of it but a handful of ashes, which I scatter thus to the four winds with a wave of his hand towards the open casement. The new love absorbs and masters my being. If Lesbia were to reappear at Fellside this evening, I could offer my hand in all brotherly frankness, and ask her to accept me as a brother. Here comes the coach. We shall be at Fellside just in time." Chapter 22 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. Wiser than Lesbia. Lady Mary and Mr. Hammond were back at Fellside at 8:15, by which time the stars were shining on pine woods and fell. They managed to be in the drawing-room when dinner was announced, after the hastiest of toilets. Yet her lover thought Mary had never looked prettier than she looked that night, in her limp white cashmere gown, and with her brown hair brushed into a large loose knot on the top of her head. There had been great uneasiness about them at Fellside when evening began to draw in, and the expected hour of their return had gone by. Scouts had been sent in quest of them, but in the wrong direction. "I did not think you would be such idiots as to come down the north side of the hill in a tempest," said Maulevrier. "We could see the clouds racing over the crest of Seat Sandal, and knew it was blowing pretty hard up there, though it was calm enough down here." "Blowing pretty hard," echoed Hammond. "I don't think I have ever been out in a worse gale, and yet I have been across the Bay of Biscay when the waves struck the side of the steamer like battering rams, and when the whole surface of the sea was white with seething foam. It was a most imprudent thing to go up Helve in such weather," said Fräulein Müller, shaking her head gloomily as she ate her fish. Mary felt that the Fräulein's manner boded ill. There was a storm brewing. A scolding was inevitable. Mary felt quite capable of doing battle with the Fräulein, but her feelings were altogether different when she thought of facing that stern old lady upstairs, and of the confession she had to make. It was not that her courage faltered. So far as resolutions went, she was as firm as a rock. But she felt that there was a terrible ordeal to be gone through, and it seemed a mockery to be sitting there and pretending to eat her dinner and take things lightly with that ordeal before her. "We did not go up the hill in bad weather, Miss Müller," said Mr. Hammond. "The sun was shining, and the sky was blue when we started. We could not foresee darkness and storm at the top of the hill. That was the fortune of war." "I am very sorry Lady Mary had not more good sense," replied Fräulein, with unabated gloom. But on this Maulevrier took up the cudgels. "If there was any want of sense in the business, that's my lookout, Fräulein," he said, glaring angrily at the governess. "It was I who advised Hammond and Lady Mary to climb the hill. And here they are, safe and sound, after their journey. I see no reason why there should be any fuss about it." "People have different ways of looking at things," replied Fräulein, plodding steadily on with her dinner. Mary rose directly the dessert had been handed round, and marched out of the room, like a warrior going to a battle in which the chances of defeat were strong. Fräulein Müller shuffled after her. "Will you be kind enough to go to her ladyship's room at once, Lady Mary?" she said. "She wants to speak to you." "And I want to speak to her," said Mary. She ran quickly upstairs and arrived in the morning room, a little out of breath. The room was lighted by one low moderator lamp, under a dark red velvet shade, and there was the glow of a wood fire, which gave a more cheerful light than the lamp. Lady Maulevrier was lying on her couch in a loose brocade tea gown, with old Brussels collar and ruffles. She was as well dressed in her day of affliction and helplessness as she had been in her day of strength, for she knew the value of surroundings, and that her stateliness and power were in some manner dependent on the details of this kind. The one hand which she could use glittered with diamonds, as she waved it with a little imperious gesture towards the chair on which she desired Lady Mary to seat herself. And Mary sat down meekly, knowing that this chair represented the felon's dock. "Mary," began her grandmother, with freezing gravity, "I have been surprised and shocked by your conduct to day. Yes, surprised at such conduct even in you." "I do not think I have done anything very wrong, grandmother." "Not wrong? You have done nothing wrong. You have done something absolutely outrageous. You, my granddaughter, well born, well bred, reared under my roof, to go up Helvellyn and lose yourself in a fog alone with a young man. You could hardly have done worse if you were a Cockney tourist," concluded her ladyship, with ineffable disgust. "I could not help the fog," said Mary quietly. The battle had to be fought, and she was not going to flinch. "I had no intention of going up Helvellyn alone with Mr. Hammond. Maulevrier was to have gone up with us, but when we got to Dolly Waggon he was tired, and would not go any further. He told me to go on with Mr. Hammond." "He told you? Maulevrier? A young man who has spent some of the best hours of his youth in the company of jockeys and trainers, who hasn't the faintest idea of the fitness of things. You allow Maulevrier to be your guide in a matter in which your own instinct should have guided you, your womanly instinct." But you have always been an unwomanly girl. You have put me to shame many a time by your hoydenish tricks, but I bore with you, believing that your madcap follies were at least harmless. To-day you have gone a step too far, and have been guilty of absolute impropriety, which I shall be very slow to pardon." "Perhaps you will be still more angry when you know all, grandmother," said Mary. Lady Maulevrier flashed her dark eyes at the girl with a look which would have almost killed a nervous subject. But Mary faced her steadfastly, very pale, but as resolute as her ladyship. "When I know all, what more is there for me to know?" "Only that while we were on the top of Helvellyn, in the fog and the wind, Mr. Hammond asked me to be his wife." "I am not surprised to hear it," retorted her ladyship with a harsh laugh. "A girl who could act so boldly and flirtingly was a natural mark for an adventurer. Mr. Hammond, no doubt, has been told that you will have a little money by and by, and thinks he might do worse than marry you. And seeing how you have flung yourself at his head, he naturally concludes that you will not be too proud to accept your sister's leavings." "There is nothing gained by making cruel speeches, grandmother," said Mary firmly. "I have promised to be John Hammond's wife, and there is nothing you nor anyone else can say which will make me alter my mind. I wish to act dutifully to you if I can, and I hope you will be good to me and consent to this marriage. But if you will not consent, I shall marry him all the same. I shall be full of sorrow at having to disobey you, but I have promised, and I will keep my promise." "You will act in open rebellion against me, against the kinswoman who has reared you, and educated you, and cared for you all these years?" "But you have never loved me," answered Mary sadly. "Perhaps if you had given me some portion of that affection which you lavished on my sister, I might be willing to sacrifice this new deep love for your sake, to lay down my broken heart as a sacrifice on the altar of gratitude. But you never loved me. You have tolerated me, endured my presence as a disagreeable necessity of your life, because I am my father's daughter. You and Lesbia have been all the world to each other, and I have stood aloof outside your charmed circle, almost a stranger to you. Can you wonder, grandmother, recalling this, that I am unwilling to surrender the love that has been given to me to-day, the true heart of a brave and good man?" Lady Maulevrier looked at her for some moments in scornful wonderment, looked at her with a slow, deliberate smile. "Poor child," she said, "poor ignorant, inexperienced baby. For what a will-o'-the-wisp are you willing to sacrifice my regard, and all the privileges of your position as my granddaughter? No doubt this Mr. Hammond has said all manner of fine things to you, but can you be weak enough to believe that he who half a year ago was sighing and dying at the feet of your sister can have one spark of genuine regard for you? The thing is not in nature. It is an obvious absurdity. But it is easy enough to understand that Mr. Hammond, without a penny in his pocket, and with his way to make in the world, would be very glad to secure Lady Mary Haselden and her 500 a year, and to have Lord Maulevrier for his brother-in-law." "Have I really 500 a year? Shall I have 500 a year when I marry?" asked Mary, suddenly radiant. "Yes, if you marry with your brother's consent." "I am so glad, for his sake. He could hardly starve if I had 500 a year. He need not be obliged to emigrate." "Has he been offering you the prospect of emigration as an additional inducement?" "Oh, no. He does not say that he is very poor. But since you say he is penniless, I thought we might be obliged to emigrate. But as I have 500 a year—" "You will stay at home and set up a lodging-house, I suppose," sneered Lady Maulevrier. "I will do anything my husband pleases. We can live in a humble way in some quiet part of London, while Mr. Hammond works at literature or politics. I am not afraid of poverty or trouble. I am willing to endure both for his sake." "You are a fool," said her grandmother sternly, "and I have nothing more to say to you. Go away, and send Maulevrier to me." Mary did not obey immediately. She went over to her grandmother's couch and knelt by her side, and kissed the poor maimed hand which lay on the velvet cushion. "Dear grandmother," she said gently, "I am very sorry to rebel against you, but this is a question of life or death with me. I am not like Lesbia. I cannot barter love and truth for worldly advantage, for pride of race. Do not think me so weak or so vain as to be won by a few fine speeches from an adventurer. Mr. Hammond is no adventurer. He has made no fine speeches. But I will tell you a secret, grandmother. I have liked and admired him from the first time he came here. I have looked up to him and reverenced him, and I must be a very foolish girl if my judgment is so poor that I can respect a worthless man." "You are a very foolish girl," answered Lady Maulevrier more kindly than she had spoken before, "but you have been very good and dutiful to me since I have been ill, and I don't wish to forget that. I never said that Mr. Hammond was worthless, but I say that he is no fit husband for you. If you were as yielding and obedient as Lesbia, it would be all the better for you, for then I should provide for your establishment in life in a becoming manner. But as you are wilful, and bent upon taking your own way, well, my dear, you must take the consequence. And when you are a struggling wife and mother, old before your time, weighed down with the weary burden of petty cares, do not say, 'My grandmother might have saved me from this martyrdom.' I will run the risk, grandmother. I will be answerable for my own fate." "So be it, Mary. And now send Maulevrier to me." Mary went down to the billiard room, where she found her brother and her lover engaged in 100 game. "Take my cue and beat him, if you can, Molly," said Maulevrier, when he had heard Mary's message. "I'm 15 ahead of him, for he's been falling asleep over his shots. I suppose I am going to get a lecture." "I don't think so," said Mary. "Well, my dearest, how did you fare in the encounter?" asked Hammond, directly Maulevrier was gone. "Oh, it was dreadful. I made the most rebellious speeches to poor grandmother, and then I remembered her affliction, and I asked her to forgive me. And just at the last she was ever so much kinder, and I think she will let me marry you, now she knows I have made up my mind to be your wife, in spite of fate." "My bravest and best." "And do you know, Jack," she blushed tremendously as she uttered this familiar name, "I have made a discovery." "Indeed?" "I find that I am to have 500 a year when I am married. It is not much, but I suppose it will help, won't it? We can't exactly starve if we have 500 a year. Let me see. It is more than £1 a day. A sovereign ought to go a long way in a small house, and of course we shall begin in a very wee house, like De Quincey's cottage over there, only in London. Yes, dear, there are plenty of such cottages in London, in Mayfair, for instance, or Belgravia. Now you are laughing at my rustic ignorance, but the £500 will be a help, won't it? Yes, dear, a great help. I'm so glad." She had chalked her cue while she was talking, but after taking her aim she dropped her arm irresolutely. "Do you know, I'm afraid I can't play to-night," she said. "Helvellyn and the fog and the wind have quite spoilt my nerve. Shall we go to the drawing-room and see if Fräulein has recovered from her gloomy fit?" "I would rather stay here, where we are free to talk. But I'll do whatever you like best." Mary preferred the drawing-room. It was very sweet to be alone with her lover, but she was weighed down with confusion in his presence. The novelty, the wonderment of her position overpowered her. She yearned for the shelter of Fräulein Müller's wing, albeit the company of that most prosaic person was certain death to romance. Miss Müller was in her accustomed seat by the fire, knitting her customary muffler. She had appropriated Lady Maulevrier's place, much to Mary's disgust. It irked the girl to see that stout, clumsy figure in the chair which had been filled by her grandmother's imperial form. The very room seemed vulgarized by the change. Fräulein looked up with a surprised air when Mary and Hammond entered together, the girl smiling and happy. She had expected that Mary would have left her ladyship's room in tears, and would have retired to her own apartment to hide her swollen eyelids and humiliated aspect. But here she was, after the fiery ordeal of an interview with her offended grandmother, not in the least crestfallen. "Are we not to have any tea to-night?" asked Mary, looking round the room. "I think you are unconscious of the progress of time, Lady Mary," answered Fräulein stiffly. "The tea has been brought in and taken out again." "Then it must be brought in again, if Lady Mary wants some," said Hammond, ringing the bell in the coolest manner. Fräulein felt that things were coming to a pretty pass if Maulevrier's humble friend was going to give orders in the house. Quiet and commonplace as the Hanoverian was, she had her ambition, and that was to grasp the household sceptre, which Lady Maulevrier must needs in some wise resign, now that she was a prisoner in her rooms. But so far Fräulein had met with but small success in this endeavour. Her ladyship's authority still ruled the house. Her ladyship's keen intellect took cognizance even of trifles, and it was only in the most insignificant details that Fräulein felt herself a power. "Well, your ladyship, what's the row?" said Maulevrier, marching into his grandmother's room with a free and easy air. He was prepared for a skirmish, and he meant to take the bull by the horns. "I suppose you know what happened to-day," said her ladyship. "Molly and Hammond's expedition? Yes, of course. I went part of the way with them, but I was out of training, got pumped out after a couple of miles, and wasn't such a fool as to go to the top. Do you know that Mr. Hammond made Mary an offer while they were on the hill, and that she accepted him? A queer place for a proposal, wasn't it? The wind blowing great guns all the time. I should have chosen a more tranquil spot." "Maulevrier, cannot you be serious? Do you forget that this business of to-day must affect your sister's welfare for the rest of her life?" "No, I do not." I will be as serious as a judge after he has put on the black cap," said Maulevrier, seating himself next to his grandmother's couch, and altering his tone altogether. "Seriously, I am very glad that Hammond has asked Mary to be his wife, and still more glad that she is tremendously in love with him. I told you some time ago not to put your spoke in that wheel. There could not be a happier or a better marriage for Mary." "You must have a rather poor opinion of your sister's attractions, personal or otherwise, if you consider a penniless young man, of no family, good enough for her." "I do not consider my sister a piece of merchandise to be sold to the highest bidder. Granted that Hammond is poor and a nobody. He is an honourable man, highly gifted, brave as a lion, and he is my dearest friend. Can you wonder that I rejoice at my sister having won him for her adoring lover? Can he really care for her after having loved Lesbia? That was the desire of the eye. This is the love of the heart. I know that he loves Mary ever so much better than he loved Lesbia. I can assure your ladyship that I am not such a fool as I look. I am very fond of my sister Mary, and I have not been blind to her interest. I tell you on my honour that she ought to be very happy as John Hammond's wife." "I am obliged to believe what you say about his character," said Lady Maulevrier, "and I am willing to admit that the husband's character has a great deal to do with the wife's happiness from a moral point of view. But still there are material questions to be considered. Has your friend any means of supporting a wife?" "Yes, he has means, quite sufficient means for Mary's views, which are very simple." "You mean to say he would keep her in decent poverty? Cannot you be explicit, Maulevrier, and say what means the man has, whether in income or none? If you cannot tell me, I must question Mr. Hammond himself." "Pray do not do that," exclaimed her grandson urgently. "Do not take all the flavour of romance out of Molly's love story by going into pounds, shillings, and pence. She is very young. You would hardly wish her to marry immediately." "Not for the next year, at the very least." "Then why enter upon this sordid question of ways and means? Make Hammond and Mary happy by consenting to their engagement, and trust the rest to Providence and to me. Take my word for it, Hammond is not a beggar, and he is a man likely to make his mark in the world. If a year hence his income is not enough to allow of his marrying, I will double Mary's allowance out of my own purse. Hammond's friendship has steadied me, and saved me a good deal more than 500 a year." "I can quite believe that. I believe Mr. Hammond is a worthy man, and that his influence has been very good for you, but it does not make him a good match for Mary. However, you seem to have settled the business among you, and I suppose I must submit. You had better all drink tea with me to-morrow afternoon, and I will receive your friend as Mary's future husband. That is the best and kindest of grandmothers. But I should like to know more of his antecedents and his relations." "His antecedents are altogether creditable. He took honours at the university, and has been liked and respected everywhere. He is an orphan, and it is better not to talk to him of his family. He is sensitive on that point, like most men who stand alone in the world." "Well, I will hold my peace. You have taken this business into your hands, Maulevrier, and you must be responsible for the result." Maulevrier left his grandmother soon after this, and went downstairs whistling for very joyousness. Finding the billiard-room deserted, he repaired to the drawing-room, where he found Mary playing scraps of melody to her lover at the shadowy end of the room, while Fräulein sat by the fire, weaving her web as steadily as one of the fatal sisters, and with a brow prophetic of evil. Maulevrier crept up to the piano, and came stealthily behind the lovers. "Bless you, my children," he said, hovering over them with outspread hands. "I am the dove coming back to the ark. I am the bearer of happy tidings. Lady Maulevrier consents to your acquiring the legal right to make each other miserable for the rest of your lives." "God bless you, Maulevrier," said Hammond, clasping him by the hand. "Only as this sister of mine is hardly out of the nursery, you will have to wait for her at least a year. So says the dowager, whose word is like the law of the Medes and Persians, and altereth not. I would wait for her twice 7 years, as Jacob waited, and toil for her, as Jacob toiled," answered Hammond. "But I should like to call her my own to-morrow, if it were possible." Nothing could be happier or gayer than the tea-drinking in Lady Maulevrier's room on the following afternoon. Her ladyship, having once given way upon a point, knew how to make her concession gracefully. She extended her hand to Mr. Hammond as frankly as if he had been her own particular choice. "I cannot refuse my granddaughter to her brother's dearest friend," she said, "but I think you are two most imprudent young people." "Providence takes care of imprudent lovers, just as it does of the birds in their nests," answered Hammond, smiling. "Just as much, and no more, I fear. Providence does not keep off the cat or the tax-gatherer." "Birds must take care of their nests, and husbands must work for their homes," argued Hammond. "Heaven gives sweet air and sunlight, and a beautiful world to live in." "I think," said Lady Maulevrier, looking at him critically, "you are just the kind of person who ought to emigrate. You have ideas that would do for the bush or the Yosemite Valley, but which are too primitive for an overcrowded country." "No, Lady Maulevrier, I am not going to steal your granddaughter. When she is my wife she shall live within call. I know she loves her native land, and I don't think either of us would care to put an ocean between us and rugged old Helvellyn. Of course, having made idiots of yourself up there in the fog and the storm, you are going to worship the mountain for ever afterwards," said her ladyship, laughing. Never had she seemed gayer or brighter. Perhaps in her heart of hearts she rejoiced at getting Mary engaged, even to so humble a suitor as fortuneless John Hammond. Ever since the visit of the so-called Rajah, she had lived as Damocles lived, with the sword of destiny, the avenging sword, hanging over her by the finest hair. Every time she heard carriage wheels in the drive, every time the hall door-bell rang a little louder than usual, her heart seemed to stop beating, and her whole being to hang suspended on a thread. If the thread were to snap, there would come darkness and death. The blow that had paralyzed one side of her body must needs, if repeated, bring total extinction. She who believed in no after-life saw in her maimed and wasting arm the beginning of death. She who recognized only the life of the body felt that one half of her was already dead. But months had gone by, and Louis Asaph had made no sign. She began to hope that his boasted documents and witnesses were altogether mythical. And yet the engines of law are slow to put in motion. He might be working up his case, line upon line, with some hard-headed London lawyer, arranging and marshalling his facts, preparing his witnesses, waiting for affidavits from India, working slowly but surely, underground like the mole. And all at once, in an hour, his case might be before the law courts. His story and the story of Lord Maulevrier's infamy might be town talk again, as it had been 40 years ago, when the true story of that crime had been happily unknown. Yes, with the present fear of this Louis Asoph's revelations, of a new scandal, if not a calamity, Lady Maulevrier felt that it was a good thing to have her younger granddaughter's future in some measure secured. John Hammond had said of himself to Lesbia that he was not the kind of man to fail, and looking at him critically to-day, Lady Maulevrier saw the stamp of power and dauntless courage in his countenance and bearing. It is the inner mind of a man which moulds the lines of his face and figure, and a man's character may be read in the way he walks and holds himself, the action of his hand, his smile, his frown, his general outlook, as clearly as in any phrenological development. John Hammond had a noble outlook, bold, without impudence or self-assertion, self-possessed without vanity. Yes, assuredly, a man to wrestle with difficulty and to conquer fate. When that little tea-drinking was over, and Maulevrier and his friend were going away to dress for dinner, Lady Maulevrier detained Mary for a minute or two by her couch. She took her by the hand with unaccustomed tenderness. "My child, I congratulate you," she said. "Last night I thought you a fool, but I begin to think you are wiser than Lesbia. You have won the heart of a noble young man." Chapter 23 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. A young lamb's heart among the full-grown flocks. For 3 most happy days Mary rejoiced in her lover's society. Maulevrier was with them everywhere, by brookside and fell, on the lake, in the gardens, in the billiard-room, playing propriety with admirable patience. But this could not last for ever. A man who has to win name and fortune and a home for his young wife cannot spend all his days in the primrose path. Fortunes and reputations are not made in dawdling beside a mountain stream, or watching the play of sunlight and shadow on a green hillside, unless, indeed, one were a new Wordsworth, and even then fortune and renown are not quickly made. And again, Maulevrier, who had been a marvel of good nature and contentment for the last 8 weeks, was beginning to be tired of this lovely Lakeland. Just when Lakeland was daily developing into new beauty, Maulevrier began to feel an itching for London, where he had a comfortable nest in the Albany, and which was to his mind a metropolis expressly created as a centre or starting point for Newmarket, Epsom, Ascot, and Goodwood. So there came a morning upon which Mary had to say good-bye to those 2 companions who had so blessed and gladdened her life. It was a bright sunshiny morning, and all the world looked gay, which seemed very unkind of nature, Mary thought. And yet, even in the sadness of this parting, she had much reason to be glad. As she stood with her lover in the library, in the 3 minutes of tete-a-tete stolen from the Argus-eyed Fräulein, folded in his arms, looking up at his manly face, it seemed to her that the mere knowledge that she belonged to him and was beloved by him ought to sustain and console her even in long years of severance. Yes, even if he were one of the knights of old, going to the Holy Land on a crusade full of peril and uncertainty, even then a woman ought to be brave, having such a lover. But her parting was to be only for a few months. Maulevrier promised to come back to Fellside for the August sports, and Hammond was to come with him. 3 months, or a little more, and they were to meet again. Yet in spite of these arguments for courage, Mary's face blanched, and her eyes grew unutterably sad as she looked up at her lover. "You will take care of yourself, Jack, for my sake, won't you, dear?" she murmured. "If you should be ill while you are in London, if you should die—" "Life is very uncertain, love, but I don't feel like sickness or death just at present," answered Hammond cheerily. "Indeed, I feel that the present is full of sweetness and the future full of hope. Don't suppose, dear, that I am not grieved by this good-bye, but before we are a year older I hope the time will have come when there will be no more farewells for you and me. I shall be a very exacting husband, Molly. I shall want to spend all the days and hours of my life with you, to have not a fancy or a pursuit in which we cannot share, or with which you cannot sympathize. I hope you will not grow tired of me." "Tired?" Then came silence and a long farewell kiss, and then the voice of Maulevrier shouting in the hall, just in time to warn the lovers before Miss Müller opened the door and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Hammond, we have been looking for you everywhere. The luggage is all in the carriage, and Maulevrier says there is only just time to get to Windermere." In another minute or so the carriage was driving down the hill, and Mary stood in the porch looking after the travellers. "It seems as if it is my fate to stand here and see everybody drive away," she said to herself. And then she looked round at the lovely gardens, bright with spring flowers, the trees glorious with their young fresh foliage, and the vast panorama of hill and dale, and felt that it was a wicked thing to murmur in the midst of such a world. And she remembered the great unhoped-for bliss that had come to her within the last 4 days, and the cloud upon her brow vanished as she clasped her hands in childlike joyousness. "God bless you, dear old Helvellyn!" she exclaimed, looking up at the sombre crest of the mountain. "Perhaps if it had not been for you, he would never have proposed." But she was obliged to dismiss this idea instantly, for to suppose John Hammond's avowal of his love an accident, the mere impulse of a weak moment, would be despair. Had he not told her how she had grown nearer and nearer to his heart, day by day, and hour by hour, until she had become part of his life? He had told her this, he, in whom she believed as in the very spirit of truth. She wandered about the gardens for an hour after the carriage had started for Windermere, revisiting every spot where she and her lover had walked together within the last 3 days, living over again the rapture of those hours, repeating to herself his words, recalling his looks, with the fatuity of a first girlish love. And yet amidst the silliness inseparable from love's young dream, there was a depth of true womanly feeling, thoughtful, unselfish, forecasting a future which was not to travel always along the primrose path of dalliance, a future in which the roses were not always to be thornless. John Hammond was going to London to work for a position in the world, to strive and labour among the seething mass of strugglers all pressing onward for the same goal: independence, wealth, renown. Little as Mary knew of the world by experience, she had at least heard the wiseacres talk, and that which she had heard was calculated to depress rather than to inspire industrious youth. She had heard how the professions were all overcrowded, how a mighty army of young men were walking the hospitals, all intent on feeling the pulses and picking the pockets of the rising generation, how at the bar men were growing old and grey before they saw their first brief, how competitors were elbowing and hustling each other upon every road, thronging at every gate, and while masculine youth strove and wrestled for places in the race, aunts and sisters and cousins were pressing into the same arena, doing their best to crowd out the uncles and the brothers and the nephews. "Poor Jack," sighed Mary. "At the worst we can go to the Red River country and grow corn." This was her favourite fancy, that she and her lover should find their first dwelling in the new world, live as humbly as the peasants lived round Grasmere, and patiently wait upon fortune. And yet that would not be happiness, unless Maulevrier were to come and stay with them every autumn. Nothing could reconcile Mary to being separated from Maulevrier for any lengthened period. There were hours in which she was more hopeful, and defied the wiseacres. Clever young men had succeeded in the past. Clever men whose hair was not yet grey had come to the front in the present. Granted that these were the exceptional men, the fine flower of humanity. Did she not know that John Hammond was as far above average youth as Helvellyn was above yonder mound in her grandmother's shrubbery? Yes, he would succeed in literature, in politics, in whatever career he had chosen for himself. He was a man to do the thing he set himself to do, were it ever so difficult. To doubt his success would be to doubt his truth and his honesty, for he had sworn to her he would make her life bright and happy, and that evil days should never come to her, and he was not the man to promise that which he was not able to perform. The house seemed terribly dull now that the two young men were gone. There was an oppressive silence in the rooms which had lately resounded with Maulevrier's frank, boyish laughter, and with his friend's deep, manly tones. A silence broken only by the click of Fräulein Müller's needles. The Fräulein was not disposed to be sympathetic or agreeable about Lady Mary's engagement. Firstly, she had not been consulted about it. The thing had been done, she considered, in an underhand manner, and Lady Maulevrier, who had begun by strenuously opposing the match, had been talked over in a way that proved the latent weakness of that great lady's character. Secondly, Miss Müller, having herself for some reason missed such joys as are involved in being wooed and won, was disposed to look sourly upon all love affairs, and to take a despondent view of all matrimonial engagements. She did not say anything openly uncivil to Mary Haselden, but she let the damsel see that she pitied her and despised her infatuated condition, and this was so unpleasant that Mary was fain to fall back upon the society of ponies and terriers, and to take up her pilgrim staff and go wandering over the hills, carrying her happy thoughts into solitary places, and sitting for hours in a heathery hollow, steeped in a sea of summer light, and trying to paint the mountain-side and the rush of the waterfall. Her sketch-book was an excuse for hours of solitude, for the indulgence of an endless day-dream. Sometimes she went among her humble friends in the Grasmere cottages, or in the villages of Great and Little Langdale, and she had now a new interest in these visits, for she had made up her mind that it was her solemn duty to learn housekeeping, not such housekeeping as might have been learnt at Fellside, supposing she had mustered the courage to ask the dignified upper servants in that establishment to instruct her. But such domestic arts as are needed in the dwellings of the poor. The art of making a very little money go a long way. The art of giving grace, neatness, prettiness to the smallest rooms and the shabbiest furniture. The art of packing all the ugly appliances and baser necessities of daily life, the pots and kettles and brooms and pails, into the narrowest compass, and hiding them from the aesthetic eye. Mary thought that if she began by learning the homely devices of the villagers, the very ABC of cookery and housewifery, she might gradually enlarge upon this simple basis to suit an income of from $500 to $700 a year. The house mothers from whom she sought information were puzzled at this sudden curiosity about domestic matters. They looked upon the thing as a freak of girlhood, which drifted into eccentricity from sheer idleness. Yet they were not the less ready to teach Mary anything she desired to learn. They told her those secret arts by which coppers and brasses were made things of beauty and meet adornment for an old oak mantel-shelf. They allowed her to look on at the milking of the cow, and at the churning of the butter, and at bread-making, and cake-making, and pie and pudding-making, and some pleasant hours were spent in the acquirement of this useful knowledge. Mary did not neglect the invalid during this new phase of her existence. Lady Maulevrier was a lover of routine, and she liked her granddaughter to go to her at the same hour every day. From 11 to 12 was the time for Mary's duty as amanuensis. Sometimes there were no letters to be written. Sometimes there were several. But her ladyship rarely allowed the task to go beyond the stroke of noon. At noon Mary was free, and free till 5 o'clock, when she was generally in attendance, ready to give Lady Maulevrier her afternoon tea, and sit and talk with her, and tell her of any scraps of local news which she had gathered in the day. There were days in which her ladyship preferred to take her tea alone, and Mary was left free to follow her own devices till dinner-time. "I do not feel equal even to your society to-day, my dear," her ladyship would say. "Go enjoy yourself with your dogs and your tennis," forgetting that there was very seldom anybody on the premises with whom Lady Mary could play tennis. But in these lonely days of Mary Haselden's life there was one crowning bliss which was almost enough to sweeten solitude and take away the sting of separation, and that was the delight of expecting and receiving her lover's letters. Busily as Mr. Hammond must be engaged in fighting the battle of life, he was in no way wanting in his duty as a lover. He wrote to Mary every other day, but though his letters were long, they told her hardly anything of himself or his occupation. He wrote about pictures, books, music, such things as he knew must be interesting to her, but of his own struggles not a word. "Poor fellow," thought Mary, "he is afraid to sadden me by telling me how hard the struggle is." Her own letters to her betrothed were simple outpourings of girlish love, breathing that too flattering sweet idolatry which an innocent girl gives to her first lover. Mary wrote as if she herself were of the least possible value among created things. With one of Mr. Hammond's earlier letters came the engagement ring. No half hoop of brilliants or sapphires, rubies or emeralds, no gorgeous triple circlet of red, white, and green, but only a massive band of dead gold, on the inside of which was engraved this posy: "Forever." Mary thought it was the loveliest ring she had ever seen in her life. May was half over, and the last patch of snow had vanished from the crest of Helvellyn, from Eagle's Crag and Raven's Crag and Coniston Old Man. Spring, slow to come along these shadowy gorges, had come in real earnest now. Spring that was almost summer, and Lady Maulevrier's gardens were as lovely as dreamland. But it was an unpeopled paradise. Mary had the grounds all to herself, except at those stated times when the Fraulein, who was growing lazier and larger day by day in her leisurely and placid existence, took her morning and afternoon constitutional on the terrace in front of the drawing-room, or solemnly perambulated the shrubberies. On fine days Mary lived in the garden, save when she was far afield, learning the domestic arts from the cottagers. She read French and German, and worked conscientiously at her intellectual education, as well as at domestic economy. For she told herself that accomplishments and culture might be useful to her in her married life. She might be able to increase her husband's means by giving lessons abroad or taking pupils at home. She was ready to do anything. She would teach the stupidest children, or scrub floors, or bake bread. There was no service she would deem degrading for his sake. She meant when she married to drop her courtesy title. She would not be Lady Mary Hammond, a poor sprig of nobility, but plain Mrs. Hammond, a working man's wife. Lesbia's presentation was over, and had realized all Lady Kirkbank's expectations. The society papers were unanimous in pronouncing Lord Maulevrier's sister the prettiest debutante of the season. They praised her classical features, the admirable poise of her head, her peerless complexion. They described her dress at the drawing-room. They described her frocks in the park and at Sandon. They expatiated on the impression she had made at great assemblies. They hinted at even royal admiration. All this frivolous frivol though it might be, Lady Maulevrier read with delight, and she was still more gratified by Lesbia's own account of her successes. But as the season advanced, Lesbia's letters to her grandmother grew briefer, mere hurried scrawls dashed off while the carriage was at the door, or while her maid was brushing her hair. Lady Maulevrier divined, with the keen instinct of love, that she counted for very little in Lesbia's life, now that the whirligig of society, the fret and fever of fashion, had begun. One afternoon in May, at that hour when Hyde Park is fullest, and the carriages move slowly in triple rank along the Ladies' Mile, and the mounted constables jog up and down with a business-like air which sets everyone on the alert for the advent of the Princess of Wales, just at that hour when Lesbia sat in Lady Kirkbank's barouche and distributed gracious bows and enthralling smiles to her numerous acquaintance, Mary rode slowly down the fell after a rambling ride on the safest and most venerable of mountain ponies. The pony was grey, and Mary was grey, for she wore a neat little homespun habit made by the local tailor, and a neat little felt hat with a ptarmigan's feather. All was very quiet at Fellside as she went in at the stable gate. There was not an underling stirring in the large old stable yard, which had remained almost unaltered for a century and a half, for Lady Maulevrier, whilst spending thousands on the new part of the house, had deemed the existing stables good enough for her stud. They were spacious old stables, built as solidly as a Norman castle, and with all the virtues and all the vices of their age. Mary looked round her with a sigh. The stillness of the place was oppressive, and within doors she knew there would be the same stillness, made still more oppressive by the society of the Fraulein, who grew duller and duller every day, as it seemed to Mary. She took her pony into the dusky old stable, where 4 other ponies began rattling their halters in the gloom by way of greeting. A bundle of purple tares lay ready in a corner for Mary to feed her favourites, and for the next 10 minutes or so she was happily employed, going from stall to stall, and gratifying that inordinate appetite for green meat which seems natural to all horses. Not a groom or stable boy appeared while she was in the stable, and she was just going away when her attention was caught by a flood of sunshine streaming into an old disused harness room at the end of the stable, a room with one small window facing the fell. Whence could that glow of western light come? Assuredly not from the low latticed window which faced eastward, and was generally obscured by a screen of cobwebs. The room was only used as a storehouse for lumber, and it was nobody's business to clean the window. Mary looked in, curious to solve the riddle. A door which she had often noticed, but never seen opened, now stood wide open, and the old quadrangular garden, which was James Steadman's particular care, smiled at her in the golden evening light. Seen thus, this little old Dutch garden seemed to Mary the prettiest thing she had ever looked upon. There were beds of tulips and hyacinths, ranunculus, narcissus, tuberose, making a blaze of colour against the old box borders a foot high. The crumbling old brick walls of the outbuildings, and that dungeon-like wall which had formed the back of the new house, were clothed with clematis and wisteria, woodbine and magnolia. All that loving labour could do had been done day by day for the last 40 years to make this confined space a thing of beauty. Mary went out of the dark stable into the sunny garden, and looked round her, full of admiration for James Steadman's work. "If ever Jack and I can afford to have a garden, I hope we shall be able to make it like this," she thought. "It is such a comfort to know that so small a garden can be pretty, for of course any garden we could afford must be small." Lady Mary had no idea that this quadrangle was spacious as compared with the narrow strip allotted to many a suburban villa calling itself an eligible residence. In the centre of the garden there was an old sundial, with a stone bench at the base, and as she came upon an opening in the circular yew-tree hedge which environed this sundial, and from which the flower-beds radiated in a geometrical pattern, Lady Mary was surprised to see an old man, a very old man, sitting on this bench and basking in the low light of the westering sun. His figure was shrunken and bent, and he sat with his chin resting on the handle of a crutched stick, and his head leaning forward. His long white hair fell in thin straggling locks over the collar of his coat. He had an old-fashioned, mummified aspect, and Mary thought he must be very, very old. Very, very old. In a flash there came back upon her the memory of John Hammond's curiosity about a hoary and withered old man whom he had met on the fell in the early morning. She remembered how she had taken him to see old Sam Barlow, and how he had protested that Sam in no wise resembled the strange-looking old man of the fell. And now here, close to the fell, was a face and figure which in every detail resembled that ancient stranger whom Hammond had described so graphically. It was very strange. Could this person be the same her lover had seen 2 months ago? And if so, had he been living at Fellside all the time? Or was he only an occasional visitor of Steadman's? While she stood for a few moments meditating thus, the old man raised his head and looked up at her, with eyes that burned like red-hot coals under his shaggy white brows. The look scared her. There was something awful in it, like the gaze of an evil spirit, a soul in torment, and she began to move away with sidelong steps, her eyes riveted on that uncanny countenance. "Don't go," said the man with an authoritative air, rattling his bony fingers upon the bench. "Sit down here by my side and talk to me. Don't be frightened, child. You wouldn't if you knew what they say of me indoors." He made a motion of his head towards the windows of the old wing. "Harmless, they say. Quite harmless. Let him alone. He's harmless. A tiger with his claws cut and his teeth drawn. An old grey-bearded tiger, ghastly and grim, but harmless. A cobra with the poison bag plucked out of his jaw. The venom grows again, child, the snake's venom, but youth never comes back. Old and helpless and harmless." Again Mary tried to move away, but those evil eyes held her, as if she were a bird riveted by the gaze of a serpent. "Why do you shrink away?" asked the old man, frowning at her. "Sit down here and let me talk to you. I am accustomed to be obeyed." Old and feeble and shrunken as he was, there was a power in his tone of command which Mary was unable to resist. She felt very sure that he was imbecile or mad. She knew that madmen were apt to imagine themselves great personages, and to take upon themselves, with a wonderful power of impersonation, the dignity and authority of their imaginary rank. And she supposed that it must be thus with this strange old man. She struggled against her sense of terror. After all, there could be no real danger in the broad daylight, within the precincts of her own home, within call of the household. She seated herself on the bench by the unknown, willing to humour him a little, and he turned himself about slowly, as if every bone in his body
Chapter 24 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Phantom Fortune, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. Now nothing left to love or hate. The old man sat looking at Mary in silence for some moments, not a great space of time, perhaps, as marked by the shadow on the dial behind them, but to Mary that gaze was unpleasantly prolonged. He looked at her as if he could read every pulsation in every fibre of her brain, and knew exactly what it meant. "Who are you?" he asked at last. "My name is Mary Hazelden." "Hazelden," he repeated musingly. "I have heard that name before." And then he resumed his former attitude, his chin resting on the handle of his crutch-stick, his eyes bent upon the gravel path, their unholy brightness hidden under the pent-house brows. "Hazelden," he murmured, and repeated the name over and over again, slowly, dreamily, with a troubled tone, like some one trying to work out a difficult problem. Hazelden. When? Where? And then, with a profound sigh, he muttered, "Harmless, quite harmless. You may trust him anywhere. Memory a blank. A blank. A blank, my lord." His head sank lower upon his breast, and again he sighed, the sigh of a spirit in torment, Mary thought. Her vivid imagination was already interested, her quick sympathies were awakened. She looked at him wonderingly, compassionately. So old, so infirm, and with a mind astray. And yet there were indications in his speech and manner that told of reason struggling against madness, like the light behind storm clouds. He had tones that spoke of a keen sensitiveness to pain, not the lunatic's imbecile placidity. She observed him intently, trying to make out what manner of man he was. He did not belong to the peasant class, of that she felt assured. The shrunken, tapering hand had never worked a peasant's work. The profile turned towards her was delicate to effeminacy. The man's clothes were shabby and old-fashioned, but they were a gentleman's garments, the cloth of a finer texture than she had ever seen worn by her brother. The coat, with its velvet collar, was of an old-world fashion. She remembered having seen just such a coat in an engraved portrait of Count d'Orsay, a print nearly 50 years old. No dalesman born and bred ever wore such a coat. No tailor in the Dales could have made it. The old man looked up after a long pause, during which Mary felt afraid to move. He looked at her again with inquiring eyes, as if her presence there had only just become known to him. "Who are you?" he asked again. "I told you my name just now. I am Mary Hazelden." "Hazelden. That is a name I knew once." "Mary? I think my mother's name was Mary. Yes, I remember that. You have a sweet face, Mary, like my mother's. She had brown eyes like yours, and auburn hair. You don't recollect her, perhaps?" "Alas, poor maniac," thought Mary, "you have lost all count of time. 50 years to you, in the confusion of your distraught brain, are but as yesterday." "No, of course not, he muttered. "How should she recollect my mother, who died while I was a boy? Impossible. That must be half a century ago." "Good evening to you," said Mary, rising with a great effort, so strong was her feeling of being spell-bound by the uncanny old man. "I must go indoors now." He stretched out his withered old hand, small, semi-transparent, with the blue veins showing darkly under the parchment-coloured skin, and grasped Mary's arm. "Don't go," he pleaded. "I like your face, child. I like your voice. I like to have you here. What do you mean by going indoors? Where do you live?" "There," said Mary, pointing to the dead wall which faced them, "in the new part of Fellside House. I suppose you are staying in the old part with James Steadman." She had made up her mind that this crazy old man must be a relation of Steadman's, to whom he gave hospitality either with or without her ladyship's consent. All-powerful as Lady Maulevrier had ever been in her own house, it was just possible that now, when she was a prisoner in her own rooms, certain small liberties might be taken, even by so faithful a servant as Steadman. "Staying with James Steadman," repeated the old man in a meditative tone. "Yes, I stay with Steadman. A good servant, a worthy person. It is only for a little while. I shall be leaving for Westmoreland next week. And you live in that house, do you?" pointing to the dead wall. "Whose house?" "Lady Maulevrier's. I am Lady Maulevrier's granddaughter." "Lady Maulevrier." He repeated the name in syllables. "A good name, an old title, as old as the Conquest. A Norman race, those Maulevriers. And you are Lady Maulevrier's granddaughter. You should be proud. The Maulevriers were always a proud race." "Then I am no true Maulevrier," answered Mary gaily. She was beginning to feel more at her ease with the old man. He was evidently mad as a March hare, but his madness seemed only the harmless lunacy of extreme old age. He had flashes of reason too. Mary began to feel a friendly interest in him. To youth, in its flush of life and vigour, there seems something so unspeakably sad and pitiable in feebleness and age, the brief, weak remnant of life, the wreck of body and mind, sunning itself in the declining rays of a sun that is so soon to shine upon its grave. "What, are you not proud?" asked the old man. "Not at all. I have been taught to consider myself a very insignificant person, and I am going to marry a poor man. It would not become me to be proud." "But you ought not to do that," said the old man. "You ought not to marry a poor man. Poverty is a bad thing, my dear. You are a pretty girl, and ought to marry a man with a handsome fortune. Poor men have no pleasure in this world. They might as well be dead. I am poor, as you see. You can tell by this threadbare coat." He looked down at the sleeve, from which the nap was worn in places. "I am as poor as a church mouse." "But you have kind friends, I dare say," Mary said soothingly. "You are well taken care of, I am sure." "Yes, I am well taken care of, very well taken care of. How long is it, I wonder, how many weeks, or months, or years, since they have taken care of me? It seems a long, long time. But it is all like a dream, a long dream. Once I used to try and wake myself. I used to try and struggle out of that weary dream. But that was ages ago. I am satisfied now. I am quite content now, so long as the weather is warm and I can sit out here in the sun." "It is growing chilly now," said Mary, "and I think I ought to go indoors. I know that I must go." "Yes, I must go in now. I am getting shivery," answered the old man meekly. "But I want to see you again, Mary. I like your face, and I like your voice. It strikes a chord here," touching his breast, "which has long been silent. Let me see you again, child. When can I see you again?" "Do you sit here every afternoon, when it is fine?" "Yes, every day, all day long sometimes, when the sun is warm." "Then I will come here to see you." "You must keep it a secret, then," said the old man, with a crafty look. "If you don't, they will shut me up in the house, perhaps. They don't like me to see people, for fear I should talk. I have heard Steadman say so." "Yet what should I talk about, heaven help me? Steadman says my memory is quite gone, and that I am childish and harmless. Childish and harmless. I have heard him say that. You'll come again, won't you, and you'll keep it a secret?" Mary deliberated for a few minutes. "I don't like secrets," she said. "There is generally something dishonourable in them. But this would be an innocent secret, wouldn't it? Well, I'll come to see you somehow, poor old man, and if Steadman sees me here, I will make everything right with him." "He mustn't see you here," said the old man. "If he does, he will shut me up in my own rooms again, as he did once years and years ago." "But you have not been here long, have you?" Mary asked wonderingly. 100 years, at least. That's what it seems to me sometimes, and yet there are times when it seems only a dream. Be sure to come again to-morrow." "Yes, I promise you to come. Good night." "Good night." Mary went back to the stable. The door was still open, but how could she be sure that it would be open to-morrow? There was no other access that she knew of to the quadrangle, except through the old part of the house, and that was at times inaccessible to her. She found a key, a big old rusty key, in the inside of the door, so she shut and locked it, and put the key in her pocket. The door, she supposed, had been left open by accident. At any rate, this key made her mistress of the situation. If any question should arise as to her conduct, she could have an explanation with Steadman. but she had pledged her word to the poor mad old man, and she meant to keep her promise if possible. As she left the stable she saw Stedman riding towards the gate on his grey cob. She passed him as she went back to the house. Next day, and the day after that, and for many days, Mary used her key, and went into the quadrangle at sundown, to sit for half an hour or so with the strange old man, who seemed to take an intense pleasure in her company. The weather was growing warmer, as May wore on towards June, and this evening hour between 6 and 7 was deliciously bright and balmy. The seat by the sundial was screened on every side by the clipped yew hedge, dense and tall, surrounding the circular gravelled space, in the centre of which stood the old granite dial, with its octagonal pedestal and moss-grown steps. There, as in a closely shaded arbour, Lady Mary and her old friend were alone and unobserved. The yew-tree boundary was at least 8 feet high, and Mary and her companion could hardly have been seen even from the upper windows of the low old house. Mary had fallen into the habit of going for her walk or her ride at 5 o'clock every day, when she was not in attendance on Lady Maulevrier, and after her walk or ride she slipped through the stable and joined her ancient friend. Stables and courtyard were generally empty at this hour, the men only appearing at the sound of a big bell, which summoned them from their snuggery when they were wanted. Most of Lady Maulevrier's servants had arrived at that respectable stage of long service in which fidelity is counted as a substitute for hard work. The old man was not particularly conversational, and was apt to repeat the same things over and over again, with a sublime unconsciousness of being prosy. But he liked to hear Mary talk, and he listened with seeming intelligence. He questioned her about the world outside his cloistered life, the wars and rumours of wars, and, although the names of the questions and the men of the day seemed utterly strange to him, and he had to have them repeated to him again and again, he seemed to take an intelligent interest in the stirring facts of the time, and listened intently when Mary gave him a synopsis of her last newspaper reading. When the news was exhausted, Mary hit upon a more childish form of amusement, and that was to tell the story of any novel or poem she had been lately reading. This was so successful that in this manner Mary related the stories of most of Shakespeare's plays, of Byron's Bride of Abydos and Corsair, of Keats's Lamia, of Tennyson's Idylls, and of a heterogeneous collection of poetry and romance, in all of which stories the old man took a vivid interest. "You are better to me than the sunshine," he told Mary one day when she was leaving him. "The world grows darker when you leave me." Once at this parting moment he took both her hands and drew her nearer to him, peering into her face in the clear evening light. "You are like my mother," he said. "Yes, you are very like her. And who else is it that you are like? There is someone else, I know. Yes, someone else. I remember. It is a face in a picture at Maulevrier Castle." "What do you know of Maulevrier Castle?" asked Mary, wonderingly. Maulevrier was the family seat in Herefordshire, which had not been occupied by the elder branch for the last 40 years. Lady Maulevrier had let it during her son's minority to a younger branch of the family, a branch which had intermarried with the world of successful commerce, and was richer than the heads of the house. This occupation of Maulevrier Castle had continued to the present time, and was likely still to continue, Maulevrier having no desire to set up housekeeping in a feudal castle in the Marches. "How came you to know Maulevrier Castle?" repeated Mary. I was there once. There is a picture by Lely, a portrait of a Lady Maulevrier in Charles II's time. The face is yours, my love. I have heard of such hereditary faces. My mother was proud of resembling that portrait." "What did your mother know of Maulevrier Castle?" The old man did not answer. He had lapsed into that dream-like condition into which he often sank, when his brain was not stimulated to attention and coherency by his interest in Mary's narrations. Mary concluded that this man had once been a servant in the Maulevrier household, perhaps at the place in Herefordshire, and that all his memories ran in one groove, the house of Maulevrier. The freedom of her intercourse with him was undisturbed for about 3 weeks, and at the end of that time she came face to face with James Steadman as she emerged from the circle of greenery. "You here, Lady Mary?" he exclaimed, with an angry look. "Yes, I have been sitting talking to that poor old man," Mary answered cheerily, concluding that Steadman's look of vexation arose from his being detected in the act of harbouring a contraband relation. "He is a very interesting character. A relation of yours, I suppose?" "Yes, he is a relation," replied Steadman. "He is very old, and his mind has long been gone. Her ladyship is kind enough to allow me to give him a home in her house. He is quite harmless, and he is in nobody's way." "Of course not, poor soul. He is only a burden to himself. He talks as if his life had been very weary. Has he been long in that sad state?" "Yes, a long time." Steadman's manner to Lady Mary was curt at the best of times. She had always stood somewhat in awe of him, as a person delegated with authority by her grandmother, a servant who was much more than a servant. But to-day his manner was more abrupt than usual. "He spoke of Maulevrier Castle just now," said Mary, determined not to be put down too easily. "Was he once in service there?" "He was. Pray, how did you find your way into this garden, Lady Mary?" "I came through the stable. As it is my grandmother's garden, I suppose I did not take an unwarrantable liberty in coming," said Mary, drawing herself up, and ready for battle. "It is Lady Maulevrier's wish that this garden should be reserved for my use," answered Steadman. "Her ladyship knows that my uncle walks here of an afternoon, and that, owing to his age and infirmities, he can go nowhere else. And if only on that account, it is well that the garden should be kept private. Lunatics are rather dangerous company, Lady Mary, and I advise you to give them a wide berth wherever you meet them." "I am not afraid of your uncle," said Mary, resolutely. "You said yourself just now that he is quite harmless, and I am really interested in him, poor old creature. He likes me to sit with him a little of an afternoon and talk to him, and if you have no objection, I should like to do so, whenever the weather is fine enough for the poor old man to be out in the garden at this hour." "I have a very great objection, Lady Mary, and that objection is chiefly in your interest," answered Steadman, firmly. "No one who is not experienced in the ways of lunatics can imagine the danger of any association with them. Their consummate craftiness, their capacity for crime. Every madman is harmless up to a certain point, mild, inoffensive, perhaps, up to the very point in which he commits some appalling crime, and then people cry out upon the want of prudence, the want of common sense which allowed such an act to be possible. No, Lady Mary, I understand the benevolence of your motive, but I cannot permit you to run such a risk." "I am convinced that the poor old creature is perfectly harmless," said Mary, with suppressed indignation. "I shall certainly ask Lady Maulevrier to speak to you on the subject. Perhaps her influence may induce you to be a little more considerate to your unhappy relation." "Lady Mary, I beg you not to say a word to Lady Maulevrier on this subject. You will do me the greatest injury if you speak of that man. I entreat you." But Mary was gone. She passed Steadman with her head held high and her eyes sparkling with anger. All that was generous, compassionate, womanly in her nature was up in arms against her grandmother's steward. Of all other things, Mary Hazeldon most detested cruelty, and she could see in Steadman's opposition to her wish nothing but the most cold-hearted cruelty to a poor dependent on his charity. She went in at the stable door, shut and locked it, and put the key in her pocket as usual. But she had little hope that this mode of access would be left open to her. She knew enough of James Steadman's character, from hearsay rather than from experience, to feel sure that he would not easily give way. She was not surprised, therefore, on returning from her ride on the following afternoon, to find the disused harness-room half filled with trusses of straw, and the door of communication completely blocked. It would be impossible for her to remove that barricade without assistance, and then how could she be sure that the door itself was not nailed up, or secured in some way? It was a delicious sunny afternoon, and she could picture the lonely old man sitting in his circle of greenery beside the dial, which for him had registered so many dreary and solitary hours, waiting for the little ray of social sunlight which her presence shed over his monotonous life. He had told her that she was like the sunshine to him, better than sunshine, and she had promised not to forsake him. She pictured him waiting, with his hand clasped upon his crutch-stick, his chin resting upon his hands, his eyes poring on the ground, as she had seen him for the first time, and as the stable clock chimed the quarters he would begin to think himself abandoned, forgotten, if indeed he took any account of the passage of time, of which she was not sure. His mind seemed to have sunk into a condition which was between dreaming and waking, a state to which the outside world seemed only half real, a phase of being in which there was neither past nor future, only the insufferable monotony of the everlasting now. Pity is so near akin to love that Mary, in her deep compassion for this lonely, joyless, loveless existence, felt a regard which was almost affection for this strange old man, whose very name was unknown to her. True that there was much in his countenance and manner which was sinister and repellent. He was a being calculated to inspire fear rather than love, but the fact that he had courted her presence, and looked for her for consolation, had touched Mary's heart, and she had become reconciled to all that was forbidding and disagreeable in the lunatic physiognomy. Was he not the victim of a visitation which entitled him to respect as well as to pity? For some days Mary held her peace, remembering Steadman's vehement entreaty that she should not speak of this subject to her grandmother. She was silent, but the image of the old man haunted her at all times and seasons. She saw him even in her dreams, those happy dreams of the girl who loves and is beloved, and before whom the pathway of the future smiles like a vision of paradise. She heard him calling to her with a piteous cry of distress, and on waking from this troubled dream, she fancied that he must be dying, and that this sound in her dreams was one of those ghostly warnings which give notice of death. She was so unhappy about him, altogether so distressed at being compelled to break her word, that she could not prevent her thoughts from dwelling upon him, not even after she had poured out all her trouble to John Hammond, in a long letter, in which her garden adventures and her little skirmish with Steadman were graphically described. To her intense discomfiture, Hammond replied that he thoroughly approved of Steadman's conduct in the matter. However agreeable Mary's society might be to the lunatic, Mary's life was far too precious to be put within the possibility of peril by any such tête-à-têtes. If the person was the same old man whom Hammond had seen on the fell, he was a most sinister-looking creature, of whom any evil act might be fairly anticipated. In a word, Mr. Hammond took Steadman's view of the matter, and entreated his dearest Mary to be careful, and not to allow her warm heart to place her in circumstances of peril. This was most disappointing to Mary, who expected her lover to agree with her upon every point, and if he had been at Fellside, the difference of opinion might have given rise to their first quarrel. But as she had a few hours' leisure for reflection before the post went out, she had time to get over her anger, and to remember that promise of obedience given, half in jest, half in earnest, at the little inn beyond Dunmail Raise. So she wrote submissively enough, only with just a touch of reproach at Jack's want of compassion for a poor old man, who had such strong claims upon everybody's pity. The image of the poor old man was not to be banished from her thoughts, and on that very afternoon, when her letter was dispatched, Mary went on a visit of exploration to the stables, to see if by any chance Mr. Steadman's plans for isolating his unhappy relative might be circumvented. She went all over the stables, into loose boxes, harness and saddle-rooms, sheds for wood, and sheds for roots, but she found no door opening into the quadrangle, save that door by which she had entered, and which was securely defended by a barricade of straw that had been doubled by a fresh delivery of trusses since she first saw it. But while she was prowling about the sweet-scented stable, much disappointed at the result of her investigations, she stumbled against a ladder, which led to an open trap-door. Mary mounted the ladder, and found herself amidst the dusty atmosphere of a large hayloft, half in shadow, half in the hot bright sunlight. A large shutter was open in the sloping roof, the roof that sloped towards the quadrangle, an open patch admitting light and air. Mary, light and active as a squirrel, sprang upon a truss of hay, and in another moment had swung herself in the opening of the shutter, and was standing with her feet on the wooden ledge at the bottom of the massive frame, and her figure supported against the slope of thick thatched roof. Perched, or half suspended, thus, she was just high enough to look over the top of the yew-tree hedge into the circle round the sun-dial. Yes, there was the unhappy victim of fate, and man's inhumanity to man. There sat the shrunken figure, with drooping head and melancholy attitude, the bent shoulders of feeble old age, the patriarchal locks so appealing to pity. There he sat with eyes poring upon the ground, just as she had seen him the first time. And while she had sat with him and talked with him, he had seemed to awaken out of that dull despondency. Gleams of pleasure had lighted up his wrinkled face. He had grown animated, a sentient living instead of a corpse alive. It was very hard that this little interval of life, these stray gleams of gladness, should be denied to the poor old creature at the behest of James Steadman. Mary would have felt less angrily upon the subject had she believed in Steadman's supreme carefulness of her own safety, but in this she did not believe. She looked upon the house-steward's prudence as a hypocritical pretence, an affectation of fidelity and wisdom, by which he contrived to gratify the evil tendencies of his own hard and cruel nature. For some reasons of his own, perhaps constrained thereto by necessity, he had given the old man an asylum for his age and infirmity, but while thus giving him shelter, he considered him a burden, and from mere perversity of mind refused him all such consolations as were possible to his afflicted state, mewed him up as a prisoner, cut him off from the companionship of his fellow men. 2 years ago, before Mary emerged from her tomboyhood, she would have thought very little of letting herself out of the loft window and clambering down the side of the stable, which was well furnished with those projections in the way of gutters, drain-pipes, and century-old ivy, which make such a descent easy. 2 years ago Mary's light figure would have swung itself down among the ivy-leaves, and she would have gloried in the thought of circumventing James Steadman so easily. But now Mary was a young lady engaged to be married, and impressed with the responsibilities of her position, deeply sensible of a new dignity, for the preservation of which she was in a manner answerable to her lover. "What would he think of me if I went scrambling down the ivy?" she asked herself. "And after he is approved of Steadman's heartless restrictions, it would be rank rebellion against him if I were to do it. Poor old man, thou art so near and yet so far, as Lesbia's song says." She blew a kiss on the tips of her fingers towards that sad solitary figure, and then dropped back into the dusty duskiness of the loft. But although her new ideas upon the subject of anstand, or good behaviour, prevented her getting the better of Steadman by foul means, she was all the more intent upon having her own way by fair means, now that the impression of the old man's sadness and solitude had been renewed by the sight of the drooping figure by the sun-dial. She went back to the house, and walked straight to her grandmother's room. Lady Maulevrier's couch had been placed in front of the open window, from which she was watching the westward sloping sun above the long line of hills, dark Helvellyn, rugged Nab Scar, and verdant Fairfield, with its two giant arms stretched out to enfold and shelter the smiling valley. "Heavens, child, what an object you are!" exclaimed her ladyship, as Mary drew near. "Why, your gown is all over dust, and your hair is sprinkled with hay and clover. I thought you had learnt to be tidy since your engagement. What have you been doing with yourself?" "I have been up in the hay-loft," answered Mary frankly, and, intent on one idea, she said impetuously, "Dear grandmother, I want you to do me a favour, a very great favour. There is a poor old man, a relation of Steadman's, who lives with him, out of his mind, but quite harmless, and he is so sad and lonely, so dreadfully sad, and he likes me to sit with him in the garden, and tell him stories, and recite verses to him, poor soul, just as if he were a child, don't you know? And it is such a pleasure to me to be a little comfort to him in his lonely, wretched life. And James Steadman says I mustn't go near him, because he may change at any moment into a dangerous lunatic, and do me some kind of harm, and I am not a bit afraid, and I'm sure he won't do anything of the kind. And please, grandmother, tell Steadman that I am to be allowed to go and sit with this poor old prisoner half an hour every afternoon." Carried along the current of her own impetuous thoughts, Mary had talked very fast, and had not once looked at her grandmother while she was speaking. But now, at the end of her speech, her eyes sought Lady Maulevrier's face in gentle entreaty, and she recoiled involuntarily at the sight she saw there. The classic features were distorted, almost as they had been in the worst period of the paralytic seizure. Lady Maulevrier was ghastly pale, and her eyes glared with an awful fire as they gazed at Mary. Her whole frame was convulsed, and she, the cripple, whose right limbs lay numbed and motionless upon the couch, made a struggling motion as she raised herself a little with the left arm, as if, by very force of angry will, she would have lifted herself up erect before the girl who had offended her. For a few moments her lips moved dumbly, and there was something unspeakably awful in those convulsed features, that livid countenance, and those voiceless syllables trembling upon the white dry lips. At last speech came. "Girl, you were created to torment me," she exclaimed. "Dear grandmother, what harm have I done?" faltered Mary. "What harm? You are a spy. Your very existence is a torment and a danger. Would to God that you were married. Yes, married to a chimney–sweep even, and out of my way." "If that is your only difficulty," said Mary, haughtily, "I daresay Mr. Hammond would be kind enough to marry me to–morrow, and take me out of your ladyship's way." Lady Maulevrier's head sank back upon her pillows, those velvet and satin pillows, rich with delicate point lace and crewel–work adornment, the labour of Mary and Fraulein; pillows which could not bring peace to the weary head, or deaden the tortures of memory. The pale face recovered its wonted calm, the heavy lips drooped over the weary eyes, and for a few moments there was silence in the room. Then Lady Maulevrier raised her eyelids, and looked at her granddaughter imploringly, pathetically. "Forgive me, Mary," she said. "I don't know what I was saying just now, but whatever it was, forgive and forget it. I am a wretched old woman, heart–sick, heart–sore, worn out by pain and weariness. There are times when I am beside myself, moments when I am not much saner than Steadman's lunatic uncle. This is one of my worst days, and you came bouncing in upon me, and tortured my nerves by your breathless torrent of words. Pray forgive me if I said anything rude." "If," thought Mary; but she tried to be charitable, and to believe that Lady Maulevrier's attack upon her was a new phase of hysteria, so she murmured meekly, "There is nothing for me to forgive, grandmother, and I am very sorry I disturbed you." She was going to leave the room, thinking that her absence would be a relief to the invalid, when Lady Maulevrier called her back. "You were asking me something about that old man of Steadman's," she said, with a weary air, half indifference, half the lassitude natural to an invalid who sinks under the burden of monotonous days. "What was it all about? I forget." Mary repeated her request, but this time in measured tones. "My dear, I am sure that Steadman was only properly prudent," answered Lady Maulevrier, "and that it would never do for me to interfere in this matter. It stands to reason that he must know his old kinsman's temperament much better than you can, after your half–hour interviews with him in the garden. Pray how long have these garden scenes been going on, by–the–by?" asked her ladyship, with a searching look at Mary's downcast face. The girl had not altogether recovered from the rude shock of her grandmother's late attack. "About 3 weeks," faltered Mary; "but it is more than a week now since I was in the garden. It was quite by accident that I first went there. Perhaps I ought to explain." And Mary, not being gainsayed, went on to describe that first afternoon when she had seen the old man brooding in the sun. She drew quite a pathetic picture of his joyless solitude, whilst all nature around and about him was looking so glad in the spring sunshine. There was a long silence, a silence of some minutes, when she had done, and Lady Maulevrier lay with lowered lids, deep in thought. Mary began to hope that she had touched her grandmother's heart, and that her request would be granted, but she was soon undeceived. "I am sorry to be obliged to refuse you a favour, Mary, but I must stand by Steadman," said her ladyship. "When I gave Steadman permission to shelter his aged kinsman in my house, I made it a condition that the old man should be kept in the strictest care by himself and his wife, and that nobody in this establishment should be troubled by him. This condition has been so scrupulously adhered to that the old man's existence is known to no one in this house except you and me, and you have discovered the fact only by accident. I must beg you to keep this secret to yourself. Steadman has particular reasons for wishing to conceal the fact of his uncle's residence here. The old man is not actually a lunatic. If he were, we should be violating the law by keeping him here. He is only imbecile from extreme age. The body has outlived the mind, that is all. But should any officious functionary come down upon Fellside, this imbecility might be called madness, and the poor old creature whom you regard so compassionately, and whose case you think so pitiable here, would be carried off to a pauper lunatic asylum, which I can assure you would be a much worse imprisonment than Fellside Manor." "Yes, indeed, grandmother," exclaimed Mary, whose vivid imagination conjured up a vision of padded cells, strait waistcoats, murderously inclined keepers, chains, handcuffs, and bread-and-water diet. "Now I understand why the poor old soul has been kept so close, why nobody knows of his existence. I beg Steadman's pardon with all my heart. He is a much better fellow than I thought him." "Steadman is a thoroughly good fellow, and as true as steel," said her ladyship. "No one can know that so well as the mistress he has served faithfully for nearly half a century. I hope, Mary, you have not been chattering to Fräulein or any one else about your discovery?" "No, grandmother, I have not said a word to a mortal, but—" "Oh, there is a but, is there? I understand. You have not been so reticent in your letters to Mr. Hammond." "I tell him all that happens to me. There is very little to write about at Fellside, yet I contrive to send him volumes. I often wonder what poor girls did in the days of Miss Austen's novels, when letters cost a shilling or 18 pence for postage, and had to be paid for by the recipient. It must have been such a terrible check upon affection." "And upon twaddle," said Lady Maulevrier. "Well, you told Mr. Hammond about Steadman's old uncle. What did he say?" "He thoroughly approved Steadman's conduct in forbidding me to go and see him," answered Mary. "I couldn't help thinking it rather unkind of him. But of course I feel that he must be right," concluded Mary, as much as to say that her lover was necessarily infallible. "I always thought Mr. Hammond a sensible young man, and I am glad to find that his conduct does not belie my good opinion," said Lady Maulevrier. "And now, my dear, you had better go and make yourself decent before dinner. I am very weary this afternoon, and even our little talk has exhausted me." "Yes, dear grandmother, I am going this instant, but let me ask you one question. What is the poor old man's name?" "His name?" said her ladyship, looking at Mary with a puzzled air, like a person whose thoughts are far away. "His name? Oh, Steadman, I suppose, like his nephew's. But if I ever heard the name, I have forgotten, and I don't know whether the kinship is on the father's or the mother's side. Steadman asked my permission to give shelter to a helpless old relative, and I gave it. That is really all I remember." "Only one other question," pleaded Mary, who was brimful of curiosity upon this particular subject. "Has he been at Fellside very long?" "Oh, I really don't know. A year or 2, or 3, perhaps. Life in this house is all of a piece. I hardly keep count of time." "There is one thing that puzzles me very much," said Mary, still lingering near her grandmother's couch, the balmy evening air caressing her as she leaned against the embrasure of the wide Tudor window, the sun drawing nearer to the edge of the hills, an orb of yellow flame, soon to change to a gigantic disk of lurid fire. "I thought from the old man's talk that he too must be an old servant in our family. He talked of Maulevrier Castle, and said that I reminded him of a picture by Lely, a portrait of a Lady Maulevrier." "It is quite possible that he may have been in service there, though I do not remember to have heard anything about it," answered her ladyship carelessly. "The Steadmans come from that part of the country, and theirs is a hereditary service. Good night, Mary, I am utterly weary. Look at that glorious light yonder, that mighty world of fire and flame, without which our little world would be dark and dreary. I often think of that speech of Macbeth's. I 'gin to be a-weary of the sun." "There comes a time, Mary, when even the sun is a burden." "Only for such a man as Macbeth," said Mary. "A man steeped in crime. Who can wonder that he wanted to hide himself from the sun? But, dear grandmother, there ought to be plenty of happiness left in you, even if your recovery is slow to come. You are so clever. You have such resources in your own mind and memory, and you have your grandchildren, who love you dearly," added Mary tenderly. Her nature was so full of pity that an entirely new affection had grown up in her mind for Lady Maulevrier since that terrible evening of the paralytic stroke. Yes, and whose love, as exemplified by Lesbia, is shown in a hurried scrap of a letter scrawled once a week, a bone thrown to a hungry dog, said her ladyship bitterly. "Lesbia is so lovely, and she is so surrounded by flatterers and admirers," murmured Mary, excusingly. "Oh, my dear, if she had a heart she would not forget me, even in the midst of her flatterers. Good night again, Mary. Don't try to console me, for some nature's consolations and soothing suggestions are like flowers thrown upon a granite tomb. They do just as much and just as little good to the heart that lies under the stone. Good night." Mary stooped to kiss her grandmother's forehead, and found it cold as marble. She murmured a loving good night, and left the mistress of Fellside in her loneliness. A footman would come in and light the lamps, and draw the velvet curtains presently, and shut out the later glories of sunset. And then the butler himself would come and arrange the little dinner-table by her ladyship's couch, and would himself preside over the invalid's simple dinner, which would be served exquisitely, with all that is daintiest and most costly in Salviati glass and antique silver, yet better than the dinner of herbs, and love and peace withal, than the choicest fare or the most perfect service. Before the coming of the servants and the lamps, there was a pause of silence and loneliness, an interval during which Lady Maulevrier lay gazing at the declining orb, the lower rim of which now rested on the edge of the hill. It seemed to grow larger and more dazzling as she looked at it. Suddenly she clasped her left hand across her eyes, and said aloud, "Oh, what a hateful life! Almost half a century of lies and hypocrisies and prevarications and meanness. For what? For the glory of an empty name, and for a fortune that may slip from my dead hand to become the prey of rogues and adventurers. Who can forecast the future?"
Chapter 25 of Phantom Fortune, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Phantom Fortune, a Novel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Carte Blanche. Lady Kirkbank's house in Arlington Street was known to half fashionable London as one of the pleasantest houses in town, and it was known by repute only to the other half of fashionable London as a house whose threshold was not to be crossed by persons with any regard for their own dignity and reputation. It was not that Lady Kirkbank had ever actually forfeited her right to be considered an honest woman and a faithful wife. People who talked of the lady in her set with a contemptuous shrug of the shoulders and a dubious elevation of the eyebrows were ready, when hard pushed in argument, to admit that they knew of no actual harm in Lady Kirkbank, no overt bad behaviour. "But, well," said the punctilious half of society,
the Peejinks and Perniceties, the Pixums and Unco Goods. Lady Kirkbank is Lady Kirkbank, and I would not allow my girls to visit her, don't you know." "Lady Kirkbank is received, certainly," said a severe dowager. "She goes to very good houses. She gets tickets to the royal enclosure. She is always at private views and privileged shows of all kinds. And she contrives to squeeze herself in at a state ball or a concert about once in 2 years. But anyone who can consider Lady Kirkbank good style must have a very curious idea of what a lady ought to be. Lady Kirkbank is a warm-hearted, nice creature," said a diplomatist of high rank, and one of her particular friends. "But her manners are decidedly continental." About Sir George, society adverse or friendly was without strong opinions. His friends, the men who shot over his Scotch moor and filled the spare rooms in his villa at Cannes, and loaded his drag for Sandon or Epsom, and sponged upon him all the year round, talked of him as an inoffensive old party, a cheery soul, a genial old boy, and in like terms of approval. That half of society which did not visit in Arlington Street, in whose nostrils the semi-aristocratic, semi-artistic, altogether bohemian little dinners, the suppers after the play, the small hours devoted to nap or poker, had an odour as of sulphur, the reek of Tophet. Even this half of the great world was fain to admit that Sir George was harmless. He had never had an idea beyond the realms of sport. He had never had a will of his own outside his stable. To shoot pigeons at Hurlington or Monaco, to keep half a dozen leather platers and attend every race from the Craven to the Leger, to hunt 4 days in a week when he was allowed to spend a winter in England, and to saunter and sleep away all the hours which could not be given to sport, comprised Sir George's idea of existence. He had never troubled himself to consider whether there might not possibly be a better way of getting rid of one's life. He was as God had made him, and was perfectly satisfied with himself and the universe, save at such times as when a favourite horse went lame, or his banker wrote to tell him that his account was overdrawn. Sir George had no children. He had never had a serious care in his life. He never thought. He never read. Lady Kirkbank declared that she had never seen him with a book in his hands since their marriage. "I don't believe he would know at which end to begin," she said. What was the specific charge which the very particular people brought against Lady Kirkbank? Such charges rarely are specific. The idea that the lady belonged to the fast and furious section of society, the Bohemia of the upper ten, was an idea in the air. Everybody knew it. No one could quite adequately explain it. From 30 to 50, Lady Kirkbank had been known as a flirty matron. Wherever she went, a train of men went with her. Men young and middle-aged and elderly, handsome youths from the public offices, War, Admiralty, Foreign Office, Somerset House young men, attractive men of mature years with grey moustachios, military, diplomatic, horsey, what you will, but always agreeable. At home, abroad, Lady Kirkbank was never without her court. But the court was entirely masculine. In those days the fair Georgie did not scruple to say that she hated women, and that girls were her particular abomination. But as the years rolled on, Lady Kirkbank began to find it very difficult to muster her little court, to keep her train in attendance upon her. The birds were wild, Sir George said. Her young adorers found their official duties more oppressive than hitherto. Her elderly swains had threatenings of gout or rheumatism, which prevented their flocking round her as of old at race meeting or polo match. They were loyal enough in keeping their engagements at the dinner table, for Lady Kirkbank's cook was one of the best in London, and the invited guests were rarely missing at the little suppers after opera or play. But Georgia's box was no longer crowded with men who dropped in between the acts to see what she thought of the singer or the piece, and her swains were no longer contented to sit behind her chair all the evening, seeing an empty corner of the stage across Georgia's ivory shoulder, and hearing the voices of invisible actors in the brief pauses of Georgie's subdued babble. At 55, Georgina Kirkbank told herself sadly enough that her day, as a bright particular star, all sufficient in her own radiance, was gone. She could not live without her masculine circle, men who could bring her all the news, the gossip of the clubs, where everything seemed to become known as quickly as if each club had its own Asmodeus, unroofing all the housetops of the West End for inspection every night. She could not live without her courtiers, and to keep them about her she knew that she must make her house pleasant. It was not enough to give good dinners, elegant little suppers washed down by choicest wines. She must also provide fair faces to smile upon the feast, and bright eyes to sparkle in the subdued light of low-shaded lamps and many candles twinkling under coloured shades. "I am an old woman now," Lady Kirkbank said to herself with a sigh, "and my attractions won't keep my friends about me. C'est trop connu." And now the house in Arlington Street, in which feminine guests had been as 1 in 10, opened its doors to the young and the fair. Pretty widows, lively girls, young wives who were not too absurdly devoted to their husbands, actresses of high standing and good looks. These began to be welcomed effusively in Arlington Street. Lady Kirkbank had begun to hunt for beauties to adorn her rooms, as she had hitherto hunted lions to roar at her parties. She prided herself on being the first to discover this or that new beauty, that lovely girl from Scotland with the large eyes, that sweet young creature from Ireland with the long eyelashes. She was always inventing new divinities. But even this change of plan, this more feminine line of politics, failed to reconcile the strict and the stern, the Queen Charlotte-ish elderly ladies, and the impeccable matrons, to Lady Kirkbank and her set. The girls who were launched by Lady Kirkbank never took high rank in society. When they made good marriages, it was generally to be observed that they dropped Lady Kirkbank soon afterwards. It was not their fault, these ingrates pleaded piteously, but Edward, or Henry, or Theodore, as the case might be, had a most cruel prejudice against dear Lady Kirkbank, and the young wives were obliged to obey. Others there were, however, the loyal few who, having won the prize matrimonial in Lady Kirkbank's happy hunting grounds, remained true to their friend ever afterwards, and defended her character against every onslaught. When Lady Maulevrier told her grandson that she had entrusted Lady Kirkbank with the duty of introducing Lesbia to society, Maulevrier shrugged his shoulders and held his peace. He knew no actual harm in the matter. Lady Kirkbank's was rather a fast set, and had he been allowed to choose, it was not to Lady Kirkbank that he would have delegated his grandmother's duty. In Maulevrier's own phrase, it was not good enough for Lesbia. But it was not in his power to interfere. He was not told of the plan until everything had been settled. The thing was accomplished, and against accomplished facts Maulevrier was the last to protest. His friend John Hammond had not been silent. He knew nothing of Lady Kirkbank personally, but he knew the position which she held in London society, and he urged his friend strongly to enlighten Lady Maulevrier as to the kind of circle into which she was about to entrust her young granddaughter, a girl brought up in the Arcadia of England. "Not for worlds would I undertake such a task," said Maulevrier. "Her ladyship never had any opinion of my wisdom, and this Lady Kirkbank is a friend of her own youth. She would cut up rough if I were to say a word against an old friend. Besides, what's the odds, if you come to think of it? All society is fast nowadays, or at any rate all society worth living in. And then again, Lesbia is just one of those cool-headed girls who would keep herself head uppermost in a maelstrom. She knows on which side her bread is buttered. Look at how easily she chucked you up because she did not think you good enough. She'll make use of this Lady Kirkbank, who is a good soul, I am told, and will make the best match of the season." And now the season had begun, and Lady Lesbia Haselden was circulating with other aristocratic atoms in the social vortex, with her head apparently uppermost. "Old Lady K has nobbled a real beauty this time," said one of the Arlington Street set to his friend, as they lolled on the railings in the park, "a long way above any of those plain-headed ones she tried to palm off upon us last year. The South American girl with the big eyes and a complexion like a toad. The Forfarshire girl with freckles and unsophisticated carrots. Those lovely Spanish eyes," said Lady K. "That Titianesque auburn hair." But it didn't answer. Both the girls were plain, and they have gone back to their native obscurity, spinsters still. But this is a real thoroughbred one. Blood, form, pace, all there. "Who is she?" drawled his friend. "Lord Maulevrier's sister, Lady Lesbia Haselden. Has money too, I believe. Rich grandmother. Old lady buried alive in Westmoreland. Horrid old miser." "I shouldn't mind marrying a miser's granddaughter," said the other. "So nice to know that some wretched old idiot has scraped and hoarded through a lifetime of deprivation and self-denial, in order that one may spend his money when he is under the sod." Lady Lesbia was accepted everywhere, or almost everywhere, as the beauty of the season. There were 6 or 7 other girls who aspired to the same proud position, who were asserted by their own particular friends to have won it, just as there are generally 4 or 5 horses which claim to be first favourites, but the betting was all in favour of Lady Lesbia. Lady Kirkbank told her that she was turning everyone's head, and Lesbia was quite willing to believe her. But was Lesbia's own head quite steady in this whirlpool? That was a question which she did not take the trouble to ask herself. Her heart was tranquil enough, cold as marble. No shield and safeguard so secure against the fire of new love as an old love hardly cold. Lesbia told herself that her heart was a sepulchre, an urn which held a handful of ashes, the ashes of her passion for John Hammond. It was a fire quite burned out, she thought, but that extinguished flame had left death-like coldness. This was Lesbia's own diagnosis of her case, but the real truth was that among the herd of men she had met, almost all of them ready to fall down and worship her, there was not one who had caught her fancy. Her nature was shallow enough to be passing fickle. The passion which she had taken for love was little more than a girl's fancy, but the man who had power to awaken that fancy as John Hammond had done, had not yet appeared in Lady Kirkbank's circle. "What a cold-hearted creature you must be," said Georgie. "You don't seem to admire any of my favourite men." "They're very nice," Lesbia answered languidly, "but they are all alike. They say the same things, wear the same clothes, sit in the same attitude. One would think they were all drilled in a body every morning before they go out. Mr. Nightshade, the actor, who came to supper the other night, is the only man I have seen who has a spark of originality." "You are right," answered Lady Kirkbank. "There is an appalling sameness in men. Only it is odd you should find it out so soon. I never discovered it till I was an old woman. How I envy Cleopatra, her Caesar, and her Antony. No mistaking one of those for the other. Mary Stuart, too. What marked varieties of character she had an opportunity of studying in Rizzio and Chastelard, Darnley and Bothwell. Ah, child, that is what it is to live." "Mary is very interesting," sighed Lesbia, "but I fear she was not a correct person." "My love, what correct person ever is interesting? History draws a misty halo round a sinner of that kind, till one almost believes her a saint. I think Mary Stuart, Fraud's Mary, simply perfect." Lesbia had begun by blushing at Lady Kirkbank's opinions, but she was now used to the audacity of the lady's sentiments, and the almost infantile candour with which she gave utterance to them. Lady Kirkbank liked to make her friends laugh. It was all she could do now in order to be admired. And there was nothing like audacity for making people laugh nowadays. Lady Kirkbank was a close student of all those delightful books of French memoirs which bring the tittle-tattle of the Regency and the scandals of Louis XV's reign so vividly before us. And she had unconsciously founded her manners and her ways of thinking and talking upon that easy-going but elegant age. She did not want to seem better than women who had been so altogether charming. She fortified the frivolity of historical Parisian manners by a dash of the British sporting character. She drove, shot, jumped over 5 barred gates, contrived on the verge of 70 to be as active as a young woman, and she flattered herself that the mixture of wit, audacity, sport, and good nature was full of fascination. However this might be, it is certain that a good many people liked her, chiefly perhaps because she was good-natured, and a little on the account of that admirable cook. To Lesbia, who had been weary to loathing of her old life amidst the hills and waterfalls of Westmoreland, this new life was one perpetual round of pleasure. She flung herself with all her heart and mind into the amusement of the moment. She knew neither weariness nor satiety. To ride in the park in the morning, to go to a luncheon party, a garden party, to drive in the park for half an hour after the garden party, to rush home and dress for the 4th or 5th time, and then off to a dinner, and from dinner to drum, and from drum to big ball, at which rumour said the Prince and Princess were to be present. And so from 11 o'clock in the morning till 4 or 5 o'clock next morning, the giddy whirl went on, and every hour was so occupied by pleasure engagements that it was difficult to squeeze in an occasional morning for shopping. Necessary to go to the shops sometimes, or one would not know how many things one really wants, or for an indispensable interview with the dressmaker. Those mornings at the shops were hardly the least agreeable of Lesbia's hours. To a girl brought up in one perpetual tête-à-tête with green hillsides and silvery watercourses, The West End shops were as gardens of Eden, as Aladdin caves, as anything, everything that is rapturous and intoxicating. Lesbia, the clear-headed, the cold-hearted, fairly lost her senses when she went into one of those exquisite shops where a confusion of brocades and satins lay about in dazzling masses of richest colour, where here and there a bunch of lilies, a cluster of roses, a tortoise-shell fan, an ostrich feather, or a flounce of peerless point d'Alençon flung carelessly athwart the sheen of a wine-dark velvet or golden-hued satin. Lady Maulevrier had said Lesbia was to have carte blanche. So Lesbia bought everything she wanted, or fancied she wanted, or that the shop people thought that she must want, or that Lady Kirkbank happened to admire. The shop people were so obliging, and so deeply obliged by Lesbia's patronage. She was exactly the kind of customer they liked to serve. She flitted about their showrooms like a beautiful butterfly hovering over a flower bed, her eye caught by every novelty. She never asked the price of anything, and Lady Kirkbank informed them in confidence that she was a great heiress, with a millionaire grandmother who indulged her every whim. Other high-born young ladies, shopping upon fixed allowances, and sorely perplexed to make both ends meet, looked with eyes of envy upon this girl. And then came the visit to the dressmaker. It happened, after all, that Kate Kearney was not entrusted with Lady Lesbia's frocks. Miss Kearney was the fashion, and could pick and choose her customers, and, as she was a young lady of good business aptitudes, she had a liking for ready money, or at least half-yearly settlements, and finding that Lady Kirkbank was much more willing to give new orders than to pay old accounts, she had respectfully informed her ladyship that a pressure of business would prevent her executing any further demands from Arlington Street, while the necessity of posting her ledger obliged her to request the favour of an immediate cheque. The little skirmish per letter occurred while Lady Kirkbank was at Cannes, and Miss Kearney's conduct was stigmatized as insolent and ungrateful, since had not she, Lady Kirkbank, by the mere fact of her patronage, given this young person her chief claim to fashion? "I shall drop her," said Georgie, "and go back to poor old Seraphine, who is worth a cartload of such Irish adventuresses." So to Madame Seraphine of Clanricarde Place, Lady Lesbia was taken as a lamb to the slaughter-house. Seraphine had made Lady Kirkbank's clothes off and on for the last 30 years. Seraphine and Georgia had grown old together. Lady Kirkbank was always dropping Seraphine and taking her up again, quarrelling and making friends with her. They wrote each other little notes, in which Lady Kirkbank called the dressmaker her chère ange, her bon chat, her chérie vieille sautée, and all manner of affectionate names, and which Seraphine occasionally threatened the lady with the dire engines of the law, if money was not forthcoming before Saturday evening. Lady Kirkbank within those 30 years had paid Seraphine many thousands, but she had never once got herself out of the dear creature's debt. All her payments were payments on account, £100 or 50, or an occasional cheque for 250, when Sir George had been lucky at Newmarket and Doncaster. But the rolling nucleus of debt went rolling on, growing bigger every year, until the payments on account needed to be larger or more numerous than of old to keep Seraphine in good humour. Seraphine was a woman of genius and versatility, and had more than one art at her fingers' ends, those skinny and claw-shaped fingers, the nails whereof were not always clean. She took charge of her customers' figures, and made their corsets, and lectured them if they allowed nature to get the upper hand. If Madame's waist gets 1/4 of an inch thicker, it must be that I renounce to make her gowns, she would tell a ponderous matron with cool insolence, and the matron would stand abashed before the little, sallow, hook-nosed, keen-eyed Jewess, like a child before a severe mother. "Oh, Seraphine, do you really think that I am stouter?" the customer would ask feebly, panting in her tightened corset. "Is it that I think so? Why, that jumps to the eyes." Madame had always that little air of Rubens, even in the flower of her youth, but now it is a Rubens of the Faubourg du Temple. And horrified at the idea of her vulgarized charms, the meek matron would consent to encase herself in one of Seraphine's severest corsets, called in bitterest mockery à la Santa, at 5 guineas, in order that the dressmaker might measure her for a 40-guinea gown. "A plain satin gown, my dear, with an 18-penny frilling round the neck and sleeves, and not so much trimming as would go round my little finger. It was positive robbery," the matron told her friends afterwards, not the less proud of her skin-tight, high-shouldered sleeves and the peerless flow of her train. Seraphine was an artist in complexions, and it was she that provided her middle-aged and elderly customers with the lilies and roses of youth. Lady Kirkbank's town complexion was superintended by Seraphine, sometimes even manipulated by those harpy-like claws. The eyebrows of which Lesbia complained were only eyebrows de Provence, eyebrows de voyage. In London Georgie was much more particular, and Seraphine was often in Arlington Street with her little morocco bag of washes and creams and brushes and sponges, to prepare Lady Kirkbank for some great party, and to instruct Lady Kirkbank's maid. At such times Georgie was all affection for the little dressmaker. "Ma chatte, you have made me positively adorable," she would say, peering at her reflection in the ivory hand mirror, a dazzling image of rouge and bismuth, carmined lips, diamonds, and frizzy yellow hair. "I verily believe I look under 30. But do you not think this gown is a thought too décolleté? Un peu trop de peau, hein?" "Not for you, Lady Kirkbank, with your fine shoulders. Shoulders are of no age. Les épaules sont la vraie fontaine de jouvence pour les jolies femmes." "You are such a witty creature, Seraphine Fifine. You ought to be a descendant of that wicked old Madame du Deffand. Rilboche, give Madame some more chartreuse." And Lady Kirkbank and the dressmaker would clink their liqueur glasses in amity before the lady gathered up her satin train and allowed her peerless shoulders to be muffled in a plush mantle to go down to her carriage, fortified by that last glass of green chartreuse. There were always the finest chartreuse and curaçao in the liqueur cabinet on Lady Kirkbank's dressing table. The cabinet formed a companion to the dressing case, which contained all those creamy and rose-hued cosmetics, powders, brushes, and medicaments which were necessary for the manufacture of Georgie's complexion. The third bottle in the liqueur case held cognac, and this, as Rilboche the maid knew, was oftenest replenished. Yet nobody could accuse Lady Kirkbank of intemperate habits. The liqueur box only supplied the peg which was occasionally wanted to screw the superior mind to concert pitch. One must always be at concert pitch in society. Don't you know, my dear?" said Georgie to her young protégée. Thus it happened that Miss Kearney having behaved badly, Lesbia was carried off to dear old Seraphine, and delivered over to that modern witch as a sacrifice tied to the horns of the altar. Clanricarde Place is a little nook of Queen Anne houses, genuine Queen Anne, be it understood, between Piccadilly and St. James's Palace, and hardly 5 minutes' walk from Arlington Street. It is a quiet little cul-de-sac in the very heart of the fashionable world, and here of an afternoon might be seen the carriages of Madame Seraphine's customers blocking the whole of the carriage-way, and choking up the narrow entrance to the street, which widened considerably at the inner end. Madame Seraphine's house was at the end, a narrow house with tall, old-fashioned windows curtained with amber satin. It was a small, dark house, and exhaled occasional odours of garlic and main sewer. But the staircase was a gem in old oak, and the furniture in the triple telescopic drawing-rooms, dwindling to a closet at the end, was genuine Louis XVI. Seraphine herself was the only shabby thing in the house, a weazened little woman, with a wicked old Jewish face and one shoulder higher than the other, dressed in a shiny black moiré gown, years after moirés had been exploded, and with a rag of old lace upon her sleek black hair, raven black hair, and the only good thing about her appearance. One ornament, and one only, had Seraphine ever been guilty of wearing, and that was an old-fashioned half-hoop ring of Brazilian diamonds, brilliants of the first water. This ring she called her yard measure, and she was in the habit of using it as her standard of purity, and comparing it with any diamonds which her customers submitted to her inspection. For the clever little dressmaker had a feeling heart for a lady in difficulties, and was in the habit of lending money on good security, and on terms that were almost reasonable as compared with the usurious rates one reads of in the newspapers. Lesbia's first sensation upon having this accomplished person presented to her was one of shrinking and disgust. There was something sinister in the sallow face, the small shrewd eyes and long hooked nose, the crooked figure and the claw-shaped hands. But when Madame Seraphine began to talk about gowns, and bade her acolytes, smartly dressed young women with pleasing countenances, bring forth marvels of brocade and satin, embroideries, stamped velvets, bullion fringes, and ostrich feather flouncings, Lesbia became interested, and forgot the unholy aspect of the high priestess. Lady Kirkbank and the dressmaker discussed Lesbia's charms as calmly as if she had been out of the room. "What do you think of her figure?" asked Lady Kirkbank. "One cannot criticize what does not exist," replied the dressmaker in French. "The young lady has no figure. She has evidently been brought up in the country." And then, with rapid bird-like movements, and with her head on one side, Seraphine measured Lesbia's waist and bust, muttering little argotic expressions sotto voce as she did so. Waist 3 inches too large, shoulders 6 inches too narrow, she said decisively, and she dictated some figures to one of the damsels, who wrote them down in an order book. "What does that mean?" asked Lesbia, not at all approving of such cavalier treatment. "Only that Seraphine will make your corsets the right size," answered Lady Kirkbank. "What? 3 inches too small for my waist, and 6 too wide for my shoulders?" "My love, you must have a figure," replied Lady Kirkbank, conclusively. "It is not what you are, but what you ought to be, that has to be considered." So Lesbia, the cool-headed, who was also the weak-minded, consented to have her figure adjusted to the regulation mark of absolute beauty, as understood by Madame Séraphine. It was only when her complexion came under discussion, and Séraphine ventured to suggest that she would be all the better for a little accentuation of her eyebrows and darkening of her lashes, that Lesbia made a stand. "What would my grandmother think of me if she heard I painted?" she asked indignantly. Lady Kirkbank laughed at her naivete. "My dear child, your grandmother is just half a century behind the age," she said. "I hope you are not going to allow your life in London to be regulated by an oracle at Grasmere." "I am not going to paint my face," replied Lesbia firmly. "Well, perhaps you are right. The eyebrows are a little weak and undecided, Séraphine, as you say, and the lashes would be all the better for your famous cosmetic. But after all, there is a charm in what the painters call sincerity, and any little errors of detail will prove the genuineness of Lady Lesbia's beauty. One may be too artistic." And Lady Kirkbank gave a complacent glance at her own image in one of the Marie Antoinette mirrors, pleased with the general effect of arched brows, darkened eyelids, and a daisy bonnet. The fair Georgie generally affected field flowers and other simplicities, which would have been becoming to a beauty of 18. "One is obliged to smother oneself in satin and velvet for balls and dinners," said Lady Kirkbank, when she discussed the great question of gowns. "But I know I always look my best in my cotton frock and straw hat." The first visit to Seraphine's den as terrible, did one but know it, as that antediluvian hyena cave at Torquay, where the threshold is worn by the bodies of beasts dragged across it, and the ground paved with their bones, that first visit was a serious business. Later interviews might be mere frivolities, half an hour wasted in looking at new fashions, an order given carelessly on the spur of the moment. But upon this occasion Lady Kirkbank had to arm her young protégée for the coming campaign, and the question was to the last degree serious. The chaperon and the dressmaker put their heads together, looked at fashion plates, talked solemnly of Worth and his compeers, of the gowns that were being worn by Bernhardt and Pearson and Croisset, and other stars of the Parisian stage. And then Lady Kirkbank gave her orders, Lesbia listening and assenting. Nothing was said about prices, but Lesbia had a vague idea that some of the things would be rather expensive, and she ventured to ask Lady Kirkbank if she were not ordering too many gowns. "My dear, Lady Maulevrier said you were to have carte blanche," replied Georgie solemnly. "Your dear grandmother is as rich as Croesus, and she is generosity itself. And how should I ever forgive myself if I allowed you to appear in society in an inadequate style? You have to take a high place, the very highest place, Lesbia, and you must be dressed in accordance with that position." Lesbia said no more. After all, it was Lady Kirkbank's business and not hers. She had been entrusted to Lady Kirkbank as to a person who thoroughly knew the great world, and she must submit to be governed by the wisdom and experience of her chaperon. If the bills were heavy, that would be Lady Kirkbank's affair, and no doubt dear grandmother was rich enough to afford anything Lesbia wanted. She had been told that she was to take rank among heiresses. Lady Maulevrier had given her granddaughter some old-fashioned ornaments, topaz, amethyst, turquoise, jewels that had belonged to the dead and gone Talmashes and Angersthorpes, to be reset. This entailed a visit to a Bond Street jeweller, and in the dazzling glass cases on the counter of the Bond Street establishment Lesbia saw a good many things which she felt were real necessities to her new phase of existence, and these, with Lady Kirkbank's approval, she ordered. They were not important matters. Half a dozen gold bangles of real Oriental workmanship, 3 or 4 jewelled arrows, flies and beetles and caterpillars to pin on her laces and flowers, a diamond clasp for her pearl necklace, a dear little gold hunter to wear when she rode in the park, a diamond butterfly to light up that old-fashioned amethyst parure which the jeweller was to reset with an artistic admixture of brilliants. "I am sure you would not like the effect without diamonds," said the jeweller. "Your amethysts are very fine, but they are dark and heavy in tone, and want a good deal of lightening up, especially for the present fashion of half-lighted rooms. If you will allow me to use my own discretion and mix in a few brilliants, I shall be able to produce a really artistic parure. Otherwise, I would not recommend you to touch them. The present setting is clumsy and inelegant, but I really do not know that I could improve upon it without an admixture of brilliants." "Will the diamonds add very much to the expense?" Lesbia inquired timidly. "My dear child, you are perfectly safe in leaving the matter in Mr. Cabochon's hands," interposed Lady Kirkbank, who had particular reasons for wishing to be on good terms with the head of the establishment. "Your dear grandmother gave you the amethyst to be reset, and of course she would wish it to be done in an artistic manner. Otherwise, as Mr. Cabochon judiciously says, why have the stones reset at all? Better wear them in all their present hideousness." Of course, after this, Lesbia consented to the amethyst being dealt with according to Mr. Cabochon's taste. "Which is simply perfect," interjected Lady Kirkbank. And now Lesbia's campaign began in real earnest. A life of pleasure, a life of utter selfishness and self-indulgence, which would go far to pervert the strongest mind, tarnish the purest nature. To dress and be admired, that was what Lesbia's life meant from morning till night. She had no higher or nobler aim. Even on Sunday mornings at the fashionable church, where the women sat on one side of the nave and the men on the other, where divinest music was as a pair of wings on which the enraptured soul flew heavenward, even here Lesbia thought more of her bonnet and gloves, the chic or non-chic of her whole costume, than of the service. She might kneel gracefully, with her bent head just revealing the ivory whiteness of a lovely throat between the edge of her lace frilling and the flowers in her bonnet. She might look the fairest image of devotion. But how could a woman pray whose heart was a milliner's shop, whose highest ambition was to be prettier and better dressed than any other woman? The season was 6 weeks old. It was Ascot week, the crowning glory of the year, and Lesbia and her chaperon had secured tickets for the royal enclosure. Or it may be said that Lesbia had secured them, for the master of the royal buckhounds might have omitted poor old Lady Kirkbank's familiar name from his list, had it not been for that lovely girl who went everywhere under the veteran's wing. 6 weeks, and Lesbia's appearance in society had been one perpetual triumph. But as yet nothing serious had happened. She had had no offers. Half a dozen men had tried their hardest to propose to her, had sat out dances, had waylaid her in conservatories and in back drawing-rooms, in lobbies while she waited for her carriage, had looked at her piteously with tenderest declarations trembling on their lips. But she had contrived to keep them at bay, to strike them dumb by her coldness, or confound them by her coquetry, for all these were ineligibles whom Lady Lesbia Haselden did not want to have the trouble of refusing. Lady Kirkbank was in no haste to marry her protégée. Nay, it was much more to her interest that Lesbia should remain single for 3 or 4 seasons, and that she, Lady Kirkbank, might have the advantage of close association with the young beauty, and the privilege of spending Lady Maulevrier's money. But she would have liked to be able to inform Lesbia's grandmother of some tremendous conquest, the subjugation of a worthy victim. This herd of nobodies, younger sons with courtesy titles and empty pockets, ruined guardsmen, briefless barristers. What was the use of telling Lady Maulevrier about such barren victories? Lady Kirkbank therefore contented herself with expatiating upon Lesbia's triumphs in a general way. How graciously the Princess spoke to her and about her, how she had been asked to sit on the dais at the ball at Marlborough House, and had danced in the royal quadrille. "Has Lesbia happened to meet Lord Hartfield?" Lady Maulevrier asked incidentally in one of her letters. No, Lord Hartfield was in London, for he had made a great speech in the Lords on a question of vital interest. But he was not going into society, or at any rate into society of a frivolous kind. He had given himself up to politics, as so many young men did nowadays, which was altogether horrid of them. His name had appeared in the list of guests at 1 or 2 cabinet dinners, but the world of polo matches and afternoon teas, dances and drums, private theatricals, and Orleans House suppers knew him not. As a competitor on the fashionable racecourse, Lord Hartfield was, in common parlance, out of the running. And now, on this glorious June day, this Thursday of Thursdays, the Ascot Cup Day, for the first time since Lady Lesbia's debut, Lady Kirkbank had occasion to smile upon an admirer whose pretensions were worthy of the highest consideration. Mr. Smithson of Park Lane and Rood Hall, near Henley and Formosa Cowes, and Les Bourges, Deauville, and a good many other places too numerous to mention, was reputed to be one of the richest commoners in England. He was a man of that uncertain period of life which enemies call middle age, and friends call youth. That he would never see a 35th birthday again was certain, but whether he had passed the Rubicon of 40 was open to doubt. It is possible that he was enjoying those few golden years between 35 and 40, which for the wealthy bachelor constitute verily the prime and summer tide of life. Wisdom has come, experience has been bought, taste has been cultivated, the man has educated himself to the uttermost in the great school of daily life. He knows his world thoroughly, whatever that world is, and he knows how to enjoy every gift and every advantage which Providence has bestowed upon him. Mr. Smithson was a great authority on the Stock Exchange, though he had ceased for the last 3 or 4 years to frequent the house, or to be seen in the purlieus of Throgmorton Street. Indeed, he had an air of hardly knowing his way to the city, of being acquainted with that part of London only by hearsay. He complained that his horses shied at passing Temple Bar. and yet a few years ago Mr. Smithson's city operations had been on a very extensive scale. It was in the rise and fall of commodities rather than of stocks and shares that Horace Smithson had made his money. He had exercised occult influences upon the trade of the great city, of the world itself, whereof that city is in a manner the keystone. Iron had risen or fallen at his beck. At the breath of his nostrils, cochineal had gone up in the market at an almost magical rate, as if the whole civilized world had become suddenly intent upon dyeing its garments red. Nay, as if even the naked savages of the Gold Coast and the tribes of Central Africa were bent on staining their dusky skins with the bodies of the female cocos. Favoured by a hint from Smithson, his particular friends followed his lead, and rushed into the markets to buy all the cochineal that could be had, to buy at any price, since the market was rising hourly. And then, all in a moment, as the sky clouds over on a summer day, there came a dullness in the cochineal market, and the female cocos was being sold at an enormous sacrifice. And anon it leaked out that Mr. Smithson had grown tired of cochineal, and had been selling for the last week or two, and it was noised abroad that this rise and fall in cokie had brought Mr. Smithson £70,000. Mr. Smithson was said to have commenced life in a very humble capacity. There were some who declared he was the very youth who had stooped to pick up a pin in a Parisian banker's courtyard after his services as clerk had just been rejected by the firm, and who was thereupon recognized as a youth worthy of favour and taken into the banker's office. But this touching incident of the pin was too ancient a tradition to fit Mr. Smithson, still under 40. Some there were who remembered him 18 years ago as an adventurer in the great wilderness of London, penniless, friendless, a jack of all trades, living as the birds of the air live, and with as little certainty of future maintenance. And then Mr. Smithson disappeared for a space. He went under, as his friends called it, to reappear 15 years later as Smithson the millionaire. He had been in Peru, Mexico, California. He had traded in hides, in diamonds, in silver, in stocks and shares. And now he was the great Smithson, whose voice was the voice of an oracle, who was supposed to be able to make the fortunes of other men by a word or a wink, a nod, or a little look across the crowd, and whom all the men and women in London society, short of that exclusive circle which does not open its ranks to Smithsons, were ready to cherish and admire. Mr. Smithson had been in Petersburg, Paris, Vienna, all over civilized Europe during the last 5 weeks, whether on business or on pleasure bent, nobody knew. He affected to be an elegant idler, but it was said by the initiated that wherever Smithson went, the markets rose or fell, and hides, iron, copper, or tin felt the influence of his presence. He came back to London in time for the Cup Day, and in time to fall desperately in love with Lesbia, whom he met for the first time in the royal enclosure. She was dressed in white, purest ivory white from top to toe, radiant, dazzling, under an immense sunshade fringed with creamy marabouts. Her complexion, untouched by Seraphine, her dark and glossy hair, her large violet eyes, luminous, dark almost to blackness, were all set off and accentuated by the absence of colour in her costume. Even the cluster of exotics on her shoulder were of the same pure tint, gardenias and lilies of the valley. Mr. Smithson was formally presented to the new beauty, and received with a cool contempt which riveted his chains. He was so accustomed to be run after by women that it was a new sensation to meet one who was not in the least impressed by his superior merits. "I don't suppose the girl knows who I am," he said to himself, for although he had a very good idea of his intrinsic worth, he knew that his wealth ranked first among his merits. But after occasions when Lesbia had been told all that could be told to the advantage of Mr. Smithson, she accepted his homage with the same indifference, and treated him with less favour than she accorded to the ruined guardsmen and younger sons who were dying for her.